Chapter 1 Rebirth. At Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, during morning self-study time, the classroom is filled with the chaotic sound of students reciting English. On the blackboard, there were a few big words written in chalk. There are only 59 days left until the college entrance examination. The students in Class 3 are all reciting and reviewing seriously, making efforts to change their destiny. However, among this group of students, a handsome boy was lying on the desk, snoring rhythmically and even drooling. The teacher couldn't stand it anymore, so he took out a piece of chalk from the desk and hit the boy on the forehead accurately. Yi Xian opened his eyes filled with confusion. Where was this? Wasn't I on the battlefield of the Battle of the Magic City? How did I end up here? The chaotic sound of reciting foreign languages reached his ears, which made him very irritated. What fucking time was it? Alien beasts have begun to invade China. What's the point of memorizing English? Can you communicate with alien beasts in English? In anger, Yi Xian slammed the table and said, "Stop reciting. You're making so much noise." Yi Xian's voice was so loud that it even drowned out the voices of the students reciting English, which also made the English teacher in the stands angry. The English teacher walked up to Yi Xian with long legs and looked down at him. Yi Xian, do you treat the classroom as your home? Not only did you fall asleep, but you also didn't let others review? Stand outside. From Yi Xian's perspective, he could only see half of the teacher's face. The rest was blocked by her broad mind. He was stunned. Isn't this my English teacher? He seems to have been dead for over a decade. The grass on his grave is over a meter tall, and yet he's actually here right in front of me? Teacher, you are not dead? Yi Xian said instinctively. The English teacher became even more angry. Get out! Yi Xian regretted his words as soon as he said them, and he noticed the surrounding environment. The whitewashed walls, the old desks, and the familiar faces. Was he reborn? Back to the time before the resurgence of spiritual energy? His brain was working quickly, adapting to the current situation. He also took a step forward and walked obediently to the classroom door to accept the punishment of standing. Outside the classroom, the sky is blue and the clouds are white, the air is fresh, there is no lingering war, and no occasional earthquakes. Everything is so harmonious and beautiful. And Yi Xian finally remembered how he died. Before his death, Yi Xian was participating in the defense of the Magic City, which was connected to the East China Sea. After the revival of spiritual energy, countless animals mutated and attacked human territory. Mutated marine creatures emerged in an endless stream, posing the greatest threat to humans. That battle took place 20 years after the revival of spiritual energy, although Yi Xian's awakened supernatural power was only sea level. But he was lucky and survived countless wars, so he could be considered an elite warrior. But in this battle, Yi Xian, like countless other warriors, was just a supporting role. The real protagonist was the Red Lotus Empress, Mingly. Yi Xian clearly remembered that the emperor-level beast, the shocking Kunping, revealed its true form of a 1,000-foot Kunping and attacked the demon city. Mingly stepped on the void, and Red Lotus fire burned around Miaoman's body, forming a 1,000-foot Red Lotus phantom, fighting with Kunping. At that time, Mingly was truly a goddess in the hearts of countless people, and the last hope of the entire Magic City. And she did not disappoint the hopes of countless people. In the end, she fought to exhaustion and died together with the amazing Kunping, thus avoiding the crisis of the fall of the demon city. Unfortunately, seeing Mingly's death, Yi Xian, a veteran of many battles, began to waver in his will. Although the amazing Kunping was dead, other strange beasts were still attacking on the battlefield. Yi Xian, who was in a trance, was pierced into the mouth by the tentacle of a mutant octopus, which crushed his internal organs and killed him on the spot. Yi Xian was in a trance, not only because of the death of the Empress, but also because she was his high school classmate. However, Mingly at that time was far less dazzling than she is now, and the two did not have much interaction. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly reacted. Yes, Mingly is not the peerless Empress yet. Her current situation doesn't seem to be very good. Doesn't that mean I have a chance to get close to her? Although it is said that the peerless Empress will die together with the amazing Kunping in 20 years, her fate can be changed after she is reborn. If I could get on the good side of the Empress, then my life over again would definitely be much more exciting than before, right? Besides, even if I can't change the fate of the Empress, at least with her care, I can live an easier life in the next 20 years, right? You must know that before his rebirth, the reason why Yi Xian participated in the defense of the demon city was because his family members had all passed away and he had no worries, so he took the initiative to participate in this battle. This time when I come back, Even if I can't change the fate of the empress, I will change the fate of my family. Then, Yixian looked through the window at the future empress, Su Mingly, in the classroom. Although Su Mingly at this moment is not as dazzling as in the future, her appearance is already far better than her peers. She is tall and sexy, and the loose school uniform cannot hide the perfect curves of her figure and her perfect cheeks. She looks quite similar to Ji Lingyan, the peerless beauty in Tian Xingjiu. Speaking of which, Su Mingly's ability is also related to fire, and there are indeed many similarities between the two. However, Su Mingly is not very popular in school now. Like most pretty girls, she has average grades. Because she is so beautiful and has such a great figure, the other female classmates look short, fat and ugly next to her. Which girl would want to be friends with her? All the boys should have admired her, but she was spotted by a gangster from the nearby street. The gangster said that any boy who dared to approach Su Mingly would be against him. There was a boy who didn't believe it and actually did it. As a result, he was surrounded by thugs and his men that day and was slapped 7 or 8 times. From then on, other boys also kept their distance from Su Mingly. Therefore, although Su Mingly is beautiful, she is a poor little girl. She has almost no one to talk to. In addition, her grades are average and the teachers don't pay attention to her. This is Su Mingly's current situation. Just as Yi Xian was staring at Su Mingly and thinking about these things, Su Mingly happened to look up and out the window, and their eyes met. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. Su Mingly retreated and lowered her head. A blush appeared on her pretty face. Yi Xian looked at the performance of the Red Lotus Queen and felt like laughing. She was completely different now than she would be in the future. No one dared to look directly at the future Red Lotus Empress, and would only bow their heads under her gaze. This time, it was Su Mingly who bowed her head. Yi Xian felt quite proud. This was a good start. At this moment, a voice rang out beside Yi Xian's ears. It has been detected that the host has intersected with a genius above level A. The talent bonus system is officially activated. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. System? The standard equipment for the reborn, is it really here? Let's see what's going on. Host, Yi Xian. Current talent, C-level muscle strengthening not awakened. Genius list, Su Mingly. Su Mingly, talent, SSS level Karma Fire Red Lotus not awakened. Character favorability, 10. Note, the talent favorability starts at 10 points. Every time it increases by 20 points, you can get a talent bonus. This system is simple and clear. As long as you become friends with those geniuses and improve your favorability, you can gain talent bonuses and improve your talents. Come to think of it, Su Mingly and I had been high school classmates for over 2 years, but our favorability rating was only 10? Wasn't that too little? Thinking about it, although we are classmates, we have almost no interaction and can hardly say a few words to each other. It is normal that there is only 10 points. Moreover, it seems that Su Mingly is going to encounter some minor troubles today, right? This is a chance to improve your favorability. Chapter 2, Hugging the Thigh. Ding ling ling. The bell for the end of the self-study class rang, and Yi Xian's punishment of standing in the corner finally ended. English teacher Qi Yu left the classroom with red eyes without even looking at Yi Xian. After all, she had just graduated from a normal university, was thin-skinned and had poor resistance. It was normal for her to cry when she suddenly encountered such a thing. Yi Xian looked at the teachers receding back and felt quite embarrassed. The other students left the classroom one after another and prepared to go to the cafeteria for dinner. However, at this moment, a girl looked panicked. Why is my bracelet missing? Has anyone seen my bracelet? The students around him said, look carefully, is it in any pocket? The girl felt around herself and said, it's not in my pocket. This is a Pandora sparkling galaxy watch my dad bought me for my birthday. I spent over 3,000 on it. I only wore it for a few days and it was lost. Someone interrupted and said, could it have been stolen? The girl who lost the bracelet happened to be Su Mingly's deskmate Wang Jiao, and many students came over to join in the fun. At this moment, another girl suddenly said, Mingly, what's that on your hand? It looks like a Pandora bracelet to me. Wang Jiao's expression changed. Mingly, when did you buy the bracelet? I don't remember you having one. Could it be? Su Mingly's face flushed, and she said hurriedly, this is my own bracelet. Wang Jiao looked skeptical. Yours? What a coincidence. It's also Pandora's shining galaxy? How do you prove it's yours? Su Mingly felt quite uncomfortable looking at these questioning eyes. She explained, "This is my own thing." Although Su Mingly gave an explanation, she could feel that the eyes around her were still full of suspicion and no one trusted her at all. Everyone knows something about Su Mingly's family situation. Her family conditions are average, and her parents have a bad relationship. They often quarrel. Even Su Mingly's parents never attend her parent-teacher meetings. Where does she get the money to buy such an expensive bracelet? In my opinion, she took it. How about we call the police? This bracelet costs 3 or 4,000. Doesn't what she did constitute theft? Tisk, TSK, there's actually a thief in our class. If this gets out, our number 2 middle school will be completely disgraced, right? Not only that, I heard that Su Mingly is hanging out with those hooligans at school. I heard that she's no longer a virgin. The people around were all whispering. These girls were gossipy. Where was Su Mingly? She was so beautiful that it made women jealous. If Su Mingly had excellent looks, good grades, or a good family background, they would not dare to slander Su Mingly like this. But at the moment, it seems that Su Mingly has no other advantages except her excellent figure and appearance. Naturally, these girls try their best to discredit Su Mingly. Fragments of these words kept reaching Su Mingly's ears. Her face turned pale, her delicate fists were clenched tightly, her head was slightly lowered, and tears fell uncontrollably on the book. She got the bracelet because her parents finally divorced and she was awarded to her mother. The father felt sorry for her, so he bought her a mobile phone and this bracelet, which put an end to the father-daughter relationship. As for what everyone said about her fooling around with some hooligans outside the school, the truth was that the hooligans had harassed her several times because she was pretty. She had finally gotten rid of the other person, and until now, she has been pure and innocent, but a girl of the same age said that she is no longer a virgin. How can she not feel wronged and sad? Wang Jiao still refused to give in. Su Mingly, there's no point in crying. Did you steal my bracelet? If so, return it to me and I won't pursue the matter any further. Su Mingly looked at the other person with tears in her eyes, her heart was conflicted. She could continue to deny it. Is there any point in just denying it? This will only make her continue to be questioned and abused. It would be better to admit it, give the bracelet to her and escape from this place, Su Mingly thought with some despair in her heart, and was ready to admit to this false accusation. However, at this moment, a somewhat annoyed voice sounded, "Wang Jiao, what are you talking about? Who stole your bracelet?" Wang Jiao looked up, and when she saw that it was Yi Xian, her expression changed. Yi Xian is quite handsome and has average academic performance. If one has to give him a label, it would be that he is someone not to be trifled with. Although Yi Xian is not a rich second generation, his father is a boss and his family background is much better than that of ordinary people. Yi Xian's sister is a well-known lawyer, and ordinary students dare not provoke Yi Xian. Wang Jiao was also quite afraid of Yi Xian. Her originally aggressive look instantly weakened. "Yi Xian, this matter has nothing to do with you, please don't meddle in it." Yi Xian shouted, "How can it have nothing to do with me? I bought classmate Su that bracelet." "You said she stole your bracelet? Aren't you talking nonsense?" Wang Jiao's expression changed. "You bought it? You? Don't ask me why I bought a bracelet for classmate Su. Is it your business if I want to? Anyway, it's impossible for her to steal your things." Yi Xian said, "Let's go." Yi Xian still had some authority in this class, so Wang Jiao didn't dare to pester him and left in disgrace. Chapter 3, King of Power Talent. At this moment, Su Mingly seemed to have just woken up from a dream. What had just happened was like being in a desperate situation for her. The injustice and malicious rumors spread by her classmates made her entire world dark and gloomy, and she could hardly see any light. Yi Xian's appearance was like a ray of light, dispelling the endless darkness and allowing her to see the light. Ding, congratulations to the host, Su Mingly's favorability has increased to 30 points. Genius Su Mingly can provide bonuses to the host. Do you want to activate the bonus? Yi Xian said silently in his heart, "Of course, open it immediately." Congratulations to the host for receiving Su Mingly's bonus and improving his talent. Yi Xian took a look at his talent, which had changed from the original C-level muscle enhancement to the B-level strength king talent. After the revival of spiritual energy, talent completely determines a person's upper limit and future. There is only one level difference between level B and level C, but the gap is quite large. C-level muscle strengthening requires a lifetime of effort to develop it to 100% and be able to possess a force of 1,000 kilograms. At this level, there is no room for improvement and it has reached the extreme. The B-level Strength King talent, when developed to 30%, can crush muscle strengthening. If it is developed to 100%, it can have a force of 50,000 kilograms. At the same time, the muscles and bones of the whole body are strengthened, and the body can be used to block a speeding car. This is the difference between the two. Directly improving a person's talent is unheard of after 20 years of the revival of spiritual energy. This shows how excited Yi Xian is at this moment. Afterwards, Yi Xian looked at Su Mingly with a smile on his face. "Student Su, why are you still standing there? Go have breakfast." Su Mingly didn't dare to look directly at Yi Xian. She felt like a deer was beating wildly in her heart, and she was panicked. The two of them left the classroom one after the other. As they were about to leave, Su Mingly mustered up the courage to say, "Yi Xian, wait a moment." Yi Xian turned to look at Su Mingly with a sunny smile on his face. "What's wrong?" Su Mingly was once again warmed by Yi Xian's smile. He had been so fierce and menacing towards his deskmate just now, but now he smiled so warmly towards her. Could it be that? "Yi Xian, can I buy you breakfast?" "Thank you for helping me," Yi Xian said directly. "It's an honor." Yi Xian was reborn to change the fate of himself and his family. If possible, he also wanted to change the fate of the empress. The premise of all this cannot be changed just because Yi Xian knows how some future events will develop. He needs strength, and improving the empress's favorability is the most convenient way for him to improve his strength. When Su Mingly heard that Yi Xian did not refuse, the smile on her face became more natural, and the two went to the cafeteria together. However, on the way to the cafeteria, two boys were hiding under a big tree smoking. Seeing Su Mingly and Yi Xian, the two boys looked at each other and said, "Fuck, isn't that our sister-in-law? How could someone be so tactless? He dared to go to breakfast with my sister-in-law. He will suffer after school." The two smoking gangsters did not lower their voices, and Su Mingly and Yi Xian both heard their conversation clearly. Su Mingly looked worried. "Yi Xian, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble. Why don't you go eat by yourself?" Yi Xian laughed out loud after hearing this. "Involve me? How did you involve me? Did you provoke some scumbags from the school?" Su Mingly looked at Yi Xian. "Aren't you afraid of them? They are not trying to scare you. They will really stop you after school." Yi Xian laughed and said, "I'm afraid of them? They're not evil, what's there to be afraid of? Now that the spiritual energy has not revived, they are just a few gangsters, what is there to be afraid of? After all, Yi Xian is already middle-aged mentally, so how could he be afraid of them? Even if we have to be afraid, we should be afraid of the future awakened empress. Even if there were millions of these scum of society, they would not last more than 3 seconds in front of the Red Lotus Empress and would be turned into ashes. Besides, although Yi Xian's superpowers have not awakened, he has more than 20 years of combat experience in fighting against strange beasts. After all, after the C-level muscle enhancement has been developed to the extreme, there is no room for improvement. All Yi Xian can do is to constantly hone his fighting skills so that he can defeat his opponents faster and live longer. For a thug like this, it would be no difficulty for Yi Xian to beat 10 of them. Yi Xian also did not lower his voice when speaking, and the two smoking bad boys heard clearly what Yi Xian said. They had originally wanted to inform the boss and, together with the boss, surround Yi Xian after school, but after hearing this, how could they bear it? They were smoking cigarettes and cursing, "You little bastard, you're so fucking crazy." Then, the two men rushed towards Yi Xian, wanting to beat him up directly. Yi Xian looked at their movements full of flaws, shook his head slightly, then suddenly reached out and cut into the open goal, grabbed one of them by the ear, and pulled hard. The bad boy felt his ear being pulled for more than 10 centimeters. He let out a heart-wrenching scream and fell to the ground, covering his ears. Another bad boy kicked Yi Xian in the abdomen. Yi Xian grabbed the other's leg and pulled it hard. Yi Xian pulled this guy into a split. For someone who has never practiced splits before, the pain can be imagined. He also lost his balance and fell to the ground, covering his crotch with his hands and screaming. Then, Yi Xian looked at Su Mingly, who was still in a panic, and said with a smile, "Look, they are just like this. Even if there are a few more of them, what can they do? Why should I be afraid of them? They should be afraid of me." Ding, the genius Su Mingly's favorability has increased to 35 points. Note, for every 20 points of favorability increase, the talent can be strengthened once. Yi Xian was not surprised when he heard the system prompt. The gangster who pursued Su Mingly had cast a heavy shadow on her. Now Yi Xian has only taught the other party's younger brother a lesson, and his favorability has increased by 5 points. Once he beats the other party's boss, there will surely be another wave of gains, right? At this moment, Su Mingly looked at Yi Xian sincerely and said, "Thank you. This is the first time I've discovered that these people are so weak." Yi Xian smiled and said, "You're welcome. Let's go eat something and ignore them." Su Mingly nodded vigorously and followed Yi Xian to the cafeteria. As usual, Yi Xian ordered a basket of steamed buns, a bowl of porridge, and a side dish. He did not deliberately save money for Su Mingly, nor did he deliberately build it up. Just let it be normal. Su Mingly looked at this scene, and the smile on her face became more natural. She knew that Yi Xian would not deliberately order any expensive dishes, but if Yi Xian only spent 50 cents to order a few steamed buns, she would also be embarrassed. Yi Xian's performance made her feel very comfortable. Chapter 4: Take Action. After breakfast, Yi Xian and Su Mingly returned to the classroom. Looking at the mark on the blackboard that there were still 59 days left before the college entrance examination, Yi Xian's expression became a little solemn. Yi Xian knew very well that 10 days before the college entrance examination, due to various abnormal events caused by the revival of spiritual energy, the official officially announced that some kind of change had occurred in this world, which was called the revival of spiritual energy. With the revival of spiritual energy, all living things between heaven and earth have changed and gained certain potential, which people call superpowers. 7 days before the college entrance examination, it was officially announced that the awakening spirit balls developed by the Chinese Academy of Sciences would be deployed in various cities. At the same time, this year's college entrance examination candidates will be the second batch of large-scale awakening members after the army. A strong youth means a strong country. These college entrance examination candidates represent the future of the country. It is normal that their awakening priority is second only to the military. The awakening spirit ball can activate human talents and directly test the talent level. The college entrance examination is still a way for high school students to change their destiny, which does not affect those original academic masters. However, if the level of awakened talent is high enough, then one does not even need to take the college entrance examination, but can directly study in the highest level institutions in China, receive the best resources, and embark on a completely different path from ordinary people. In her previous life, Su Mingly was admitted to the newly opened Department of Supernatural Powers at Magic City University because she tested out to have S-level talent, and she was able to rise to fame overnight. From then on, the people around her no longer had any hostility or malice towards her. Everyone was friendly and intended to be her friend. As Huang Bo said, "When you are strong, everyone around you is good." After Su Mingly successfully awakened, everyone around her tried to curry favor with her and get closer to her. At that time, no matter how attentive Yi Xian was, it was useless because he was just like those countless other bootlickers and would not attract Su Mingly's attention at all. Therefore, Yi Xian must seize this period of time and hold on to Su Mingly's thighs before she soars to the sky, so as to raise her favorability to a high enough level. Just as Yi Xian was thinking about this, the classroom door was suddenly kicked open and a tall and strong man walked in. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, vaguely revealing the 2 green dragons tattooed on his arms. There were 5 or 6 younger brothers following him. This man was the local gangster, Zheng Biao. Zheng Biao is a scumbag. He used to be a student of Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, but was expelled a few years ago for fighting. Now he is a street thug and is often put in detention. Ordinary students are worried when they see Zheng Biao. After Zheng Biao entered the room, he came to Yi Xian's seat with an aggressive look on his face. "Your name is Yi Xian?" Yi Xian looked at Zheng Biao calmly. "I am Yi Xian, what do you want to do?" Zheng Biao was angered by Yi Xian's reaction. In his opinion, Yi Xian should be trembling with fear instead of being so calm. He slammed the table and warned, "Boy, I'm warning you once, stay away from Su Mingly from now on, or I'll beat you up every time I see you." Yi Xian sneered, then said, "Who do you think you are? You fucking bastard." Zheng Biao was enraged and wanted to attack. A younger brother behind him grabbed Zheng Biao and said, "Brother, this is a classroom with so many people here. If he tells the principal, it will be a big deal." After hearing this, Zheng Biao suppressed his anger, pointed at Yi Xian and said, "Good boy, wait for me after school." After Zheng Biao finished speaking, he left angrily. Zheng Biao himself knew the seriousness of the matter. If he blocked someone at the school gate and beat him up, even if he called the police, the worst that could happen to him would be a few days of detention. But if you cause trouble in school or beat people in the classroom, the nature of the incident is much worse and you will have to stay in jail for at least half a year. Therefore, Zheng Biao decided to wait until school was over and then surround Yi Xian at the school gate. The classmates in the class were all whispering at this moment, and Su Mingly was a little worried. She hesitated for a moment, then tore off a piece of paper from her homework book and threw it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian opened the note, and there was a line of words written on it, "Sorry, how about I accompany you after school?" Su Mingli saw clearly that Yi Xian was teaching Zhang Biao's younger brother a lesson before. However, Zhang Biao was tall and strong after all, and he could always call more than 10 people to fight. Yi Xian might not be able to deal with him. As mentioned before, Su Mingli has almost no friends in school. Girls envy her, and boys stay away from her. Only Yi Xian stood up for her without hesitation when she was in trouble today, saving her from embarrassment. Yi Xian was her only friend in class too. She cherishes this only friend very much, so even though she is quite afraid of Zhang Biao, she still wants to stand up. Yi Xian could guess some of Su Mingli's thoughts. He looked at it for a while, wrote the word OK on the note, and then threw the note back. Su Mingli opened the note, took a look at it, and then silently began to flip through the book. After all, there were still 59 days before the college entrance examination. Even if her grades were not very good, she had to try her best. As for Yi Xian, he sat there bored, with no desire to learn at all. Although his talent is only B-level, the university he can attend based on his own talent is already better than his college entrance examination score of 400 or 500. Why bother working hard? After all, although B-level talent is rubbish compared to Su Mingli's SSS level, there are still C-level and D-level talent at the bottom, plus about half of the ordinary people have no special talents at all. Compared to these people, Yi Xian is actually doing pretty well now. Besides, when spiritual energy revives and strange beasts invade, one's own strength will be the most important thing. You can't just speak English to a beast, or solve a super difficult math problem in front of it, and it will let you go, right? Wouldn't that be funny? Chapter 5 Lessons. Time passed, night fell, and another day ended. Yi Xian also stretched and looked at the notebook in his hand. The notebook was densely packed with records of some keynotes and major events in the next 20 years. With this notebook, Yi Xian can prepare for many future events in advance and deal with them calmly. He put the notebook that recorded important future events into his arms, then walked to Su Mingli's side. Many people were secretly looking at the two of them, feeling a little surprised. Yi Xian was quite brave. Wasn't he afraid of being dealt with by Zhang Biao? Su Mingli also felt the strange gazes from the people around her. Her cheeks felt slightly hot, but she pretended nothing was wrong and stood up. Only then did Yi Xian notice that although Su Mingli was tall, she was only about 1.7 meters tall, about 10 centimeters shorter than himself. But in her previous life, after Su Mingli became the almighty Red Lotus Empress, her aura was so strong that everyone looked up at her and ignored her actual height. The two of them left together, Yi Xian in front and Su Mingli behind, very quietly. After walking for a while, Su Mingli asked, "Yi Xian, are you really not afraid of being beaten?" Yi Xian said confidently, "It's just Zhang Biao, it's not certain who will beat whom. Even if he really can't beat him, at most he will get beaten up, which is not a big deal." Su Mingli nodded, as if she had made some decision in her heart, and followed Yi Xian with a heroic and confident look. She had already decided that if a fight really broke out, even though she was a girl, she would rush forward and leave a few wounds on Zhang Biao's body. She absolutely couldn't let Yi Xian get beaten alone. Finally, the two pushed the cart away. As soon as they went out, they saw Zhang Biao and his group standing at the door with cigarettes in their mouths, looking languid. As soon as he saw Yi Xian and Su Mingli, Zhang Biao walked over. He put one hand on Yi Xian's shoulder, blew out a puff of cigarette with the other hand, and then said in a self-righteous manner, "Boy, let's go talk to the side? Let's chat." Then, the group walked towards the small alley not far from the door, and many people followed to watch the fun. Su Mingli was very nervous at the moment. She was just an ordinary girl and was usually ostracized by people around her. How could she have ever seen such a scene? She mustered up her courage, tried her best to keep her body from shaking, and followed. As soon as he entered the alley, Zhang Biao kicked Yi Xian's bike without saying a word, breaking the wheel of Yi Xian's bike. This was Zhang Biao's way of showing his power. When Yi Xian saw this, he also got angry. "If you want to fight, just go ahead and fight. Why are you messing with my mount?" He was also furious and kicked Zhang Biao hard in the crotch. Although Zhang Biao is tall and strong, Yi Xian is also in good health. In terms of size and strength, Yi Xian is slightly inferior to Zhang Biao, but this gap is not to the point of crushing. Yi Xian's kick was both a sneak attack and hit the vital point. Zhang Biao had never practiced the iron crotch kung fu, so he fell to the ground in pain, rolling around while covering his crotch. When Zhang Biao's younger brothers saw the scene, they rushed towards Yi Xian cursing. Yi Xian directly fought with these people. It was a one-on-many situation and it was difficult for Yi Xian to avoid being injured. However, relying on his rich fighting skills, Yi Xian tried his best to avoid vital parts. When he attacked, he would target some key parts, such as the crotch, nose, eyes, and other vulnerable parts. With just one strike, Yi Xian could make them so painful that they couldn't get up. After 6 or 7 minutes, the battle ended. Yi Xian's face was a little red and swollen, and his back and waist were in severe pain. However, more than 10 people fell to the ground at his feet. Zheng Biao and his group of younger brothers were all knocked to the ground by Yi Xian alone. Su Mingly looked at this scene, stunned for a few seconds, and then said, "Is the fight over?" Yi Xian smiled at Su Mingly. "The fight is over, what's wrong?" Su Mingly said embarrassedly, "I wanted to help you, it's okay, it's not too late now." As Su Mingly spoke, she rushed to Zhang Biao, took her backpack and smashed it hard on Zhang Biao's face. The pain in Zhang Biao's crotch had just eased when he was hit by the bag weighing 20 pounds. He suddenly felt dizzy and fell heavily to the ground. Yi Xian also laughed when he saw this scene. It turned out that this was how the empress fought before she awakened. "Isn't it so funny?" Yi Xian laughed so hard that it affected the wound on his mouth. He couldn't help but groan in pain and covered his mouth. Su Mingly looked at this scene and asked worriedly, "Yi Xian, are you okay?" Yi Xian waved his hand and said, "It's okay, just a superficial wound." Yi Xian said as he came in front of Zheng Biao, stepped on his back with one foot, and said in a cold voice, "Zheng Biao, listen to me, Su Mingly can make friends with whoever she wants. If you dare to be a jerk again in the future, I will beat you so hard that your grandmother won't recognize you." Zheng Biao was not convinced at this moment. He shouted, "Yi Xian, just wait for me. I will kill you sooner or later." Seeing that Zheng Biao was still stubborn, Yi Xian kicked him in the face. Yi Xian had a size 42 foot and was wearing hard-soled sneakers. With this kick, Zheng Biao's face was almost disfigured and his nose and mouth began to bleed. Yi Xian kicked Zheng Biao in the face 3 times before saying, "Zheng Biao, who do you think you are? Just because you led people into a few fights, you think you're a gangster? I'll give you another chance, are you convinced?" Zheng Biao's nose and mouth were in great pain, his face was scratched, and his head was dizzy. Although he often fought, this was the first time he had met someone as ruthless as Yi Xian. Yi Xian's cold eyes seemed to tell him that if he didn't give in, his end would be even more miserable. Zheng Biao was silent for 3 seconds before uttering 3 words, "I give in." Seeing this, Yi Xian showed a satisfied smile on his face, and then said to Su Mingly, "Mingly, your trouble is solved." Ding, the genius Su Mingly's favorability has increased to 45 points. Yi Xian was quite happy when he heard the system prompt. 45 points, only 5 points away, and he could improve his talent again. This system was really powerful. Of course, Yi Xian understood that subsequent improvements would definitely not be as easy as at the beginning. The improvement of favorability was similar to the change in the relationship between people. For example, it is certainly not difficult to go from strangers to ordinary friends, but it is definitely very difficult to go from ordinary friends to close friends who share weal and woe, or even to close friends who are willing to risk their lives for each other. It not only requires the accumulation of time, but also requires mutual dedication, plus true love in times of adversity. The second enhancement should not be difficult, but if you want to carry out the third or even fourth enhancement, Yi Xian will need to make persistent efforts. Chapter 6: Returning Home. Yi Xian won the battle, but unfortunately, the wheel of his bicycle was kicked crooked and he couldn't even go home. Su Mingly looked at Yi Xian's bicycle and said, "Yi Xian, how about I take you home?" Yi Xian naturally wouldn't refuse close contact with the future empress. He nodded and said, "Then I'll trouble you." "It's not a problem. What happened today was because of me." Yi Xian originally planned to ride the bike himself and take Su Mingly with him, but Su Mingly felt that Yi Xian had just been in a fight and was seriously injured, so she insisted on letting him sit. Yi Xian couldn't refuse, so he sat on the back seat of the empress's bicycle. The way home was not smooth, and the car was shaking. In order to avoid falling, Yi Xian could only reach out and hold Su Mingly's slender waist. Su Mingly felt Yi Xian's movements and her face suddenly turned red. Yi Xian's hands seemed to have magic, making her body soft and weak, and she lost all her strength, and the bike rode slower and slower. Seeing this, Yi Xian said, "Student Su, I must be very heavy, right? It's too hard for a girl like you to carry me. Let me ride." Su Mingly really wanted to say, "If you take your hands away, I can still ride," but she couldn't say it. She just responded and stopped the car to change drivers. Yi Xian is an experienced driver with first-class skills. He drives very fast. However, because the road is not very flat in Su Mingly's but is relatively delicate, the bumps are sometimes a bit big, and Su Mingly can't help but make some suggestive groans. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of Su Mingly's house. Su Mingly got out of the car with some resentment and rubbed her butt. "Yi Xian, could you please ride slower next time? You're going too fast." Yi Xian said embarrassedly, "Sorry, I will pay more attention next time." Su Mingly said, "Then I'll go back first. You can ride my bike home." Su Mingly's home is much closer than Yi Xian's home, so when Su Mingly said she was sending Yi Xian home, she actually meant that Yi Xian would send her home first and then ride her bike back. Yi Xian nodded and was about to leave when suddenly, rhythmic moans came from the house. Su Mingly's house is an old house built decades ago with a yard and average sound insulation. The woman's voice was quite penetrating, and both Yi Xian and Su Mingly could hear it clearly. Su Mingly's face turned pale instantly. Yi Xian also looked at Su Mingly and said, "Are they your parents?" Su Mingly shook her head. "My parents divorced a few days ago, and the house was awarded to my mother." Su Mingly's parents are divorced. Obviously, in the room are Su Mingly's mother and an unknown man. Yi Xian looked at this scene, sighed, and didn't know what to say. Su Mingly took a look at her own house, then turned and walked out. Yi Xian asked quickly, "Where are you going?" Su Mingly said weakly, "Let's find a place to stay for a while." At this moment, Su Mingly looked quite fragile and powerless. Her parents were divorced, and her mother brought an unknown man home, and let her and her classmates hear this. She was feeling complicated, not just sad and upset, but also ashamed and angry. She didn't even want to step into this house again because she felt dirty and disgusting. Yi Xian looked at Su Mingly and couldn't help feeling distressed. At this moment, he not only wanted to improve her favorability, but also felt sorry for Su Mingly from the bottom of his heart. Thinking about it, Yi Xian said, "How about you stay at my house for a few days?" Su Mingly looked at Yi Xian, "Your home?" Yi Xian immediately said, "Yes, my house is quite big, and there are several empty bedrooms. My parents are at home, so you don't have to worry about what will happen to me." Su Mingly was somewhat tempted, but she still hesitated and asked, "Will it be inconvenient if I go?" Yi Xian assured him, "It's not inconvenient at all. My parents are very nice people. I've brought friends home before." Su Mingly thought about it, shook her head and said, "Forget it." It was indeed a bit strange for a high school girl to live in someone else's house for no apparent reason. Su Mingly refused, not because she was worried about what Yi Xian would do to her. She felt that if she went, the impression she left on Yi Xian's parents would probably not be very high, and she didn't know why, but she inexplicably cared about what Yi Xian's parents thought of her. When Yi Xian heard Su Mingly's refusal, he thought for a moment and then said, "Oh, I've thought of a good place, my sister's place. My parents bought a house for my sister, but it's too far from her law firm. She only goes there on weekends. Now there's no one there, so it's perfect for you to live there." After hearing this, Su Mingly said, "Isn't this too much trouble?" Yi Xian said directly, "It's okay, I'll call my sister and tell her. I have the key to the house over there, so it's no trouble." Su Mingly really didn't want to stay in this home anymore. She wanted to finish the college entrance examination as soon as possible and leave that home as soon as possible. Yi Xian tried his best to help her, and she had no reason to refuse. She just silently kept this kindness in her heart. Then, Yi Xian called his sister Yi Shui, "Sister, a friend of mine is in trouble. Is it okay for me to stay at your place for a few days?" Sister Yi Shui's gentle voice rang out, "Girls can do it, but boys can't." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Then there's no problem." Yi Shui was a little surprised and said, "Brother, you actually have a girlfriend? When will you bring her to meet you?" Yi Shui's voice was quite loud, and Su Mingly next to her could hear it clearly, and her ears immediately turned red. Yi Xian said directly, "She is not my girlfriend, she is a classmate of mine." Yi Shui retorted, "Just a classmate? Are you so attentive to arrange accommodation for her? I, your sister, am a top lawyer, can you fool me? If she's not your girlfriend, then she's pursuing you. Am I right?" Yi Xian couldn't refute Yi Shui's words, so he hung up the phone and explained, "Student Su, don't take my sister's words to heart. Anyway, just go there and live there peacefully. You heard what my sister said, it's totally fine, I'll take you there now." Su Mingly nodded gratefully. She didn't say thank you again. There is no need to express gratitude for a great favor. Just remember this favor in her heart. Then, Su Mingly sat on the back seat of the bike again, and the bike drove away. As soon as the two left, inside the house, a strong man in his early 30s hugged a charming woman. The woman looked dissatisfied. What are you doing? Why do you do it when my daughter comes home from school? The man smiled obscenely. Your daughter is so beautiful, it's better not to let outsiders take advantage of her. The woman was a little angry and said, You beast, do you have any feelings for her? The muscular man opened the bag he was carrying, took out a stack of $100 bills from it, and threw it at the woman. Then, he said coldly, What's wrong with me having feelings for her? Isn't this normal? I am 10 years younger than you and so rich. If you didn't have such a beautiful daughter, do you think I would really fall in love with you, a hag? If you cooperate honestly, you and your daughter will have a good life in the future. I promise you will have no worries about food and clothing. If you refuse, you and your daughter will starve. After hearing this, the woman hesitated for a moment, looked at the pile of cash, and finally said, Okay, I promise you, but you can't be rough with Mingly. Take it slow. Don't worry, I won't force it. I don't want to go to jail. Chapter 7 New Residents. Yi Xian naturally didn't know that Su Mingly had such a past. In fact, Yi Xian knew very little about Su Mingly at the time. Before she tested positive for her SSS level talent, her life was far more difficult than outsiders imagined. Especially her mother's lover, who coveted her and used threats and inducements. Although he failed to succeed, it caused her great mental pressure. After Su Mingly tested out her SSS level talent, the first thing she did was to return home and burn her mother's lover to ashes with the Red Lotus Karma fire. Her mother witnessed this scene and was so frightened that she became insane and was admitted to a mental hospital. Yi Xian rode the bike with Su Mingly on his back. The cool breeze blew up the boy's shirt and the girl's hair, which was quite romantic. Yi Xian also enjoyed the time along the way. He slowed down his speed, and Su Mingly's but no longer had to endure the pain of the bumps. 20 minutes later, the car stopped at the door of an apartment building in an upscale community. Yi Xian took out the key from his pocket and took Su Mingly upstairs. Yi Xian's family was well off, so his sister's place was naturally not bad. It was a large flat of 160 square meters, with 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a living room. Su Mingly looked at the spacious and bright living room, the high-end chandelier, and the glowing white floor tiles, and felt like she was in a dream. For a girl from an ordinary family, this is already a luxury house. She looked around blankly and said, Yi Xian, will you let me live here? Yi Xian affirmed, Of course, any questions? Su Mingly hesitated and said, But, this place is so luxurious, this house must be very expensive, right? Yi Xian said calmly, It's not that bad. When my dad bought it, the price wasn't high, just over 2 million. Now it's probably increased to around 1 million. Whether it is 1 million or 2 million, it is an astronomical figure for Su Mingly. You know, although Su Mingly's parents' divorce was related to their extramarital affair, the fuse of the incident was that her mother inexplicably had an extra bag worth 5,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan had already broken her family apart, let alone so much money? Su Mingly couldn't help but feel a little nervous and said, Why don't you just forget it? I'll just stay in a hotel for one night. If I break it, I can't afford to pay for it. Yi Xian said directly, What is there to compensate? Don't worry, you can live here as you like. Even if you burn this place down, I won't ask you to pay for it. Before Su Mingly could say anything, Yi Xian had already taken out the key and stuffed it into her hand. He said, Okay, no need to say anything. Just live here peacefully. It's a bit late today. I'll get you a set of bedding and daily necessities tomorrow. Don't worry about anything else. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he went out without waiting for Su Mingly to answer, and closed the door behind him. Su Mingly followed him out and watched Yi Xian enter the elevator. Looking at the key in her hand, her eyes were red. From childhood to adulthood, this was the first time someone had been so kind to her. This unconditional help touched her heart deeply. In addition, her parents were divorced and each seemed to have a new love. She is now at her most helpless moment and is full of resentment towards her parents. At this time, Yi Xian jumped out and treated her like this, which left a deep mark in her heart. After Yi Xian left, Su Mingly sat alone in the living room for a long time, then went to the bathroom to change clothes and wash up. After washing herself clean, she lay down on the bed. She was worried that she would dirty Yi Xian's sister's bedding. Lying on the soft and thick mattress, Su Mingly felt peaceful and relaxed because she didn't have to listen to her parents quarrel. Soon, she fell asleep. The next morning, Su Mingly got up on time and slept very soundly. In the dream, the boy who took such good care of her proposed to her with a diamond ring. Recalling last night's dream, Su Mingly rubbed her face shyly, and then went to school as usual. When Su Mingli arrived at the classroom and was about to take a seat, she suddenly saw that the girl who was supposed to sit next to her and falsely accused her of stealing the bracelet was now Yi Xian. She felt inexplicably happy, with a faint smile in the corners of her eyes, and sat down. "Why are you here?" Yi Xian said calmly, "Your deskmate has a bad character and is always accusing others, so I drove her back to my seat." Su Mingli's deskmate failed to frame Su Mingli yesterday. Not long after, she found her bracelet in a book in her school bag, which made her very embarrassed. In addition, Yi Xian came to her today and asked to change seats with her. She was too embarrassed to face Su Mingli, so she agreed directly. When the teacher came to the classroom, he saw the two people changing seats, but he didn't pay any attention to it. There were only 50 days left before the third year of high school. The teacher's minds are all on the key students in the class. As long as these key students are doing well and are reviewing hard, the others are not important at all. The school has only one evaluation criterion for teachers, which is the admission rate. All others are empty. In this way, Yi Xian and Su Mingli became deskmates 58 days before the college entrance examination. The first day of sitting at the same table was very harmonious. Both of them hardly felt the time passing by, and it was time to go home from school. And trouble also came at this time. Last night, Su Mingli did not go home all night. During the day today, Su Mingli's mother Zhang Xiulan called her once, but Su Mingli did not answer. She came directly to the school to pick up Su Mingli. Zhang Xiulan was not concerned about her daughter's safety, but her lover's request. After all, her lover directly threw 20,000 yuan to her and told her his conditions. He wanted to take both mother and daughter, so that they could live a good life in the future. If Zhang Xiulan couldn't convince Su Mingli, the other party would kick her out without hesitation, and then Zhang Xiulan would have nothing. That's why Zhang Xiulan came to the school in person to block her daughter. "Mingli, why didn't you go home last night? Do you know that your mother was very worried about you?" Zhang Xiulan stopped Su Mingli at the classroom door, looking like a loving mother. Su Mingli said expressionlessly, "I have my own place to live. You don't have to worry about me. Just live your own life." Since she had already accepted Yi Xian's kindness, Su Mingli had also decided to be shameless and stay there until the college entrance examination was over. "After the college entrance examination is over, no matter what the results are, I can find a job and earn money to rent a house by myself, and I don't have to go back to that home." Zhang Xiulan said, "Don't care about you? If I don't, who will? Come home with me quickly, or I'll find your teacher." Chapter 8 Sister. At this moment, Yi Xian couldn't stand it anymore. He interrupted, "Aunt, what are you looking for our teacher for? Want the teacher to teach you how to let your children accept their mother's chaotic private life?" Yi Xian had no good feelings towards Su Mingli's parents. Although no one knew what Su Mingli had experienced in later lives. But one thing is certain, after Su Mingli became an SSS level awakener, her parents did not benefit from it at all. If parents are not so incompetent, which child would not help his or her parents at all when he or she becomes successful? Zhang Xiulan and the empress are not on the same side, so Yi Xian naturally has no scruples when confronting her. After hearing this, Zhang Xiulan glared at Yi Xian and asked, "Where are you from? This is our family affair. Do you need a little brat like you to butt in? I know. Are you dating my daughter? Was she living with you last night?" Zhang Xiulan spoke loudly, and as soon as she said this, all the classmates looked at the scene in shock. Nowadays, although there are many high school students who are in love, things like having sex are still quite far away for most students. Now it was revealed by Su Mingli's mother herself. It's so shocking. Su Mingli's face turned ugly, and she shouted, "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about?" Yi Xian also said, "Aunt, you are really not worthy of being a mother. Which mother would slander her own daughter like this?" Seeing her daughter's growing hostility towards her, Zhang Xiulan felt a little regretful. She said directly, "Daughter, I'm your mother. I'm just worried that you'll learn bad things. Come on, let's talk outside." Zhang Xiulan said this and pulled Su Mingli away. Seeing this, Yi Xian followed them. Soon, the three of them arrived outside the school. Zhang Xiulan glared at Yi Xian, "Why are you still following me? What qualifications do you have to meddle in my family affairs?" This time, Su Mingli did not remain silent any longer. "Yi Xian is my friend, he has the qualifications." Zhang Xiulan angrily said, "You silly girl, I told you must be dating someone. You're just being ungrateful, aren't you? I'm telling you, boys your age are completely unreliable. I was foolish enough to follow your dad, and look at what kind of life I'm living now. In this world, if you don't have money, you're worse than a dog. Yi Xian looked at Zhang Xiulan and said, Aunt, Su Mingly and I are not in the relationship you imagine. Even if it is, I still meet your requirements. Zhang Xiulan glanced at Yi Xian. What do you mean? Yi Xian began to introduce himself familiarly. My father is the CEO of a company, my sister is a top lawyer, and we live in a single-family villa. Even if we really become boyfriend and girlfriend, I can guarantee that she won't have to worry about food and clothing. Zhang Xiulan's expression changed when she heard this. Are you telling the truth? If my daughter really catches a rich husband, that would be great news. Then I would have hope for the rest of my life. Su Mingly looked at her mother, whose expression changed, and a trace of annoyance flashed in her eyes. Whether it's true or not, it has nothing to do with you. Yi Xian, I'm sorry for disturbing you yesterday. I'd better go back home. Su Mingly didn't really want to go back, but she felt that her mother was too embarrassing. Every minute Zhang Xiulan stayed in front of Yi Xian, she felt that she had become more ugly in front of Yi Xian, and she didn't want to continue. Su Mingly had already spoken, but Yi Xian didn't say anything else. He just said, okay then. Be careful on the road. Call me if you have any problems. Su Mingly nodded and followed Zhang Xiulan home. Yi Xian was originally planning to go home directly, but he didn't know that his sister Yi Shui called him. Brother, didn't you let your girlfriend live with me? Why is there no one at home? Did you go on a date? Yi Xian explained, no way. She stayed overnight yesterday and went back today. Yi Shui was also surprised and asked, only stay for one day? What's going on? Yi Xian said calmly, it's not convenient to talk on the phone, let's talk in person, I miss you too, sister. Half an hour later, the brother and sister met at a hot pot restaurant. Yi Shui, as usual, was wearing a white suit and looked like a lawyer. She is tall and, wearing high heels, is much taller than Su Mingly. In terms of appearance, Yi Shui is also quite good-looking, only slightly inferior to the future empress Su Mingly. Unfortunately, Yi Xian knew that his sister's fate was not so good. Yi Shui is a lawyer. She originally had a very good social status and many suitors. However, after the revival of spiritual energy, the awakened became the protagonists of the world, and people in other industries, even the elites, became supporting roles, and Yi Shui was no exception. Later, because Yi Xian provoked an enemy, the safety of Yi Xian's parents was threatened. In order to protect her family, the confused Yi Shui chose to marry one of her suitors and seek shelter for her family. Unfortunately, Yi Shui chose the wrong person. Not long after they got married, the awakened person took advantage of his status as an A-level ability user to pick up girls. As for Yi Shui, he got tired of her not long after they got married and didn't take her seriously at all. And that guy did not help the Yi family to solve the problem. Yi Shui was very angry and often quarreled with him. Later, during one quarrel, the other party beat Yi Shui to death. After all, the Yi family still had some power at the time, and since Yi Shui was a well-known lawyer, the Yi family mobilized public opinion to seek justice for their daughter. Unfortunately, at that time, the world was ultimately dominated by the awakened, and the threat of strange beasts had already appeared. In the end, the guy who killed Yi Shui was only sentenced to go to the front line of the battlefield to fight against strange beasts. If he survived for 5 years, the sin of murder would be offset. If he died, it would naturally be considered a life for a life, and the matter would be settled once and for all. Now that he saw his sister again, Yi Xian couldn't help but clench his fists. In this life, I must not let my sister suffer like this. And those former enemies, Yi Xian will not let them go one by one. When the siblings met, Yi Shui smiled and said, why are you looking at me so affectionately? Do you want some pocket money? Yi Xian smiled and said, sister, you really understand me. Lend me some money. Yi Shui directly pulled out 3,000 or 4,000 yuan in cash from her wallet and said, this is all I have on hand now, so spend it sparingly. Now tell me about your girlfriend. Yi Xian had nothing to hide from his sister and told her about Su Mingly's experience in general. Of course, he did not mention the existence of the system, but just said that he sympathized with his classmate. After hearing this, Yi Shui smiled and said, your classmate should be pretty, right? Do you have a photo? Chapter 9 Conflict. Yi Xian and Su Mingly were sitting at the same table today, so taking a few photos wouldn't be a piece of cake. He took out his phone and showed it to Yi Shui. Yi Shui praised, brother, you have good taste. You can find a girl who is prettier than your sister. Yi Xian didn't deny it. Yeah, it's a pity that she has a bad fate. Her parents are divorced, but when I sent her home yesterday, her mother was having sex with her lover in the room, and she didn't restrain herself at all. She didn't even want to go home at that time, so I said, let her live with you. Yi Shui frowned when she heard this and said, are you telling the truth? Are you not exaggerating? Yi Xian affirmed, of course, I was right next to it and heard it clearly. Yi Shui stood up and said, come on, take me to your girlfriend's home. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Going to Su Mingly's house? What for? There's no time to explain. Let's talk on the way. Yi Shui said this and walked out with quick steps. Yi Xian was stunned for a few seconds before following her. In the car, Yi Xian said, sister, can you explain why now? Yi Shui said calmly, you said, your girlfriend Su Mingly's mother doesn't know when her daughter gets out of school? Of course I know. Yi Xian affirmed. Yi Shui nodded and said, isn't that right? She knew the time, but still did it. What mother would have such a unique sexual fetish? Yi Xian shook his head, probably not. Yi Shui said affirmatively, yes, no, then who made her do this? It must be her lover. I am a lawyer and have studied criminal psychology. Mingly's mother's lover deliberately made such a noise when Mingly returned home. There was only one reason for this, he had feelings for Su Mingly. In fact, the reason why he was with Su Mingly's mother was to control Su Mingly through her mother and get Su Mingly. I have also seen several cases of adoptive fathers or stepfathers violating their daughters. Your girlfriend's case is very typical. Even though it hasn't happened yet, I'm sure there's a trend. As the future sister-in-law, I must protect my future sister-in-law. After hearing this, Yi Xian cursed angrily, damn. How can there be such a man? Doesn't her mother know this? Yi Shui said, of course she knows, and if I'm guessing correctly, she must have compromised. This kind of person is not worthy of being a mother. Yi Shui is worthy of being Jiangqing's gold medal lawyer. She has a very clear understanding of people's hearts. Although Yi Xian was reborn, he cannot see as clearly as Yi Shui. Yi Xian said directly, in that case, let Mingly live with you. It's better not to go back to that home. Oh, drive faster. I'm afraid something might happen to Mingly if it's too late. Yi Shui said helplessly, brother, look at the dashboard. I'm already speeding up to 120 miles per hour. If I go any faster, I'll take off. At Su Mingly's home, Su Mingly was sitting with Zhang Xiulan and Zhong Hai. Zhong Hai is Zhang Xiulan's lover. He is in his 30s, tall and thin, with a fist-length green beard on his chin, giving people a sense of shrewdness. Zhang Xiulan said, Mingly, this is your uncle Zhong. He will live with us from now on. After hearing what Zhang Xiulan said, Zhong Hai said directly, what Uncle Zhong? Just call me Dad from now on. Zhong Hai looked at Su Mingly's perfect face and exquisite figure, and secretly swallowed his saliva. If he could capture such a top-notch girl, and she could even call him Daddy in bed, then this life would be worth it. After hearing this, Su Mingly put the bowl and chopsticks aside, stood up, and said, I have no appetite, you guys eat by yourselves. Seeing this, Zhong Hai reached out and grabbed Su Mingly's arm, saying, man is iron and rice is steel, how could it not be late? Otherwise, Daddy will feed you. Su Mingly's expression changed, and she shouted, don't touch me. She raised her hand to shake off Zhong Hai's arm, but Zhong Hai was much stronger than Su Mingly, and she couldn't shake it off at all. On the contrary, Zhong Hai exerted force with his hands and pulled Su Mingly into his arms. He wanted to hold Su Mingly in his arms. Su Mingly noticed Zhong Hai's intention, which made her quite embarrassed and annoyed. She simply picked up the bowl of porridge in front of her and threw it towards Zhong Hai. Zhong Hai blocked it with his arm, and the hot porridge poured all over him, causing him to scream in pain and curse, you bitch, you're looking for death. At this moment, the door of the Su family was suddenly pushed open, and then Yi Xian and Yi Shui, brother and sister, rushed in. Zhang Xiulan looked at the brother and sister and scolded them, what are you doing here in my house? You're trespassing. Do you believe I'm going to call the police? Yi Shui laughed when she heard this, you are the kind of person who is qualified to talk to me about law. You must be Mingly, right? I am Yi Xian's sister. I heard that you are in some trouble. Come with me and stay at my place for one night. Su Mingly now regretted coming back. She had not expected that her mother's lover would be so cruel as to attack her. She did not want to stay in this house for even a minute. However, at this moment, Zhong Hai wiped the rice porridge off his body and said, leave? This is her home, she can't go anywhere. Yi Shui pulled out her business card and said, I'm the founder of Luoshui Law Firm. I said she can leave. If you have any objections, feel free to sue me in court. Zhong Hai was furious when he heard this. he punched Yi Shui and said, "Sue you? I'll beat you to death." Zhong Hai's fist failed to land on Yi Shui. After all, Yi Xian was not a decoration. He stretched out his hand to hold Zhong Hai's arm, and then punched Zhong Hai in the abdomen. Zhong Hai is a fitness coach with strong muscles. He is much stronger than the high school students Yi Xian had dealt with before. The effect of Yi Xian's punch was not obvious. On the contrary, Zhong Hai roared, reached out and grabbed Yi Xian's clothes, then pushed hard, and Yi Xian's back hit the dining table in the living room. The pain in his back did not make Yi Xian lose his composure, but instead made him calmer. He spread his legs, lowered his center of gravity, and exerted force with his arms. Then, Zhong Hai was thrown over the shoulder by Yi Xian. He flew off the ground and fell heavily on the dining table. The wooden table shattered. Zhong Hai felt severe pain all over his body and rolled on the ground in pain. Chapter 10: A Level Vajra Indestructible Body. Yi Xian naturally would not miss this opportunity to give Zhong Hai a beating when he was down. He picked up a chair and smashed it towards Zhong Hai without saying a word. Zhong Hai had lost the strength to resist due to the pain at this moment. He was hit 6 or 7 times in a row. He fell to the ground with a bruised face and nose, almost unconscious. Zhang Xiulan was also frightened by Yi Xian. For a moment, she didn't dare to stop Yi Xian at all, not even daring to say a word. Yi Shui finally said, "Okay, brother, if you fight again, something bad will happen." Yi Xian did not stop. He threw the chair aside and kicked him instead. Yi Xian had just heard his sister's analysis and was furious. He really didn't want to stop until he beat Zhong Hai into hemiplegia. Seeing that her brother was still fighting, Yi Shui immediately said to Su Mingly, "Please try to persuade your boyfriend. Although we are in the right, if the fight continues, he will probably go to jail." Su Mingly was also very angry with Zhong Hai, but she absolutely did not want to see Yi Xian go to jail because of this scumbag. Therefore, Su Mingly said, "Yi Xian, stop it, don't let him affect your future." He may not listen to his sister's words, but Yi Xian will not refuse the words of the empress. The future Red Lotus Empress will not only be powerful. After her abilities developed to over 70%, she became one of the top awakeners. Not only was she powerful, but she was also extremely popular. At the same time, she had an absolute determination to protect humanity. Therefore, Yi Xian invested in her and respected her, not only because of her strength, but also because of her character. Therefore, Yi Xian immediately stopped and said, "This old dog got lucky." Yi Shui looked at this scene and said disappointedly, "Brother, you are so different. When your sister asked you to stop, you didn't react at all. But when your girlfriend asked you to, you stopped immediately." Yi Xian glanced at his sister and said, "Mingly is the person involved. Of course, she has the final say on how to teach this old dog a lesson." Yi Shui smiled and said, "Okay, you are right." At this time, Zhang Xiulan finally came to her senses. She pointed at Yi Xian and cursed, "I'm calling the police." "Just wait. You broke into my house and beat up my man. I want you to go to jail." Yi Shui said calmly, "Call the police, right? We're here for you anytime. My brother did something right, but why did he do it? What happened to this family?" Zhang Xiulan angrily said, "This is my home, you don't need to care about it." However, Su Mingli said, "No, there's no need. Before you came in, this man touched me. I can testify." Zhang Xiulan immediately said angrily, "You silly girl, what's wrong with your dad hugging you?" Su Mingli said coldly, "He is not my father." Yi Shui looked at Su Mingli and said, "Okay, Mingli, there's no need to say so much to them. Let's go. You should stay at my place. If you have any trouble, I'll handle it." Zhang Xiulan immediately said, "How dare you? Su Mingli, you are my daughter. If you leave this home, don't recognize me as your mother anymore." After hearing this, Su Mingli's expression showed a touch of emotion. Even though she felt that her mother seemed to have changed, the mother-daughter relationship of more than 10 years was not so easy to give up. Seeing this, Yi Shui said, "Mingli, you have to make a decision. As long as you make a decision, I, as your sister, can handle other things for you. But if you can't make up your mind, then there's nothing I can do. Look at this guy on the ground. Do you really want to live under the same roof with him? Next time, Yi Xian and I may not be able to come so promptly. What was your mother doing when he was touching you?" Yi Shui's words woke Zhang Xiulan up from her dream. Just now, Zhong Hai intended to pull Su Mingli into his arms, but Zhang Xiulan did not stop him. Instead, she watched silently. So what will happen next time? Su Mingly finally said, "Sister, I'll go with you." Yi Shue smiled and said directly, "Okay, let's go." Zhang Xiulan cursed, "You unfilial daughter, stop right there." As Zhang Xiulan said this, she tried to pull Su Mingly, but Yi Xian pushed her away and turned away. At this time, Yi Shue threw her business card on the ground and said, "This is the phone number of my law firm. You are welcome to sue me." After they left, only Zhang Xiulan and Zhong Hai, who had been severely beaten, were left in Su Mingli's house. Zhang Xiulan helped Zhong Hai up and said, "What should we do now? Should I call the police?" Zhong Hai slapped Zhang Xiulan in the face and said, "Call the police? Call your mother? What if your bitch daughter says I molested her? You want me to go to jail?" Zhang Xiulan was slapped, but she didn't dare to resist. "What should I do now?" Zhong Hai angrily said, "Shut up, I'm in so much pain, take me to the hospital first. I will never let that little bastard go, ouch." In the car, Yi Shue was driving, and Yi Xian and Su Mingly were sitting in the back seat. Yi Shue laughed and said, "You two are so rude. No one is sitting in my passenger seat. Do you think I'm the driver?" Su Mingly felt a little embarrassed and said, "I'm sorry, I." Yi Shue immediately said, "You took it seriously? I was just joking." "Oh, and that boyfriend-girlfriend thing was also a joke. You're Yi Xian's classmate, so just call me sister, just like him." Su Mingly said gratefully, "Thank you, sister. If it weren't for you just now, I really don't know what would have happened." Yi Shue smiled and said, "Don't thank me, I was just talking nonsense. Thanks to Yi Xian just now. Brother, when did you become so good at fighting? Are you possessed by Bruce Lee?" Yi Xian said directly, "That old dog is such a jerk. I was so angry that I couldn't beat him." Yi Shue nodded and said, "That's right, you were so angry for your beloved, you deserve a reward." Yi Xian smiled after hearing what his sister said. The fight just now was too intense and he didn't have time to pay attention to the system. Only at this moment did he notice that Su Mingli's favorability had increased from 45 points to 55 points. Yi Xian's talent could be improved again. Thinking about it, Yi Xian said silently in his heart, "Use the talent bonus times." Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading his talent. The host's talent has been upgraded from B-level King of Strength to a level Vajra Indestructible Body. When Yi Xian saw the system prompt, he was quite excited. He finally reached level A. There is a huge difference in potential between talents of different levels. C level can only be regarded as the lower level among the awakened ones, B level is the middle level, and a level talent is already the best among them. If an A-level ability user has enough resources and the development level is increased to more than 90%, he can also be considered a figure. As for S-level talents, they can be said to be rare. An S-level powerhouse who has grown up is fully capable of standing on his own and guarding a city. Before his rebirth, Yi Xian was a C-level awakener until his death, and was like a small soldier wherever he went. And now, with the help of Su Mingly, he has already possessed a level talent. The future is promising, and the excitement can be imagined. Chapter 11 Good Sister. Yi Xian had also learned about the specific abilities of the A-level Vajra Indestructible Body. As the name suggests, this ability focuses on defense. The body is indestructible and can easily resist attacks of the same level. At the same time, the body is extremely powerful and strong enough to fight against strange beasts head-on. There was once an A-level awakener with the Vajra Indestructible Body who was swallowed by an S-level monster, the North Sea Dragon. The awakened one destroyed all the dragon's internal organs and flesh inside the dragon's body, and finally broke out of the body and successfully killed the S-level North Sea Dragon. This shows how abnormal the defensive power of this ability is. And now, Yi Xian also possesses the talent of Indestructible Body, and the future is promising. And now, there are only 2 bonuses. What if there are 3 or even 4 talent bonuses? The more Yi Xian thought about it, the more excited he became. Not long after, the car stopped at the community parking space, and Yi Xian stepped out of the car directly. He was thinking about his talent just now and was too excited to forget about his physical problems. He had previously fought with 7 or 8 thugs and had already suffered some minor injuries. This time when he fought with Zhong Hai, the opponent threw Yi Xian onto the table, and Yi Xian's back was hit hard. Moreover, he consumed a lot of physical energy when he beat Zhong Hai. His physique was just that of an ordinary high school student. When he relaxed at the moment and got off the car, he suddenly felt his legs go weak and fell straight to the ground. Su Mingly was startled and quickly ran to Yi Xian. "How are you? Are you okay?" Yi Shui also said, "Brother, where are you injured?" Yi Xian waved his hand and said, "I'm fine, just a little weak." Yi Shui didn't believe it, so he directly lifted up Yi Xian's clothes on his back, revealing Yi Xian's back. Then, Yi Shui and Su Mingli saw that there was a large area of purple on Yi Xian's back. This is the redness and swelling caused by Yi Xian's body hitting the coffee table. Yi Xian has been spoiled since he was a child. He has never suffered any hardship and has fair skin and tender flesh. So the injury from this collision was actually not serious, but he just relied on his strong willpower to endure the pain. Yi Shui looked at Yi Xian's back and said distressfully, "Brother, why didn't you tell me you were injured?" Yi Xian said calmly, "What kind of injury is this? I'm really fine." Yi Shui glanced at Su Mingli with some resentment and said, "Okay, I get it. You want to act like a hero in front of Mingly, right? From childhood to adulthood, your parents held you in their hands for fear of dropping you, and in their mouths for fear of melting you. When have you ever been hurt like this?" Su Mingli listened to Yi Shui's explanation and looked at the wound on Yi Xian's back. She also felt quite guilty. If it weren't for herself, Yi Xian wouldn't have been injured so badly. Yi Xian still didn't take it seriously. "Alright, sister, it's no big deal. I'm a man, not one of those young handsome guys on TV who has to go to the hospital for a broken skin. Let's go." Yi Shui stopped him and said, "Alright, don't leave. Just sit in the car. I'll take Mingli upstairs." Su Mingli also said, "Yi Xian, your sister is right, listen to her." Seeing that both of them had the same attitude, Yi Xian had no choice but to say, alright, you guys go up first, I'll wait in the car." Afterwards, Yi Shui and Su Mingli went upstairs and entered the room. Su Mingli said, "Sister, do you have something to say to me?" After hearing this, Yi Shui laughed and said, "Do you think I sent Yi Xian away for this?" Su Mingli didn't say anything, but her expression answered Yi Shui's question, wasn't it? Yi Shui laughed again and said, "Do you think I'll say, you're a jinx? You hurt my brother like that. You should stay away from him from now on. Or, I'll say, your family's conditions are too poor. You're not a good match for ours. Give up your ridiculous idea." "Is that what you think?" Su Mingli answered Yi Shui with her expression again. She really thought so. After all, that's how romantic dramas on TV are played. Yi Shui smiled, touched Su Mingli's hair, and said, "You think too much. As an older sister, I naturally hope that my brother lives a good life and doesn't want him to get hurt. However, I also hope that he can be brave, responsible, and become a man of integrity. Compared to this, what does a little injury matter? He was spoiled by his family since he was a child. Although he is not a playboy, I have never seen any ambition or backbone in him. And today, you let me see that my ordinary brother actually has such a manly side, brave and responsible. You were able to make him change like this. Just for this reason, I can't thank you enough. How could I blame you? As for the saying of being well matched, that's just a TV show. Besides, our family is only a well-off one, not a wealthy one, so we don't have to be so particular. If you really become my sister-in-law in the future, I will fully support you." Yi Shui's words made Su Mingli blush. She said rather embarrassedly, "Sister, I'm sorry. I was mean-spirited." Yi Shui smiled and said, "It's okay. You can live here without worry. Just sleep in my bed today. Tomorrow is the weekend, so let Yi Xian take you to buy some daily necessities. Just treat this place as your own home. Don't worry too much." Su Mingli said gratefully, "Yes, I understand, thank you sister." Afterwards, Yi Shui went downstairs, got in the car, and said to Yi Xian, "Do you really not need to go to the hospital?" "No, just go home. You haven't been home for a long time." Yi Shui nodded and said, "Okay, let's go home directly." Yi Xian was injured. It would be a lie for Yi Shui, as his elder sister, to say that she was not heartbroken. However, as she and Su Mingli said, Yi Xian's changes did surprise Yi Shui. At the same time, there is another important reason: Su Mingli is so beautiful. That figure, that little face, Yi Shui herself is a beauty, she looks so pitiful. She naturally understands how much this girl can kill the opposite sex. Su Mingli is so beautiful. Since his brother is attracted to her, he must be devoted to her. It is probably difficult for him to be attracted to other mediocre girls. Looking at the way Su Mingli looks at her brother, these two are most likely a couple, and Su Mingli will be her brother's wife in the future. Now that this has been confirmed, why should Yi Shui make things difficult for her sister-in-law? This will only lead to disharmony in the big family in the future. so she might as well be a good person to the end. Chapter 12 Mentality. As the car was driving on the road, Yi Shui looked at her brother and said, "Yi Xian, I went upstairs just now and had a little secret conversation with your girlfriend." "Do you want to know what I said?" Yi Xian corrected her, "Sister, I told you, that's not my girlfriend, she's just my good friend." "Don't say that when Mingly is around." Yi Shui asked curiously, "Why? Isn't what I said beneficial to the development of your relationship? Do you really only consider her as a friend and don't want her to be your girlfriend?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Su Mingly is very outstanding. She will shine even brighter in the future. I, your brother, may not be worthy of her." Yi Shui smiled and said, "Who knows what the future holds? She will be a shining star, and as my brother, you will be no worse off than me." Yi Xian suddenly came to his senses after hearing what his sister said. Yes, Su Mingly was excellent, but what about himself? Could he be so bad? In the previous life, there was an absolute difference between him and Su Mingly. One was an empress protecting a country, and the other was just an ordinary soldier. The gap was too huge. So after Yi Xian was reborn, he only thought about currying favor with others and getting along well with Su Mingly. As for picking up girls, Yi Xian didn't dare to think about it. Even though Su Mingly is a poor little thing now, she has no strength at all and suffers all kinds of grievances. But in Yi Xian's eyes, she always had the halo of the future empress, which made her shine so brightly and high above everyone else that people dared not look directly at her. But now, Yi Xian suddenly realized that he now possessed the A-level Vajra indestructible body supernatural talent. Perhaps once the announcement of the spiritual energy revival is made, the favorability level will be raised to 70 points, and my talent will be upgraded by 1 level. I will be able to reach S level. At that time, even though I was still not as good as Su Mingly, I was still a rare talent. And that is far from the limit. As long as he continues to work hard, it is possible for Yi Xian's talent to be upgraded to SSS level. Moreover, this was just Su Mingly, a genius. What if he combined it with other geniuses? How far could Yi Xian be elevated? Beyond his limits? Unprecedented? Yi Xian felt a little dizzy for a moment. Perhaps, in the future, he would be the savior of the entire human race. On the other hand, during this period of time together, Yi Xian also felt sorry for this girl from the bottom of his heart. He hopes that he can personally participate in Su Mingly's future and share her joys and sorrows, rather than letting her be embraced by others. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was full of fighting spirit. From today on, he would no longer simply please and flatter Su Mingly. He wanted to pursue her, make her his wife, and have her give birth to 3 or 5 children for him in the future. The next morning, Yi Xian said goodbye to his parents and went out to his sister's house early. Although he saw Su Mingly every day these days, Yi Xian's eyes still lit up when he saw her again. She was not wearing any makeup, and her face had no flaws. She looked gentle and tender, and her long black hair only highlighted her charm. Unfortunately, the school uniform she wore concealed her figure. Yi Xian looked at Su Mingly for a few seconds, which made Su Mingly blush. She lowered her head and asked shyly, "What are you looking at?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Nothing. Aren't we going to buy daily necessities today? Wouldn't it be inconvenient to wear a school uniform? But I was in a hurry when I came here and didn't bring any other clothes." Yi Xian smiled and said, "It's okay, let's go buy clothes first." Su Mingly hesitated and said, "Wouldn't this be a bad idea? It would cost a lot of money." Yi Xian said directly, "It's okay, just consider it as a loan from you. I believe in you. You will definitely have a bright future. This little money is nothing at all." Su Mingly said dully, "Brilliant light? This seems too far away from me." Yi Xian looked at the future empress's cute expression and felt funny in his heart. Unfortunately, he really couldn't take a picture with his mobile phone, otherwise, these photos would definitely become very popular after the Red Lotus Empress became famous. Anyway, don't think too much about it. It's just a few pieces of clothing. It's nothing. Su Mingly felt that what Yi Xian said made sense. If they already lived in a house worth millions, what were a few pieces of clothing important? However, what I owe him seems to be getting more and more, and I can't seem to pay it back. How about giving myself back to him completely? As she thought about it, Su Mingly blushed inexplicably, then followed Yi Xian out to buy clothes first. Yi Xian took Su Mingly to Hongqing. The store was packed with customers and the fitting rooms were all occupied, so there was no way to try anything on. So, Yi Xian simply picked out 7 or 8 sets of clothes of various styles according to his estimation of Mingli's figure, and then checked out directly. Su Mingli looked surprised and asked, "Why did you buy so much? Can I wear it all?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "It's okay. If you can't wear them all, just wear them slowly. Besides, is not one of those foreign brands. It's good quality and cheap. There are so many sets, and they don't cost much in total. There are 7 or 8 sets of clothes in total, which cost just over 2,000 yuan in total. Compared with those foreign brands, it is indeed much more cost-effective." Seeing Yi Xian's firm attitude, Su Mingli didn't worry too much. However, because there were too many people in the store, the two of them had to go home to change clothes. Su Mingli returned to the bedroom with the clothes. Yi Xian asked her to choose a set she liked, and then the two went to the supermarket together to buy daily necessities. Yi Xian sat in the living room and watched TV. More than 10 minutes later, Su Mingli came out. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw Su Mingli, who seemed to have completely changed. That school uniform really hides her figure. Su Mingli is now wearing a white sports short-sleeved shirt, revealing her slender white arms and delicate collarbone. Below the collarbone is a deep ravine. Su Mingli was wearing denim shorts, revealing her slender waist. Her legs were long and straight, and her snow-white calves were slender enough to be held in one hand. They were even thinner than Yi Xian's arms. But Su Mingli's figure is not just slender. Her flesh has grown where it should, her breasts are full, her buttocks are firm, and her curves are perfect. In short, the feeling Su Mingli gives people now can be summed up in 4 words: impeccable. If you gain a point, you will be fat. If you lose a point, you will be thin. This is what it means to have this kind of figure and this kind of appearance. Su Mingli looked at Yi Xian, whose eyes were wide open, and her heartbeat accelerated. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Is it okay if I wear this?" Yi Xian said directly, "Of course, that's great, let's go." The two went out together. When they entered the elevator, the boy and the girl's hands accidentally touched each other. Su Mingli blushed immediately and immediately withdrew her little hand. Then, the elevator door closed, and only Yi Xian and Su Mingli were in the elevator. Yi Xian plucked up his courage, found the position of Su Mingli's little hand, and hit it with one strike. This time, Su Mingli's face turned red to her ears, and her heart was beating fast. She was shy, but also faintly happy. Finally, the elevator door opened and someone was waiting at the door. The boy and girl were startled and their hands that were holding each other immediately separated. Chapter 13: Dismissal. Not long after, the two came to a large supermarket nearby to buy daily necessities, such as bed sheets, pajamas and slippers, toothbrushes and toothpaste, towels and bath towels, which are all necessities of daily life. Su Mingli and Yi Xian were pushing a shopping cart and shopping in the supermarket. Su Mingli also noticed that most of the consumers shopping in the supermarket were couples, or they brought their children with them. In this atmosphere, she and Yi Xian seemed to have become a family. More than 40 minutes later, the two returned with a full load. Yi Xian was carrying a large bag in each hand, which contained relatively heavy items. As for Su Mingli, she was holding her quilt, towel, etc. It was a big bunch, but not too heavy. Afterwards, the two took a taxi home. As soon as they entered the door, Yi Xian and Su Mingli put their things down and sat on the sofa with some fatigue. After taking a breath, Yi Xiankai said, "Okay, we have the daily necessities. You can live here peacefully from now on. You don't have to worry about anything else." Su Mingli nodded vigorously and said, "I understand. Thank you for your hard work." Yi Xian smiled and said, "It's okay, we are friends. Oh, I almost forgot, this is for you." As Yi Xian spoke, he took out a wad of cash from his pocket and placed it in front of Su Mingli. This money was exactly what Yi Xian and his sister Yi Shui had asked for before. Su Mingli was stunned for a moment. "Why are you giving me money?" Yi Xian said, "As a matter of course I let you spend it. You just have a place to live now, but no one cooks for you. You can't just go without food and drink, right?" Su Mingli shook her head and said, "I'll find a way. I can ask my dad for some money. You've already helped me so much. I can't take any more money from you." After hearing this, Yi Xian said, "This money is not for you, it's a loan. When you become successful in the future, you can pay me back with interest." "Okay, it's settled. I have something else to do, so I'll be leaving first." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he stood up and left. Su Mingli looked at the money on the coffee table, but ultimately didn't want to use it. So, she called her father, Su Guodong. "Dad, where are you? I want to see you. Su Guodong was quiet for a moment, then said, let's meet at the McDonald's near your school at noon. Dad will treat you to a hamburger. Su Mingly responded, yeah. On the other side, after Yi Xian went out, the gentle smile on his face disappeared, and there was a hint of coldness on his face. After being reborn, he was not a well-behaved and obedient high school student. Even though he was always warm in front of Su Mingly, that was because the other party was the future empress. Before his rebirth, Yi Xian struggled in a chaotic world invaded by alien beasts. He survived for so long with his sea-level supernatural powers. In addition to luck, it was also related to his tenacious character. After being reborn this time, Yi Xian was very clear about the importance of strength. Holding on to Su Mingly and improving his potential were the most important things. In addition to this, there were some things that Yi Xian needed to do. More than 20 years later, Yi Xian's parents, sister, and even the sexy English teacher Qiyu all passed away due to various events. Some of their deaths were caused by natural disasters, and some were man-made disasters. Now that he has been reborn, Yi Xian naturally wants to change the fate of these relatives and friends. Actually, the first person to get into trouble was his elder sister Yi Shui. Because of the pressure faced by the Yi family at that time, Yi Shui chose a scumbag as her husband, which resulted in her own death. This incident was a huge shock to Yi Xian at the time. Yi Xian would never forget the other party's identity in his next life. That scum is now an intern lawyer at Yi Shui's law firm. Yi Shui is young and beautiful, and she is the boss of the law firm and has a wealthy family. The other party already had a good impression of Yi Xian's sister and had expressed it several times, openly and secretly, but Yi Shui didn't have much feeling for him. Until the spiritual energy revived, that guy got lucky and awakened the A-level talent Ice and Snow. Yi Xian still remembered that in his previous life, after knowing that his sister had an accident, he went to the morgue to see his sister, only to find that his sister had been shattered into countless pieces. This guy used his ability to freeze Yi Shui into an ice cube, and then smashed Yi Shui's body with a punch. The whole person was torn into pieces and shattered all over the ground. Although he died without any pain, his body was torn to pieces. If you wait until an A-level talent awakens before taking action, it will be very troublesome. After the revival of spiritual energy and the appearance of large numbers of strange beasts, the human leaders have issued an order to strictly prohibit infighting and internal consumption among people with special abilities. If you have any strength, you should vent it on those strange beasts instead of fighting among your own people. So, if the other party really wakes up, it will be difficult for Yi Xian to take action. On the contrary, now is a good opportunity. Although the incident has not happened yet, Yi Xian will not let his sister repeat the same mistake, but Yi Xian is not going to let the other party go. Just because the other party killed his sister once, Yi Xian is not going to hold back. As a low-level psychic who has lived for more than 20 years after the revival of spiritual energy, Yi Xian is definitely ruthless enough and will not give his opponents any chance at all. At the law firm, Yi Shui was sitting in her office. Then, trainee lawyer Zhou Yang walked in. Boss, what do you want to talk to me about? Zhou Yang looked gentle and refined, and he looked at Yi Shui with respect and a hint of admiration hidden in his eyes. Yi Shui looked at Zhou Yang and said calmly, I'm just letting you know that your internship is over. Zhou Yang said happily, can I become a regular employee? Yi Shui said calmly, no, I mean, you can leave now. Your internship period is unsatisfactory. Zhou Yang's expression changed, unqualified? Why? Yi Shui said impatiently, do I need to explain to you? According to our contract, during the internship period, our law firm can fire anyone without reason, and you are no exception. Go pack your things and let us go. Of course, I'm not a black-hearted boss. You've worked 18 days this month, so I'll give you the first month's internship salary. After you pack up, you can go to the finance department to collect your salary. Zhou Yang was furious, Lawyer Yi, I don't understand. Yi Shui said coldly, you don't need to understand, get out. Looking at the arrogant and indifferent Yi Shui, Zhou Yang showed a trace of resentment in his eyes, then he left the office angrily and slammed the door shut. Yi Shui smiled and continued with her work. She fired Zhou Yang for a simple reason, it was her own brother who asked her to do so. Chapter 14 The Hunter and the Prey. Yi Xian found his sister last night and told Yi Shui that he hoped she could fire Zhou Yang. As for the reason, Yi Xian did not say. Although Yi Shui was quite curious about how Zhou Yang had any connection with her brother, Zhou Yang was just a newcomer in the law firm and his performance in all aspects was average. Even if Yi Xian didn't speak up, the other party might not be able to successfully complete the internship period. Since his brother spoke up, Yi Shui naturally asked Zhou Yang to pack up and leave. Zhou Yang left the law firm in a daze, went home, lay quietly in bed for 2 hours, and then went to a nearby bar to drink, which was also his main place to vent. Not far from the bar, Yi Xian was looking at his cell phone. As expected, just as he knew in his previous life, this guy would come to the bar to drink when he encountered problems. Later, after he became an A-level awakener, he also came to drink, but at that time, he was no longer venting or relieving his depression, but simply came to pick up girls. On the day when Yi Shui got into trouble, Zhou Yang brought 2 beauties home from this bar and wanted to play with them at home. Yi Shui was naturally very angry. She slapped the 2 women and told them to get out. Zhou Yang directly turned Yi Shui into an ice sculpture and then smashed it to pieces. You have to know that the house where the accident happened is the house where Su Mingly lives now, and it completely belongs to Yi Shui. Zhou Yang lives in Yi Shui's house and shamelessly brings a woman home. It can be said that he is a scumbag to the extreme. Even if the incident has not happened yet, Yi Xian is not going to let him go. At this moment, Yi Xian was wearing a baseball cap, sunglasses, and even a mask. He was covered tightly and was looking for an opportunity to take action. In modern society, the laws are sound and there are surveillance cameras everywhere. If Yi Xian wants to kill someone, he will have a lot of worries. If it were a normal society, the case would be solved within 2 months, and by then, Yi Xian would be in jail. But now is different. In about a month, the government will announce the revival of spiritual energy. Why will it announce it? Because abnormal incidents are happening more and more frequently. If we don't give everyone an explanation, people will panic, which is not conducive to social stability. As far as Yi Xian knew, a sensational and unusual incident would occur in Jiangcheng in 3 days at most. By then, Jiangcheng's police force will basically be focused on these abnormal incidents, and then, abnormal incidents will occur one after another. The death of Zhou Yang was a mere case that did not have much social impact, and the police simply did not have the energy to solve it. Therefore, Yi Xian did not have to worry about being found. Time passed little by little, and the sky gradually darkened. Yi Xian was still waiting near the bar. He was a very patient hunter. Finally, at around 9 o'clock, Yi Xian finally waited for Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang looked drunk at the moment, cursing. Yi Shui, you stinky bitch. You actually fired me. Just wait. When I become rich, I will make you pay me back tenfold. You stinky bitch. As Yi Xian listened to Zhou Yang's drunken words, the murderous intent in his eyes became even stronger. Considering the things that happened in his previous life and the dirty words Zhou Yang said now, it was not unfair for him to die. The drunk Zhou Yang walked towards his home, and Yi Xian followed quickly. Finally, when passing through a quiet and deserted alley, Yi Xian suddenly rushed forward and controlled Zhou Yang's body from behind. Next, Yi Xian took a dagger in his hand and slashed Zhou Yang's throat fiercely. Blood oozed out of Zhou Yang's throat. His eyes widened and he covered his throat with both hands, trying to stop the blood from flowing out. Yi Xian attacked without mercy. He took out a dagger and stabbed Zhou Yang's heart several times, each stab hitting the vital point. Zhou Yang lost his strength and knelt on the ground. He turned to look at Yi Xian with a puzzled look on his face, as if asking, "Why do you want to kill me?" Yi Xian stared at Zhou Yang closely. He could see that the blood in Zhou Yang's neck had frozen into ice, preventing the blood from flowing out of his neck. This kid had awakened. As mentioned before, the awakened person, in addition to being able to awaken the superpowers in the body through the awakening spirit ball, can also stimulate potential and awaken superpowers at the critical moment of life and death. Zhou Yang is an A-level awakener with great potential. It is normal for him to awaken at this time. However, the abilities of the awakened ones are specialized. The A-level ice and snow has great lethality, but it is not a defensive or recovery ability. Even though Zhou Yang has awakened at this moment and can use his ability to freeze the blood flowing from his neck to prevent blood loss, he is unable to repair his injured heart. Besides, it has just awakened after all, and the degree of development is only about 1%. Even if it is a level, its ability is limited. At this moment, the wound on Zhou Yang's neck was frozen by his supernatural power. He could barely speak. "I have no grudge against you, why did you kill me?" Yi Xian looked at Zhou Yang and said calmly, "Perhaps you are indeed innocent now, but unfortunately, I am not a good person. Killing someone for something they haven't done yet may seem too much to many people. Some people may choose to try to change this matter, or just keep Yi Shui away from Zhou Yang. However, Yi Xian is not a good person, and he is not sure whether keeping Yi Shui away from Zhou Yang can change her original fate. The safest way is to kill Zhou Yang. Yi Xian had also witnessed with his own eyes the scene of his sister turning into a pile of broken frozen corpses, so he would not sympathize with Zhou Yang. Yi Xian just looked at Zhou Yang. Sure enough, the wound on his heart made him gradually lose his strength, and he went from kneeling to lying down. Now that the person is dead, his ability has naturally been removed. The frozen blood in his neck gradually melted and he began to bleed normally. At this moment, Zhou Yang looked like an ordinary murdered corpse, without any trace of an awakened person. This is also what Yi Xian wants to see. After all, if this corpse is related to the abnormal incident, the relevant departments will have to conduct a much more intense investigation, and Yi Xian will also be in trouble. Now, in this case, there will be basically no follow-up. Although Zhou Yang was dead, his eyes were still wide open, looking in Yi Xian's direction, as if he was unwilling to close his eyes. Yi Xian looked into Zhou Yang's eyes and said coldly, "In your next life, be a good person." Afterwards, Yi Xian stepped forward again, searched Zhou Yang's body, and took away all the valuables. Yi Xian was not after his money, but to create the illusion of robbery and murder to confuse the public. Chapter 15. Is my brother crazy? The next morning, Zhou Yang's body was found in a small alley and the police immediately launched an investigation. A police officer came to Yi Shue's law firm and asked, "Lawyer Yi, right? Do you know Zhou Yang?" Yi Shue said as a matter of course, "I know him, what's the matter?" The police explained, Zhou Yang had an accident last night. He was murdered on his way home from drinking, and all his valuables were stolen. You are his boss. What do you think about this matter? Yi Shue was a little surprised in her heart, but she remained calm on the surface. "I don't have any opinion. Besides, I'm no longer his boss. I fired him yesterday." The policeman looked at Yi Shue seriously and said, "This is a life. Aren't you surprised at all?" Yi Shue smiled and said, "Comrade police officer, look where we are. This is my law firm. We often handle cases involving human lives, and we deal with a lot of criminal cases. As a top lawyer, if you don't even have this much sophistication, how can you handle a murder case? Do your forensic doctors have nightmares the moment they see a corpse?" The police could not refute Yi Shue's words and could only say, "You just fired him and he was killed. Do you think there is any connection between the two?" Yi Shue thought for a moment and said, "Maybe. His professional ethics were too poor and he wasn't suitable for this job, so I fired him. It was normal for him to drink a little to relieve his stress when he was unemployed. Unfortunately, he came home drunk and was targeted by criminals. They robbed and killed him, right?" After hearing this, the police said, "Okay, I understand. If you have any clues, please contact me immediately." Yi Shue smiled and said, "No problem, I'm happy to cooperate with the police." Then the police left. However, Yi Shue's expression was not calm at all. Yesterday, her brother asked her to fire Zhou Yang, and today Zhou Yang died. Yi Shue didn't believe that there was no connection between the two. However, out of protection for her brother, Yi Shue pretended to be calm and responded calmly. But now, Yi Shue must talk to her brother. She has a lot to say to Yi Xian. Yi Shue was extremely anxious, but she didn't call immediately. As soon as the police came to her, she called her brother. What if the police were monitoring her phone calls? Wouldn't that be like asking for her own death? At this moment, there was a knock on the door. "Sister, I'm here to see you." When Yi Shue heard Yi Xian's words, she immediately said, "Come in." Then, Yi Xian entered Yi Shue's office. Yi Shue looked at Yi Xian and said, "Why are you here at this time? Don't you have class? Senior year students only have one day off on weekends. Yesterday was Sunday and today is Monday." Yi Xian said calmly, "I'm asking for leave. I have a back injury. I'll take 2 days to rest." Yi Shue said, "Okay, sit down." Yi Xian sat opposite Yi Shue, and the two siblings looked at each other. Yi Shue said slowly, "Don't you have anything you want to tell me? Don't worry, it's safe here." Yi Xian didn't try to hide anything and said straight to the point, "I did it." Yi Shue's face changed. Although she had guessed it, she still couldn't believe it after hearing it with her own ears. Her brother had actually become a murderer? What kind of deep hatred could this be? She immediately asked, "Brother, why are you doing this? No matter what the problem is, there are other solutions. Why kill people?" Yi Xian said calmly, "Revenge for killing my sister." Yi Shue's face changed drastically. "What? You have other sisters? How come I don't know? Half-sisters or half-sisters? Why didn't my parents tell me?" Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he said, "Our parents are very loving. There's nothing wrong with what you think. The sister I'm talking about is you. Yi Shui reached out and touched Yi Xian's forehead, saying, Brother, are you confused? I'm fine, aren't I? If you have mental problems, then we are not afraid. Mentally ill people don't bear criminal responsibility for their crimes. At most, they will go to a mental hospital and receive compulsory treatment. Yi Xian said calmly, Sister, I'm fine. Let me tell you something. Tomorrow, something strange will happen in Jiangcheng. A tiger with wings will fly out of the zoo, wander around the streets, and eventually be subdued by the police. Yi Shui became even more worried. Brother, it seems that your problem is quite serious. A tiger with wings? Even more powerful than a tiger, is that possible? Yi Xian smiled and said, Sister, what if you saw a tiger flying in the sky with your own eyes? Yi Shui shook her head again and said, A tiger is flying in the sky? Why don't you say it's a cow flying in the sky? Did my dear brother blow it up in one breath? Yi Xian was not surprised at her sister's reaction. After all, her sister had good grades and was not someone who had escaped the 9-year compulsory education. It would be strange if she believed it. Yi Xian could only patiently say, I saw this situation in my dream. I have been having some strange dreams recently. In one of them, a tiger grew wings, flew out of the zoo, and wandered the streets. Another strange dream was that not long after, that person named Zhou Yang killed you with his own hands. In order to prevent the dream from happening again, I had no choice but to eliminate him. Yi Xian must kill Zhou Yang, but Yi Shui fired Zhou Yang and Zhou Yang died right after that. Yi Shui must have some doubts. As a top lawyer, Yi Shui has her own ideas. What if she thinks that Yi Xian will be exposed sooner or later and forces Yi Xian to surrender so as to reduce his sentence, and thinks that she is helping Yi Xian by doing so and sends Yi Xian directly to prison? That would be terrible. Therefore, Yi Xian could only make up a strange dream, saying that he could see some fragments of the future, to explain it all. Yi Shui looked at Yi Xian and said, Brother, why do you think tigers can grow wings and fly? Your dream is illogical. Killing people in a dream is really crazy. Yi Xian looked at Yi Shui and said, The winged tiger will appear tomorrow. Just give me 24 hours to prove it, okay? And after the winged tiger appears, many strange things will happen. These strange things will attract the attention of the entire society, and no one will care about Zhou Yang's death. Yi Shui finally said, Okay, 24 hours. Then you have to promise me that if no winged tiger appears after 24 hours, you will listen to me and go see a psychiatrist and receive treatment, okay? Okay, it's settled. Immediately, Yi Xian left the law firm, while Yi Shui, with a worried look on her face, dialed one number after another. Hey, Sister Wang, I remember your husband is a psychologist, right? How is his professional ability? I have a younger brother who seems to have some psychological problems. Senior, you studied for your master's degree in Beijing. Do you know any famous psychologists in Beijing? Is there something wrong with my psychology? It's not me, it's my younger brother, who just started high school. Yi Shui still cares a lot about her younger brother. He is her only brother. If he really becomes mentally ill, not to mention the harm she would suffer, how big would the blow be to her parents? As for the story of the tiger growing wings and flying into the sky, Yi Shui didn't believe it would happen at all, because it was not scientific at all. It was contrary to the education she had received since childhood. Chapter 16 Really Flying. At midnight that day, at the Jiangcheng Zoo, Lion and Tiger Mountain, there were more than 10 lions and tigers living here. The environment of Lion and Tiger Mountain is good, with mountains and water. The outer wall is built in a fan shape with steel bars and steel mesh, and covered with cement to prevent animals from jumping and climbing. Otherwise, with the tiger's jumping ability, it would have jumped out long ago. In the Lion and Tiger Mountain, there is a rockery more than 10 meters high surrounded by fountains. The highest point of the rockery is a platform that can just accommodate a wild beast, and a huge Siberian tiger is resting on this highest point. This is a Siberian tiger weighing more than 300 kilograms. Its main color is yellow, with black tiger stripes. A king character is clearly visible on its forehead, making it look domineering and elegant. The Siberian tiger was originally resting with its eyes closed, occasionally stretching and licking its paws with its tongue, just like an enlarged version of a cat. However, halfway through its sleep, the Siberian tiger suddenly opened its eyes, and then it let out a startling roar, like a tiger roaring in the mountains. This startling roar woke up the other animals in the Lion and Tiger Mountain, and they all looked up and looked towards the source of the roar. Under the moonlight, the other lions and tigers can be seen, and on top of the rockery, a Siberian tiger is stretching its body under the moonlight. At the same time, a pair of huge wings 3 or 4 meters long suddenly stretched out from its back. The Siberian tiger was also surprised at its own changes, and then it tried to flap its wings. This pair of wings that grew out of thin air possessed enormous power and easily carried it into the sky. The Siberian tiger roared excitedly and continued to flutter its wings, easily flying away from Lion and Tiger Mountain and heading in a farther direction. The other members of the Lion and Tiger Mountain were all stunned and looked at each other in confusion. If they could talk, the conversation would be like this. Holy crap, that's awesome. That kid actually grew wings. Am I dreaming? You're not dreaming, I saw it too, that guy flew away, it was amazing. So tigers can grow wings? I've learned something. After a brief moment of confusion, these lions and tigers rushed towards the throne on the top of the rockery as if they were injected with chicken blood. As top predators, their IQ is not bad. What if the reason why that guy was able to fly away is related to where he lives? From then on, this throne became a battleground for the ferocious beasts of Lion and Tiger Mountain. The winged Siberian tiger danced its wings excitedly, flew around the zoo, and then left the zoo. Because of the mutation, its intelligence level increased a lot, and it became a true exotic beast. It felt that the world was so big and it wanted to go around and see the world. It couldn't stay in a corner and be trapped in this zoo. The Siberian tiger flew in the air, looking down at the beautiful rivers and mountains of the motherland, in a very good mood. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was daybreak. The Siberian tiger was also starving. After all, flying is very exhausting, and it had been flying all night. Just at this moment, the aroma of meat came, and the Siberian tiger was attracted by the smell of a food street, and its body gradually lowered its height. The food street is a whole street of restaurants, with a variety of delicious food, street snacks, and a lot of fish and meat, so there are many customers even in the morning. However, at this moment, a Siberian tiger landed from the air and jumped directly onto the roof of a car. This sudden movement immediately attracted a lot of people's attention and caused people to exclaim in surprise. A boy who was drinking milk tea with his girlfriend exclaimed in shock, "Fuck, tiger, how come you have wings?" His girlfriend was shocked and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Oh my god, it's actually true." A large group of people in the food court were watching this scene in shock. Some were timid. Although this tiger with wings was shocking, a tiger was still a tiger after all, and it was a man-eater. So, they ran away while looking at this strange tiger. Some young people are more daring and don't realize that no matter whether the tiger has wings or not, it can eat them at any time. They didn't care about these things at all and excitedly took out their mobile phones to film. Some of them liked to live broadcast online and directly took out their mobile phones to start live broadcast. Others were quite sensible. How can a tiger have wings? Are they filming a movie? Where is the director? In my opinion, this is the kind of 3D projection that's quite popular nowadays, made with computer special effects. It looks just like the real thing. While people were talking, the tiger jumped down from the roof of the car and continued to move forward. Everyone nearby was startled and fled backwards. The scene suddenly became chaotic. The people around the Siberian tiger were so noisy that it suddenly let out a roar. Clouds come from the dragon, wind comes from the tiger. With this whistling sound, a strong wind seemed to blow around. At the same time, the powerful aura of the king of beasts also awakened the fear instinct imprinted in the genes of these people. This is blood suppression. Some people are so scared that they collapse and fall to the ground, while others panic and run away in all directions. This is the feeling of oppression from a top predator. The Siberian tiger looked at these miserable humans with a hint of contempt in its eyes, then walked to a meat shop and started eating. It grew up in a zoo and was raised by humans. Its wildness has been almost domesticated by humans. At the same time, as an exotic beast, its IQ is much higher than that of ordinary tigers. It knew very well that even if it had wings and could fly to the sky, if it really ate these seemingly weak hairless monkeys, its end would be miserable. Cutting it into pieces would be the least of their worries. The bones might be made into tiger bone wine, and the whip into tiger penis wine. In the internet age, information is transmitted very quickly, and the tiger has grown wings and is shopping in the food street. This kind of news is really explosive, much more explosive than a top star's divorce or infidelity. In less than an hour, this matter had become a hot topic on the entire internet. At the same time, the Zhangqing police had also been dispatched to prepare to capture the winged Siberian tiger. It has been discussed so heatedly on the internet, and as a native of Jiangcheng, Yishui naturally had no way of knowing about it. At this moment, she was watching the live broadcast on her phone in amazement, with an expression of disbelief on her face. What my brother said was actually true. The tiger really flew? Chapter 17 Impact. The current live broadcast is by a young female anchor in the food street. Although she looks okay, unfortunately her figure is too bad. She doesn't do anything pornographic or show any flesh in her live broadcasts, so she has no popularity at all. Today, she unexpectedly saw a tiger with wings, and immediately realized that her chance to become famous had finally arrived. After the winged tiger appeared, the people around it were initially surprised, curious, and excited, but they eventually realized that if they continued to stay there, they might become food in the tiger's mouth at any time. So they left one after another, and some of the brave ones also gradually evacuated after the police arrived. But the female anchor did not leave. She was smart, and when the police came, she hid in the trunk and avoided the police search. When the police walked away and confronted the Siberian tiger, she climbed from the trunk to the back seat, then took out her mobile phone, filmed from a distance, and broadcast it live. In just over half an hour, the number of people in the female anchor's live broadcast room has exceeded 10 million. This shows how much heat this incident has caused. At this moment, the internet has given this winged tiger a name. It is a tiger, and it can fly, so let's just call it tiger flying. At this moment, Hu Fei was still confronting the police. He did not act rashly. After the police were fully prepared, they used a tranquilizer gun and shot it at Hu Fei. Hu Fei reacted quickly, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. As Hu Fei soared into the sky, countless viewers in the live broadcast room launched barrages of comments. Tiger fly 666. It turns out it can really fly. I thought its wings were photoshopped in by the host. This is totally unscientific. Birds can fly because their bone density is generally much lower than that of mammals. The largest living bird, the albatross, weighs no more than 30 kilograms. How could a 300-kilogram tiger possibly fly into the sky? A Quetzalcoatlus weighing over 200 kilograms thought you were farting and spat at you. In the picture, Hu Fei was still dodging the attack of the tranquilizer gun, but unfortunately, at the beginning, he failed to dodge one of the shots. Things like tranquilizer guns do have a certain effect on strange beasts. Hu Fei felt increasingly weak and his speed was getting slower and slower. Then, it was shot in the neck and waist by 3 or 4 tranquilizer guns in succession. It couldn't even fly with its wings, and fell heavily to the ground from a height of more than 20 meters, losing movement. The audience was also very worried. Oh my god, is Hu Fei going to die from the fall? Impossible. It already has wings, how could it fall to death so easily? Brothers, this wave, do you think it is the revival of spiritual energy or biotechnology? What spiritual energy revival? That's complete nonsense. In my opinion, it's just some Frankenstein experiment using a tiger, and he accidentally let the experimental subject escape. Indeed, although spiritual revival sounds cool, it's too mysterious. I choose Frankenstein. The live broadcast ended here. After all, Hu Fei was taken into custody by the police, tied up tightly, and taken away. Why would the female anchor still broadcast live? Afterwards, Yishui didn't even care about her work. She left the affairs of the law firm and went home to find Yi Xian. Yi Xian took 2 days off on the pretext of a back injury, so he is still at home. Yishui walked briskly to Yi Xian's bedroom and asked, "How did you know?" A tiger with wings really appeared. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Sister, didn't I tell you? I dreamed about it." "Sister, I'm sure that all my dreams will come true in the future." After hearing this, Yishui suddenly said, "Then is it true that I was killed by that Zhou Yang?" Yi Xian nodded and said, "Really? Otherwise, why would I kill people?" Now a tiger has appeared. In the future, there will be other strange things happening. Countless strange things will affect the nerves of the entire society. No one will care about Zhou Yang's death, and I will be fine. Yishui seemed to remember something and said, "So, you said Su Mingly would be brilliant, and that was also what you dreamed about, right?" Yi Xian nodded affirmatively and said, "That's right." Yishui asked curiously, "How powerful is she? Is she as rich as a country? Is she powerful enough to dominate the world?" Yi Xian smiled and shook his head, saying, "Wealth, power, and influence are nothing but floating duckweed. Only one's own strength is the most important." "Sister, that tiger can fly. Isn't it amazing?" Yishui nodded and said, "Of course it is powerful. Tigers are perfect predators. They have strong bodies, sharp claws, and terrifying bite force. It can also climb trees and dive into water. Its only shortcoming is that it can't fly. Now it can fly, isn't that amazing? Yi Xian said slowly, the future Su Mingly will be 1,000,000 times more powerful than that flying tiger. One person can destroy a country and one person can defend a city. The destructive power of her alone exceeds the power of a nuclear explosion. What do you think wealth and power mean in the face of such strength? At the peak of his powers, Su Mingly developed the SSS-level Karma Fire Lotus to the extreme, and ultimately, he perished together with the stunning Kuanping. At that time, when Su Mingly was fighting with Jingshi Kuanping, the energy of each attack was comparable to that of a nuclear weapon, except that there was no nuclear radiation. Moreover, if Su Mingly was not even as good as nuclear weapons, humans would not have faced such a big crisis at that time. Satellite monitoring could detect where powerful monsters were born, and they could just use nuclear weapons to wipe them out. 20 years after the revival of spiritual energy, nuclear weapons no longer posed any threat to the top combat forces among humans and alien beasts at that time. Yi Shui was surprised, surpassing a nuclear explosion? Is this still a human? Yi Xian affirmed, it can be a human or a god, it depends on her own thoughts. Yi Shui looked at her brother and said, okay, I understand. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, why are you leaving suddenly? What are you going to do? Yi Shui said as a matter of course, go find my future sister-in-law and build a good relationship with her. No, if Mingly is really that powerful, you are not worthy of her. Forget it, Mingly is not my sister-in-law anymore, she is my good sister, so let it be. Yi Xian was not surprised at Yi Shui's reaction at all. He was also happy to see this scene. Naturally, the more harmonious the relationship between an aunt and a sister-in-law, the better. At this moment, Yi Xian's phone rang. It was Su Mingly calling. Yi Xian, have you heard? A flying tiger appeared in our Zhangchang. Yi Xian smiled and said, I heard it, it's really amazing. Su Mingly said with some anticipation, what a cute big cat. It's exactly the same as the cat I had when I was a child. It would be great if I could adopt it. After hearing this, Yi Xian immediately laughed. The case was solved. No wonder in later generations, the Red Lotus Empress's mount was a very ordinary flying tiger. It turned out to be because of this. Chapter 18 Pets. In her previous life, after the revival of spiritual energy was announced to the public and Su Mingly was tested to have SSS-level talent, there was not much contact between her and most ordinary people. However, Yi Xian had heard that Su Mingly's mount was a winged tiger with weak abilities, probably about the same strength as Yi Xian at the time. Many people think that Su Mingly's mount is too weak. You know, the mounts of several other top psychics are not only super cool, but also have amazing combat power. The weakest one is equivalent to an A-level awakener, except for Su Mingly's mount, which is very weak. It turned out that she had a black and yellow cat when she was a child. The current Hu Fei is an enlarged version of her pet, except that it has an extra pair of wings. No wonder she loves it so much. If Yi Xian's guess is correct, after waiting for more than a month, the official will arrange for high school students to activate their talents uniformly, and Su Mingly will be tested to have S-level talent, and she will take the initiative to ask the official for the flying Siberian tiger. Thinking about it, Yi Xian said, don't worry, I believe your dream will come true. Su Mingly laughed at herself and said, how is that possible? That's a tiger. Yi Xian smiled and said nothing more. At this moment, she had a deeper understanding of Su Mingly's character, which was nostalgic. When she was a child, her family had a cat. Later, the cat accidentally swallowed rat poison and died. She never forgot about it and never raised another cat. Until now, when she saw Hu Fei, she took Hu Fei as her mount because he looked so similar to her. After she took Hu Fei as her mount, she never rejected him because of his weakness. The mounts of other people are all capable of standing on their own, but the only ability of Su Mingly's mount is flying, and the key is that it can't fly fast. If there is really an emergency, Su Mingly will not ride on Hu Fei in order to hurry on his way, but will carry Hu Fei on his back and fly in the sky. Anyway, at that time, with Su Mingly's strength, even if she carried Hu Fei, it would not affect her speed at all. Yi Xian had seen this scene on the internet before. Someone accidentally took a picture of the Red Lotus Empress on her way. The dignified Red Lotus Empress was surrounded by flames and had an unparalleled temperament. However, on her slender arm, there was a huge tiger with wings lying. Because the speed was too fast, the strong wind made the tiger unable to open its eyes. Hu Fei looked miserable, which was quite funny. Soon, the class bell rang. Su Mingli said something to Yi Xian and hung up the phone. Soon, it was noon and Su Mingli was about to go eat something. However, at this moment, a voice said, Mingli. Su Mingli asked in surprise, Sister, why are you here? Yi Xue smiled and said, I'm here to accompany you on behalf of my brother. I'll treat you to lunch at noon. What would you like to eat? Su Mingli said a little embarrassedly, Sister, Yi Xian, lend me some money, otherwise I won't bother you. Yi Xue smiled and said, What's the trouble? I need to eat too, so why don't we eat together? Let's go. Yi Xue said this and pulled Su Mingli away. Su Mingli looked at the enthusiastic Yi Xue and inexplicably thought of what happened the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday, she called her father, and her father agreed and said he would have lunch with her at noon. She also wanted to take the opportunity to ask her father for some money. She had given up hope on her mother and could only place her hope on her father. Unfortunately, Su Guodong didn't come at noon that day. He sent a message to Su Mingli, saying that he had something urgent to do and couldn't come. Su Mingli felt very sad and never replied to Su Guodong. Later, when Su Guodong called her, she didn't answer. Just as Yi Xue was pulling Su Mingli to a nearby restaurant, Su Guodong appeared. She was accompanied by a woman and a young man about the same age as Su Mingli. Mingli, Daddy did have something to do the day before yesterday, so I stood you up. I'm so sorry, but today Daddy is here to make it up to you and treat you to a big meal. Su Mingli looked at Su Guodong and said, Dad, why are you here? Su Guodong smiled and said, Dad, I'm here to apologize to my precious daughter. Is this your classmate? We're both here together, so I'll treat you to dinner. Yi Xue is several years older than Su Mingli, but she was not wearing the suit she wore for work today. Instead, she was wearing casual clothes. In addition, she was with Su Mingli, a high school student, so it was normal that she was mistaken for a classmate. After hearing what Su Guodong said, Su Mingli looked at Yi Xue to see her attitude. Yi Xue smiled and said, Thank you, uncle. It's just right for us to go together. Yi Xue didn't know Su Guodong very well and thought that this father was a good person. Naturally, she didn't mind having a good relationship with her future in-laws. Then, the group came to a hot pot restaurant near the school. The quality of the restaurant was quite good, and the average consumption per person was not low. It was obvious that Su Guodong had spent a lot of money. After the group sat down, Su Guodong said, Mingli, let me introduce you. This is your Aunt Zhao, and this is your Aunt Zhao's son, Xiaodong. You are an adult now. Dad and your mom have a disagreement and have formed a new family. Dad hopes you can understand. Su Mingli looked at Su Guodong and said, Dad, I can understand what you said, but that doesn't mean I have to accept it. Su Guodong was stunned for a moment, with a hint of embarrassment on his face. Yes, you are right, take your time, take your time. At this time, Su Guodong's second wife Chen Lan said, Xiaodong, go sit next to Mingli. You are of the same age, so you should communicate more. Chen Xiaodong took his mother's last name. He looked at Su Mingli, his mouth almost watering. He immediately sat down next to Su Mingli and said, Mingli, what do you want to eat? I'll order for you. Su Mingli looked at Chen Xiaodong with a hint of disgust in her eyes and said, No need. I can order whatever I want. As soon as Su Mingli said this, the scene suddenly became a little awkward, and Chen Lan was quite dissatisfied. She stood up and said coldly, Su Guodong, come out with me, I have something to tell you. Su Guodong put down his chopsticks awkwardly and followed Chen Lan. At this time, Yi Xue said, My stomach feels uncomfortable, I need to go to the toilet. Then, Yi Xue stood up and left the room, leaving only Su Mingli with a cold face and Chen Xiaodong with his mouth drooling. Su Guodong and Chen Lan were standing near the bathroom of the hot pot restaurant. Chen Lan looked dissatisfied. What's going on with that money-losing girl in your family? Why is she treating my son like this? Is this what you call a closer relationship? Although Chen Lan was also getting married for the second time, her family conditions were much better than Su Guodong's. Normally speaking, she would look down on Su Guodong. However, Su Guodong found Chen Xiaodong with a photo of Su Mingli and told him that as long as he helped Su Guodong pursue his mother, Su Guodong would introduce his daughter to him. In the future, the two families would be closer and Su Mingli would be his wife. Chapter 19 Touched. When Chen Xiaodong saw the photo of Su Mingli, he was immediately shocked by her beauty. He forced his mother to let her be with Su Guodong at all costs. Chen Lan is a single mother. To her, her son is more important than anything else. She had no choice but to agree to her son's life or death. I just didn't expect that Su Mingli would have this attitude when we met for the first time today. Su Guodong hurriedly explained, don't worry, feelings need to be cultivated. I will persuade Mingli. Qianlan angrily said, anyway, I don't care. You said to my son at the beginning that you would give him your daughter and ask him to help you pursue me. I'm also putting it here. When your daughter sleeps with my son, I will get the marriage certificate with you. Su Guodong immediately said, okay. I'll listen to you. Is that okay? Afterwards, the two returned to their seats. Su Guodong looked at his daughter and said, Mingli, I heard from your mother that you are not living at home now? Su Mingli said directly, well, I'm staying at a friend's house. At this time, Yishui said, yes, Mingli is living in my house now, it's fine. Qianlan glanced at Yishui and said, it's not very convenient to let Mingli, a girl, live in your house. Since Mingli doesn't want to go home, why don't you come to our place, be with your dad, and get to know Xiaodong more? That would be great. Su Guodong followed up, yes, your Aunt Chen is right, Mingli, you should come back. As the saying goes, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. By letting Su Mingli live in their house, Chen Xiaodong will naturally have more opportunities. If Su Mingli really doesn't like Chen Xiaodong, Qianlan and Su Guodong can also use some crooked means to let the two of them make the matter a fait accompli first. As long as they can trick Su Mingli back, the rest will be easy. After hearing this, Su Mingli showed a hint of hesitation on her face. She was indeed living quite comfortably at Yishui's place. But that was not her home after all. Su Mingli always felt a little embarrassed living there. On Qianlan's side, although it was also someone else's home, at least her father was there. Because Su Mingli was completely disappointed with her mother's performance, her father's weight in her heart also increased a lot, and she didn't want to reject her father. At this time, Yishui said, Mingli, I have something to tell you. Let's go somewhere else and talk. Su Mingli nodded and left with Yishui. Qianlan looked at the two people walking away, a hint of dissatisfaction on her face. If you have anything to say, just say it to my face. You're still so mysterious. Su Guodong, I'm telling you, keep your daughter away from her friend, so she doesn't learn bad things from him. Yishui took Su Mingli a little further away, then took out her mobile phone and showed Su Mingli a video. The video showed the conversation between Su Guodong and Qianlan. When Su Mingli heard that she had been betrayed by her father, her face turned pale and her eyes were red. How could he do this? I am his daughter. Yishui comforted him softly, Mingli, not everyone is qualified to be a parent. Your parents are not worthy at all. They all treat you as a bargaining chip to exchange for benefits. In my opinion, you should stay away from them from now on, so as not to be sold out and still count the money for them. Su Mingli's eyes were blurred with tears. Are they really my biological parents? How could this be possible? Upon hearing this, Yishui said, Mingli, don't say that. This matter is really worth considering. Come to think of it, I have met your parents before. Although the old couple are not ugly, they look very ordinary and don't look like you at all. The fact that they gave birth to you is like two pheasants giving birth to a phoenix. Tell me, is it possible that you are not their biological child at all? If you want, I can find an opportunity for you to do a paternity test. Su Mingli wiped her tears and said, no need, sister. It doesn't matter whether they are my biological children or not. Since they treat me like this now, I will just pretend that they don't exist. After hearing this, Yishui said, Mingli, don't think too much. I want to tell you that since I met you, we've gotten along really well. It's not just because my brother likes you. From now on, I will be your real sister. If anyone dares to bully you, I, a top lawyer, will teach them a lesson. Su Mingli looked at Yishui's protective look and felt quite touched. During this period, her parents first divorced, and now she learned that both parents actually used her as a bargaining chip. She felt so sad. Fortunately, Yi Xian appeared in time and gave her desperate heart a ray of sunshine. The same goes for Yishui. Her brother and sister treat her like family, making her feel truly warm. Therefore, Su Mingli said, Sister, I'm fine, let's go. Yishui was stunned for a moment. Leave? Didn't you tell your dad and the others? Su Mingli said, no need. My dad stood me up the day before yesterday, so I'll just pay him back this time. I don't want to see him again. Yishui nodded and left with Su Mingli. Over 20 minutes passed without anyone coming to Su Guodong's place. Qianlan complained, what happened to those two? Did they fall into the toilet? Su Guodong shook his head and said, how would I know? Why don't you go look in the women's restroom? Qianlan looked unhappy. What bad luck. I have to go to the bathroom in the middle of my meal. Qianlan kicked the stool away in annoyance, then went to the bathroom to look for it, but unfortunately, she found nothing. She returned to the private room and said, "Your daughter isn't in the bathroom, nor anywhere else. Did she stand us up?" Chen Xiaodong was a little disappointed at this moment and said, "Mom, does Su Mingly not like me?" Qianlan saw her son's expectant expression and said, "Don't worry, son. No matter whether he likes you or not, as long as you like it, mommy will help you get it. Su Guodong, listen to me, if you can't bring Su Mingly to our house, then don't even bother entering our house, humph." Then, Qianlan and Chen Xiaodong left angrily, leaving Su Guodong with a wry smile on his face. He didn't expect that his daughter would stand him up like this and leave inexplicably. He took out his cell phone and called Su Mingly, but unfortunately, no one answered. At this moment, Yi Shui had already sent Su Mingly to the school gate. Yi Shui generously took out a bank card and said, "Mingly, there is 100,000 yuan in this card. The password is on the back of the card. You can spend it as you like. If you don't have enough, tell me." Su Mingly immediately refused. "Sister, this is really not good. How can I take your money? And it's such a large sum of money." Chapter 20 Villain. The average monthly income per capita in Zhangchang is only 3 to 4,000 yuan. Before Su Mingly's parents divorced, the couple's total income was only 6,000 yuan. It would take Su Mingly's parents a year and a half to earn 100,000 yuan without eating or drinking. Taking into account the usual expenses, it may take them 3 or 4 years to save 100,000 yuan. And now Yi Shui casually took out such a sum of money. How could Su Mingly accept it? Yi Shui said, "Mingly, I just said that I really treat you as my sister, so what's wrong with me giving you some money? Besides, my sister's law firm makes more than this amount in a month. So, take this 100,000 yuan and don't worry about it. I just want you to live a comfortable life." After Yi Shui finished speaking, she stuffed the card into Su Mingly's hand and left quickly. Su Mingly looked at the bank card in her hand with mixed feelings. She really didn't expect that after experiencing so many bad things, she would be able to see the rainbow after the clouds had cleared. Money is not everything, but without money, you can't do anything. If you have money, you will have enough sense of security. This applies to everyone. If it weren't for the help of Yi Xian and Yi Shui, based on Su Mingli's current situation, her parents would treat her as a tool and want to use her for their own benefits. What could she do even if she was sad and desperate? She is still a high school student. She needs money for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. No matter how frugal she is, she still needs money. At that time, she would have no choice but to choose one of her parents to ensure that she would not starve to death while also protecting herself from being taken advantage of by others. Just thinking about this situation of trying to survive in the cracks is very difficult. And now, with the unremitting help of Yi Shui and Yi Xian first gave her several thousand yuan in cash and arranged accommodation for her. Yi Shui then handed her a bank card with a full 100,000 yuan in it. This money, let alone lasting until the college entrance examination, is enough to cover tuition and living expenses for 4 years of university if you spend it frugally. She has enough confidence, so she doesn't need to worry about anything or compromise, and can do what she wants. Su Mingly became more and more grateful to Yi Xian and Yi Shui, brother and sister. She was afraid that she would never be able to repay their kindness in her entire life. The next day, Yi Xian's sick leave was over and he came to school as usual. In the class, everyone was discussing the tiger with wings. There were many different opinions and the discussion was very heated. Yi Xian quickly walked to his seat and sat down. When Su Mingly saw Yi Xian coming, she felt relieved. "Yi Xian, are you feeling better?" Yi Xian said directly, "I'm fine, I just don't want to go to class, so I took 2 days of sick leave." Su Mingly responded, then took out a bank card and said, "This is the bank card your sister gave me. There is 100,000 yuan in it. I don't think it's appropriate for me to hold it. Please help me return it to her." Yi Xian smiled and said, "My sister is quite generous, but I can't take this card. She gave it to you, not to me. If I take it and give it back, my sister will definitely be angry with me." After hearing this, Su Mingly blushed and whispered, "But she gave me money because of you." Su Mingly wanted to say that your sister gave me money because she treated me as her sister-in-law, but it was too embarrassing to say it directly, so she said it more tactfully. Yi Xian said, "Mingly, you're wrong. This has nothing to do with me. She simply loves you as her sister, that's why she gave you the money." "Really? But why is this?" There has to be a reason, right? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, maybe it's because we appreciate each other. Beautiful women appreciate beautiful women. My sister hopes that you can live a happier life. Anyway, just keep this money. Seeing Yi Xian's firm attitude, Su Mingli had no choice but to put the bank card away. At this moment, a boy came up to Yi Xian, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Xianzi, I heard you have a girlfriend? You follow women around every day and ignore us brothers. This won't do. You have to treat me to a good meal tonight. Yi Xian raised his eyes to glance at the other person and sneered, it's you, Wang Bo, watch your words, if you can't speak, then shut up. Yi Xian and Wang Bo have been good friends for the past 2 years. Logically speaking, Yi Xian should not have this attitude. But Yi Xian knew very well that not long after the revival of spiritual energy was announced, the official would make the Awakening Spirit Ball test a part of the college entrance examination. After Wang Bo awakened his B-level talent, he suddenly became arrogant and never paid any attention to Yi Xian again. At the beginning, Su Mingli was tested to have extremely high talent. She did not have much interaction with her classmates because she was isolated in the class and had few friends. Therefore, it is normal to stop interacting with classmates and gradually become estranged. But for someone like Wang Bo, who has awakened a B-level talent and is only one level higher than Yi Xian, it is rare to see someone who is so arrogant and turns his back on others. You know, Wang Bo's family is not well off, and Yi Xian treats him as a friend. Before, he often invited him out for dinner. In the past 3 years as high school classmates, Wang Bo has spent several thousand yuan on Yi Xian's food. But after Wang Bo showed some ability, he immediately turned against Yi Xian. How could Yi Xian be polite to such a person? Wang Bo's expression suddenly changed after being confronted by Yi Xian. Yi Xian, are you crazy? Did I provoke you? Yi Xian disdained to explain anything to him and said directly, get away and don't disturb me while I'm studying. This Wang Bo is a complete villain. He had eaten so much from Yi Xian before, but as soon as he got a little better, he immediately turned his back on him and bullied the weak and feared the strong. Yi Xian was too disdainful to retaliate against this kind of person, but he would not treat him well either. He would just tell him to get lost. Wang Bo was indeed afraid of Yi Xian. He was very realistic and materialistic. He knew that Yi Xian's family conditions were much better than his own, and he could not afford to offend Yi Xian. Therefore, he said angrily, Yi Xian, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, I misjudged you. After Wang Bo finished speaking, he walked away angrily and returned to his seat. Su Mingli watched this scene and whispered, are you arguing with him because of me? There's no need. He's your friend. Su Mingli didn't know what Yi Xian was thinking. She just thought that Yi Xian was angry because Wang Bo said that he was following a woman, so he scolded Wang Bo. She also knew that Yi Xian and Wang Bo had a good relationship, so she didn't want Yi Xian to lose a friend because of her. Yi Xian said calmly, friends? From now on, not anymore. Chapter 21 Contrast. Yi Xian came from the future and knew what kind of person Wang Bo was. A person like him was not worthy of being his friend. However, Su Mingli didn't know the inside story. She thought that Yi Xian directly rejected this friend because of her. This made her realize that in Yi Xian's mind, she was far more important than just a friend. Is this what I saw on the internet before, the so-called stabbing your brother in the back for your woman? It feels very comfortable to be valued, especially now that Su Mingli's family has broken up and her parents treat her as a tool. At this time, Yi Xian's attention was like a hot spring, nourishing her dry heart. At this time, English teacher Chi Yu walked into the classroom, came to Su Mingli, and said, Su Mingli, come with me to the office. Your father is waiting for you there. Su Mingli was stunned for a moment, my dad? Why is he here at school? Chi Yu shook her head and said, maybe there's something urgent at home. Let's go. Su Mingli had no way to refuse the teacher's request and had to follow. Soon, Chi Yu brought Su Mingli to the office. Su Guodong sat on a chair, and it seemed that Chi Yu poured him a glass of water. As soon as Su Guodong saw Su Mingli, he slammed his water glass on the table and said, Mingli, what did you mean when you left without saying goodbye in the middle of your meal last time? Do you know that your aunt and I waited for a long time? Su Mingli looked at Su Guodong with unfamiliar eyes and said, Dad, don't come to see me anymore. Just pretend that I'm not your daughter. Su Guodong slammed the table and said, how can you say that? I raised you up to this age? Do you want me to pretend that I didn't raise you? Chi Yu originally didn't want to get involved in the affairs of Su Mingli and her daughter, and wanted them to communicate on their own. But after hearing this noise, Chi Yu couldn't leave. She said, you are father and daughter. If you have anything to say, sit down and talk it out. Don't argue all the time. Parents should also stop yelling at their children. Su Guodong said angrily, Teacher Chi, you heard it too. She actually asked me to pretend that I didn't have this daughter. She is no longer a 2 or 3-year-old child, and she actually said such a thing. Chi Yu also said, Mingly, you are indeed wrong in this matter. You should apologize to your father. Su Mingly said stubbornly, I'm not wrong. Chi Yu saw this and said, Mingly's father, what on earth happened between you and your daughter? Su Guodong sighed and said, it's also my fault. Her mother and I divorced because of a disagreement, and now I have a new family. She is not happy living with her mother, so she has moved out and lives with a classmate. I came here this time for no other purpose than to hope that she would come home. What's the point of her staying at a classmate's house all the time? Chi Yu had no good feelings towards Yi Xian. She immediately said, Student Su, you are still a student. You should do what students should do. You should listen to your father and go back. Su Guodong also said, Mingly, you saw it, right? I know you are in your rebellious period now, but if you don't listen to your parents, you have to listen to your teacher, right? Su Mingly glanced at her father, took out her cell phone, and said to Chi Yu, Teacher Chi, please take a look at this video. Chi Yu was stunned for a moment, took the video, and then she heard the previous conversation between Su Guodong and Chen Lan. When she heard that Chen Lan said that she wanted to send Su Mingly to her son's bed, and Su Guodong agreed without hesitation, Chi Yu felt that all three views were shocked. She suddenly picked up the water cup on the desk and poured it directly on Su Guodong's face, shouting, How can there be a parent like you? You are not worthy of being a father. Su Guodong stood up suddenly, wiped the boiled water off his face, and said angrily, What do you know? Xiaodong is a good kid, and his family conditions are also good. As a family, we will definitely live a happy life together. This is the happy life I have arranged for my daughter. Do I need you to interfere? Chi Yu mercilessly exposed Su Guodong's hypocritical face, for your daughter? I think you are just doing this for yourself? Now get out. Our school does not welcome parents like you. Although Chi Yu is young and has little teaching experience, and was once made to cry by Yi Xian's words, she is definitely a good teacher. At the same time, she is also a woman. She was more able to think from Su Mingly's perspective. If it were her, she would definitely stay away from Su Guodong and would never have anything to do with such a person. Su Guodong was very angry, but this was a school. If he continued to make trouble, he would be the only one to be embarrassed with Chi Yu's video in hand. However, he still didn't want to give up like this. Since the hard way didn't work, he could only try the soft way. Su Guodong looked at Su Mingly and pleaded, So you heard our conversation. That's good. Dad tells you that when your mom and I divorced, I didn't get anything. Now Dad is counting on your Aunt Chen. If you don't go back with Dad, Dad won't even have a place to live. Can you imagine how pitiful Dad is? Dad raised you up, and now I ask you for this one thing, and you won't agree? Do you want Dad to be homeless and beg on the street? Su Mingly looked at Su Guodong and said, Dad, you're right. You have indeed supported me for more than 10 years. When I start working, I will make money and return all the money you spent on me. As for the rest, we have nothing to discuss. Go away. Su Guodong immediately shouted angrily, You heartless thing, just wait for me. After Su Guodong finished speaking, he left angrily. However, at this time, Su Mingly said, Wait. Su Guodong turned around and asked, Why? Have you figured it out? Su Mingly took the iPhone and handed it to Su Guodong, saying, This phone was bought for me by you after your divorce. I told you that you would repay me for all the money you spent on me in the future, starting with this phone. This iPhone 10 has only been used for a few days and is almost 100% new. If sold second-hand, it can be sold at about 10% off the original price, so it is indeed quite valuable. Su Guodong didn't hesitate and took the phone directly. Then he said, Okay, remember what you said. I wonder if you can pay it back in this lifetime. Su Guodong finished speaking and turned to leave. Chi Yu was now furious, how can there be such parents? Su Mingly, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, come to the teacher and the teacher will help you. Thank you, Teacher Chi, but I don't have any difficulties now. After hearing this, Chi Yu said, Just now your father said that you were staying at a classmate's house. Are you living with Yi Xian? Teacher, I know that at your age, you all long for love, but no matter what, you must take safety measures. You don't want to take your children to college, right? As soon as Chi Yu said this, Su Mingly's face turned red. She explained, Teacher Chi, Yixian and I are indeed friends, but our relationship is not what you think, and we don't live together. I live in Yixian's sister's house. Shi Yu was a little embarrassed when she heard what Su Mingli said, so that's how it is, the teacher misunderstood you. In short, you should stay away from people like your father. But at the same time, you have to protect yourself. You kids always think you've grown up, but in fact, you're still immature. Su Mingli nodded and said, Teacher, I understand. Okay, go down. Then, Su Mingli left the office and returned to her seat. Chapter 22 Shameless. At this moment, under the shade of a tree in the school, Su Guodong was smoking and looking around. When a boy walked by, Su Guodong took out a cigarette and said to the boy, Little brother, want a cigarette? The boy was stunned for a moment, then looked around to confirm that there were no teachers or school leaders around. He then took the cigarette and said, Thank you, uncle. Su Guodong smiled and said, It's okay. Come, I'll light it for you. Then, the two of them smoked for a while under the shade of the tree, became smoking buddies, and their relationship became much closer. The boy said, Uncle, you are not a school teacher, right? Su Guodong said, Of course not, I am a student's parent, my daughter's name is Su Mingli, do you know her? The boy said, Of course I know her. I'm her classmate. Su Guodong smiled and said, That's easy, classmate. Do you know which student my daughter has been close to recently? She doesn't even come home now, and I'm worried she'll suffer. After hearing what Su Guodong said, the boy hesitated and said, You want me to tell tales? That's not good, right? Su Guodong took out a whole box of huazi from his pocket and stuffed it into the boy's pocket. What do you mean by snitching? I'm Su Mingli's father. I care about my daughter. Since you are her classmate, you should help me. This box of huazi cigarettes made the boy smile happily. Nowadays, not many high school students can casually spend 50 yuan to buy cigarettes. This box of cigarettes would make him look good in front of other classmates who smoked, so he naturally wouldn't hide it. Since you are so sincere, I can't hide it anymore. Su Mingli is very close to a guy named Jixian, and I heard they are dating. But I didn't expect that Su Mingli didn't even go home. Doesn't that mean your daughter has been completely eaten up by that Yixian? Oh, what a pity for such a small cabbage. The boys felt a little envious and jealous at the end. Who doesn't have a secret crush during adolescence? There is no doubt that with Su Mingli's appearance and figure, there are many people who have a crush on her. However, few people dared to take action. In addition, Su Mingli had been harassed by Zhang Biao before, and any boy who approached Su Mingli would be taught a lesson. Therefore, the idea is just an idea, but now Yixian has benefited from it. The boys are envious of Yixian. Su Guodong was also furious after hearing this. I was wondering, this damn girl is so disobedient, it turns out she's dating someone. I have to teach this brat a lesson. The boy looked at Su Guodong and said, Uncle, what do you do? Are you doing just average in society? Su Guodong felt a little embarrassed and said vaguely, Why are you asking this? If he had done well, his daughter wouldn't have to live in such a tight spot, and they wouldn't have gotten divorced. The boy laughed and said, Yixian is not someone you can easily mess with. His father is a boss, and his sister is a top lawyer. I heard she's very famous. If you really go find him, you can't say for sure who will teach whom a lesson. After hearing this, Su Guodong said stubbornly, TSK, isn't it just a few bucks? He's just a young boy after all. How can I be afraid of him? Just wait and see. Su Guodong said something harsh and walked away. The boy looked at Su Guodong and said with a smile, This uncle is quite stubborn. After school in the evening, Yixian rode his bike to take Su Mingli back to Yishua's home as usual. Not far behind their bicycles, an electric bike was following them slowly. The person riding the electric bike was naturally Su Guodong. He did not intercept Yixian and Su Mingli at the school gate, but planned to catch them in bed and catch them red-handed after they got home. With his previous experience, Yixian drove the car at a steady and stable speed, perfectly protecting Su Mingli's butt. Of course, for safety reasons, Su Mingli still held Yixian's back with both hands. Both Yixian and Su Mingli enjoyed the time along the way. On the bicycles, the boys and girls seemed to be in a separate world, completely isolated from the outside world. They can still feel each other's warmth. At this moment, it seems that there is only each other in the world, making people immersed in it and unwilling to extricate themselves. Finally, the car arrived at the community. Yixian parked the car, then entered the apartment building with Su Mingli and waited for the elevator. At this moment, a voice asked, Where are you going? Su Mingly's expression suddenly changed slightly. Dad, why are you here? Su Guodong said coldly, why am I here? Why am I here? Do you still have any shame? You're actually living with a boy. You've brought shame to our Su family. Su Mingly said angrily, I didn't. Su Guodong said angrily, you didn't? I followed you guys after school, went home together, and came to this community together. Why don't you admit it now? Yi Xian listened to Su Guodong's words and said coldly, whether we are living together or not, you will know if you follow us up. Yi Xian said as he pulled Su Mingly into the elevator. Su Guodong immediately followed and said, I want to see how you guys plan to defend yourself. Soon, the elevator arrived at the 16th floor. The three of them got off. Yi Xian knocked on the door, and then Yi Shui opened it. Yi Shui was originally smiling, but when she saw Su Guodong, her face darkened. Why is he here? Yi Xian explained, he followed us here secretly. He said that Mingly and I living together brought shame to the Su family. After hearing this, Yi Shui immediately said, Uncle Su, even though you are Mingly's father, you can't talk nonsense. This is my home. Mingly and I live here. My brother just dropped Mingly off on the way. Su Guodong was a little unconvinced and said, send it back on the way? Then why would your family let my daughter live here? Are you so kind? Yi Shui said helplessly, if you don't believe me, just come in and take a look. There are two sets of daily necessities here, one is mine and the other is Mingly's. Look here, are there any men's things? There has never been a man living here. Su Mingly also said, Dad, don't use your narrow mind to judge others. The siblings helped me unconditionally and did not require any exchange conditions. But you used me as a bargaining chip to live a good life. Su Guodong didn't answer Su Mingly. He entered the room and looked around. Sure enough, there were only two sets of daily necessities in the room, not even a pair of men's slippers, let alone other things. However, Su Guodong still refused to give up. He sat on the sofa with a clear conscience and said, so what if we're not living together now? Do you have any feelings for my daughter? Yi Xian looked at Su Guodong and said, so what? Su Guodong said proudly, just admit it. I'm telling you, because my daughter is dating you, I become homeless and have no place to live. I'm giving you two choices. First, break up with my daughter and make her accept my arrangement. Second, give me this house so I have a place to live. Then you can do whatever you want in the future, I won't interfere. Chapter 23 Selling Daughter. When Su Guodong said this, Su Mingly was furious. Dad, how could you do this? Your displacement has nothing to do with me? Su Guodong said confidently, of course I have. Isn't it because of this kid that you don't agree to be with Xiaodong? If you accepted my arrangement and were with Xiaodong, would I have no place to live now? Su Mingly was so angry that her face turned pale. She pointed her finger at Su Guodong and was speechless. Yi Xian also understood what was going on. He finally understood why before his rebirth, Su Mingly had no contact with his parents after becoming an SSS-level awakener. So that was how it was. Su Guodong's request was indeed excessive, but if it was to use a house to solve the current troubles, Yi Xian thought it was still worth it. Thinking about it, Yi Xian said, Sister, what should we do in Mingly's situation? Yi Shui glanced at her brother and said calmly, the best way is to sever the father-daughter relationship directly. Su Guodong angrily said, how dare she? I raised her up so young, and you want to cut her off just like that? No way. However, at this time, Yi Xian said, I can't give you this house, but I can change the conditions for you. Su Guodong asked in return, what conditions? Yi Xian said, 1 million. I'll give you 1 million. You sign a contract with Mingly, severing your father-daughter relationship. From now on, you won't bother her anymore. Anything she does has nothing to do with you. After hearing this, Su Guodong immediately said, no. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Why? Can't bear to leave your own daughter? Su Guodong said slowly, I raised my daughter to this age. Do you know how much money and effort I spent? So what you mean is? Su Guodong slowly uttered 3 words, you have to pay more. Su Mingly listened to the conversation between Yi Xian and his father. She felt sad but also relieved. Yi Xian looked at Su Guodong and said slowly, 2 million. Su Guodong was quite happy when he heard the number. Deal. A house in Jiangchun usually costs just over 1 million yuan. 2 million is enough for him to buy a house and a car and live a decent life. At that time, even if he doesn't bring Su Mingly back, Chen Lan will definitely be willing to live with him. If Chen Lan is unwilling, he can find other divorced women of the same age. After all, with these 2 million, he, Su Guodong, is no longer the same person as before. However, at this time, Su Mingly said, wait, 2 million is too high, how about 1.5 million? Everything Su Guodong did today was almost equivalent to selling his daughter, using money to buy out their father-daughter relationship. As the person being sold, Su Mingly still hoped that the price could be lower. After hearing what his daughter said, Su Guodong angrily said, shut up, you money loser, when is it your turn to interrupt? Su Mingly showed a self-deprecating smile on her face, money-losing goods? I made a lot of money for you today. Su Guodong immediately said, alright, 2 million, not a cent less. Su Mingly still had a smile on her face, but as she smiled, tears began to flow. She was already very disappointed with her parents, and now she was completely desperate. It turned out that she could really be sold at a fixed price. Yi Xian felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Su Mingly smiling and crying, but at this moment, he could only do this. If you don't make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. Cut the Gordian knot now and the future will be much simpler. A short pain is worse than a long pain. Yi Xian looked at Su Guodong and said, okay, I promise you, I'll take your leave. First, you draft an agreement to sever ties, and then ask Dad for money. Yi Shui naturally couldn't be a drag. She doted on her younger brother and loved Su Mingly as well. What's more, she also recognized Su Mingly as her sister. She also knew from her brother what kind of existence the sister and brother-in-law would be in the future. Naturally, she was happy to help Su Mingly solve some problems. Therefore, Yi Shui went directly to her study, printed out an agreement to sever ties, and placed it in front of Su Guodong. Then, Yi Shui said, take a look at this agreement. Is it okay? Su Guodong took a look and said, you can do whatever you want with this agreement. I just want to see the money. Yi Shui nodded, then called her father, hey Dad, I need some money for something here, please transfer 2 million to me. Yi Qingzong was a little surprised and said, 2 million? Why do you suddenly want so much money? This was obviously not the time to explain all this, so Yi Shui perfunctorily said, my law firm needs money, and I'll pay you back in a few months. Yi Shui is different from Yi Xian. She is an adult and the owner of a law firm. She and Yi Qingzong can have an equal dialogue, and Yi Qingzong will not refuse to lend his daughter 2 million. Yi Xian was different. After all, he was just a high school student. If he asked Yi Qingzong to borrow 2 million, he would only be severely scolded and directly rejected. This is also why Yi Xian directly handed the matter over to his sister. Sure enough, Yi Qingzong said, okay, I'll transfer it to you right away. Soon, the money arrived. Yi Shui said to Su Guodong, how much is your bank account? I'll transfer it to you now. Su Guodong was extremely excited at this moment, his smile was overpowering, and he happily gave out his bank card account number. 3 minutes later, 2 million arrived, and Su Guodong happily signed his name on the severance agreement and pressed his fingerprint. Su Mingly had no reason to hesitate and also signed and put her fingerprints on the contract. The contract was made in 3 copies, one for Su Mingly, one for Su Guodong, and one for Yi Shui who acted as the middleman. This agreement is legally binding. From now on, Su Mingly no longer has to call Su Guodong father, and she has no obligation to support Su Guodong. These 2 million buy out everything. Then, Su Guodong put away the contract with a smile on his face. I never thought that I, Su Guodong, could become a millionaire in my lifetime. Okay, from now on, my daughter, whom I have raised for 17 years, will belong to your Yi family and has nothing to do with me, Su Guodong. After saying that, Su Guodong left in a hurry. 2 million. He needed to think carefully about how to spend the money. Su Mingly looked at Su Guodong's back, lowered her head, and covered her eyes with her hands. Seeing this, Yi Shui said, Mingly, such a person is not worth it. You will have your sister to accompany you in the future, so don't worry. Su Mingly didn't answer, but stood up, returned to the bedroom, and closed the door. Yi Shui watched this scene and wanted to go and comfort her, but Yi Xian said, Sister, let Mingly be alone for a while. She will figure it out. Yi Shui felt that what Yi Xian said made sense, so she nodded and said, okay, let's do as you say. It's getting late. If you have nothing to do, go back. Yi Xian sighed, stood up and left. Chapter 24 Responsibility. The next morning, Su Mingly got up and went to school as usual, seemingly unaffected by what happened last night. However, Yi Xian could feel that Su Mingly seemed to have broken free from a shackle. She smiled much more today than usual, and it was more genuine. Obviously, breaking off relations with Su Guodong yesterday may be painful for a while, but in the long run, it may not be a bad thing. Seeing that Su Mingly was fine, Yi Xian felt relieved. He took out the notebook he had written down before and looked at the events on it. Spiritual energy is revived, and Hu Fei's incident is just the beginning in Jiangcheng. Such abnormal events have also occurred in other cities one after another. However, after Hu Fei, in order to appease the people, the authorities immediately blocked the news when each incident occurred. Therefore, the subsequent abnormal incidents did not cause as much trouble as Hu Fei. Yi Xian was very clear that a second abnormal incident would occur in Jiangcheng today, and this incident would be much more serious than the one involving Hu Fei, with heavy casualties. There must have been many similar incidents across the country. It is precisely because of this that the country announced the revival of spiritual energy and allowed high school students to use awakening spirit balls to conduct unified tests for awakening, so that more ordinary people can become awakened and have the ability to fight against strange beasts. This incident was already very distant in Yi Xian's memory. It happened in a large chain supermarket in Jiangcheng. This supermarket is very large and has a wide range of fresh produce, especially various live seafood, which is quite famous. Yi Xian's family often goes to this supermarket to buy seafood, and just this afternoon, around 6 or 7 o'clock, which is the peak shopping time in the supermarket and when there are many customers, a king crab awakened. Everyone knows what an ordinary king crab looks like. It is huge, stretched out and covered with hard shells and sharp edges. But what about a king crab that has grown dozens of times larger due to awakening? After awakening, the king crab is more than 2 meters tall and more than 3 meters in diameter, like a huge millstone. Each of its 8 claws is 5 or 6 meters long. They are extremely hard and covered with barbs. One claw can cause blood and flesh to fly everywhere. At that time, there were hundreds of customers shopping in that large supermarket. The king crab suddenly woke up and started a bloody killing. The 8 indestructible crab claws, each more than 5 meters long, are like killing machines, easily harvesting lives one after another. In the end, 50% of the hundreds of guests died from the king crab's claws, and 20% died from being trampled, squeezed, etc. while fleeing in panic. Only 30% of the people survived, and all of them were injured to varying degrees. This shows how much damage this awakened king crab has caused. Although Yi Xian knew about this matter, he had no way to deal with it in advance. This supermarket had a lot of customer traffic and new products were added every day. Yi Xian had no idea which king crab had awakened, so it was impossible for him to kill it in advance. The only way to deal with this matter in advance is to disperse the crowd before 6 o'clock to avoid hundreds of casualties. Yi Xian still remembers that after the king crab slaughter in the supermarket, someone got some photos of the scene. In the photo, human corpses were scattered all over the ground like pieces of minced meat, and blood was free, covering the entire supermarket with a layer of blood. If this were just a scene from a movie, it might just make people feel excited and think that the movie was very realistic and bloody. But when it happens in reality, it will only make people silent and feel sad for the death of their fellow human beings from the bottom of their hearts. Yi Xian is a normal person and he is no exception. Therefore, he must try his best to stop the king crab incident this time and minimize the casualties. Time passed quickly, and it was lunchtime at noon. Yi Xian said to Su Mingly, "Mingly, I have something to do this afternoon and won't be coming to school. Please ask the teacher for leave for me." Su Mingly said, "Okay, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Yi Xian nodded and said, "Yeah, my back hurts a little. Maybe I've been studying too hard these days." As soon as Su Mingly heard it, she knew that Yi Xian was talking nonsense. Yi Xian was the least hard-working person in the class. Afterwards, Yi Xian hurriedly went to eat something and then went to the supermarket. The king crabs awakened around 6 o'clock, and Yi Xian had to evacuate the crowd before 5:30. This way, when the king crab awakens, it won't have the chance to kill a person. As long as there are no people in the supermarket, even if the awakened king crab rushes out of the supermarket, it will still cause casualties. But at least, it didn't happen in a crowded supermarket, so hundreds of casualties wouldn't be caused in such a short period of time. Moreover, although the awakened king crab is extremely lethal, the police can deal with it calmly as long as they arrive. After all, it is the embryonic stage of spiritual energy revival, and the awakened beasts are relatively weak. The ability of this king crab monster is mainly reflected in its gigantic body. Its power and physical strength are also greatly improved. For ordinary people, it is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. But if we face the police, it is still not enough. For example, if we use a large truck to hit the king crab head-on, it will not be able to withstand it. After all, its body is not indestructible, and it can't fly. As long as you deal with it in time, it is actually easier than dealing with Hu Fei. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the supermarket and looked at the supermarket. It was near the only intersection, a busy street with a large flow of people. At this moment, he could still see people constantly coming in and out. Yi Xian looked at this scene and sighed inwardly. Who could have thought that according to the original fate, a few hours later, more than 70% of the people still left in this supermarket would be killed or injured? After the revival of spiritual energy, a person's life becomes extremely fragile. With some emotion in his heart, Yi Xian also walked into the supermarket and looked around. Chapter 25 Super King Crab. Wearing a mask, he walked around the supermarket, stopped in the beverage area for a while, bought something, and left. Yi Xian has already thought of a response plan for this disaster. Wait until around 5 o'clock, just before the king crabs awaken, and do it directly. This should greatly reduce the casualties of this incident. This supermarket sells a lot of alcoholic beverages, and liquor is flammable. As long as Yi Xian prepares a lighter, he can easily start a fire. Although there are cameras everywhere in the supermarket, it is popular for people to wear masks when traveling. If Yi Xian wears sunglasses and a hat, no one will be able to recognize him and he can escape safely. Afterwards, Yi Xian left the supermarket and waited quietly for the opportunity. It was not until 5 o'clock that Yi Xian entered the supermarket again. He had a lighter in his pocket and walked straight to the beverage area. Next, Yi Xian picked out 5 or 6 bottles of liquor, then pushed them in a shopping cart and moved to another place. Yi Xian definitely couldn't order directly from the beverage area, as there were so many different types of beverages there, and it was near the exit of the supermarket. If the fire was so big, people wouldn't even be able to escape. By then, the king crabs would not have time to kill anyone, and Yi Xian would have burned them all to death. How could that be considered saving people? Yi Xian pushed 5 or 6 bottles of white wine to the kitchenware area, which was in the center of the supermarket. If a fire broke out, everyone in the supermarket would see it soon. In addition, there are many plastic products here. Once they burn, the fire may not be big, but there will definitely be a lot of smoke. The thick smoke will make the fire look much bigger than it actually is, and will scare people away from the supermarket as quickly as possible. Afterwards, the fire department and police will be dispatched, and when they have suppressed the fire, the king crabs should wake up. At that time, the awakened king crab will not be facing a group of ordinary people who are powerless, but the fire department and police. This newly awakened king crab will eventually die, and it is impossible for it to cause such heavy casualties as in its previous life. After everything was ready, Yi Xian unscrewed the wine and began to pour it onto the surrounding plastic products and shelves. Soon, Yi Xian poured out 5 or 6 bottles of liquor, and the strong smell of alcohol spread. Some people around smelled something wrong and wanted to come over to find out what was going on. At this time, Yi Xian also walked a little further away, and then with a click, he ignited the alcohol with a lighter. With the help of alcohol, the fire spread rapidly, igniting the surrounding shelves and thick black smoke quickly spread. If the supermarket security personnel had not responded to such a big commotion, they would probably have gone to jail afterwards. They quickly pressed the fire alarm and the entire supermarket was in chaos in an instant. At the same time, the supermarket announcer began to loudly announce, "Attention, there is a fire in the mall. Everyone, please evacuate through the emergency exits." This is not a drill. This is not a drill. The smoke was so thick that it could be smelled from far away, so people were startled, threw away the goods in their hands and evacuated quickly. Yi Xian mixed in with the crowd and also left this place. This fire was caused by him. There was a lot of noise, but the actual fire was not big. Although people are bound to get hurt in the panic, it's better than being slaughtered by king crabs, right? The crowd was evacuating quickly, and the supermarket's automatic alarm mechanism had reported the fire directly to the fire department, and the fire department was also dispatched quickly. At the same time, the supermarket monitoring staff also discovered that the fire was set deliberately, so they called the police directly. The police and fire brigades were dispatched at the same time to deal with the fire. However, due to the sudden fire, the scene was in chaos and filled with thick smoke. In the fresh food area, the king crab, which was much larger than other king crabs, began to undergo body changes. Then, the water tank in the fresh food area was directly broken into pieces by its huge body, and its huge body, which looked like a millstone, fell to the ground. Then, it walked forward, waving its 5 or 6 meter long crab claws. It doesn't move fast, but wherever its claws pass, they make holes in the floor. This shows how powerful its claws are. When it is swung, it can be described as Sun Wukong's golden cudgel, which will hurt you if it touches you, and kill you if it touches you. King crabs are carnivores in the ocean, but after awakening, they crave human flesh and blood even more. King crabs are different from tiger flies. After all, Hufei was raised by humans in a zoo. After awakening, his increased IQ made him realize that humans are not easy to mess with and he is unwilling to be an enemy of humans. The king crab lives in the ocean, and its IQ is too low. Even if it awakens, its IQ may not be as good as that of the unawakened Hufei. It only thinks about killing. Therefore, this super king crab followed the smell of humans and walked towards the exit of the supermarket. It wanted to kill, it wanted to hunt. At this moment, at the entrance of the supermarket, the police and firefighters were negotiating and preparing to go in to put out the fire. However, at this moment, the revolving glass door at the entrance of the supermarket shattered with a loud bang. Then, this super king crab made a grand appearance. It was nearly 3 meters tall, with a body as big as a millstone, and 8 claws that were 5 or 6 meters long, which was intimidating. As soon as it appeared, its crab claws, which were as hard as steel, stabbed a policeman fiercely. With the power of this super king crab, even if you are wearing a bulletproof vest, you will be killed on the spot by this claw. Chapter 26 Fierce Fight. As everyone was surprised, a figure suddenly pounced on the policeman and pushed him away from under the crab claws. The thick, long and hard crab claws poked hard into the cement floor, making a half-meter deep hole in the cement floor. Cement splashed everywhere, and the scene was quite shocking. Then, Yi Xian shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Start fighting!" This huge king crab was so shocking that it was normal for the firefighters and police to be surprised. Fortunately, Yi Xian's shout of hit made everyone react and they started to take action. The police opened fire, while the firefighters sprayed the king crabs with high-pressure water guns. The bullet had little effect on the king crab and could only break a layer of skin of this super king crab. But high-pressure water guns are different. Although it is difficult to hurt it, they are enough to suppress its ability to move. Several high-pressure water guns were aimed at the king crabs and sprayed with full force, forcing the king crabs' bodies into a corner of the wall. At this moment, Yi Xian climbed onto a fire truck. Everyone was surprised by Yi Xian's actions, but no one stopped him. Just now, Yi Xian took action and saved a policeman at the critical moment of life and death. Based on this alone, Yi Xian is worthy of their trust. At this time, Yi Xian started the fire truck. The fire truck had a large tonnage, comparable to a large truck. At this moment, after he started the car, he stepped on the accelerator, then aimed the front of the car at the king crab and hit it hard. The super king crab's claws are like steel, and its body is covered with a layer of crab shell that can defend against bullets. However, its body cannot withstand heavy blows. It can block wounds from sharp weapons but cannot defend against blunt hammer blows. At this moment, Yi Xian was driving the car and crashed into it hard. The car pillar instantly deflated and Yi Xian's body was also shaken violently by the impact. Fortunately, he was prepared in advance and with the protection of the seatbelt, he only suffered back pain and no major injuries. The super king crab's body was hit, and its claws lashed forward wildly, causing the fire truck body to be dented. Fortunately, the high-pressure water gun suppressed the super king crab's counterattack in time. Yi Xian reversed the car, then stepped on the accelerator again and crashed into it, once, twice, 3 times. After 5 or 6 times, the super king crab's shell was smashed to pieces. Although its claws were still intact, its body was broken. It was naturally dead. Yi Xian got out of the car in embarrassment. As soon as he got out of the car, he was supported by 2 policemen. "Classmate, are you okay?" Yi Xian waved his hand and said, "It's okay, my arm just hurts a little, it will be fine after a rest." He hit the king crab several times while driving, and the seatbelt made him feel sore all over and his shoulder felt like it was about to dislocate. "Thanks so much to you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid several people would have died today." Several policemen were very grateful to Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian said that he was fine, they still enthusiastically sent Yi Xian to the hospital. Not long after, even the chief of the police station came to visit Yi Xian. Director Wei Lan is in his 40s, the same age as Yi Xian's mother, but he looks capable and has short hair. She looked at Yi Xian and smiled, "Classmate, this time it's really thanks to you. I heard from my colleagues that if it weren't for you, we would have suffered a lot of casualties." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Police and the public are like one family. I just did what I could." Wei Lan smiled and said, "You are much more sensible than my son. Are you still studying this year?" Yi Xian nodded and said, "Yes, I'm a senior this year." I'll arrange for someone to take you home later. Also, our police station is going to award you a medal for bravery and a generous bonus as a token of our gratitude. Yi Xian immediately said, "Thank you, leader. You're the same age as my son, so call me Aunt Wei. By the way, did you know there was a fire in the supermarket before that super king crab showed up? If it weren't for that fire, I'm afraid the supermarket would have suffered quite a lot of casualties." Wei Lan glanced at Yi Xian with a smile in his eyes. Yi Xian knew that the director of security probably already knew that he had set the fire, but she might have guessed why he had set the fire, so she did not intend to pursue the matter. Thinking about it, Yi Xian said, "Yes, a blessing in disguise. This supermarket is quite lucky." Wei Lan smiled and took out a business card. "Auntie knows that you are a capable child. This is my business card. If you have any problems in the future, call me." "No problem." Yi Xian was very satisfied with Wei Lan's attitude. She did not delve into the arson, nor did she try to get to the bottom of Yi Xian's secret. As long as she is kind to the society and the result is good, she will support it. She is a good elder and a good leader. Chapter 27. Yi Xian was arrested? Wei Lan's attitude made Yi Xian understand. No wonder his country would be able to hold out the longest compared to other countries when spiritual energy revives and strange beasts invade in the future. Only Daxia can work together from top to bottom to resist the strange beasts. The other countries, especially a certain island nation, are surrounded by the sea and cannot unite as one. Yi Xian remembered that the island nation didn't even last 5 years before it was destroyed by a world-destroying dragon whale. Yi Xian nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry, Aunt Wei, if I have any problems in the future, I will definitely ask you for help." Wei Lan smiled and said, "Okay, it's getting late. You should still have evening self-study, right? I'll arrange for someone to take you home." Next, the policeman whose life was saved by Yi Xian sent Yi Xian home. In the police car, the police officer said, "Student Ji, I have to thank you again. If it weren't for you, I would probably be lying in the emergency room even if I'm not dead." Yi Xian smiled and said, "You're welcome. The police and the people are of one mind. The reason you're in danger is to maintain order and protect the people, right? It's only natural for me to help you." The police officer laughed and said, "You're really good at talking, kid. I see you're so calm in the face of danger, and you're quite skilled too. Have you considered applying to the police academy? With your Aunt Wei's protection, you shouldn't have any problem making a name for yourself in the future." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Sure, but everything has to wait until the college entrance examination is over." It is impossible for Yi Xian to apply for the police academy, but after a while, the spiritual energy will be revived, and the awakening spirit balls will be used to produce a large number of awakened people. Everyone will be like a dragon, and then the police will be under great pressure. The knight breaks the law with force, although most awakened people can still follow the rules. However, some awakened people act recklessly after awakening their abilities, putting considerable pressure on the police. At that time, the help of Yi Xian, a prophet and a visionary, would be indispensable. Finally, the police car drove into the school. The policeman helped Yi Xian get out of the car and then left. When the police car drove in, it was the free time before evening self-study, so many people saw the scene, including Yi Xian's classmates. Before, Yi Xian scolded Wang Bo in public, which made him lose face. Today, he wanted to get back at him. Wang Bo shouted, "Look, Yi Xian got out of the police car. Was he arrested for something he did wrong?" Yi Xian and Su Mingly are now a couple. There are many boys who are jealous of Yi Xian, and others have also started to follow suit. Then there must be something wrong, otherwise why would there be a police car? Yi Xian, that brat, was so arrogant because his family had some money. Now he finally hit a wall, right? Ha, as a person, you can't be too arrogant, otherwise you will get into trouble sooner or later. Su Mingli was very angry when she heard others making up stories about Yi Xian. She shouted, "Stop talking nonsense." If Yi Xian was here, they might be a little more afraid, but Su Mingli's words had no deterrent effect at all. Wang Bo said disdainfully, "Su Mingli, who do you think you are? We are talking about our own things, what the hell is it to you? I found a great boyfriend, it's different. I remember she was in our class, and we didn't even dare to speak loudly before." "Ha, what do you call this? This is called taking advantage of someone else's power. Watch your words. When Yi Xian comes up later, she might complain." "What are you complaining about? Yi Xian can't even protect himself." After hearing these words, Su Mingli became even angrier. However, she really could do nothing about these classmates and could only remember those who made sarcastic remarks. After a minute or two, Yi Xian returned to the classroom. Wang Bo looked at Yi Xian and said, "Yi Xian, what did you do to deserve to be brought back by a police car? Your lawyer sister is quite capable. Did she get you out?" Yi Xian glanced at Wang Bo and said coldly, "What's it to you? You should worry about yourself. Not only do you have poor grades, but you also don't have a good dad like me. Which construction site are you going to work on after graduating from high school? Life will be tough then. If I were you, I would quickly ask someone to find out which construction site doesn't have delayed wages instead of meddling in other people's business here." You. Yi Xian's words made Wang Bo's face turn red with anger and he couldn't say a word. Yi Xian's mouth is much more powerful than Su Mingly's. If they go against Yi Xian, they will only be asking for trouble. Seeing Wang Bo was extremely embarrassed by what he said, but unable to refute, the other students seemed to realize how powerful Yi Xian was and didn't dare to say a word. Su Mingly didn't care about what her classmates had said before and asked Yi Xian, "Why did you get out of the police car? Is it because of the incident where you hit Zhong Hai?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "No, I did a good deed and helped the police, so they sent me back." Su Mingly had no doubt about Yi Xian's words and said, "You are amazing." A hint of pride also appeared on Yi Xian's face. He was particularly pleased with the praise from the future empress. Unfortunately, during this period, Su Mingly's favorability has remained at 55 points, which is still 15 points short of the next talent enhancement. Yi Xian knew very well that during this period of time, the relationship between him and Su Mingly must have become much closer than before, and they got along more naturally. However, if you want to improve favorability, quantitative change alone is not enough, but requires qualitative change, or some opportunities. Yi Xian was not in a hurry. With Su Mingly around, it was only a matter of time before his favorability increased. Besides, his current A-level Vajra indestructible body was basically enough. After awakening, all awakened people must slowly develop their own superpowers. From 1% to 100%, this process also consumes a lot of time and resources. The next morning, in Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, Class 3 classroom, during the break, the class was in chaos. Wang Bo was staring at the window in a daze, when suddenly he saw a police car parked in front of the teaching building. Wang Bo immediately became excited. "Yi Xian, it seems that your lawyer sister can't help you. The police are here, and you may end up in jail." The classmates were also quite surprised. Was Yi Xian really going to be arrested? Su Mingly also looked worried. Yi Xian looked at Wang Bo and slowly uttered 2 words, "Idiot." Chapter 28 Commendation. At this moment, the head teacher and English teacher Chi Yu walked in. The homeroom teacher said, "Dear students, our Jiangcheng police comrades have something to announce. Please be quiet." The students all quieted down, looking at Yi Xian with a gloating look. Everyone guessed that Yi Xian had probably committed a crime and was about to be taken away by the police. The reason for announcing it in front of everyone was probably to warn other students not to make the same mistake. Afterwards, several policemen came on stage, and the policeman who saved Yi Xian said, "Students, we are here today to express our gratitude and commendation to Yi Xian. Just yesterday, our police encountered a vicious incident. Thanks to classmate Yi Xian who bravely stepped forward to help, he not only protected the lives of the citizens, but also saved my life. Therefore, after discussion within our bureau, we have decided to award Yi Xian the Medal of Bravery and a 50,000 yuan bonus. We hope that everyone can learn from Yi Xian and develop well-rounded morally, intellectually, and physically." As the policeman spoke, he led the applause, and the class teacher and Chi Yu also started applauding. At this moment, Chi Yu's impression of Yi Xian has also changed a lot. She originally thought that Yi Xian was a thorn in the flesh. Not only did he contradict her before, but he was also in a relationship. But these things are actually trivial for a person. Yi Xian was able to bravely take the initiative and help the police a lot. This is a great cause. It can be said that Yi Xian may have some flaws in small matters, but he has done nothing wrong in big matters. He is a good boy. The classmates were all stunned by this sudden change, but since the teacher and the police took the lead in applauding, they didn't dare to just stand there and started clapping. Among them, Su Mingly clapped particularly hard. Her beautiful face was full of smiles, and her hands were almost red from clapping, as if she was the one who received the honor. Yi Xian also went on stage amid the applause of the crowd, and a medal for bravery was pinned on Yi Xian's school uniform. In addition, 50,000 yuan in cash was prepared and handed to Yi Xian on the spot. The white banknotes lying there are much more visually appealing than a bank card. 50,000 is already a considerable sum of money for a student, and everyone looked at this scene with envy. After accepting the medal and bonus, Yi Xian made a few simple remarks of modesty before stepping down from the stage. Okay, classmates, that's all for today. We won't disturb you anymore. Let's study hard. Afterwards, the police left, and Yi Xian walked off the stage with the thick stack of cash. The head teacher in Chiyu praised Yi Xian again, and then the class went back to normal. Everyone was very nervous during this class. The medal for bravery was one thing, but the 50,000 yuan in cash was really exciting. Su Mingly felt proud and happy at this moment. Yesterday, she heard all the classmates saying that Yi Xian had committed a crime. Today's scene could be said to be a slap in their faces. At this moment, Yi Xian handed the 50,000 yuan to Su Mingly and said, "Mingly, take this money." When Su Mingly saw it, she immediately said, "How can this be possible? This is your money." She felt quite shy. What did Yi Xian mean by this? Did he consider her his wife? She heard that in most married couples, the wife usually controls the family finances. Yi Xian explained, "Mingly, my family is not short of money, and the most likely reason I brought this money home is that my parents were afraid I would spend it recklessly, so they confiscated it from me." Su Mingly hesitated and said, "But with such a large sum of money, aren't you worried about something going wrong?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "What's there to worry about? Anyway, I asked you to keep it for me, so don't refuse." Su Mingly could only say, "Okay, then I promise you, I'll keep the money for you. Whenever you need it, feel free to contact me." She was quite happy at the moment because she felt something, the feeling of being trusted. In a mahjong parlor in Jiangcheng, Zhang Xiulan was playing mahjong with someone when one of her friends said, "Xiulan, I heard your ex-husband is rich." Zhang Xiulan said disdainfully, "Bang. Becoming rich? Just because of him? I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death." Another person said, "It's true. I heard that too. He not only bought a house, but also a car. It's a four-wheeled Audi, worth 4 or 500,000. Yeah, Su Guodong used to be pretty incompetent, but I didn't expect him to become so rich in such a short time after his divorce." When Zhang Xiulan heard so many people say this, she knew that this was probably true, but how did this bastard do it? Zhang Xiulan and Su Guodong have been married for nearly 20 years. She knows Su Guodong's financial situation very well. Where does he get his money? Zhang Xiulan was very suspicious about the source of Su Guodong's money, because her lover was beaten up by Yi Xian last time and has been in the hospital ever since, and has had less contact with her. She doesn't even have a source of income now, while Su Guodong is so rich and well off. How can she tolerate this? Zhang Xiulan was anxious, and after finishing the mahjong game, she immediately called Su Guodong. "Su Guodong, I heard you got rich? You bought a house and a car. Why didn't I see you doing that when you were with me?" After hearing what Zhang Xiulan said, Su Guodong sneered, "It's very simple. You bitch are a jinx. If I divorce you, I'll become rich overnight." Zhang Xiulan heard this and shouted angrily, "You're talking bullshit. I'm telling you, stop talking nonsense. Where did the money come from?" Su Guodong sneered, "What the hell is it to you? You're being very nosy. Let me tell you, we're divorced. What right do you have to control me?" Zhang Xiulan sneered and said, "I have no right to control you? Fine, then I'll call the police and accuse you of fraud. I'll say your huge fortune came from unknown sources. That house and car, that's at least 1 or 2 million, right? Where did you steal the money from?" Su Guodong said angrily, "You crazy woman, you are really a lunatic." Zhang Xiulan said coldly, "Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, I'll call the police." Su Guodong was really afraid that Zhang Xiulan would call the police, because of the matter between him and Su Mingly and Yi Xian's family. Although they said they had severed ties, it could be said to be extortion. Su Guodong didn't want to lose everything he had now. Therefore, he said to Zhang Xiulan, "Okay, I'll tell you the truth, Mingly and I have severed our father-daughter relationship. Her boyfriend's family gave me 2 million and asked me to sign an agreement to sever ties with him. He's not my biological child anyway, so why not just cut him off?" Zhang Xiulan was surprised and said, "Severed the father-daughter relationship? Gave you 2 million? Is that true?" Su Guodong said directly, "Believe it or not." After Su Guodong finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Chapter 29, Drawing a Clear Line. Yi Shui had guessed something before, and it was indeed correct. Su Mingly was not their biological child. They had been married for several years but had no children. They went to the hospital for a checkup and there was nothing wrong with their health, but they still couldn't get pregnant. Later, they adopted Su Mingly, because not long after adopting Su Mingly, they moved. Therefore, the neighbors didn't know that Su Mingly was adopted, and Su Mingly herself was completely unaware of it. In fact, before their divorce, although they were not very good to Su Mingly, they were still considered qualified parents. But after the divorce, they each had their own plans, and Su Mingly had no blood relationship with them. At this time, the couple tried their best to exploit Su Mingly, trying to use their daughter to bring more benefits to themselves. This also made Su Mingly heartbroken, and their kindness in raising Su Mingly for more than 10 years was gone. If only they were not so utilitarian, could be nicer to Su Mingly, and take some feelings into consideration. When Su Mingly awakens in the future, he will become an SSS level awakener selected from billions. Then their status will also change greatly. Fine clothes and delicious food are the most basic. Based on Su Mingly's status and position, the circle they will come into contact with in the future will be people from the top class, accompanied by a large number of bodyguards, and the people they come and go will be the richest and most powerful people. As long as they still had some affection for their daughter Su Mingly, all of this would be within their reach. Unfortunately, they destroyed it all for the sake of their immediate interests. Zhang Xiulan looked at the hung-up phone and felt very excited. Su Mingly's boyfriend actually spent 2 million to buy out the father-daughter relationship between Su Guodong and Su Mingly? Doesn't that mean that the mother-daughter relationship between her and Su Mingly is also worth 2 million? 2 million. If she works for 100 years, she will be able to earn this amount of money. But now, she just needs to break off relations with a money-losing guy. Su Mingly had seen through her. Now she didn't even go home. What difference did it make whether the mother-daughter relationship was severed or not? She also wanted 2 million. Then, Zhang Xiulan immediately called Su Mingly. Unfortunately, after a while, the call was connected and Su Guodong said, "Why are you calling again?" "I'm telling you, believe it or not." Zhang Xiulan was stunned for a moment before she said, "I was calling my daughter, why did you answer the phone?" Su Guodong said calmly, "Your daughter and I have severed our father-daughter relationship, and she even returned the phone I gave her." Zhang Xiulan heard this and said, "Then how do I find her?" "Either wait at the school gate, or go to the East Unit on the 16th floor of Building 3 in Taoyuan Community. Your daughter lives there now." "Okay, that's all I have to say. Don't bother me anymore." Then, with a click, the phone was hung up. Zhang Xiulan wrote down the address and decided to go to Su Mingly's house to block her. Zhang Xiulan was so excited that she arrived at Su Mingly's residence at just after 6 o'clock, and lingered at the door, waiting for Su Mingly to come home from school. At 7 o'clock, Yi Shui came back from get-off work. She didn't come here every day, but occasionally. Seeing Zhang Xiulan lingering at the door, Yi Shui was stunned for a moment. "Why are you here?" Zhang Xiulan looked at Yi Shui and said, "Did your family pay the 2 million yuan for my husband to sever ties with her?" Yi Shui immediately understood. She looked at Zhang Xiulan and said, "Are you here to break up with us too? Do you want money?" Zhang Xiulan had no shame and said confidently, "Of course, we are a poor family and not as rich as yours. Since you have already paid 2 million to make Mingly sever the father-daughter relationship, I believe you should not mind paying another sum of money, right?" Yi Shui said calmly, "Okay, come in with me, I'll print out an agreement, you sign it, and I'll give you the money." Zhang Xiulan said, "Wait, we haven't discussed the money yet." Yi Shui looked at Zhang Xiulan and said, 2 million. Zhang Xiulan said, 2 million? That's the price for the father-daughter relationship. Although we are both Su Mingly's parents, the price is different. Mingly is my own flesh and blood, born after 10 months of pregnancy. As a mother, I have to pay more, so you have to pay more. Zhang Xiulan knew very well that Su Mingly's biological parents were not her and her husband, but no one else knew about this, so she naturally made up a story and used it as a bargaining chip to raise the price. Yi Shui frowned slightly and said, "It's just 2 million. If you are willing to sign, then sign. If not, you can leave." Zhang Xiulan's expression changed slightly, and she said, "You don't have the final say on this matter, right? I need to have a good talk with your brother." After hearing this, Yi Shui laughed out loud. "I opened a law firm myself, with an annual revenue of several million. My younger brother is a high school student and is still spending money from home. Do you think that the 2 million your husband received was given by me or by my brother? I'll give you one last chance, just 2 million. If you don't want it, you can get out now." Zhang Xiulan was immediately frightened. Although she was greedy, she also knew that 2 million was better than nothing, right? She quickly said, okay, 2 million. Seeing this, Yishui took Zhang Xiulan into the room, printed out 3 copies of the contract, and asked Zhang Xiulan to sign and fingerprint them. Then she said, okay, these 3 copies of the severance agreement. After Mingly signs them, I will mail one to you. You can leave now. Zhang Xiulan looked at the text message alert on her mobile phone, her face lit up with joy, and she looked like she was 10 years younger. She left quickly. Not long after, Yi Xian sent Su Mingli back from school. Su Mingli's school bag was bulging, and there was 50,000 yuan in cash in her bag. At this time, Yishui handed over an agreement and said, Mingli, there is something I agreed to on your behalf. Your mother found out about your father's situation, so she came here and asked for 2 million. She also signed this agreement. The smile on Su Mingli's face suddenly became quite forced. She took the pen, wrote her name on it, pressed her fingerprint, and said, Sister, I'm sorry to have cost you a lot of money. You spent a lot of money on me. Yishui touched Su Mingli's hair and said, You don't have to worry about the money. It's about your parents' affairs. You should be more open-minded. Su Mingli laughed at herself and said, Are they still my parents? It's clearly written in the agreement that they are no longer. There is no relationship between us anymore. Yishui said softly, Don't think too much. You are my adopted sister, and my parents are also your parents. Go home this weekend and meet them. You will definitely like them. Su Mingli looked at Yishui's enthusiastic face and couldn't refuse, so she could only say, okay. Chapter 30 The Second Genius. In the following days, some strange things happened one after another in various parts of Daxia. Some of them were quickly covered up by the authorities, while others were so serious that they could not be covered up at all. Everyone can feel that the world seems to be undergoing some kind of change. Before they knew it, it was the weekend. Yishui and Yixian, brother and sister, took Su Mingli back to the Su family. This was Su Mingli's first time visiting the Yi family. The Yi family lived in a detached villa. Although the location was average, the area was not small and the decoration was quite high-end. The entire villa was worth at least 20 million and was quite luxurious. Su Mingli also saw Yixian's parents. Yixian's father, Yi Qingzong, looks to be about 50 years old. He is gentle and gives people a scholarly feeling. As for Yixian's mother, Lin Xiaozhu, she is quite similar to Yishui and gives people a calm and majestic feeling. Before coming, Yishui had already introduced Su Mingli to her parents. As soon as she entered the room, Lin Xiaozhu said, You must be Mingli, right? You're really pretty. Come in and sit down. Yi Qingzong glanced at Yixian, patted his son on the shoulder, and said, You have good taste, boy. After hearing what his father said, Yixian smiled and said, Of course. Then, Lin Xiaozhu affectionately took Su Mingli's hand and asked her to come in as a guest. A large table of food had been prepared in the restaurant, and Lin Xiaozhu immediately began to ask about her well-being. Lin Xiaozhu spoke skillfully, making Su Mingli feel very comfortable. She neither asked questions that would make Su Mingli unhappy, nor could she quickly build a closer relationship with Su Mingli. We have to admit that it is too easy for an older person, who is much older and more experienced than a young person, to have a good relationship with a young person. It just depends on whether the older person has this idea. Lin Xiaozhu obviously knew something from Yishui and was very nice to Su Mingli. Su Mingli felt that after just a few minutes of chatting, Lin Xiaozhu was like an aunt she was very close to. She felt very comfortable and at ease staying in the Yi family. Su Mingli broke up completely with her parents, and that was the time when she lacked love the most. This kind of care is obviously something that her peers cannot give, but Lin Xiaozhu has obviously filled this gap, making her feel warm in her heart and quite benefited. In the following days, in addition to accompanying Su Mingli to and from school every day, Yixian also provided some key information to Wei Lan so that the Jiangqing police could prepare in advance to deal with some unusual incidents. In the early days of the revival of spiritual energy, most of the strange beasts that appeared were not very strong. It was just that they appeared too suddenly, which caused a large number of casualties. If you are prepared in advance, it is not difficult to deal with them. Thanks to Yixian's help, Zhang Cheng was able to deal with these unusual events with ease, and Director Wei Lan received a lot of commendations. Before we knew it, there were only 2 days left before the official announcement of the revival of spiritual energy, and the number of days until the college entrance examination written on the blackboard had become 9 days. Compared with previous years, this year's senior high school students are quite agitated. After all, they are not only facing the college entrance examination, but also abnormal events that break out on the internet from time to time. It would be strange if they could calm down. That day, at lunchtime, Yi Xian said, Mingly, I'm going to Aunt Wei's place at noon. Do you want to come with me? Su Mingly shook her head and said, no need, go and get busy. Yi Xian has made great contributions to the Jiangcheng police. Wei Lan is quite grateful. She had invited Yi Xian to dinner before and invited Yi Xian again this time. Su Mingly knew that Wei Lan was grateful to Yi Xian, and it would not be appropriate for her to go and eat for free, so she did not go. Yi Xian nodded and went out. At the school gate, a Volkswagen was parked there and Yi Xian got in. It was Wei Lan who was driving, but there was also a young boy in the car. As soon as Yi Xian got in the car, Wei Lan introduced him, Xiao Xian, let me introduce you to my only son, Qin Heng. He's also in his third year of high school this year. You young people have more common topics to talk about. Qin Heng extended his hand towards Yi Xian and said, hello, I've heard about you from my mother. You've made great contributions to Jiangcheng. Nice to meet you. Yi Xian looked at Qin Heng and was also quite surprised. He didn't expect that Aunt Wei's son would be him. Qin Heng, the future S-level guardian of Jiangcheng, is not as talented as Su Mingly, but he can also be considered a genius. Qin Heng's superpowers are quite cool. His talent is sword control. He can control all objects that can be defined as swords, and he can control them remotely. Qin Heng of later generations used his own abilities to develop many fighting methods, such as flying with swords, 10,000 swords flying together, 10,000 swords returning to one, etc. As long as he has enough imagination and enough swords, his talent can unleash destructive power close to that of an SS-level superpower. Qin Heng in later generations was much more flamboyant than he is now. He made himself look very handsome. Wherever he went, he had a flying sword under his feet and flying swords surrounded him. He is just like Magneto in the movie. The number of his female fans is almost approaching that of Su Mingly's male fans. Although Qin Heng is a bit of a show-off, he is an upright person who fights to the death against strange beasts. 2 years before the defense of the Magic City, Qin Heng faced a group of strange beasts that suddenly invaded, and was outnumbered and outmatched. He used all the swords he could, and in the end, when he didn't even have an iron sword by his side, he realized some truth. Qin Heng controlled the sword with his divine power and used his body as a sword, shooting himself out as if it were a sword. He died together with the Purgatory Demon Snake, a strange beast whose strength was comparable to that of an SS-level Awakener. It was a worthy death. Yi Xian admired these heroes very much. He extended his hand and said, I'm glad to meet you too. At the moment Yi Xian and Qin Heng shook hands, a reminder sounded in Yi Xian's mind, congratulations to the host for meeting the second super genius. The current favorability is 35, and you can participate in a system lottery. When Yi Xian heard the system prompt, he was stunned. He was not surprised that the second genius was bound, but why was it not a direct bonus to the talent, but a lottery? He asked the system in his mind, and the system quickly gave an answer. For the first time genius bound, every 20 points of favorability increase will allow you to improve your own talent once. For subsequent geniuses bound, every 20 points of favorability increase will allow you to participate in the lottery once. After hearing the system's answer, Yi Xian felt that it made sense. After all, the higher the favorability, the harder it is to gain. If he could strengthen his talent by binding with any genius and raising it to 30 points, Yi Xian would not need to guard Su Mingly. As long as he randomly finds 10 or 8 other S-level geniuses and raises their favorability to above 30, Yi Xian's talent can be improved 8 or 10 times. That would be too abnormal. After 8 or 10 times, Yi Xian's talent would probably be raised to 5S or even 8S level. This setting of the system also eliminates the possibility of Yi Xian cheating. If he wants to improve his talent, he just needs to cling to Su Mingly's thighs. As for other geniuses, there is certainly no harm in making friends with them, but they are no match for Su Mingly. Chapter 31, Eve. Yi Xian didn't know much about the system lottery. If he drew something real and it appeared directly in his hands, that would be terrible. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't draw the lottery for the time being. It's not surprising that Qin Heng has a 35-point favorability towards Yi Xian. Because of Yi Xian, both the people of Jiangcheng and the police have avoided several crises. It is also normal for Qin Heng to regard Yi Xian as a friend because of Wei Lan. Afterwards, Qin Heng started chatting with Yi Xian. As both were senior high school students, the first thing he asked was Yi Xian's grades, and Yi Xian asked back without hesitation. Obviously, both of them had average grades and were poor students. After learning this, Yi Xian and Qin Heng seemed to have a sense of mutual respect and their relationship became much closer. Wei Lan took Qin Heng and Yi Xian home, and then prepared a delicious meal at home and had a delicious meal. When they were almost done eating, Wei Lan asked, Yi Xian, what do you think about the future? Auntie knows you're very smart. You should have realized something, right? Yi Xian nodded and said, well, times may really be changing. Wei Lan nodded seriously and said, not long ago, the state monitored that a large number of wild animals in several nature reserves had undergone abnormal changes. They began to feel dissatisfied with their original living environment and started to migrate to the surrounding areas. The mutated wild animals became larger and stronger, faster, and more aggressive. Many villages have been attacked. Our country is still relatively good. Foreign countries have vast land and sparse population, and there are a large number of wild animals. There are 3 towns in Australia that have been massacred by the mutated kangaroos. They have mobilized the army, but still cannot stop the crazy mutated kangaroos. The current situation in our country is relatively good, but according to current data, animal mutations will become more severe as time goes by. It may not be long before strange beasts emerge that no human weapons can handle. At this moment, Qin Heng suddenly said, Mom, since animals can mutate, humans should also be able to undergo this kind of mutation, right? Humans are also animals. Wei Lan glanced at his son and said, that's right, but this kind of mutation is inversely proportional to the individual's IQ. Although you're relatively dumb among us humans, compared to those cats and dogs, you're still very smart. When Wei Lan said this, Yi Xian burst out laughing, while Qin Heng said dissatisfiedly, Mom. Wei Lan smiled and said, alright, the country thought about the human mutation earlier than you did, and has already developed a solution. However, for the sake of social stability, the first batch of awakened people are from the military. Currently, a large number of awakened people have appeared in the military to cope with possible changes in the future. As for the second batch, if I guess correctly, it may be you high school students. You are young, more talented, and have more potential. Although your control ability is not as good as the military, your future growth potential is higher. If the alien beasts really evolve to a certain level in the future, we will have to rely on you to resist them. When the country arranges awakening, it must consider 2 aspects, obedience and growth. No one can obey orders more than soldiers. Therefore, the first batch of awakeners are from the military. They have iron wills and take it as their responsibility to defend their country. They awaken without worrying about any consequences. However, they are often relatively older and their potential is not as great as that of young people, so the second batch is arranged for high school students. If a child can study obediently from kindergarten to senior year of high school and prepare for the college entrance examination, it proves that there should be no major problems with the child's personality and he or she will generally not be too extreme. Moreover, students who are able to take the college entrance examination should generally be more outstanding than their peers who drop out of school early. Therefore, after evaluation by the upper management, the students who are about to take the college entrance examination have more potential, their personal abilities are excellent compared to their peers, and they are also controllable to a certain extent. It is not a big problem to arrange for the second batch of awakening. And there is nothing wrong with Wei Lan's guess. Let's not talk about others for now. Just the people Yi Xian knows now, Su Mingly and Qin Heng, will play a huge role in the future battle to defend the city. Qin Heng listened to his mother's words, his face full of anticipation. I wonder what kind of talent I will awaken. Professor X's mind control? Or magnetic field manipulation like Magneto? Yi Xian was very clear about Qin Heng's abilities. He smiled and said, mind control is powerful, but it's not cool at all. Magneto is cooler. Qin Heng nodded and said, yes, Magneto's ability is still cooler. I want that. Wei Lan poured cold water on him without hesitation. Son, are you overthinking it? You haven't even started yet. The rate of animal alienation is only about half, and the rate of human awakening is probably even lower. Maybe you're just a mortal? Qin Heng stood up straight away, his face full of arrogance. Mortal? Mom, look at my face, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a heroic appearance. You're talking about me, how could I be immortal? Wei Lan immediately interrupted, alright, stop bragging. Why are you as narcissistic as your dad? Qin Heng retorted, I'm not being narcissistic. I'm really handsome. Yi Xian, tell me objectively, am I handsome? Yi Xian looked at Qin Heng and said frankly, he is quite handsome, just a little bit worse than me. TSK, what you said is too subjective. Ha ha. Yi Xian stayed at Wei Lan's house for the whole afternoon, attended classes as usual in the afternoon, and after the evening self-study, Yi Xian sent Su Mingli home as usual, and then he returned home himself. Up to now, Su Mingly and Yi Xian's family have a very good relationship, almost like a family. Yi Xian's parents completely regard Su Mingly as their future daughter-in-law. Lin Xiaozhu also gave Su Mingly a pair of jade bracelets, saying that they were passed down from Yi Xian's great-grandmother. Although Su Mingly was very shy at that time, she still accepted it. The relationship between Yi Xian and Su Mingly was only a thin layer of window paper away from being broken. However, Yi Xian did not break the window paper after all. Su Mingly was at the lowest point in her life before. Yi Xian's family came to her rescue, so she was naturally very grateful. However, Yi Xian was not sure whether Su Mingly had any romantic feelings for him. If Yi Xian confessed his feelings at this time, it would be suspected that he was taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Because Su Mingly has nothing else and can only rely on Yi Xian's family, Yi Xian's confession is equivalent to coercion. Su Mingly would agree even if she didn't want to, but Yi Xian didn't want that. He also hoped that when Su Mingly was at her peak of her powers, he could walk to her side, hold her hand, and walk together openly. At that time, she was high and mighty and did not need to rely on anyone. On the contrary, countless people regarded her as a savior and hoped to get her protection. If she was willing to be with Yi Xian at that time, that would be love between a man and a woman. Chapter 32, Spiritual Qi Revival, Announcement. The revival of spiritual energy is about to be made public, and the talent test and the college entrance examination will also be carried out at the same time. Yi Xian is also very nervous. He organized his thoughts, then closed the door of his bedroom and prepared to draw the prize mentioned by the system. In the living room, Yi Qingzong was about to chat with his son when he heard the door close. He was stunned. Was his son going to fight the fifth lady? Never mind, he didn't want to disturb him. He could talk tomorrow. Yi Xian naturally didn't know that his father had misunderstood him for locking the door. After he finished, he played a piece of music on his mobile phone that said, "Today is a good day, everything you wish for will come true." To increase his luck. Then, he said silently in his heart, "Lottery." In the living room, Yi Qingzong poured a cup of tea and listened to the music. He was even more certain of what Yi Xian was doing. He must be using music to cover up other sounds. This kid was quite cautious. "Congratulations, host. I'm rewarding you with a butcher knife. Do you want to claim it?" Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. "A butcher knife?" He instinctively answered, "Yes." Next, Yi Xian suddenly felt his hand sink, and he involuntarily let go of it. Then, there was a sound like a knife cutting tofu. The so-called butcher knife cut straight through the floor tiles and penetrated into the cement floor, more than 10 centimeters deep. Yi Xian looked at this scene and felt that it looked familiar. A butcher knife? How could there be such a powerful butcher knife? Suddenly, Yi Xian remembered something. He recalled the domestically made Ling Ling Qi. Ling Ling Qi's butcher knife looked just like an ordinary butcher knife, but in reality, it was incredibly sharp. This knife is said to be the official kitchen knife of the sword-forging king Ganjiang and Moi. It is forged from the cold iron of Tianshan Mountain, absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon, and is used specifically to kill animals. Yi Xian's knife will definitely be used against those strange beasts in the future. It is not wrong to say that those strange beasts are beasts. This knife is quite suitable for Yi Xian. Moreover, this knife can greatly make up for Yi Xian's lack of attack power. With the help of Su Mingly, his talent has now been upgraded to an A-level Vajra indestructible body. The most outstanding aspect of this ability is defense, followed by its own strength. It has more defense than damage. But now, with this invincible butcher knife, I don't have to worry about not being able to kill those strange beasts. Then, Yi Xian stretched out his hand, intending to pick up the butcher knife, but unfortunately, the blade was deeply embedded in the floor, and Yi Xian couldn't pull it out at all. Yi Xian hesitated for a long time and said, "System, can you put the butcher knife back into the system space?" "Can." Then, the butcher knife disappeared, but the deep mark on the ground left by the butcher knife would not disappear. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the knife was returned, it was good. The butcher knife could be returned to the system space at any time. It was actually very convenient. He didn't have to worry about his weapon being stolen in the future. Moreover, this butcher knife is powerful, but it is a little short. If Yi Xian's attack distance is insufficient in the future, he can throw the butcher knife as a long-range weapon. After hitting the target, I would retract my thought and continue to launch it. This system lottery is indeed not as good as the actual talent improvement that Su Mingly brought to herself, but it is also quite useful. The most important thing is that the difficulty of this lottery is much easier than improving talents. It seems that if I have the chance in the future, I should make more friends with geniuses. As long as the favorability level is above 30, you can participate in the lottery, which will also be of great help to Yi Xian's strength improvement. 2 days passed, and on this day, Daxia officially announced that some changes were taking place between heaven and earth, and the official name was the revival of spiritual energy. The revival of spiritual energy caused animals to undergo certain changes, turning them into more destructive and destructive beasts. Incidents of beasts attacking humans occurred one after another all over the world. In order to enable humans to use their abilities to fight against alien beasts, the Chinese Academy of Sciences has developed the Awakening Spirit Ball, which can allow humans to awaken and evolve like alien beasts and activate the talents in their bodies. The second batch of Awakening Spirit Balls will be arranged for all students who are about to take the college entrance examination. In addition to the college entrance examination candidates have another way out. If a poor student awakens a higher talent, then his destiny will change directly. This news immediately caused an uproar on the entire internet. Some people expressed support, while others expressed opposition, but those who opposed were ultimately only a minority. After all, there are too many college entrance examination candidates, and their parents, relatives, etc. will naturally support their children to have such an opportunity. As for younger parents, although their children are still young, they will take the college entrance examination sooner or later and will have such opportunities. As for older parents, their children have already graduated and are even working. They are old and have a lot of busy things in their lives, with elderly parents and young children to take care of. They are far less active on the internet than young people, so their influence is naturally smaller and they cannot affect the overall situation. The high school students waiting for the college entrance examination are also very excited, especially those with poor academic performance. They thought that this was their life and that after the college entrance examination, they would find a place to work. As a result, such an opportunity suddenly appeared. This time, the awakening test depends entirely on one's own talent and has nothing to do with one's origin, background, etc. They all hope that they can test out an amazing talent and start a completely different life. Su Mingly was also quite surprised by this, but she didn't think she could awaken any talent. She had been an ordinary person since she was a child, and had no other specialties except being beautiful. What kind of talent could she have? She actually hoped that Yi Xian could awaken some powerful talent. Time passed little by little, and finally, the day of the college entrance examination arrived. On the morning of the first day, it was a test of talent. The teacher in charge of supervising the exam came to Yi Xian's class with the Awakening Spirit Ball. The head teacher and several other teachers were also there. Then, the head teacher said, "Everyone knows that this year's college entrance examination has undergone a major change. There is a special test before the college entrance examination to test whether everyone has special talents. Now, students in our class, please come up according to your student numbers. Those whose names I call out will come up to the stage to take the test. Number 1, Lin Haidong." As soon as the head teacher said this, the whole class was excited, and the boy named Lin Haidong also went up to the stage with great enthusiasm. Afterwards, the invigilator turned on the recorder and said to Lin Haidong, "Student Lin, place your hand on the Awakening Spirit Ball and keep it there for 3 minutes." Lin Haidong's face flushed with excitement. He nervously placed his hand on it. The Awakening Spirit Orb felt icy and cool to the touch, very comfortable. He looked at it expectantly, waiting for the test results. Chapter 33, Fire Red Lotus, out. Yi Xian looked at Lin Haidong on the stage and shook his head slightly. This guy must have suffered a big blow. That's right, Lin Haidong, the first one in the class to take the test, was originally full of confidence and excited. However, it turned out that he had no talent and could only be an ordinary person. Because of this, Lin Haidong was withdrawn for a long time. 3 minutes passed quickly, and the Awakening Spirit Ball showed no reaction. When the time was up, Lin Haidong said to the invigilator, "Teacher, how is my talent?" The invigilator said helplessly, "Student, you don't have the talent for this." What? Lin Haidong felt his heart skip a beat and his face turned pale. The head teacher saw this and said, "Lin Haidong, you go down first." After hearing this, Lin Haidong walked away in a daze. The head teacher said, "Teacher Zhao, why don't you first explain the probability of awakening to everyone so that everyone can be mentally prepared?" The invigilator nodded and said, "Well, awakening is entirely dependent on one's talent. The army has been using the Awakening Spirit Ball to awaken for half a month. In terms of probability, about 40% of people have the opportunity to awaken, and the remaining 60% do not have this talent, so about 60% of the people in your class will be eliminated. It sounds cruel, but there is no way around it. Among the awakened people, most are C-level awakeners. The higher the awakening level, the smaller the number. For example, S-level awakeners are extremely rare, and there may not be one among a million people. In the entire Jiangcheng, it's good to have an S-level awakener. In short, everyone should be mentally prepared. Next, the test will continue. Lin Haidong became completely withdrawn and sat there blankly. After a while, he lay on the table and started crying. Afterwards, student number 2 took the test, but there was still no change in the awakened spirit ball. It was not until number 3 took the test that a change finally occurred. About 2 minutes after student number 3 grabbed the awakening spirit ball, a layer of black mist seemed to cover the awakening spirit ball. Then, an intelligent voice sounded from within the awakening spirit ball. The ability is identified as Shadow Stealth, and the ability level is C. The invigilator saw this and wrote down the ability level and name, then said, "Okay, student, I have recorded your ability here, you can leave now." The student said excitedly, "Teacher, my grades are very poor. Can my abilities allow me to be admitted to university?" The invigilator was also quite patient. C-level abilities are relatively common, but your Shadow Stealth is very suitable for detection. I think some second-tier colleges will value you. In addition, I would like to mention to you that starting from this year, all universities will open Awakener colleges to train Awakeners specifically. College students, after you finish the college entrance examination, you will also gradually undergo awakening tests to activate your talents. C-level Awakeners are the most common. Unless they have extremely rare and scarce abilities, there is nothing special about them. If you test out AB level ability, then congratulations, you don't need to go through the college entrance examination, you are already qualified to be admitted to an ordinary second-tier university. Compared with B-level ability users, A-level ability users have a lower chance of awakening, which is equivalent to reaching the keyline, and the future is basically promising. As for S-level awakeners, they can be called the chosen ones of heaven, because they are extremely rare. Once they test out S-level talent, they will probably be fought over by all the key universities. The students were delighted to hear this and dreamed of activating their S-level talents. The students took the stage one after another. Basically, they were either C-level or had no talent, until Wang Bo came on stage and tested out AB-level talent. He was so proud of himself that after he stepped down from the stage, he even looked at Yi Xian with contempt. After Wang Bo, it was Yi Xian's turn. Yi Xian walked onto the stage with a calm smile on his face, holding the awakening spirit ball in his hand. After a while, a layer of white light appeared above the awakening spirit ball. Then, a voice from the awakening spirit ball said, "The ability is identified as Vajra Indestructible Body, ability level A." In the audience, all the students were quite surprised. It was actually a level? According to what the invigilator said just now, with his A-level talent, Yi Xian has already reached the key line. He doesn't even need to take an exam to be admitted to an ordinary key university. It's enviable just to think about it. You know, before this, Yi Xian was just a poor student. Although he came from a good family, his grades were always below average. Now that he is tested out to have a level talent, it is like a comeback. Wang Bo, who was originally very proud, was also dumbfounded after hearing Yi Xian's test level. The invigilator glanced at Yi Xian and praised him, "Student Yi, you have great talent. Congratulations." Yi Xian said politely, then stepped down from the stage and said to Su Mingly, "Mingly, what level do you think you will be at?" Yi Xian knew very well that he was not the protagonist today. The gap between his A-level talent and Su Mingly was too big. Today, she was the protagonist. Su Mingly shook her head and said, "I don't know either. Maybe I don't have the talent for it." Su Mingly was worried at the moment. Yi Xian came from a wealthy family and was better than her in every aspect. Now he had tested positive for A-level talent. She felt that she was becoming less and less worthy of Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, "That's impossible. He definitely has it, and it's a very powerful talent." Yi Xian and Su Mingly's student numbers were 7 or 8 digits apart. There were no surprises in the test of these 7 or 8 people, until Su Mingly took the test. She stood in front of the awakening spirit ball. The moment her hands touched the awakening spirit ball, a strong red light bloomed above the spirit ball. Then, a strong red light appeared around Su Mingly, and above her head, various strange phenomena appeared. There was an unusually gorgeous phoenix, stretching its body and making a phoenix cry from its mouth. There is the red divine bird Suzaku, flapping its wings and breathing out flames. And there was also the fire Kirin standing on auspicious clouds, roaring to the heavens, its might shaking the four directions. And below the various mythical beasts and strange visions, an extremely huge red lotus of karma fire appeared, covering Su Mingli's body, causing her entire temperament to change drastically, making her look like a goddess in heaven. A red lotus mark also appeared between Su Mingli's eyebrows, making her even more beautiful. A voice rang out from within the awakening spirit orb. The ability has been identified as Karma Fire Red Lotus. The ability level exceeds the upper limit of detection and is tentatively classified as S level. The detection system has determined that this awakener is a national strategic talent. The relevant departments have been notified online. As soon as the notification sounded for awakening the spirit ball, the whole class was in an uproar. The teachers were also very shocked. Su Mingly actually had such a talent? This was too amazing. The invigilator was completely dumbfounded, speechless for a long time. He was stunned for more than half a minute before he trembled and said, "I really didn't expect that there would be an awakener of at least S level in your class. This is really surprising. Classmate, from today on, your destiny has completely changed. Let's applaud and congratulate this classmate." As the invigilator spoke, he began to lead the applause. The other students were stunned for a moment, then began to applaud as well. At this moment, many classmates were quite regretful. They usually had no good attitude towards Su Mingly, and some even targeted her. Now that Su Mingly had risen to fame, how could she even look at them? Others envied Yi Xian because he had such a good relationship with Su Mingly. Now Su Mingly is at least an S-level awakener, and also a national strategic talent. Yi Xian will probably rise to prominence with Su Mingly. Chapter 34 Thompson First Grade. Su Mingly was also very surprised. She really didn't expect that she would test out such a powerful talent. She felt dizzy. Then, Su Mingly took her hand away from the awakening spirit ball, and then the various strange phenomena around her slowly dissipated. However, the lotus mark on her forehead remained forever. This lotus mark brought about a significant change in her temperament, and there was a sense of majesty between her brows. Although there is still a gap between her and her future Red Lotus Empress, there is a huge change compared to her previous lovely appearance. The classmates around her originally had a rather cold attitude towards Su Mingly, or simply ignored her. But now, on the one hand because of Su Mingli's talent, and on the other hand because of the change in Su Mingli's temperament, inexplicably, they dared not look directly at Su Mingli's face. Yi Xian looked at Su Mingly, who sat back down, and was also happy for her. Now she really had some of the heroic demeanor of a future empress. Thinking about it, Yi Xian said, "Mingly, congratulations, from now on, no one dares to bully you, and countless people will have to look up to you." Su Mingly didn't show much joy after hearing Yi Xian's words. Instead, she asked, "Do you want to look up to me too?" Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he said, "If you need me, I will." "Then I don't need it." The test is still going on, but Su Mingli's previous test result was too shocking, so the subsequent test seemed a bit mediocre. The entire process of this talent test will be broadcast live, and major universities can see the test results in real time. As soon as Su Mingli's result came out, all the admissions staff arranged by the school in Jiangcheng rushed to Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. 10 minutes later, these people had blocked the door of Yi Xian's class. There were dozens of them in total, each holding a sign that said something like Shuimu, Jingda, etc. After Yi Xian's classmates finished their tests, they immediately rushed into the classroom. "Student Su, I'm an admissions officer at Shuimu University. Your talent is a perfect fit for Shuimu University, and we will offer you a full scholarship. Don't listen to his nonsense. Our Jingda is the most suitable choice." You. These teachers in the admissions office had no manners at all. They were like shrews, shouting loudly about how great their school was and hoping that Su Mingly could join their school. At this time, the head teacher said, "Everyone, please be quiet. Regarding which school Su Mingly chooses, it's not just up to her personally. We also need to consult her parents. I've already notified Su's parents. Let's go to another meeting room and discuss this matter properly." The head teacher's words made Su Mingly frown slightly. Parents? Where did she even have parents? However, she is rather introverted and doesn't want to contradict the teacher in person. She wants to see if her parents will come first. If they have any shame, they shouldn't come, right? However, Su Mingly was wrong. At this moment, Su Guodong and Zhang Xiulan were on their way to school with great enthusiasm. They received a call from Su Mingly's class teacher, and Su Mingly was tested to have very high talent. Next, all the key universities across the country will compete for Su Mingly, a high-quality student. Faced with such huge benefits, Su Mingly may not be able to hold on. Therefore, the class teacher asked Su Mingly's parents to come and take charge, and let them, as parents, choose the most suitable school for Su Mingly, which would also be beneficial to Su Mingly's future development. The couple is not interested in Su Mingly's future development. They just want to know how big the so-called huge benefits of this class teacher are. 20 minutes later, in a conference room of Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, Su Mingly was sitting on a chair with Yi Xian next to her. Around them were the class teachers of Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, the principal of No. 2 Middle School, and so on, as well as students from the admissions offices of various universities. Yi Xian was originally not qualified to come in. After all, Su Mingly was being fought over by various universities. What did that have to do with Yi Xian? It was only at Su Mingly's strong request that Yi Xian was given a seat. Nowadays, not to mention the class teacher, even the principal has to give face to Su Mingly. At this moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and Su Guodong and Zhang Xiulan entered the office. "I'm so sorry, we're a little late." The principal said politely, "Don't be so polite. Please take a seat. You two have such an outstanding daughter. It's really enviable." Su Guodong smiled and said, "Principal, you are too polite. Mingly has been an excellent child since childhood. I have never doubted that she can reach this point now." Zhang Xiulan also said, "Yes, you are indeed a good daughter to me. I am so proud of you." After hearing this, the principal said, "Okay, everyone from the admissions office, these two are Su Mingly's parents. If you have any material rewards, just mention them to Su's parents. They will make the choice as appropriate." The first person to speak was the admissions instructor from Magic City University. "You too, we at Magic City University have always been generous, and we won't play games this time. As long as Su is willing to enroll in our Shanghai University, we will help your whole family get a Shanghai hukou, and we will also give Su a house in Tomsinipin." Su Guodong stuttered when he heard this. "Tangchenipin? How much does that cost?" The admissions teacher at Magic City University laughed and said, "The smallest apartments in Tomsinipin are duplexes over 500 square meters. The average price is now over 350,000 yuan. The total value is probably around 100 to 200 million yuan." Su Guodong and Zhang Xiulan were stunned. As long as their daughter agreed to attend Shanghai University, they would give her a house worth 100 or 200 million yuan? Is money so worthless now? Zhang Xiulan and Su Guodong were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. And then, Shuimu University did not show weakness. Tangchenipin? Can it compare to the feet of the emperor? If you give Tangchenipin, we will give you Sehiyuan. Su Guodong and Zhang Xiulan felt so excited that they were about to have a heart attack. These were things they had never dared to think about in their entire lives, yet they were within their reach? At this time, the principal explained, "You too, don't get too excited. Let me put it this way, classmate Su's talent is far beyond your imagination. In the future, she will be the pillar of our great Xia, the backbone of the country. Whether it is Magic City University or Shuimu University, the conditions offered are all quite standard and not worthy of your surprise." Su Guodong said excitedly, Yes, I am also very surprised. Tomsinipin and the courtyard house in the second ring road, I don't know how to choose." However, at this moment, Su Mingly, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke, "You have no choice. What do these things have to do with you?" Chapter 35 Regret. After hearing what Su Mingly said, Su Guodong's face changed. "Mingly, how can you talk like that? I know there are some misunderstandings among our family, but we should discuss these matters among ourselves when we get home, and not make a fool of ourselves in front of outsiders." Su Mingly said coldly, "You and I are not a family." The principal's expression changed slightly, and he asked, "You too, what's going on?" Su Guodong hurriedly said, "Principal, it's like this. My husband and I have a disagreement and have divorced. This child is upset with us because of our divorce." After hearing this, the principal said, "Student Su, divorce among adults is permitted by law, so don't blame your parents. Even if they get divorced, they still love you. Your parents will still make the decision for you regarding the choice of school." Su Mingly shook her head and said, "Principal, you don't know what's going on here. We have severed our father-daughter relationship and even signed an agreement." As Su Mingly spoke, she took out the agreement to sever ties and placed it on the table. The principal looked at the agreement and said, "What's going on?" At this time, Yixian said, "Principal, it's clearly written in the agreement that Su Mingli's parents each severed ties with Su Mingly for 2 million yuan. Their parent-child relationship has long been severed. It is not his turn to make the final decision on Su Mingli's affairs." As soon as Yixian said this, Su Guodong was furious and said, "You little bastard? What nonsense are you talking about? It was you who tricked us into signing this agreement with 2 million. Now I regret it. The agreement is invalid." Zhang Xiulan also said, "That's right, we were all deceived by you. Su Mingly is my own flesh and blood, she is my daughter, and this will never change." Su Mingly said calmly, "Whether it's a lie or not, we both know it very well. There's no point in arguing about it. In short, I don't acknowledge this relationship." Su Guodong said angrily, "You little bitch, you've grown wings, haven't you? You think you can disobey us just by being with this little bastard? You're so disloyal and unfilial, do you believe I can ruin your reputation? You are not allowed to scold him." Su Mingly said angrily, and as she spoke, the sound of a phoenix seemed to be heard around her. A huge red lotus platform of karma fire appeared around her, and above her head, a fire phoenix appeared out of thin air and rushed towards Su Guodong. Su Guodong was frightened by the fire phoenix rushing towards him and had no time to dodge. Half of his hair was burnt, and his eyebrows were completely singed off. He fell under the chair in a mess. At this moment, the people in the admissions office were all watching this scene in shock. Red Lotus Vision? And Fire Phoenix? Is Su's ability SS or SSS? An S-class fire-type mutant with the ability called Flame Phoenix appeared in the capital. However, the ability of the Fiery Phoenix is far inferior to that of Su Mingly, which can be seen from the vision alone. Su Mingli's vision was centered on the Red Lotus. As for the Phoenix, it was just a small character surrounding the Red Lotus. Therefore, it is certain that Su Mingli's ability level is at least SS. Su Guodong's eyebrows were gone, half his hair was gone, and his face was red with heat. He cursed angrily, "You damned girl, how dare you lay hands on me? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" Su Mingly looked directly at Su Guodong and said, "Get lost." At this moment, there was no emotion in Su Mingli's eyes. At the same time, several flaming shadows evolved above her Red Lotus vision. These phantoms include the phoenix, the vermilion bird, the fire unicorn, the three-legged golden crow, and so on. They are all some divine beasts of the fire system. At this moment, these divine beasts each make different roars, ready to attack Su Guodong at any time. Just now, a fire phoenix made him miserable. Now there are so many phantoms of fire beasts. Don't they want to kill him? Therefore, Su Guodong crawled out of the meeting room. Then, Su Mingly looked at Zhang Xiulan again and said, "You two, don't show up in front of me." Zhang Xiulan said fiercely, "I'm your mother. You'll be punished for doing this sooner or later." After Zhang Xiulan finished speaking, she left angrily. She was not angry because Su Mingly did not recognize her. It was because the Thompson first-grade mansion and the courtyard house in the second ring of the capital had nothing to do with her. The principal looked at this scene and sighed, "Student Su, they are your parents after all. Even if you have severed your relationship, you shouldn't do anything to them." At this time, the head teacher said, "Principal, don't advise others to be kind until you have experienced their suffering. I heard Teacher Chi talk about some things in Su's family. It can be said that Mingli's parents are not worthy of being called parents, and they have severed ties with her. I think Mingly has done a great job." After hearing what the head teacher said, the principal's expression changed. "Is that so? It seems I was too one-sided. But now that Su Mingli's parents are not here, isn't it a bad idea to let Mingly, a child, make the decision about choosing a college?" Su Mingly said, "After I severed ties with my parents, it was Yixian's family who helped me. I have already informed Yixian's family and asked them to come and consult with me and help me make this decision. Is that okay?" The principal listened and said, "Of course, no problem. Then I'll make a phone call and let them in." Soon, Yixian's parents and sister entered the meeting room. Yi Qingzong is a businessman, but this is the first time he has seen so many admissions officers from top universities sitting together. Yi Shui was the first to speak. "Mingly, what's going on?" Su Mingly said, "Sister, the spiritual energy revival has been announced. Today, we college entrance examination candidates are taking the awakening test. I was tested to have a relatively high talent. Now these colleges and universities all want me to join their schools. I asked you to come here to help me make a choice. Afterwards, people from several universities spoke up and offered things like an apartment in Thompson First Class or a courtyard house in Beijing. However, after hearing these words, Yixue said directly, "Alright, our Mingly's future is bright and brilliant. What you said will be easily within her reach in the future. It has no meaning. You don't need to talk about these material rewards anymore. I think that all major universities should have known about the revival and awakening of spiritual energy a long time ago and have started researching it, right? Tell me, what plans do you have for Mingly's growth and development? What are your respective advantages? We'll choose the school that offers the greatest benefits to Mingly's growth." Yixue is an elite lawyer, eloquent and good at debate, and she truly wants the best for Su Mingly, so she doesn't care whether it's Thompson First Class or Sihiyuan. Chapter 36 Pheasant and Phoenix. Yixue's words moved Su Mingly quite a bit. As expected, she was not wrong about him. She knew that Yi Xian's family was completely different from her own parents, with whom she had severed ties. The former was truly considering her, while the latter was just for their own interests. As soon as Yixue said this, the expression of the person in charge of admissions became serious. Then, the people from Shuemu University spoke first, describing their own advantages. Our Shuemu University's research on spiritual energy revival ranks among the top 3 among all major universities. Our Shuemu University has made a significant contribution to the research and development of the Awakening Spirit Ball. As for Su's future growth, awakening is just the beginning. He needs to continuously improve his ability development and develop his abilities to the extreme in order to unleash the power to destroy the world. Student Su has extremely high potential and will consume a huge amount of resources. In the future, our Shuemu University Awakener Academy will provide students with a certain amount of practice resources every month for their practice. As for Su, we will provide her with the resources of 30 people to ensure that she can improve quickly. Other schools also spoke one by one. The conditions of these people were similar, and the resources provided ranged from 30 to 50 people. You have to know that these schools are the top schools. Those who can enter these schools are at least very outstanding in the A level. The S level is the backbone. These people can actually be regarded as the best among the awakened ones. Su Mingly's resources alone are dozens of times more than theirs, so it can be said that he has invested a lot of money. After all the universities were finished, Yixue said, "Mingly, at the moment, the conditions at Shanghai University and Beijing University are the best. It's up to you to choose between Shanghai University and Beijing University." Yi Qingzong interrupted, "By the way, there is one more thing, the security in the capital should be better. During this period, I also learned about the revival of spiritual energy. Currently, the biggest threat to humans is marine life. No one knows how many strange beasts are lurking in the deep sea. The demon city is close to the sea, so you must consider this carefully, Mingly." After listening to Yixue and Yi Qingzong's words, Su Mingly slowly said, "I only have one request, that Yi Xian and I enter the same university and be treated the same as me in all aspects." As soon as Su Mingly said this, the whole audience was in an uproar, and Yi Xian looked at Su Mingly in shock. He really didn't expect that Su Mingly would actually make such a request, directly asking each school to double the resources they contribute. How is this possible? The person in charge of Shuemu University asked, "Student Su, what kind of talent does Yi Xian, whom you mentioned, have?" Su Mingly said directly, "A level Vajra indestructible body." The person in charge frowned and said, "It's already difficult for someone with a level talent to get into Shuemu University. And we're asking for the same treatment as you. Isn't that a bit too much? A level talent is just enough to get into an ordinary key university. However, for a top university in the country like Mizuki University, it is impossible to get in with a level talent unless you are extremely special. The A-level Vajra indestructible body and the emphasis on defense are nothing special and are not eligible for admission to Shuemu University." Su Mingly's expression remained unchanged as she said, "Then I wouldn't choose Shuemu University either." The scene suddenly became quiet. The request proposed by Su Mingly was a bit too much, and no university would agree to it. Yi Xian also said, "Mingly, I know you want to help me, but I will find a way myself." Yi Xian naturally didn't want Su Mingly to affect her personal future for his sake. Yi Xian is a man with cheats after all. Even though the talent he has shown now is only a level, this is far from his limit. At the same time, he can also make friends with other geniuses, increase his favorability and participate in lotteries. His future is limitless, and he is not worried about his future. Of course, it would be best if the two of them could go to the same university, so they wouldn't have to separate in the future. In addition, being able to enter a top university will make it easier to come into contact with S-level awakeners, which can allow Yi Xian to grow faster, but Yi Xian does not want Su Mingly to affect his future because of this. At this moment, a person in charge of Magic City University said, "Student Su, I believe you have also seen the conditions you proposed. In terms of resources, we have already used our authority to the maximum and offered you the best conditions. It is impossible for you to expect your classmates to have the same treatment as you. However, I feel that your future is limitless, classmate Su, so I can make an exception for you. Both you and Yi Xian can enter the Awakener Academy of Magic City University. At the same time, Yi Xian, like you, will obtain the privileges of an S-level genius. However, in terms of resources, the 40 resources we originally promised you will not change. These 40 resources are for you and Yi Xian. We don't care how you two divide them. What do you think?" Su Mingly was moved after hearing this. She also knew that what she said before was a bit impulsive. The silence of the leaders of various universities just now proved this point. And now, the suggestion put forward by Magic City University is very good. Yi Xian can enjoy S-level authority with A-level qualifications. In terms of resources, the two of them shared the resources for 40 people. Although Su Mingly herself could enjoy fewer resources, she was willing to pay these for Yi Xian. Therefore, Su Mingly replied, "Yes, I am willing to accept this condition." However, Yi Qingzong spoke up, "Wait, Mingly, I know you want to help Yi Xian, but if you sacrifice yourself to help him, it's not appropriate." Yi Xian also said, "Mingly, you should think about it again. I am not as weak as you think." Su Mingly responded to Yi Xian and his son's words without hesitation, "There's nothing to consider. It's decided. I choose Magic City University." The teacher in charge of admissions at Magic City University smiled and said, "Okay, then it's settled." Another teacher from the admissions office shook his head slightly and said, "Young man, you are still too impulsive. You will regret your decision today in the future. Compared with geniuses of the same level, you have lost some resources and lost at the starting line. I am afraid that you will be mediocre in the future. At the same time, your boyfriend will find it difficult to keep up with you. You are only hurting yourself and others by doing this. Think about it again." Although A-level talent is not weak, Su Mingly's talent is between SS and SSS, and the gap between the two is indeed not small. After all, with Yi Xian's own talent, he can only enter an ordinary key university. But now, he has been promoted to one of the top 10 key universities in the country. If Yi Xian hadn't cheated, his life might really not be easy. As soon as the admissions teacher said this, Su Mingly said firmly, "I've thought it through very carefully. I definitely won't regret it." Chapter 37, Sweet After Bitterness. The teacher smiled helplessly and said, "You know very well whether what I said is right or wrong. Young boys and girls are impulsive. In the future, they will be responsible for their decisions today." After the admissions teacher finished speaking, he strode out. Su Mingly looked at this scene, and a glimmer of red light appeared in his eyes. However, Yi Xian grabbed Su Mingly's hand, shook his head slightly, and said, "Forget it, don't bother with him. In the future, he will know how ridiculous his words today are." The principal and the class teacher were also quite disappointed. They thought that Su Mingly would be able to choose Shuimu or Peking University, the two top-ranked universities in the country. Unexpectedly, she finally chose Shanghai University. Although Shanghai University can also be ranked among the top 10, it is still not as good as these two universities. Unfortunately, the decision was made by Su Mingly, and they, as principals and teachers, had no right to refute it. Finally, the homeroom teacher said to Su Mingly and Yi Xian, "Congratulations, you've been accepted into Magic City University in advance." Su Mingly said politely, "Thank you, teacher. Today's meeting room affairs are concluded here." Yi Shui said, "Let's go have a meal to celebrate. You two have been admitted to Magic City University, it's worth celebrating." Naturally, everyone had no objection and left the school together and headed to a nearby restaurant. In the private room, Yi Shui said, "Mingly, you have finally reaped the rewards of your hard work. With your talent, your future life will surely be very exciting. I'll toast to you." Su Mingly held a glass of juice, clinked glasses with Yi Shui's, drank it all in one gulp, and said, "Sister, my happy ending after all the hardship started when I met your family. Now is just the icing on the cake." Yi Qingzong said, "Mingly, the help our Yi family gave you is just a small favor after all. Your words today have given Yi Xian a completely different life. Uncle should be thanking you." Su Mingly said, "I'm helping myself." I feel that with him by my side, I will be stronger. After hearing this, Yishui laughed. Okay, stop showing off your love for us and eat first. The family enjoyed the meal very much. After eating and drinking, Su Mingli and Yishui returned to Yishui's home, while Yi Xian and his parents returned to the villa. In the car, Yi Qingzong said to Yi Xian, "Son, are you really going to Magic City University?" Yi Xian said directly, "Of course I have to go, what's the matter?" Yi Qingzong thought for a moment and said, "Do you think that, like what the admissions office teacher said before, because of you, Mingli will lose at the starting line and lose to other geniuses? Will this happen?" Yi Xian said affirmatively, "No." After hearing this, Yi Qingzong said, "Okay, since you said so, then Dad believes you, and at the same time, Dad will give you a piece of advice. If you really feel that it is lonely at the top, don't force yourself. Let go when you should. Sometimes it is good to be friends." Yi Xian understood what his father meant. Su Mingli had now made great progress. Yi Qingzong felt that Yi Xian would never be able to keep up with Su Mingli's pace in the future. Sooner or later, they would be people from two different worlds. Such a huge gap will eventually cause problems. One is A level and the other is S level or above, which is a world of difference. Dragons do not live with snakes. Su Mingli still has a good impression of Yi Xian and can spare no effort to help Yi Xian, but how long can this relationship last? In the future, as the gap between the two widens, will this feeling fade or even disappear? At that time, for Yi Xian, letting go will be the best choice. Yi Xian listened to his father's words and said, "I understand, but don't underestimate your son." But then again, it seems like something will happen today, right? In their previous life, Yi Xian and Su Mingli didn't have much interaction. As a mere C-level awakener, there was naturally no place for Yi Xian in Magic City University. However, in his previous life, thanks to his C-level muscle enhancement, he also received an admission letter from an ordinary second-tier university, which was considered good news. The family also had a big meal together and then went home. The difference was that Yi Shui was also in the car that time, and she didn't go home with Su Mingli like now. When they were almost at the door of their house, they were blocked by a person. The other person was a high school student who had just awakened and was the same age as Yi Xian. The man's name was Yi Zhen. Yi Zhen's father, Yi Tao, and Yi Qingzong were from the same family, so they were somewhat related. When Yi Qingzong was young, he found a few friends and wanted to start a business together. Yi Tao was one of the main partners. When it comes to starting a business, there are no easy answers. Especially in the early stages, there are many risks. Yi Tao, following Yi Qingzong in starting a business and investing 100,000 yuan, was constantly worried. Later, when the company encountered a crisis, Yi Tao suddenly regretted his decision and found Yi Qingzong, saying that Yi Qingzong had cheated him. He forced Yi Qingzong to pay back the money and he wanted to withdraw his shares. Yi Tao's behavior was very unkind. The company he co-founded ran into trouble, but Yi Tao wanted to withdraw and take his money back, which was simply cutting off the source of the trouble. Yi Qingzong was very angry at the time, but in the face of Yi Tao's persistence, he finally went to a loan shark, borrowed some money, and returned it to Yi Tao. Yi Tao was also kicked out of the company's founders team and left with his own 100,000 yuan. Later, Yi Tao used the 100,000 yuan to buy a car and was very proud of himself. But later on, he was no longer so proud. With his wisdom and resilience, Yi Qingzong helped the company overcome difficulties, and the company's performance flourished. Among the partners at that time, those who invested 10,000 or 20,000 yuan have received dividends of hundreds of thousands of yuan every year. It can be said that they have no worries about food and clothing and live a rich life. And what about Yi Tao? He has nothing. Now in his 40s, he still has to work every day to earn money. He works himself to death all year round, but earns very little. Chapter 38 Ants. Yi Tao has always been brooding over this matter. He believes that the so-called crisis was a false illusion created by Yi Qingzong in order to trick him into withdrawing his shares. In this way, Yi Qingzong himself will be the company's largest founder and can get more dividends. He also instilled this concept into his son Yi Zhen, causing Yi Zhen to hate Yi Qingzong to the core, believing that it was Yi Qingzong's family who had deprived their family of their originally wealthy life and made their family live a tight life. Like Yi Xian, Yi Zhen awakened his A-level ability, the heart of the earth, during the college entrance examination this year. When he stepped on the ground, he felt an endless supply of strength. His potential is not weak. When his abilities are developed to a certain level, he can also control the earth, create earth clones, etc. His comprehensive abilities are very strong. Yijin was brainwashed by his own father and believed that Yi Qingzong had embezzled the property that should have belonged to their family. Therefore, after he awakened, he targeted the Yi family in various ways, forcing Yi Qingzong to hand over the wealth that should have belonged to them, and also attacked the Yi family members several times. It was under such circumstances that Yi Shui married Zhou Yang for the safety of her family, hoping to get him protection, but ended up ruining herself. Later, although Yijin did not directly attack Yi Xian's family, he targeted them in various ways and seized the Yi family's assets by trickery, leaving Yi Xian's parents with nothing. In the end, because the family lived in an old house in the suburbs far away from the city, they were attacked and killed by wild beasts. It can be said that Yijin was the culprit of the tragedy of Yi Xian's family. However, Yi Xian did not deal with Yijin in advance like he did with Zhou Yang. Yijin is indeed hateful, but what is even more hateful is Yijin's father Yi Tao. What's the point of Yi Xian secretly getting rid of Yijin like he did to Zhou Yang? Yi Tao might be sad, but he won't regret it. And if Yijin ruins his life because of the hatred instilled by Yi Tao, and his life that is about to rise falls directly to the bottom, that will be the most cruel punishment for Yi Tao. Finally, the car stopped at the door of the villa. At the door, a high school student was standing there, blocking the entrance. This person was Yijin. Yi Qingzong opened the car window and asked, "Yijin, why are you here? Where's your dad?" Yijin glared at Yi Qingzong fiercely and said, "My father didn't come. I came here today to collect some interest from you. If it weren't for you, how could our family live like this?" Yi Qingzong's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Is your father talking nonsense again? He was the one who wronged me in the beginning. I, Yi Qingzong, do things according to my conscience." Yijin angrily said, "Conscience? You have a damn conscience." As Yijin spoke, he suddenly took a step forward and kicked the front of Yi Qingzong's car. His feet were covered with the power of the earth. Not only were they extremely strong, but they were also extremely powerful. The entire car was shaken violently by the kick and retreated more than half a meter. Yi Qingzong and Lin Xiaozhu both screamed in fright, but luckily they were wearing seatbelts and were not injured. Then, Yijin said again, "Old dog Yi, things have changed since ancient times. From today on, our positions have been reversed. I will make you live a life worse than death." At this moment, Yi Xian finally opened the car door and got out. He looked at Yijin and said, "Life is worse than death? Yijin, our family hasn't offended you, right? Do you want to fight to the death?" Yijin said coldly, "No offense? That's just what you think. Even if you haven't offended me, what does it matter? I am now an awakener and a level awakener. You are nothing but ants in front of me. If a person steps on an ant to death, will he apologize to the ant?" Yijin said something similar to what Loki said to Nick Fury in Marvel. In his previous life, Yijin also said this. After he said it, he beat Yi Xian violently, threatened Yi Qingzong, destroyed the dashcam in the car, and left in a cool manner. But in this life, the development of this matter will be completely different. Now Yi Xian has also awakened his abilities. The A-level Vajra indestructible body and the heart of the earth are abilities of the same level. Yi Xian and Yijin's abilities are both at a very low level of development, and since they have abilities at the same level, there isn't much difference in their strengths. But don't forget that Yi Xian has rich fighting experience in his previous life and has a will of steel. Moreover, he also has a butcher knife, so it is not difficult for him to deal with Yijin. As for the consequences of this matter, Yi Xian also had no worries. Just based on what Yijin said just now, if a person steps on an ant to death, will he apologize to the ant? Even if Yi Xian killed him on the spot, nothing would happen. Now that the awakened ones have just appeared, their abilities are extremely underdeveloped. Before they have much strength, they place themselves above ordinary people and even treat the lives of ordinary people as ants. With Yijin's words as evidence, Yi Xian can fight back in self-defense indefinitely. Even if he kills him, the law will eventually stand on Yi Xian's side. Because only in this way can we ensure peaceful coexistence between ordinary people and awakened people, rather than hostility. After Yijin said that, Yi Xian knew that the foreshadowing was enough. He looked at Yijin coldly and said, "Do you think we ordinary people are ants? So what? Lie down." As Yijin spoke, he suddenly rushed towards Yi Xian and punched Yi Xian in the chest. Yi Xian folded his arms in front of him to block Yijin's attack. However, Yijin was the attacker, and Yi Xian was on passive defense. In addition, Yi Xian's ability was also biased towards defense. Therefore, Yi Xian took 2 steps back, but Yijin felt his fists were a little numb. At this moment, Yi Xian's parents were very worried. They unbuckled their seatbelts and got out of the car, saying, "Son, are you okay?" Yi Xian waved his hand calmly, "I'm fine." Yi Zhen suddenly became angry and said, "You're okay? Then I'll beat you until you're hurt." Yi Xian ignored Yi Zhen and opened the trunk of the car, pretending to take something. In fact, he took out the cold iron butcher knife from the system space, and then walked towards Yi Zhen with the knife. Yi Zhen immediately looked disdainful. "You think you can deal with me with a knife? An ant with a knife is still an ant." As Yi Zhen spoke, a yellowish-brown light flashed on his hand, and he slapped Yi Xian's kitchen knife. Chapter 39, Good Cut. After Yi Xian approached Yi Zhen, he dodged Yi Zhen's attack with a slight flick of his body, and then chopped Yi Zhen's wrist directly with the kitchen knife in his hand. This is not an ordinary kitchen knife, but a domestically produced Mingly super kitchen knife, which is tempered with Tianshan cold iron. It can cut hair with a single blow and has a terrifying attack power. Yi Zhen's Heart of the Earth focuses on strength rather than defense, and its development level is extremely low, plus Yi Xian's power is also considerable. With this cut, Yi Zhen's palm was directly separated from his wrist and fell to the ground. Because some nerves in the palm of the hand were still alive, the hand moved a few times after it fell to the ground before it became motionless. Yi Zhen screamed miserably in great pain and hit Yi Xian hard with his left hand. When Yi Xian saw this, he instinctively blocked it with his knife, and Yi Zhen's left arm came into close contact with Yi Xian's kitchen knife. Yi Zhen's arm was directly cut with a deep scar that could be seen to the bone. The skin and flesh were torn, the meridians were broken, and the bones were cut. With both arms injured, Yi Zhen was in so much pain that he couldn't help himself. He wailed in agony, "My hands, my hands." Yi Xian looked at Yi Zhen lying on the ground and said, "Dad, call 120. Yi Qingzong looked at Yi Zhen rolling on the ground, stunned for a moment, then said, "Okay, I'll call 120 right away." Yi Xian knew very well that Yi Zhen was completely disabled. His right hand was cut off. With the current medical technology, even if it was reattached, it would be very inflexible. As for his left arm, the meridians were cut off and it was also half disabled. Yi Zhen's ability is the Heart of the Earth. His main ability is to attach the power of the earth to his body, giving himself powerful destructive power, which is mainly reflected in physical attacks. Now, one of his hands is completely disabled, and the other is half disabled. He has almost lost most of his combat capabilities. The value of his original A-level Heart of the Earth may not even be comparable to that of AB Level 1. In addition, considering his previous remarks about treating ordinary people as ants, once these remarks were made public, Yi Zhen would be socially dead. Faced with the attacks of public opinion and his own disability, an A-level awakener was crippled and no longer posed any threat to the Yi family. This is Yi Xian's method. The reason why he did not deal with Yi Zhen in advance was to wait for this day to directly destroy this guy. At the same time, let Yi Tao, the old bastard, experience what true cruelty is. Yi Qingzong called 120, while Yi Xian called 110. Soon, the police and ambulance arrived. The doctor in the ambulance was also shocked when he saw this scene. They had seen many fights, but it was very rare to see a whole hand separated from the body like this. Then, the doctors hurriedly lifted Yi Zhen and his severed hand onto a stretcher and rushed them to the hospital. Because when Yi Qingzong called earlier, he did not specify that the injured person's hand was chopped off, and there was no ice in the ambulance. Therefore, the severed hand cannot be cryopreserved and sent to the hospital. Once it is sent to the hospital, it is uncertain whether the severed hand is still active and can be reattached. Of course, with current medical technology, even if the hand is reattached, it will have lost most of its functions. The police arrived a little later than the ambulance. The person who came was none other than Zhang Yi, the police officer whose life Yi Xian had saved last time. He looked at the bloodstains on the ground and asked, "What's going on? Where's the person?" Yi Xian explained, "The person has been taken away by ambulance." Zhang Yi's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Is the person seriously injured? If you really hurt someone, even if you are my benefactor, you must go back and accept investigation." Yi Xian said slowly, "I cut off one of your hands, it shouldn't be considered light." Zhang Yi frowned and said, "Is it so serious? What caused it?" "Mr. Yi, I'm afraid you're in trouble this time." Yi Xian was not in a hurry and said, "There is a dashcam in the car. We'll know what happened when we take it back and take a look. I can only say that I have a clear conscience." "Okay, I hope it's just as you said." Afterwards, Yi Xian and his family got on the police car and went to the police station for questioning. Zhang Yi was still in charge of the questioning. Outside the interrogation room, Wei Lan was also worried, fearing that Yi Xian had really done something wrong. During this period, Wei Lan had a very good impression of Yi Xian, her junior. Yi Xian not only helped the Jiangqing police avoid many casualties, but also had a good personality and got along well with her son. Wei Lan regarded Yi Xian as his own nephew, so naturally he didn't want Yi Xian to go astray, and even more so he didn't want Yi Xian to go to jail. However, everyone is equal before the law. If Yi Xian really committed a crime, Wei Lan would definitely not cover up for him. Zhang Yi looked at Yi Xian and said, "Yi Xian, what caused this incident?" Yi Xian said, "I think what I said alone might not be very convincing. The dashcam in the car was on at the time. Let's play this video first." Zhang Yi nodded, then opened his laptop and played the footage captured by the dashcam on the screen in the interrogation room. The car was driving normally at first, and then it encountered Yi Xian. Yi Xian used his awakened ability to actively attack, and the car was kicked back more than half a meter. The scene was extremely shocking, and the 3 people in the car had been injured to varying degrees. Afterwards, Yi Xian said the famous saying about shoes and ants, relying on the fact that he was an awakened person, and regarded ordinary people as ants. Afterwards, Yi Xian appeared and fought with Yi Xian. Yi Xian was indeed very powerful. As soon as he started fighting, he suppressed Yi Xian with one hand and defeated Yi Xian. Afterwards, Yi Xian grabbed a knife from the car and rushed forward, stabbing Yi Xian. One of Yi Xian's hands was chopped off and one of his arms was injured. After that, Yi Xian did not touch Yi Xian again. Instead, he called 120 directly and asked an ambulance to take Yi Xian to the emergency room. After watching the video, Zhang Yi snorted coldly, "Well done. Do you think you can ignore the law just because you've awakened some abilities? You deserve it." At present, there are only 2 groups of awakened people in large numbers. One group is the army, and the other group is this year's high school students. The total number of awakened people accounts for a very low proportion compared to the total population of Daxia. In this situation, an awakened person who has just gained some abilities regards ordinary people as ants, and even takes the initiative to provoke them, and is killed in return. Isn't this what he deserves? Wei Lan looked at this scene, and her frown relaxed slightly. Now the country vigorously advocates legitimate defense, so that ordinary people have greater defense rights when facing criminals. Although Yi Xian used a knife, the other party was an awakened one who used his body to hit the car, so using a knife was not excessive. I think this incident can be regarded as an example of self-defense. That's right, that young man named Yi Xian is really going too far. Just because he's an awakener himself, he sees ordinary people as ants? The awakening spirit orbs they use for their awakening were actually developed by a group of ants at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. In this matter, the facts are clear and the police's attitude is completely consistent. There is no suspense at all. Chapter 40, You will suffer the consequences if you do evil. Zheng Yi also heard the words of Wei Lan and other leaders through the headset, so Zheng Yi said to Yi Xian, "Okay, you and your family can go back. According to our police, your family acted in self-defense and will not be arrested. Furthermore, with this dashcam video, there's nothing to worry about even if they file a lawsuit." I understand. Thank you for your help. Afterwards, Yi Xian and his family left the police station. Yi Qingzong said, "Son, let's go to the hospital to see Yi Xian. After all, his father and I have known each other for decades." Lin Xiaozhu said, "Knowing you for decades? I think he has hated you for decades. I know what happened back then better than anyone else. You encountered difficulties in starting your business. I saw you couldn't sleep every night and your hair was falling out in clumps from worry. The Ji Tao is so good, he comes to you at this time and suddenly wants to withdraw his shares, and he even cries, makes a fuss and threatens to commit suicide, just like a woman. In the end, you had no choice but to repay him 100,000 yuan with a loan shark, but he thought you were cheating him and resented you for more than 10 years. What a jerk." Yi Qingzong sighed and said, "Alright, the past is the past. No matter what, his son's hand was cut off by our son, so we should go and see him." "Okay, let's go and take a look," Lin Xiaozhu said reluctantly. At this moment, in the hospital's emergency room, Yi Xian's wound had been stopped from bleeding and he was basically out of danger. Yi Tao had also rushed to the hospital. He looked at his son's bare arms and said, "Son, which beast did this to you? Dad will fight him." At this moment, Yi Xian no longer had the arrogance and domineering attitude of an A-level awakener. He looked innocent. "Dad, it was Yi Xian, Yi Qingzong's son, who chopped off my hand. They saw that I became an A-level awakener and were afraid that I would grow up and take revenge on them, so they chopped off my hand." Yi Tao was furious and said, Bastards, I will make them pay." At that moment, a doctor walked in and said, "Are you a family member of the patient?" Although the patient's hand was cut off, it hasn't been more than 8 hours old, so it's possible to reattach it. After hearing this, Yi Tao hurriedly said, "Can it be connected?" "Then what are you standing there for? Hurry and connect my son." The doctor frowned slightly and said, "Well, you need to pay off the emergency medical expenses. Also, reattaching a severed limb is a highly complex surgical procedure and will cost a lot. You'll need to pay the medical bills of 100,000 yuan first." Yi Tao's face changed drastically. He said, 100,000 yuan? Where can I find that much money? Does your hospital only care about money and not people? I'm telling you, if my son's hand is crippled like this, I will never let you go. I will hang myself in front of your hospital tomorrow. Yijin also said angrily, "That's right, you guys hurry up and perform the surgery on me, otherwise I will expose your hospital and bring you into disgrace." The orthopedic surgeon hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay, I can apply to perform the surgery on you first, but as for the cost, I'll give you 3 days at most to raise the money." After hearing this, Yi Tao said dissatisfiedly, "All right, hurry up and perform surgery on my son. The bastard who injured my son is from a wealthy family, and you will definitely pay for the surgery." At this moment, Yi Tao felt that his family was going to become rich, and Yi Xian's family would definitely have to pay for the medical expenses. Not only that, Yi Tao also wanted to ask Yi Qingzong for a huge amount of compensation, and then send Yi Xian to jail, so that he could vent the hatred in his heart. However, the attending physician was about to perform surgery when he suddenly received a MMS on his mobile phone. The attending physician took out his cell phone and took a look. It was a very short video. In the video, Yijin looked arrogant and domineering. He stopped a private car and provoked it, treating ordinary people as ants. In the end, he was killed by someone in anger and sent to the hospital. The attending physician originally planned to apply to perform surgery on Yijin first, and then let them raise money later to pay the medical expenses. As a doctor, he still has some medical ethics. However, his medical ethics only applies to kind people. If the other party is arrogant and disrespectful, the attending physician will naturally not give him a backdoor and will only handle the matter impartially. And this Yijin is obviously not a good person. He regards the lives of ordinary people as ants and acts condescendingly. You know, this doctor is also an ant in Yijin's words. The emergence of the awakened has a great impact on the entire nation. The awakened have abilities that surpass those of ordinary people. At this time, the attitude of the awakened person himself is very important. Are they meant to be guardians, protecting ordinary people from attacks by strange beasts? Or are they meant to be nobles among ordinary people, standing high above them and trampling over them? Many people are concerned about this. And this Yijin is obviously the latter. What the doctor is thinking at this moment is, after he reattaches his hand, what will he do? Will he use the hand that I have taken over for him to continue bullying ordinary people, treating them like ants and stepping on them? Therefore, after watching the video, the doctor said coldly, "I'm sorry, this hospital is not a charity. If you want to have surgery, you must pay the full fee first." Yi Tao looked at the doctor whose attitude had changed drastically and said angrily, "What did you say? If we don't have money, does my son deserve to be reduced to a hand? You're a doctor, don't you have any compassion?" The doctor said calmly, "My sympathy is only for kind people. Evil people will not receive this kind of treatment." Then the doctor left the ward and went to do his own thing. Yijin looked anxious and said, "Dad, I don't want to be alone. Find a way to get money for me." Yi Tao immediately said, "No rush, I'll call that old bastard Yi Qingzong. It was his son who chopped you up, so it's only right that they pay for your medical expenses." Afterwards, Yi Tao called Yi Qingzong, but the phone rang at the door of the ward. Then, Yi Qingzong walked in, holding the phone in his hand and looking at Yi Tao. Yi Qingzong was holding a fruit basket with some fruits in it, while Yi Xian and Lin Xiaozhu followed behind Yi Qingzong. When Yi Tao saw Yi Qingzong, he immediately cursed, "Yi Qingzong, you really gave birth to a beast. Look at what he did to my son. My son is waiting for money for surgery now, hurry up and pay me back." Lin Xiaozhu angrily said, "Yi Tao, who are you calling a beast? If you hadn't been so shameless and distorted the facts of that year, would your son be in this state now?" Yi Tao said angrily, "I don't care about anything else, you just pay for my son's medical expenses first. As for your son's imprisonment, I will settle the score with you later." Chapter 41 100,000 yuan. Lin Xiaozhu said coldly, "Going to jail has nothing to do with my son. If anyone has to go to jail, it should be your son. Yi Tao said coldly, he is really short-sighted. My son was seriously injured, how could he possibly go to jail? Lin Xiaozhu taunted, it seems you really don't know anything. Your son blocked our way and provoked us, attacking our family. My son had no choice but to resist. He's injured now, and it's all his own fault. He can't blame anyone else. Yijin said hurriedly, you're talking nonsense. It's obvious that you saw my talent and were afraid that I would rise in the future, so you took the initiative to attack me. Dad, call the police immediately. We can't let them talk nonsense in front of the police and put all the blame on me. Lin Xiaozhu looked at Yijin and said, little friend, you are still too naive. Do you think that if you confuse right and wrong and say a few nonsense, people will believe you? You're in high school now, so you should know that our car isn't cheap, right? Any decent car is equipped with a dashcam, and ours is no exception. The entire cause, process, and outcome of the incident, no matter how big or small, were all recorded in the driving recorder. We have handed over the contents of the recorder to the police. The police have already determined that our family acted in self-defense and we don't have to bear any responsibility. On the contrary, you, who are looking for trouble, will probably be detained for a few days after your injuries have almost healed. Lin Xiaozhu's words made Yijin's face turn pale. Yi Tao knew his son quite well. Looking at his son's expression, he knew that what his son said was true. Yi Tao's face turned grim. Son, is this really the case? Why did you go looking for them? Yijin explained, Dad, I'm not reconciled on your behalf. Their family cheated you out of your shares. You could have been a multi-millionaire, but now we're living a life worse than a dog's, while their family is living so comfortably. I'm not reconciled to this, so I went to them. Yi Tao was speechless for a moment. He knew what happened back then better than anyone else. Just like what Guodi Gang said, the person who wronged you knows how wronged you are better than you do. Yi Tao knew that he was the one who had wronged Yijin, but he just couldn't accept it. He thought that he should have had a good life, but unfortunately it was deprived by Yi Qingzong. Therefore, he instilled this hatred in Yi Tao, hoping that his son would take revenge in the future. Unexpectedly, this led to Yijin's hand being chopped off today. It was simply retribution. Yi Tao was silent for 2 minutes, then suddenly said, Qingzong, we have known each other for more than 30 years. No matter what misunderstandings we had before, I hope you can forgive me. Consider this as a loan to you for my son's surgery. Can you help us? Yijin is still a child, he is only 17 years old. He can't be without his right hand. Yi Qingzong was too kind-hearted after all. He slowly asked, how much will the surgery cost? Yi Tao immediately said, 100,000 yuan. When Yi Qingzong heard the number of 100,000, his face suddenly changed. 100,000, this number again? 20 years ago, Yi Tao invested 100,000 yuan in the business. Later, when the business encountered difficulties, Yi Tao desperately wanted to get back the 100,000 yuan. Perhaps it was because the number was too coincidental. Yi Qingzong thought of what happened that year, and his extra sympathy disappeared in an instant. 100,000 yuan, another 100,000 yuan, Yi Tao, do you still remember the 100,000 yuan you invested in the company? Seeing the change in Yi Qingzong's expression, Yi Tao felt a pang in his heart. Remember, I was the one who let you down. I apologize to you now. Yi Qingzong sighed and said, back then, we started a business together. You and I each invested 100,000 yuan, and a few other friends contributed 100,000 yuan, totaling 300,000 yuan. We started the business, but soon we encountered a crisis. What did you do then? Yi Tao slapped himself in the face and said, it's my fault. I felt at the time that I might lose everything I invested in starting a business. I was afraid that the 100,000 yuan would be wasted, so I cried, made a scene, and even threatened to hang myself, forcing you to return the 100,000 yuan I invested. It's my fault. Yi Qingzong said slowly, that's right, starting a business was difficult at that time, and you came to cut off the financial support. I really had no choice but to borrow money from a loan shark to repay you. From then on, we parted ways and went our separate ways. But why did you tell your son that I used conspiracy and trickery to swallow up your shares? If you hadn't said that, your son wouldn't have hated our family so much, and what happened today wouldn't have happened. Yi Tao burst into tears after hearing this. I am sorry for you, this is my karma, I was wrong. Yijin looked at Yi Tao in surprise. Dad, how could this happen? Didn't you always say that it was Yi Qingzong who cheated you out of your shares? The truth is what your Uncle Chung just said. I just couldn't accept it, so I said it to the people around me, wanting to deceive myself. I didn't expect that I would hurt you. After hearing this, Yi Zhen's eyes were complicated. He didn't say anything, but clenched his left hand into a fist. Yi Tao said to Yi Qingzong again, Qingzong, I admit my mistakes and apologize to you. Can you help me? Yi Qingzong was moved when he heard Yi Tao admit his mistake. However, Yi Xian said, Dad, don't rush to make a decision, listen to me. As the saying goes, like father, like mother. How good do you think Yi Zhen's character can be after growing up under Yi Tao's education? Things are different now. There are so many things that the awakened can do. Just now, Yi Zhen kicked our car to a stop. When his abilities improve, he will be able to do more. What do you think will happen to him when he has power over ordinary people? His father was clearly the one who wronged you back then, but because of his nonsense, it became like you were the one who cheated him. What kind of children can this kind of person who repays kindness with enmity raise? Speaking of Yi Zhen, it is true that it is his responsibility for what happened today, but it is also a fact that I cut off his hand. Dad, do you think he hates me? If his hand is reattached and he gains power in the future, will he try to take revenge on our family? If he didn't have hands, I could still compete with him. But if he got his hands reattached, I, your son, would not be able to defeat him. Let me put it this way, if you help him, you'll be pushing your own son into a dead end. Make your own decision. As soon as Yi Xian said this, Lin Xiaozhu immediately said, Husband, you absolutely cannot help this kid. If you dare to help, we will divorce. Yi Qingzong glanced at his wife and said, The child is here, what are you talking nonsense about? Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Times are different now. A knight-errant breaks the law with force. A powerful awakened one is indeed too dangerous, let alone one who is hostile to our family. If we help him, won't we harm ourselves? Let's go. Yi Tao was so anxious that he knelt on the ground, kowtowed, and said, Qingzong, please help me. Unfortunately, Yi Qingzong had been persuaded by Yi Xian. Although he had good intentions, he could not ignore the safety of his family and help Yi Zhen, a dangerous person. Therefore, Yi Qingzong and his family left quickly. Yi Qingzong did not even put down the fruit basket he brought and took it away. Yi Tao burst into tears, watching his son lose his right hand and become a disabled person, but he himself was powerless to do anything. He was even the instigator of all this, and he was filled with regret. Chapter 42 Intimidation. On the other side, at Yi Shue's home, Su Mingly and Yi Shue were chatting. Mingly, after you awaken, you are much more beautiful than before. I wonder if I, your sister, will have the chance to awaken once. I don't need any powerful abilities, I just want to be more elegant like you. Su Mingly smiled and said, Sister, you are also very beautiful. I always think you have a strong aura. Yi Shue smiled and said, You know your own affairs best. I am still a beauty in front of others, but in front of you, Su Mingly, I am just like everyone else. Su Mingly was about to say something modest when the doorbell rang. Yi Shue came to the door, looked through the peephole, and asked, Who is this? I'm a teacher from the admissions office of Shuimu University. I'm here to talk to Su. Yi Shue frowned slightly, but still opened the door. Then, the middle-aged woman entered Yi Shue's house. She took a quick look and then walked up to Su Mingly. Student Su, I have a few words to talk to you about. Do you have time? Su Mingly said calmly, Just say what you want to say. The middle-aged woman listened, glanced at Yi Shue, and said, These words involve highly confidential matters regarding the revival of spiritual energy. It's best if we discuss it alone. Yi Shue listened and said, Okay, you guys talk, I'm going back to my room. After Yi Shue finished speaking, she went straight into her bedroom, leaving the space for Su Mingly and the woman. The middle-aged woman sat down and said to Su Mingly, Student Su, do you have a sufficient understanding of your own potential? Su Mingly shook her head and said, I don't really understand. The middle-aged woman went straight to the point. It can be said that in the future, you will be one of the top awakeners in Daxia. A decision you make may change the fate of an entire city. In the future, you will be a trendsetter of the new era, the kind that might be written about in textbooks thousands of years from now. Do you understand? Su Mingly said calmly, Is it really that exaggerated? This is beyond my imagination. The middle-aged woman continued, This is not an exaggeration. In this era, you are destined to be extraordinary, and the path you take is destined to be different from others. You have to overcome all obstacles and have great glory, but you also have to take on corresponding responsibilities. If you want to shoulder this responsibility, you must have enough talent. Your friend Yi Xian may be a nice person, but in the future you will definitely be from two different worlds. You may think you are great for what you are doing now, but from the perspective of those of us who have experienced it, you are being childish and funny, and your efforts are completely in vain. After hearing this, Su Mingli's expression instantly turned cold. A futile effort? You're doing it now. I think you can leave now. Goodbye. The middle-aged woman immediately said, Mr. Su, it's a good thing to repay a favor, but there are many ways to do so. Sacrificing your own future for the sake of repaying a favor is not the wisest thing to do. I'm not a smart guy, you can leave now. The middle-aged woman said, you can continue to be stubborn, but I believe that someone will tell Yi Xian how big the gap between him and you is. If he is a smart person, he should know how to choose. After the middle-aged woman finished speaking, she turned around and left. A trace of anger flashed across Su Mingli's face, and she asked, what do you mean by that? Student Su, you are now a national strategic talent. The greater your ability, the greater your responsibility. We want you to shoulder the heavy responsibility in the future. As elders, we have the obligation to help you get rid of some unnecessary burdens. You don't have to be angry with me. This is not my decision alone, and everything we do is for your own good. I believe you will understand in the future. After the middle-aged woman finished speaking, she slammed the door shut and strode away, leaving Su Mingly with a frown on her face. On the other side, Yi Xian and his family had just returned home and welcomed several uninvited guests. These people were from the admissions offices of several universities in Beijing. After Yi Qingzong had them sit down, he said, ladies and gentlemen, you are here for Su Mingli's matter, right? An admissions teacher smiled and said, that's right, Mr. Yi, you're an adult, unlike these children. You should understand that Su's behavior is very childish. At the same time, her actions won't change the fate of her and your son drifting apart, right? Yi Qingzong looked at the admissions teacher and said, do you want me to persuade my son to stay away from Su Mingli and not be a toad wanting to eat swan meat? You could say that. Yi Qingzong slowly shook his head and said, I can't do that. If it were just one-sided, I would definitely be willing to break up the couple. But now they are in love, a perfect match, talented and beautiful. How can you monsters like you object? The admissions teacher laughed and said, Mr. Yi is quite sharp-tongued, but have you ever thought about what kind of people are in the Awakener Academy of Magic City University? They are the top awakeners from all over the country. Su Mingli is the best among them, but what about your son? A level talent can only be said to be average. Have you ever thought about the pressure your son will face at that time? Su Mingli is so outstanding, do you think she will lack talented suitors? Young people are full of vigor and impulsive, and now is a great era for awakening people. At that time, if jealousy occurs, it will not be as simple as before where you would just get beaten up. Some powerful awakened ones could cause loss of life if they're not careful. Are you sure you want your son to face such a great danger? The teacher's words made Yi Qingzong frown. He had thought about these things before, but he respected his son's wishes and did not dare to think too much about it. Now that these words were spoken by the admissions teacher, it was like poking at his wounds, making him look grim. Yi Qingzong thought of Yi Tao just now. Yi Tao watched Yi Zhen lying on the hospital bed, but was powerless to do anything. He couldn't even get the money for the operation. If one day in the future, his son was also beaten to a disability or even killed, what would he do? Lin Xiaozhu glared at the admissions teacher and said, "Stop talking nonsense. This country has laws. If they dare to harm my son, they will suffer the consequences." The admissions office teacher opened his phone, clicked on a few documents, and said, "These are several documents and policies issued by the higher-ups. The revival of spiritual energy is a crisis that is far greater than the crisis itself. If it is not handled properly, the entire human race may be exterminated. At this time, powerful awakeners are an important force for humans to resist strange beasts. In the future, awakened people are strictly prohibited from fighting each other and consuming human power. At the same time, once a powerful awakened person breaks the law, the punishment will no longer be imprisonment or even execution. Instead, they are deployed to dangerous front lines to help protect humanity. Those who may harm your son in the future are the best among the awakened ones in the future of mankind. They make mistakes and face more challenges, but for the greater good, nothing will happen to them." Chapter 43 Husband sings and wife follows. This time, Lin Xiaozhu was speechless. Both he and his wife looked worried and didn't know what to do. Yi Xian looked at the admissions teachers and said calmly, "All right, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Don't scare my parents." They're old and can't stand being scared. The admissions teacher looked at Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian, you will be an adult in a few months. You have heard what I said to your parents. I believe you will weigh the pros and cons and make a choice that is beneficial to you. Yi Xian looked the other person straight in the eye and said, it's better to mind your own business than to worry about other people's business. I think you are just bored and want to meddle in other people's business, right? The admissions teacher suddenly became angry. Don't be so ungrateful. Yi Xian said coldly, idiot. Several teachers in the admissions office were furious. Yi Qingzong, this is the good son you taught, and this is how he talks to us teachers? Yi Qingzong looked at the furious people and laughed. I think my son is right. You guys are really too idle. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. I don't care about these things myself. Do you really need to care about my son so much? Concerned about your son? What we care about is Su Mingli's future. The cultivation resources of awakened ones are currently extremely precious. In order to admit Su Mingli, Magic City University agreed to Su Mingli's conditions, but such conditions will only ruin Su Mingli. Another admissions teacher said, that's right, the outside world doesn't know that Daxia has formulated a hidden dragon plan for this group of awakeners. 100 potential dragon-level talents will be selected from all the awakened ones. In the future, Daxia's best resources and latest research will be used on them. Their strength will surpass that of other awakened people, and the fate of Daxia will be closely related to this group of people. With Su Mingli's talent and sufficient resources, it was a foregone conclusion that she would join the Qianlong project. However, if your son took away half of her resources, the matter would be in jeopardy. Yi Xian, if you continue to be stubborn, you will not only harm yourself, but also destroy the future of a genius. Think carefully. After hearing this, Yi Qingzong's expression changed and he said, son, you should think about this matter again. Lin Xiaozhu also looked at her son and said, listen to your father and think about it. The teachers from the admissions office looked at the performance of Yi Xian's parents and knew that their goal had been achieved. They looked at each other, smiled at each other, and then left. The next morning, Su Mingli approached Yi Xian early. Did anyone come to see you yesterday? Yi Xian looked at the lovely girl in front of him and nodded, yes, I've been looking for you. After hearing this, Su Mingli looked at Yi Xian nervously and asked, what did they say? Yi Xian looked at Su Mingli's nervous expression and said slowly, they said I would ruin your future. Su Mingli's expression changed, and she became even more nervous. Then how do you answer them? Yi Xian smiled and said, I told them they were bored and told them to mind their own business. Su Mingli breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. As expected, Yi Xian would never let her down. She was also worried that Yi Xian would be like in those romantic TV dramas, give in to those people, and then say a few sad words, saying that there is a kind of love called letting go, and then leave her for her own good. Now it seems that she was thinking too much. Yi Xian was not that stupid at all. At this moment, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Congratulations to the host, the favorability of genius Su Mingli has increased to 60 points. The system is updating, and the update is expected to take 1 hour. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard the system prompt. He didn't expect that Su Mingli's favorability, which had not increased for a long time, would increase by 5 points again because of his words, reaching 60 points. But what does this sudden system update mean? Will there be any new features? At the same time, Yi Xian also realized that, as expected, when it comes to things like favorability, true friendship is revealed in times of adversity. Without going through hardships, it is difficult to raise favorability to a very high level. For more than a month, Yi Xian and Su Mingli had been together day and night, but their favorability had not changed after reaching 55 points. Now, facing the pressure from the admissions office teacher, Yi Xian simply showed great determination, and his favorability suddenly increased by 5 points, reaching as many as 60 points. If it increased by another 10 points, Yi Xian's talent would be able to improve again. Yi Xian also understood why there were so many touching love stories in feudal society, but in modern times, with free love, this kind of love has become less common. In an era without free love is precious. Couples from different social backgrounds who fall in love face pressure from all sides. Under such pressure, a couple who are not tolerated by the world can only rely on each other. They rely on each other, share weal and woe, live and die together, and this relationship appears tragic and great. Because of this, the favorability between Yi Xian and Su Mingli, which had not improved for a long time, quickly improved when faced with the aggressive pressure from the admissions office teacher. The 60 points of favorability seemed to have undergone some kind of qualitative change. There was also something else in Su Mingli's eyes when she looked at Yi Xian. Originally, her feelings for Yi Xian might have been an immature affection, but more of it was gratitude. However, from now on, this gratitude had soured. 2 months ago, Yi Xian helped her overcome difficulties. Until now, she seems to have soared to success, completely different from before, and Yi Xian has never changed. Yi Xian has always been worthy of her trust and reliance, and has never let her down. She has also made a silent decision in her heart that no matter what the future holds, she will stay with the boy in front of her. The two of them looked directly into each other's eyes, and the exchange of eyes was worth more than 1,000 words, and everything was said without words. However, just as the two were embracing each other, the admissions office representative arrived again. Yi Xian, we've already analyzed the pros and cons for you yesterday. I'm sure you can make the right choice, right? Yi Xian was flirting with his goddess, but upon hearing these words that spoiled the mood, he glanced at her impatiently and slowly uttered 2 words, idiot. The admissions teacher was so angry that he almost vomited blood after hearing this. Seeing Su Mingly was also present, he immediately said, Student Su, you should know that we are all doing this for you, okay? Yi Xian is selfish and doesn't consider your future, but you should at least consider your own future, right? Su Mingly also turned around and looked at the admissions teacher, stuttering, stupid, idiot. Chapter 44 System Update. It's not that Su Mingly had any hesitation, but she had never said this word before, and she felt uncomfortable saying such an impolite word in front of the boy she liked. However, she had to follow her husband's lead and firmly express her position, so even if the word was not very polite, she had to say it. After hearing Su Mingly's words, Yi Xian praised, well said. In the future, you don't need to be polite to these people, and you don't need to argue with them. Just give them this word directly. Su Mingly nodded vigorously and said, I didn't understand why you guys like to use this word so much before. Now I understand, it is simple and clear, and it is very hurtful and insulting. It is perfect for them. Several teachers from the admissions office were so angry that they almost vomited blood after listening to Yi Xian and Su Mingly singing the same tune. They could only utter one harsh word, you will regret this. Then they left quickly. And then, Su Mingly and Yi Xian smiled at each other. Su Mingly said, by the way, I heard that the Awakener Academy starts much earlier than other academies? Yi Xian nodded and said, I've heard that too. Regular academies start in September, while the Awakener Academy starts in July. There's only less than a month of vacation left. Su Mingly asked curiously, how could it be so fast? Yi Xian looked at the sky and said, the world has changed. We, the awakened ones, need to grow up as quickly as possible. Of course, we can't have such a long vacation. Next, Yi Xian and Su Mingly came to the yard. Since there was nothing to do, Su Mingly also tested his own abilities. Yi Xian also witnessed the horror of Su Mingly's talent. It was only in the initial stage of awakening and had not even been trained yet. The degree of development was only about 1%. She can use her thoughts to create phantoms of flaming beasts to attack, and her attack power is extremely strong. The last time Su Mingly set fire to Su Guodong, she was not really angry at all. If she had used her true strength, Su Guodong would have been dead. Now testing in the villa yard, Yi Xian saw Su Mingly controlling a fire phoenix to attack. The fire phoenix was extremely fast and arrived in an instant, crashing into the ground and creating a fire pit with a diameter of more than 1 meter. The flames lasted for several minutes before being extinguished. The flames burned the surrounding soil into a magma state. With Yi Xian's current strength, he really couldn't withstand Su Mingly's attack. Time passed little by little, and finally, a system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind. System update completed, host can view the latest features. Yi Xian was very curious about the new functions of the system. He asked Su Mingly to continue practicing her abilities, while he went into the bathroom and looked at his attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian. Talent, a level Vajra indestructible body awakened. Genius list. Su Mingly main character. Talent, SSS level Karma Fire Lotus awakened. Favorability, 60. Note, the main genius is unique. You can get talent bonuses by improving the favorability, and you can get different rewards by completing interactive tasks. Qin Han Deputy. Talent, S-level Sword Control awakened. Favorability, 35. Note, there is no limit to the number of deputy geniuses, and different rewards can be obtained by improving the favorability. Task list. Watching a movie, accompany Su Mingly to watch a touching love movie. Mission status, unfinished mission reward, dual cultivation card. When Yi Xian saw the 3 words dual cultivation card, he instantly had some evil thoughts in his mind. But when he focused his attention on this double repair card, he was immediately disappointed. Double cultivation card, also known as double cultivation card. When the host and Su Mingly practice together, the practice efficiency of both parties will be doubled. It is valid for 7 days. It turned out to be such a dual cultivation card. Yi Xian felt that this dual cultivation card was not bad. At present, it seems that this task list will be refreshed in real time, and the tasks are not difficult. If you can complete tasks from time to time, you can get some dual cultivation cards. Then, if Su Mingly is with him, her strength will not be hindered by him, but will improve faster. In this case, what the admissions office teacher said about Yi Xian holding Su Mingly back was simply bullshit. Afterwards, Yi Xian excitedly went to the courtyard and saw a teacher from the admissions office of Magic City University there. After Yi Xian came out, the teacher said, "Yi Xian, come here too." Yi Xian walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" The teacher said, "It's like this. According to the above policy, all major universities will conduct a month-long training for all awakened people above level A. School will resume normally after 1 month. Will you participate?" Yi Xian was also quite surprised. No wonder he never saw Su Mingly again after the college entrance examination in his previous life. It turned out that she went to university at that time. The so-called training this month was a special program for awakeners above level A, and it was kept secret. Therefore, Yi Xian in his previous life did not know about this. He thought that everyone was the same and school would start in July. This 1 month of special training is enough to create a certain gap between awakeners above level A and other ordinary awakeners. In addition to the difference in their own talents, this gap will only get bigger in the future. Yi Xian naturally couldn't miss such an opportunity, so he said directly, "Of course I want to participate." "Okay, you and classmate Su will sign a confidentiality agreement later. Tomorrow, we will set off together to the Magic City." As soon as the teacher said this, a trace of confusion flashed in Su Mingly's eyes. This was really too fast. She had just finished her talent test, and other students hadn't even finished their college entrance exams yet, and she was about to go to the Magic City. Seeing this, Yi Xian took Su Mingly's slender little hand in his and said, "Don't think too much, I'm here with you." After hearing this, Su Mingly immediately said, "That's right, with you here, there's nothing to worry about." The teacher frowned slightly when he saw this and said, "Although our Magic City University doesn't prohibit romance, you'd better restrain yourself in front of a teacher like me. Okay, you only have 1 day off for the college entrance examination, so cherish it." In fact, the admissions office teacher in Shanghai also disapproves of Yi Xian and Su Mingly being together. However, in their opinion, if they took the initiative to destroy this couple, they would only end up doing something worthless, so it would be better to let them develop on their own, because the two of them were not a good match after all. When they arrive at the Awakener College of Magic City University, the gap between the two will be clearly reflected, and the two will become polarized. By then, there will be no need for any external pressure, as they will split internally. Chapter 45 Night Attack. Afterwards, the admissions office teacher left, and Su Mingly sighed, "Only 1 day of vacation." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Yeah, a day is really too short. What can we do?" Su Mingly suddenly said, "Why don't we go to the movies together?" Yi Xian was just waiting for this, so he said directly, "Sure, I'll book the ticket now." After a while, the tickets were booked. Yi Xian said, "Tickets for 7 o'clock in the evening. Let's go watch it together then." Su Mingly nodded happily. At this moment, Yi Xian was thinking of the winged tiger, Hu Fei. If it weren't for Yi Xian's interference, Su Mingly would have been sought after by major universities after her amazing talent was tested. In addition to the amazing reward, Su Mingly also received another reward, which was the pet Hu Fei. This was something she proposed on her own initiative, and the university also agreed. Hu Fei is a strange beast that can be controlled by humans and can be raised by awakened people. Since Su Mingly is so talented, the relevant departments naturally gave face to the university. But in this life, Su Mingly has the care of the Yi family and is not as lonely as in her previous life. She would not place her affections on a tiger that looked very similar to the cat she had as a child. In addition, the condition she proposed was to obtain the treatment of an S-level genius for Yi Xian, which was already an excessive condition. Naturally, she would not mention Hu Fei again. Yi Xian had no such thoughts. Hu Fei was too weak. Being Su Mingly's pet would only hold her back. In the future, I will help her tame a more powerful battle pet, which should not only be beautiful and cool, but also have strong combat capabilities. Only such a battle pet is worthy of Mingly. At around 6 o'clock, Yi Xian and Su Mingli arrived at the cinema. The movie Yi Xian chose was a youth film that had received good reviews recently. The plot is generally okay, but a little dragged out and deliberately sensational. Yi Xian felt normal, but girls really like this. Su Mingli's eyes turned red when she saw it, and she secretly wiped away tears several times. Yi Xian's mind was not on the movie. He was more thinking about getting closer to Mingly. Now Su Mingli has been tested to have amazing talent and is regarded as a hot commodity by major universities. With her talent, she can easily possess many things that she never dared to imagine before. She no longer needs to rely on the Yi family or Yi Xian. On the contrary, if she is given a little time to grow, the Yi family will need to rely on her. In this situation, if Yi Xian takes the initiative to attack, it is no longer taking advantage of someone's misfortune, but pursuing the victory. Halfway through the movie, Yi Xian seized the opportunity, placed his hand on Su Mingli's slender and beautiful palm, and held it tightly. He thought that Su Mingli would shyly dodge, but this time, Su Mingli was not so shy and timid. This is a movie theater. There are no lights in the auditorium, it is pitch black. Even if something happens, no one will notice as long as it is not a live pornographic performance. And Su Mingli, perhaps because of her own talent, has a certain amount of capital, which makes her feel that she is no longer useless except for her beauty, and is worthy of Yi Xian. In fact, if Yi Xian had held her hand 2 minutes later, Su Mingli might have taken the initiative. She was looking forward to this scene, so why would she dodge? After Yi Xian held Su Mingli's hand, Su Mingli immediately turned from defense to offense, spread out her 5 fingers, and interlocked her fingers with Yi Xian. Their 10 fingers were tightly clasped together, and their eyes met. Su Mingli's face turned a little red, but she did not dodge. Instead, she looked at Yi Xian boldly. At this moment, Yi Xian and Su Mingli had no one else in their eyes but each other. Their hands were clasped together, as if they owned the whole world. The huge sense of satisfaction and happiness in their hearts made them feel ecstatic and completely unaware of the passage of time. Su Mingli was originally moved by the plot, but after that, her mind was no longer on the plot at all. The so-called sentimental youth movie no longer has any sadness after holding hands with Yi Xian. Because the boy next to her had tried his best to take care of her, her youth was no longer sad and she had no regrets. Before they knew it, the movie was over. Yi Xian and Su Mingli were no longer focused on the movie, but they felt a little unsatisfied. The two waited for a while, until most of the others had left, then they walked out of the cinema hand in hand. At this time, it was already past 9 o'clock. Yi Xian looked at the stars in the sky and said, "Mingli, let's walk home together?" "Yeah," Su Mingli said happily. She didn't want to go home so quickly now. She just wanted to hold Yi Xian's hand and walk together forever. The moonlight and starlight shone on the two of them, making the boy and girl's figures look a little dreamy. The distance from the cinema to home is not far, but they did not feel tired at all. Instead, they were full of energy. However, as they passed through a small alley, a figure suddenly stopped them. Holding a pistol, he said coldly, "You two little bastards, I finally caught you. Put your hands on your heads and squat down." Yi Xian and Su Mingli were very familiar with this voice. Yi Xian's face changed. He immediately stepped forward, blocking Su Mingli behind him, and said, "Zhonghai, is it you, you old dog? What do you want to do?" Zhonghai said fiercely, "What do you think I want to do? You're the boyfriend of that little bitch Su Mingli, right? I'm going to fuck her right in front of you. Fuck this little bitch to death. Get down on your knees." When Zhonghai said this, Yi Xian was furious and said, "You are looking for death." As Yi Xian spoke, he rushed directly towards Zhonghai. Zhonghai was also a ruthless character. With a bang, Zhonghai opened fire. Yi Xian's ability has just awakened, and his ability is not good at speed, so it is not easy for him to dodge bullets. Besides, if he dodged the bullet, it would be Su Mingli who would be injured, and Yi Xian naturally could not let his beloved woman get hurt. He just moved his body slightly to avoid the vital parts, and the bullet hit his shoulder directly, causing his body to stagger slightly. Blood spurted out from Yi Xian's shoulder. If it were an ordinary person, the bullet would enter his body and he would immediately lose his ability to fight. However, Yi Xian's will was as strong as steel. He staggered slightly and rushed to Zhonghai at a faster speed, then slapped the gun in Zhonghai's hand. Yi Xian knocked the gun away dozens of meters, and it fell heavily to the ground, turning into a pile of parts. Zhonghai's hand was also burned with pain. It's complicated to explain all of this, but in fact, from Yi Xian being shot to Zhonghai's gun being knocked away, it all happened in an instant. Although Su Mingly is very talented, she does not have Yi Xian's combat awareness and reaction speed. It was not until the end of the battle that she reacted and ran to Yi Xian nervously. She saw at a glance that blood was gushing from Yi Xian's shoulder and the bullet had penetrated into Yi Xian's shoulder. Su Mingly looked at the bullet hole on Yi Xian's shoulder, tears streaming down her face. She hurriedly asked, "How are you? Can we go to the hospital?" Chapter 46, S-Class Dragon Elephant Prison Body. Yi Xian's Vajra indestructible body was ultimately too underdeveloped, at only 1%, so it was impossible for him to withstand a gun. He relied on his own willpower to knock Zhong Hai's gun away after being shot, but he was indeed injured. Now that the crisis was over, he sat down on the ground, his shoulders aching. Su Mingly saw Yi Xian fall down and hurriedly supported Yi Xian. At this moment, a hint of viciousness flashed in Zhong Hai's eyes, and he quickly ran towards the position of his gun. Su Mingly saw this scene. She covered the wound on Yi Xian's shoulder with her hand, but blood still continued to flow out, staining her hands red. The blood of her beloved boy made her hands sticky and her heart hot and angry as a volcanic eruption. She looked at Zhong Hai and gritted her teeth, "Go to hell." Next, a blood-red lotus shadow appeared around Su Mingly, and then the lotus shadow rushed directly towards Zhong Hai. The farther the lotus shadow was from Su Mingly, the more solid it became and the larger it became. By the time it rushed in front of Zhong Hai, it had turned into a flaming lotus with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The fire lotus instantly devoured Zhong Hai's body. After only a half scream, Zhong Hai completely disappeared. The flames lasted for 2 or 3 minutes before they were extinguished. Zhong Hai's body was completely gone, burned to ashes. The surrounding ground was also carbonized and cracked due to the high temperature, which shows how strong Su Mingly is. At this moment, Su Mingly's face was slightly pale. Obviously, this move consumed a lot of her energy and was considered a powerful move at this stage. After dealing with Zhong Hai, Su Mingly hurriedly called an ambulance, and then used her clothes to help Yi Xian stop the bleeding. Her eyes were full of tears and she cried like a tearful person. Yi Xian grabbed Su Mingly's hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Don't forget, you and I are both awakened. My ability is in defense. Ordinary people wouldn't be in danger of death if they were shot in the shoulder, let alone me." Su Mingly sobbed and said, "I just regret why I didn't stand in front of you just now." Yi Xian smiled and said, "I am a real man. It is not my style to let a woman stand in front of me. Besides, I am thick-skinned and strong, so I am fine even if I get shot. But you are so delicate, it would hurt so much if you get hurt." Su Mingly didn't say anything and continued to cover Yi Xian's wound to stop the bleeding. Ding, congratulations to the host. Su Mingly's favorability has increased to 70 points. You can perform a talent bonus once. Do you want to perform the bonus? When Yi Xian heard the system prompt, he immediately said, "Yes." Congratulations to the host, the A-level Vajra indestructible body has been upgraded to the S-level Dragon Elephant prison body. Yi Xian was quite happy when he saw the system prompt. He finally had S-level talent. S-level talent means that Yi Xian can truly be considered one of the geniuses. Even if he is still a level in the eyes of outsiders, it doesn't matter. Later they will understand that Yi Xian, an A-level, is a unique A-level. Yi Xian had never heard of the Dragon Elephant prison body in his previous life, but he was able to see the power of this body through the system. Dragon Elephant prison body, the ultimate strength, crushing everything. For every 1% increase in the degree of development of superpowers, one gains the power of an elephant. For every 10% increase in the degree of development, one gains the power of a dragon. With their abilities developed to the extreme, they have 10 dragons and 100 elephants, guarding the way and suppressing the prison, unparalleled in the world. Yi Xian was also quite excited when he saw the explanation of this supernatural power. This supernatural power can be said to be pure power that can break all laws with one force. Of course, this so-called ultimate strength is definitely exaggerated. This so-called ultimate power refers to the S-level stage, which represents the ultimate power and is unmatched by other superpowers. Even with such limitations, this ability is quite terrifying. Yi Xian now possesses the power of an elephant. He feels that he can send a car flying with a casual slap of his hand. This is a very terrifying power. Although the Dragon Elephant prison body is the ultimate in strength and is not good at defense, his elephant-like physique also gives him a stronger recovery ability. At this moment, he felt an itch at the wound on his shoulder. The muscles at the wound were wriggling. The powerful muscles squeezed the bullet that had been shot into his body out little by little. Before the ambulance arrived, there was a crisp sound and the bullet fell from the wound and landed on the ground. Su Mingly was also stunned for a moment, then saw the deformed bullet head on the ground. What's going on? Yi Xian explained, my ability worked, and the bullet was squeezed out. Let's go back and bandage it simply. I don't think we need to go to the hospital. But Su Mingly was still worried about Yi Xian's health. Yi Xian said, Mingly, the Awakeners have just appeared and are surrounded by controversy. Although we are passively defending today, if this matter becomes a big deal, I'm afraid public opinion will be unfavorable to you. Let's go. I'll call the ambulance and explain. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he stood up directly. The power of an elephant allowed his body to recover immediately, and there was no major abnormality in his body at all. Su Mingly was quite dependent on Yi Xian, so she listened to Yi Xian's words and took Yi Xian away. As for Zhong Hai, he had turned into ashes and was scattered on the earth. As long as Yi Xian and Su Mingly don't say it, no one will know that someone has died here. Let him disappear with the wind. The recovery ability of the dragon elephant prison body is truly amazing. On the morning of the next day, only a shallow scar remained of Yi Xian's wound, which did not affect his normal activities at all. Yi Xian could now participate in the special training prepared in advance by Magic City University. Yi Xian also had some understanding of the task system updated by the system. The task system arranged by the system would only arrange one task at a time. After the task is completed, the system will randomly arrange tasks from time to time. If the task cannot be completed, it will remain until it is completed. After returning home yesterday, Yi Xian received the reward of double training cards. And this morning, when I woke up, the task was updated again. Shopping. Shanghai is an international metropolis. Why not accompany the future empress on a shopping spree? Mission rewards depends on the empress's mood. The better the empress's mood, the more precious the reward. When Yi Xian saw this task, he felt that his reputation would be ruined by this broken system. The various colleges and universities themselves were very dissatisfied with Yi Xian, thinking that Yi Xian was a pheasant and a phoenix, and that he had taken away the resources of Su Mingly, a super genius. After arriving in the Magic City, he took Su Mingly shopping everywhere without interrupting his work. It was estimated that Yi Xian would become a thorn in the eyes of these people. But there is no other way. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. The double practice card alone is enough to make up for Su Mingly's practice efficiency. It's time to relax. Mingly had suffered a lot in the past, but when she saw her fate change, she had to fight for humanity and eventually even died on the battlefield. Although such a life is great, it is not perfect for Su Mingly. Yi Xian wants to change her destiny. Chapter 47, A Gigolo. Immediately, Yi Xian and Su Mingly said goodbye to their families, and then took the bullet train to Magic City with the teachers from Magic City University. Jiancheng is far away from Shanghai, so flying is actually a better choice. Unfortunately, since the revival of spiritual energy, the probability of plane accidents has become much higher than before. There have been many cases of large flying beasts attacking planes, resulting in plane crashes. Now, major airlines are gradually reducing flights, and it is expected that within a year, all major airlines may close down. On the train, Yi Xian also met an old friend, Qin Hong, who, like in his previous life, chose Magic City University. Qin Hong was originally sitting in the car in a nonchalant manner, looking like a playboy. However, after seeing Su Mingly, he suddenly sat up straight and his posture changed. He said politely, "Beautiful lady, are you also a student at the Awakener Academy of Magic City University? Hey, why is it you?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Why can't it be me? Mingly, let me introduce you. This is Atwei's son, Qin Hong, and this is my girlfriend, Su Mingly." Although Yi Xian admired Qin Hong very much, he was also a little wary of this kid. After all, this kid's ability is to fly a sword. He can ride the sword with the wind and eliminate demons between heaven and earth. This ability is really cool. In his previous life, Qin Hong was the S-level awakener with the most female fans, and Su Mingly was the SSS-level awakener with the most male fans. Some gossipy people linked the two of them together and said they were a secret couple. Yi Xian knew that these were all nonsense, but he still felt a little threatened by Qin Hong, so he simply made their relationship clear to dissuade Qin Hong from the idea. After hearing what Yi Xian said, Qin Hong said in an exaggerated tone, "She's your girlfriend? Is that true? The good cabbage is being eaten by the pig." Yi Xian immediately cursed, "Fuck you, you are the pig." Qin Hong suddenly lowered his voice and said, "By the way, I heard that among the awakened people at Magic City University this time, there is an A-level ability user. I heard that he was able to enter Magic City University thanks to his girlfriend. This ability to live off someone who's just a gigolo is truly impressive. When that guy comes later, we'll give him a good laugh. A black line appeared on Yi Xian's brow, and he didn't know what to say. At this moment, a teacher from Magic City University came over and said, "Okay, our people are all here, we just need to wait to set off." Xin Hong asked directly, "What about that A-level genius who relies on his girlfriend?" "I heard that he relies on his girlfriend and enjoys better treatment than us S-level geniuses. I haven't even met this guy yet. Isn't he participating in this special training?" A strange expression appeared on the face of the teacher from Magic City University. Yi Xian also glared at Xin Hong and said, "Shut up, the A-level you are talking about is me." Xin Hong was stunned when he heard this, then burst into laughter. "So you're only A rank? How weak. I'm an S rank sword master. Isn't that awesome? Call me brother." Yi Xian looked at the idiot and cursed, "Do you believe that my A-level can beat your S-level?" Xin Hong immediately said, "I don't believe it." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Okay, then when we get to Magic City University, we'll give it a try and let you taste the power of a punch as big as a sandbag." Xin Hong reached out and patted Yi Xian on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, the gap between A-level and S-level is as big as the gap between you and me in appearance. Don't struggle, just call me brother. When we get to Magic City University, I'll protect you." Yi Xian said fiercely, "This time I will definitely beat you until you call me brother." Several teachers from Magic City University looked at each other with a hint of smile in their eyes. They could tell from the conversation between Yi Xian and Xin Hong that Yi Xian was a man who would not give in. Such a character was not a problem in itself. However, he was only A-level, but he refused to give in to those awakeners with S-level talents, and even dared to challenge them to a fight. The teachers were all sure that Yi Xian would suffer a lot when he arrived at the Magic City University. Physically and mentally, it was a double torture. The stronger Su Mingly became, the more humiliating and helpless Yi Xian would feel. It wouldn't be long before Yi Xian would flee from Magic City University. More than 6 hours later, the group finally arrived at the Shanghai railway station, which was bustling with people. The school arranged a minibus to pick people up, and Su Mingly looked curious. This was her first time in this international metropolis, and she was interested in everything around her. Yi Xian was the same. Although Yi Xian had participated in the defense of the Demon City with Su Mingly before his rebirth, that was 20 years later. The Magic City at that time was 10 times quieter than it is now, and it was completely different from what it is now. Sitting on the bus, Xin Hong said to Yi Xian, "Brother, call me brother now, and we'll have to forego the competition. I'm afraid you'll complain to my mom if you lose." Yi Xian immediately said, "Don't worry, you will be the only one who loses." Xin Hong was also excited, "Good boy, you are still competing with your brothers? Fine, then I will satisfy you." Half an hour later, the minibus arrived at the new campus of Magic City University. This is a newly built campus of Magic City University, specially built for the Awakener Academy. It hasn't been long since the signs of spiritual energy revival appeared, and even the exclusive campus of the Awakener Academy has appeared. Daxia is now worthy of the title of infrastructure maniac. The group got off the bus, and the leading teacher took the three of them to a large tiered classroom. Then, the teacher in charge said, "Okay, you can introduce yourselves. Since this is the Awakener Academy, everyone should focus on introducing their talents." Then, Xin Hong took the stage first and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Xin Hong, and my talent is S-level sword control. I hope we can get along well." The students enrolled in the Awakener Academy of Magic City University are mostly B-level or S-level or above, and most of them are A-level talents. Xin Hong's talent is already pretty good. Then, Su Mingly came on stage and said, "Hello everyone, I am Su Mingly." As soon as Su Mingly came on stage, the students in the audience were stunned. The boys in the audience were all staring with their eyes wide open, and even the girls were stunned. How could there be such a beautiful girl? Everyone has a very high tolerance for beautiful women. Therefore, even though Su Mingly acted aloof and didn't even mention her own talent, the students still applauded enthusiastically. The leading teacher said, "Students, the reason why Su didn't disclose her talent is because her talent is above S level. Ordinary awakening spirit balls cannot test her talent level. We will arrange to test her specific talent later and determine her grade." This time, everyone was even more shocked. She looked like a fairy and had a talent of at least S level. Was this the legendary favored daughter of heaven? Chapter 48 Crushing. Su Mingly today is completely different from when she was in high school. Although she was pretty, her grades were average and she was also ostracized. But now, she has both talent and beauty, and is the well-deserved goddess of the Awakener College of Magic City University. People only look up to her and flatter her instead of ostracizing her. Finally, it was Yi Xian's turn. In fact, Yi Xian knew that the reason why all his talents were introduced during this self-introduction was to target him, humiliate him, and make him feel ashamed. Unfortunately, Yi Xian is only a level on the surface, but in fact he is already an S-level dragon elephant prison body. He does not feel inferior or uncomfortable at all. He walked up to the stage confidently. "Hello everyone, my name is Yi Xian, and my talent is the A-level Vajra indestructible body." As soon as Yi Xian said this, the audience was in chaos. Before coming to the academy, they had heard that there were two geniuses in the entire academy who received super standard treatment. One was Su Mingly and the other was Yi Xian. Su Mingly's talent is above S-level, and she enjoys resources dozens of times more than ordinary people. Everyone can understand that. He is just in A-level, and his ability is obviously defensive, not a special one, but he enjoys such high treatment. How can they not be surprised? A boy stood up and said, "Teacher, I want to know why Yi Xian can enjoy such high treatment with his A-level talent?" The team leader pretended to be embarrassed and said, "Yi Xian's talent is indeed not commensurate with his treatment, but this is what Su Mingly strongly requested." In order to recruit a genius like Su, the Awakener Academy had to make compromises, and Yi Xian is also a special case. As soon as the teacher in charge said this, Yi Xian felt that many classmates were looking at him. Their expressions were different, some were mocking, some were jealous, and some were pitiful. Yi Xian shouldn't actually care about their attitude, but don't forget that among these people, there are quite a few S-level Awakeners, and all of them are Yi Xian's mission targets. As long as they are in a slightly friendly state, with 30 points of favorability, Yi Xian can draw a prize from them and get some rewards. The last time, Ling Lingqi's butcher knife was quite powerful. Therefore, if these people are hostile to him from the beginning, it will not be conducive to Yi Xian's future rewards. Thinking of Qin Hong's previous words, Yi Xian decided to do something, at least to change these people's views. Then, Yi Xian stood up and said, "Teacher, I'm sure you heard the conversation between Qin Hong and I on the bus just now. I want to fight him here, is that okay?" The team leader looked at Yi Xian and said, "Do you really want to fight? Although your ability development is very low, the gap between A-level and S-level is huge." Yi Xian got straight to the point and said, "Isn't this what you expected? Alright, let's go fight. Let's go to another place and go to the martial arts arena. Anyone interested can go and have a look together. We were all young people, so how could we not join in the fun?" Therefore, hundreds of students followed and went to the martial arts arena to join in the fun. Qin Hong stepped onto the stage and pulled out an iron sword from his back. He said, "Brother, be careful. Although my sword is unbladed, it's quite lethal." Yi Xian said calmly, "Come on, I can handle it." Next, Qin Hong directly used his own abilities, and the iron sword in his hand rushed towards Yi Xian at an extremely fast speed. As an S-level ability, sword control is indeed not weak, especially when the ability is developed to a certain level. It can use various powerful moves, and combined with some magical weapons made of special materials, the lethality is off the charts, but the strength of sword control in the early stage is a bit low. Yi Xian's Dragon Elephant Prison Body, as the ultimate S-level ability, has been in a strong period since its initial awakening and gradually developed to its full potential, and is fully capable of crushing Yu Jian. Although the iron sword was moving quite fast, Yi Xian still caught its trajectory. Then, Yi Xian punched forward fiercely. There was a loud bang, and Qin Hong's sword was slapped by Yi Xian. A terrifying force burst out, and Qin Hong's sword was directly knocked towards the ground. Under the impact of Yi Xian's power, most of the sword body was inserted into the concrete floor of the martial arts field. Qin Hong's face also changed. He immediately tried to use his ability to pull out the sword embedded in the cement. Qin Hong's iron sword was shaking, causing some cracks in the cement, and he was about to break free. However, Yi Xian slapped it again, and this time, the entire sword and the hilt were knocked into the concrete floor. Qin Hong was stunned. The whole sword was slammed into the concrete floor. With only 1% of his ability developed, he was unable to control the iron sword to break out of the ground. He looked at Yi Xian in shock and said, "How come you are so strong? Is this fucking a level?" The audience also had the same thought as Qin Hong. This is a level? How is it possible? Yi Xian could feel that the hostility in the eyes of the people around him had decreased a lot, and was replaced by admiration and surprise. These young people really can't stand others using backdoors and living off others, but if Yi Xian has the corresponding ability, then there is nothing to say. Chapter 49 Witch's Cloak. This is exactly what Yi Xian wants. With his current performance, it will be easy for him to make friends with them in the future. Just by increasing his favorability a little, he can reach 30. Then, he can have fun drawing lots. Then, Yi Xian said to Qin Hong, "Didn't I tell you? My level is different from what you imagined." As Yi Xian spoke, he stepped down heavily. His strength was comparable to that of an elephant in its prime. However, his body is much smaller than that of an elephant. The pressure is equal to the pressure divided by the contact area. Therefore, the destructive power that Yi Xian can release is actually far greater than that of an elephant. When Yi Xian kicked down, a 30-meter-long crack appeared on the concrete platform, and the scene was extremely horrifying. Of course, this was not Yi Xian's credit alone. Qin Hong had previously controlled the iron sword and wanted to use the power of vibration to pull it out, which had already destroyed part of the structure of the concrete floor. The damage caused by the iron sword piercing the concrete floor, plus Yi Xian's kick, together created such a shocking scene. Only Su Mingly, an SSS-level awakener, can achieve such destructive power. No one else can do it. Therefore, with this kick, the people in the audience looked at Yi Xian with even more admiration. They can't even do this kind of destructive power themselves. Do they need backdoors? Do they need to live off their husbands? Are they kidding me? Then, Yi Xian picked up the iron sword and threw it to Qin Hong, saying, "Do you want to fight again? If you want to admit defeat, call me brother." Qin Hong looked at the cracked cement arena, swallowed his saliva, and said honestly, "Brother." Yi Xian smiled, then said to the teacher in charge, "Teacher, I'm so sorry for damaging the arena. You won't ask me to compensate you, will you?" The teacher in charge was stunned for a moment before saying, "No need." "How on earth did you do it?" Yi Xian said calmly, "Is there anything difficult about this?" Yi Xian had a nice smile on his face, because there were more than 20 new people in his friend list, and all of them were S-level awakeners. Their favorability levels basically range from 10 to 20. It is estimated that if Yi Xian puts in a little effort, he can raise the favorability level to over 30 and participate in the lottery. And for Yi Xian, there was another surprise. Qin Hong's favorability had increased to 50. Qin Hong and Yi Xian had a good relationship before. Their initial favorability was 35. After spending some time together, it reached 45, making them good friends. Although Qin Hong lost the fight between the two this time, he was not a petty person. After losing the fight, he called Yi Xian brother and became more accepting of Yi Xian as a friend. Therefore, the favorability level has increased to 50, and a lottery can be held. Afterwards, Yi Xian said silently in his heart, "System, conduct a lottery. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward of the Witch's Cloak." Yi Xian was stunned when he heard the system prompt. Witch's Cloak? Was it the Witch's Cloak he had imagined? His thoughts were placed in the system's reward column, where a blue-purple cloak that looked deep and mysterious was quietly placed. Focusing his mind on the Witch's Cloak, Yi Xian also sensed its abilities, a powerful defensive piece of equipment. Once equipped, it can provide the host with a large amount of health bonus and spell defense. At the same time, it also grants a shield that can offset spell damage. The shield is invisible to the naked eye and refreshes every 24 hours. Sure enough, it was the Witch Cloak in honor of kings, but it was weakened a lot. The shield that was originally obtained 3 seconds after expansion was now refreshed once every 24 hours. Even so, it was still very powerful. In battles between awakened ones, a single mistake often determines victory or defeat. Not to mention the health bonus and spell defense brought by the Witch's Cloak, the shield alone that can offset spell damage is simply amazing. With this Witch Cloak, Yi Xian will have an absolute advantage when facing elemental psychics. At least before their abilities are developed to more than 10%, they will pose no threat to Yi Xian. Su Mingly was not surprised at Yi Xian's victory. On the bus, Yi Xian said that he was absolutely sure, and the fact turned out to be true. Yi Xian would never let her down. Afterwards, the group returned to the lecture hall, and their leader, Zhou Qian, said, "All right, everyone, be quiet for a moment. Next, I'd like to invite the dean of our Awakener Academy, Lin Su." Then, a middle-aged man with a stern look came onto the stage. He looked at the students below and said, "I'm Lin Su. Let's not waste any more time on nonsense and get straight to the point. People's talents are innate, but their efforts are determined by themselves. In the next month, the extent of your progress will also determine the cultivation resources you can obtain in the following year. There are two ways for awakened people to improve their ability development. The first is to walk on the edge of life and death and break through their own limits. Each time, the ability development can be greatly improved, the progress is fast, and no resources are needed. The disadvantage is that they die quickly. The second way is to absorb spirit stones to increase the development of spiritual power. This method is slower, but safer. There are two methods. If you are interested, you can try them. By the way, I am self-awakened, and my method of improvement is mainly the first method. When Lin Su said this, the students in the audience were all shocked. Walking on the edge of life and death, improving himself in this way, this person must be a ruthless person. Everyone looked at Lin Su with a little fear unconsciously. Yi Xian's expression didn't change much. He knew Lin Su. He was indeed a ruthless man. In the future, his ability development rate exceeded 95%. 90% of them were obtained through life and death trials, but his way is not suitable for others. Because Lin Su's ability is the SS level immortal demon body, this ability has a very terrifying recovery ability, even broken limbs can be reconnected. At the same time, during battle, the more serious the injury, the stronger the combat effectiveness, and one's own strength and speed recovery ability will increase exponentially, and the more fighting, the braver one will become. Unless he is killed instantly, he will be exhausted to death sooner or later. In his previous life, Lin Su died before the battle to defend the Magic City. Lin Su was an SS-level ability user, and he became stronger as the battle went on. His role on the battlefield was not much less than Su Mingly's. Therefore, before the alien beasts invaded the Magic City, they arranged for high-level alien beasts with the ability to transform to assassinate Su Mingly and Lin Su. Su Mingly has always been arrogant and has few friends. The other party transformed himself into a high-ranking official of the Magic City Guard and said that he wanted to discuss the defense of the Magic City with Su Mingly. Su Mingly glanced at the other party, and the fire lotus of karma opened fire at full power, burning the other party to ashes. Afterwards, Su Mingly said coldly without even raising her eyelids, "No one has ever discussed any protection matters with me." Su Mingly only focuses on developing her own special abilities and improving her combat effectiveness. She never offers any opinions on strategic matters. She just did whatever her superiors arranged. Suddenly someone came to her to discuss countermeasures, and of course she knew there was a problem. Chapter 50 Headless War God. But Lin Su was not so lucky. The strange beast transformed into Lin Su's student and came to drink with Lin Su. Lin Su is good in other aspects, the only shortcoming is that he loves to drink. In addition, the two strange beasts that transformed into human form are the trump cards among the strange beasts. Before that, there has never been a precedent of strange beasts turning into humans. Therefore, Lin Su fell into the trap. He was drunk and completely unconscious, and was snoring there. Afterwards, the strange beast transformed into a human form, took Lin Su's sword, and then chopped off Lin Su's head. Lin Su's sword, called the Whale Tooth Sword, was made from the teeth of the world-destroying dragon whale that destroyed the island country. After the world-destroying dragon whale destroyed the island country, it brought a group of strange beasts and was ready to attack Daxia. Finally, Daxia arranged several masters to fight with the world-destroying dragon whale. Most of the world-destroying dragon whale's teeth were knocked out, and it remained quiet for a long time. This sword is made from the teeth of the world-destroying dragon whale. It is extremely sharp and is also Lin Su's favorite weapon. Given the strength of this knife, if Lin Su was chopped down by it without any preparation, he would naturally not be able to withstand it. After his head was chopped off, it was put into a wine jar and taken back to the monster's base camp. However, the matter did not end there. Lin Su, who lost his head, did not die immediately. Although the immortal demon body could not allow him to grow a new head, it could prevent him from dying immediately after losing his head. He was like the ancient god of Washington, with his nipples as eyes, his navel as a mouth, and his neck like a fountain, constantly spurting blood, and then rushing towards the monster's base camp. The headless body was chasing its own head. Because of his special ability, the more he fought, the stronger he became. After losing his head, blood gushed out like a fountain. His fighting power was off the charts and his killing power was terrifying. Countless strange beasts were torn alive by him until the water of the East China Sea turned red. And his head, under the severe pain, also regained consciousness in the wine jar, and his head did not sit there and wait for death. He used his head alone to crash into the strange beast that had transformed into a human form, knocking the other's head off with his own head. Afterwards, the head replaced the original head, controlling the body and approaching and merging with his own body. His head and body fought in the alien beast space camp for 3 days and 3 nights, constantly approaching the other side, just like the cowherd and the weaver girl in the legend, paving a magpie bridge with the blood of the alien beasts. It was a pity that his head and body reunited too late. 3 days and 3 nights were the limit of his vitality. 1 minute before his head and torso were about to meet, his body and head completely lost their vitality and fell to the ground, ending this tragic life. According to incomplete statistics, he killed and injured a total of 300,000 exotic beasts before his death. He was an extremely ruthless person. Therefore, Yi Xian also admired him very much. Although Lin Su at this moment is not yet a super powerful man in later generations, as a self-awakened person and a pioneer of awakening, his strength is far above that of all the students. Lin Su looked at the awe-filled eyes of the students below and felt quite satisfied. He then continued, cultivation resources are currently very precious, so the allocation of resources depends not only on your talents, but also on your own efficiency. The achievements you make in your cultivation over the next month will determine how you will be treated for the rest of the year after school officially begins. So work hard this month and don't waste the talents bestowed upon you by heaven. As Lin Su spoke, he rolled his eyes at Su Mingly, wanting to teach this gifted student a lesson. Unfortunately, Su Mingli's attention was all on Yi Xian, and she was unaware of Lin Su's gaze. Lin Su's eye roll was a complete waste of emotion. At this time, Zhou Qiang said, "Okay, it's getting late. Everyone has been on the bus for quite a long time today. Your food and accommodation have been arranged by the school. Eat something and get some rest early. Starting tomorrow, your journey of cultivation will officially begin." Afterwards, the students left the classroom and prepared to eat something and rest early. Qin Heng approached Yi Xian and Su Mingly and asked, "Brother, are you really only a level?" Yi Xian shook his head and said, "The test result of the awakening spirit ball is indeed a level, but I don't think so." Qin Heng agreed, "Then it must be the spirit ball that made a mistake, right? Otherwise, my S-level sword control is too lame, I can't even defeat an A-level. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat. Today I recognize you as my big brother, so you can treat me, right?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "It's no problem to treat you, but it has to be tomorrow. We just arrived in the Magic City today, and I plan to take Mingly out for a walk and relax." Qin Heng frowned slightly after hearing this and said, "Isn't this a bit bad? Didn't the academy teacher just tell us to rest early?" Yi Xian said calmly, "It's okay, relaxing is also a kind of rest, Mingly, don't you think so?" Su Mingly is also a girl, and shopping is a girl's nature. She naturally wouldn't object. "That's right, let's go shopping." Next, the two of them held hands and openly left the main group to go shopping together. As for food, they naturally solved it outside the school. When Yi Xian and Su Mingly walked away, Lin Su and several other teachers were still there. Seeing this scene, Lin Su frowned. He came near Qin Heng and asked, "Qin Heng, where are classmates Su and the others going?" Qin Heng looked at Lin Su and explained, "D Lin, the two of them went shopping. They said they wanted to relax." Lin Su's face turned grim. Did they all turn a deaf ear to my words? This month's special training will determine your cultivation resources for the next year. Instead of conserving their energy, they're going shopping? Qin Heng now truly regarded Yi Xian as a friend. He explained on Yi Xian's behalf, "Dean Lin, for girls, maybe shopping is also a way to relax?" Lin Su said helplessly, forget it, school has just started, let her relax for now, but she has to be more careful in the future. The situation of mankind is serious now, so she can't be so willful." Zhou Qian sighed and said, "Yeah." Chapter 51, Horror Ascension. At this moment, Yi Xian and Su Mingly were shopping. Su Mingly was not short of money. Before, she had never dared to spend the 100,000 yuan that Yi Shui gave her. But now it's different. With her future, she can easily give more back to the Yi family, so she can spend money with confidence. Although the consumption level in Shanghai is high, as long as you don't buy a house, other aspects are fine. The two of them happily strolled around for 2 or 3 hours, then had a meal together before returning to Magic City University with a full load of loot. Yi Xian sent Su Mingly to the door of the girls' dormitory. Su Mingly looked at Yi Xian and said, "I'm very happy today, Yi Xian, thank you." Yi Xian smiled and said, "If you like in the future, I will go shopping with you anytime." Su Mingly said in embarrassment, "I'd better keep quiet for a while. I like it very much, but the problem is that my wallet can't bear it." Yi Xian said directly, "It's okay, I need some money from my parents." Don't do that. I'd rather not go shopping if I let you and your uncle and aunt ask for money. Okay, I'll listen to you. Su Mingly has a cold personality and doesn't care about what most people think. However, Yi Xian's parents are different. She has already decided on Yi Xian. Yi Xian's parents are also her future parents-in-law. I haven't even married Yi Xian yet, but he has been asking his family for money. What's going on? This would affect her image in the eyes of her future parents-in-law, who would think of her as a spendthrift daughter-in-law, so she immediately refused. Afterwards, Su Mingly went upstairs, and Yi Xian also returned to the boys' dormitory. The hardware facilities of Magic City University are very good, especially the Awakener College. The treatment is a level higher than that of ordinary colleges, and all the dormitories are single. Yi Xian returned to his dormitory and said silently in his heart, "Equip the witch cloak." Next, Yi Xian felt that there was a powerful energy in his body, which made him feel full of strength and vitality. At the same time, there seemed to be an invisible shield around him, protecting his body. This layer of shield cannot be touched or seen, but Yi Xian himself can feel it. This layer of shield can withstand a certain amount of spell damage. It refreshes once every 24 hours and is very practical. In addition, Yi Xian felt that his body was full of vitality, which was the effect of the health bonus brought by the witch's cloak. Simply put, his blood was thicker and he was stronger. Yi Xian was very satisfied with the witch's cloak. Moreover, with the effect of the equipment, Yi Xian did not have an extra cloak on his body. It was no different from usual. It could be said to be quite practical. After experiencing the effect of the witch's cloak, Yi Xian looked at the system panel. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission of accompanying the empress shopping. The system mission is being settled. Shopping was fun, but it seemed to lack a bit of romance. Did you forget something? A hug or a kiss will make the empress even happier. A comprehensive rating of 3 stars will reward you with 5% of your current cultivation progress. Do you want to claim it? Yi Xian immediately said, yes. Then, Yi Xian felt that all his muscles and bones were trembling, and a powerful energy was constantly surging in his body, making him feel full of strength. He couldn't help but let out a roar, then exerted all his strength. Next, all his clothes were shattered and flew around. Yi Xian performed a clothes exploding show in the dormitory. This is the effect caused by a one-time substantial increase in strength. Yi Xian's original ability development level is the same as that of others, which is 1%. And now, the development progress suddenly increased by 5%. Yi Xian's 1 elephant power directly turned into 6 elephant power. It was still a small matter for him to have his clothes exploded. If Yi Xian wanted to, he could easily demolish his dormitory at this moment. Yi Xian had done a test before. The power of an elephant is about 5 tons, or about 10,000 pounds. Now it has increased 6-fold, directly becoming a huge force of 60,000 pounds. The sudden increase in force made Yi Xian feel a little itchy all over his body, and he wanted to find a place to try it out. Unfortunately, the dormitory building doors were closed at this moment, so Yi Xian couldn't get out. He could only wait until tomorrow to find another opportunity. Early the next morning, all the students gathered in the lecture hall. Zhou Qiang arranged his assistants to distribute corresponding spirit stones to the students according to their different qualifications. Then, Lin Su said, "You have all received the spirit stones, right? Next, I will explain how to use these spirit stones." Lin Su can be regarded as a pioneer among awakeners. He shared his experience in cultivation with a group of students. Although it is not suitable for everyone, it can definitely help people avoid many detours. After finishing his reflections, Lin Su said, "Okay, next, classmate Su, come with me to the teaching and research office. We're going to conduct an accurate test of your talent. The rest of the students can arrange their own time. Cultivation is a very personal matter. My experience can only serve as a reference. You can choose the method you prefer. In short, maximizing the efficiency of your practice is the most important thing." Afterwards, Su Mingly glanced at Yi Xian and then went to test his talent. Yi Xian looked at this scene and thought to himself, the talent test is over. I'm afraid I will face a new wave of challenges. Su Mingly's talent is above S level, but Magic City University doesn't know the exact level yet. Once it is confirmed that Su Mingly is at SSS level, which is the highest talent level currently known, there are no more than 3 people at this level in the entire China. 20 years later, awakeners continued to emerge like mushrooms after rain, but the number of awakeners with SSS level talents still did not exceed 10. Once Su Mingli's talent is confirmed, Yi Xian will be in trouble. Thinking of this, Yi Xian clenched his right fist tightly. Since he wanted to possess this peerless and stunning empress, what did a little trouble matter? No matter what the storm, just come. Chapter 52. He is more important than all mankind. In the teaching and research office, Su Mingly stood in front of an awakening spirit ball with a diameter of 1 meter, and then placed her hand on it. A moment later, the awakening spirit ball was exactly the same as the previous test. She was surrounded by red lotuses, and above the red lotuses, a series of fire-type mythical beasts such as the vermilion bird, phoenix, fire kirin, and three-legged golden crow appeared. Then, a voice rang out from the awakening spirit ball, testing completed. The Awakener's ability is named Karma Fire Red Lotus, and its ability level is SSS. The current development rate is 1.002%. As soon as this voice came out, Zhou Qiang, Lin Su and other instructors looked at this scene in shock. Are they actually SSS level? There are only 3 of them in the entire Daxia right now, right? I didn't expect that the 4th SSS level Awakener would be a little girl. At this time, Lin Su said solemnly, I will keep a close eye on her in Yi Xian, as China's 4th SSS level Awakener. Now that she has come to our academy, we must ensure that she can embark on the path to true peak status and become an unrivaled powerhouse. Lin Su himself is an SS level Awakener, and he knows better what an SSS level Awakener represents. Especially Su Mingli's ability, especially the elemental ability such as the Karma Fire Lotus. If she grows up, it is not an exaggeration to say that she can dominate a large-scale battle alone. At this time, Su Mingly came over and said, Di Lin, the test is over. Can I go home now? Lin Su looked at Su Mingly and said, You are an SSS level Awakener. What do you feel now? Su Mingly was stunned for a moment and said, I don't have any feelings, but Yi Xian would be very happy if he knew about it, right? After hearing this, Lin Su frowned and said, Yi Xian? I think you should think about yourself. You have such a talent, you absolutely cannot waste it. Su Mingly said seriously, I will practice well with Yi Xian. Lin Su looked at Su Mingly and said, Student Su, perhaps you don't quite understand how great a threat the alien beasts currently pose to humans. Your time is limited, and there is not much time left for you to waste. You must seize every minute and every second to grow quickly. You mean? Lin Su thought for a moment and said, I know you have a good relationship with Yi Xian, but for the future of mankind, you must ensure the efficiency of your own practice. You have just seen that the Advanced Awakening Spirit Ball in our Teaching and Research Department can test your progress in cultivation. Today, you can practice well on your own for a day to see how much progress you have made in cultivation. Tomorrow, you will practice with Yi Xian again, and then compare your progress to see how big the gap is between the two. Then you can decide how to practice in the future. What do you say? Su Mingly frowned and said, but... Zhou Qiang looked at Su Mingly and said, Student Su, Dean Lin said this not just for the future of mankind. I'm sure you've also seen some videos of strange beasts injuring people. The threats and challenges facing humanity in the future are enormous. If you don't have the strength, you won't be able to protect not only yourself but also Yi Xian. Therefore, your cultivation efficiency must be guaranteed. After hearing what Zhou Qiang said, Su Mingly suddenly remembered what happened the night before. At that time, she was facing Emir Zhonghai and was so panicked that Yi Xian was hit by a bullet and lost so much blood. Next time you encounter danger, will you let your beloved man rush to the front and bleed while you hide behind him and cry? No, next time, I must protect him and not let him get hurt. Thinking of this, Su Mingly said, I understand. I will do as you say. I don't know if I can protect all of humanity, but I will definitely protect him and prevent him from getting hurt. After hearing this, Lin Su said helplessly, Student Su, do you mean that Emir Yi Xian is more important than all of humanity? You have to know that this so-called all human beings includes not only strangers, but also your former classmates, your friends, your relatives, and your parents. Su Mingly's eyes lit up with self-mockery after hearing this. Her classmates? They couldn't even compare to Yi Xian's toes. Her friends? She didn't have any friends. Her parents were even more like a joke to her. Besides, the relationship between her and her parents had already been bought out by 4 million, so there was nothing to say. As for relatives, Yi Xian's sister and parents are already relatives to her. These people are indeed very important in her heart, but there is still a gap between them and Yi Xian. As for her parents, in Su Mingly's eyes, they are not even as good as strangers. Therefore, Su Mingly said, yes, what you said is indeed not as good as Yi Xian. After hearing this, Lin Su sighed and said, young people's ideological education needs to be strengthened nowadays. Even if Yi Xian treats you well, can he compare to your parents who gave birth to you and raised you? In this world, there is no one else who can treat you well without any bottom line except your parents. Su Mingly didn't explain any further, but simply said, I will follow your instructions and choose the best practice efficiency. As for other things, we have nothing to talk about. After Su Mingly finished speaking, she left. Lin Su watched the scene, furious. How could there be such a girl? She regards a boy as more important than her parents? What on earth is she thinking? After hearing what Lin Su said, Zhou Qiang said, Dean Lin, you were wrong just now. Student Su's parents are not good people. Zhou Qiang went to Jiangqing before and picked up Yi Xian and Su Mingly and brought them to the Magic City. Therefore, he learned about Su Mingli's previous experiences from the principal and teachers. Afterwards, Zhou Qiang recounted what happened to Su Mingly. After hearing this, Lin Su slammed the table in anger and said, damn it. There are actually parents like this? Do they treat their children as objects? No wonder this child is so devoted to Yi Xian. Chapter 53, Practice. Zhou Qiang also agreed, that's right, Su Mingly didn't have a good experience before and didn't have many friends around her, so she protected Yi Xian so much. Lin Su thought for a moment and said, take a leave these few days and go to Jiangqing. Zhou Qiang was stunned for a moment, what am I going to do in Jiangqing? Lin Su said, go and give Su Mingly's parents a good beating first. You're suitable for this. Teach these two bastards a lesson. That couple really needs to be dealt with, but I don't really need to go there, right? Lin Su patted Zhou Qiang on the shoulder and said, teaching her parents a lesson is secondary. There is another more important thing for you to do. Zhou Qiang was stunned for a moment, what's the matter? Lin Su explained, Su Mingly's talent is SSS level, which is very important. It's nothing for her to be in love with Yi Xian. However, she only has Yi Xian now, and she regards Yi Xian as the only light in the darkness, which is not conducive to her healthy growth. She needs more friends around her to create a harmonious atmosphere and allow her to experience family love, friendship, and so on. Zhou Qiang understood what Lin Su meant. You mean, find some friends in Jiangqing who have a relatively good relationship with her and arrange them to our Awakener Academy? Lin Su nodded and said, that's right. Do you have any candidates? Zhou Qiang thought for a moment and said, I heard that her English teacher Qi Yu was quite nice to her. Besides, Yi Xian's sister Yi Shui also took good care of Su Mingly. As for the others, I don't know much about them at the moment. Lin Su said directly, then let these two come to our Awakener Academy first. But they are all ordinary people. Isn't it inappropriate for them to come to the Awakener Academy? Lin Su smiled and said, I'm the dean, I have the final say, what's inappropriate about that? Besides, for the healthy growth of an SSS level genius, what's the big deal about arranging a few people? I don't want to force her to break up with Yi Xian, I just hope that from now on, she will no longer only see love, but see something else. Zhou Qiang nodded and said, I understand. On the other side, Su Mingly came to the separate practice room arranged by Lin Su for her and sent a WeChat message to Yi Xian. Yi Xian, the academy arranged for me to practice alone today. I will find you later. After a moment, Yi Xian replied, okay. Yi Xian was also quite disappointed at this moment. After all, if the two of them separated, the double training card would not be used, which would reduce the training efficiency of both of them. He would first see what the school thought. If the two of them are kept apart, then I will have to persuade Mingly a little. The double training card must be used. It will only benefit Su Mingly's growth, not harm it. If the top management of Magic City University is stubborn and wants to separate the two, then Yi Xian can only persuade Su Mingly to transfer to another school with him. Yi Xian believed that Magic City University would never want to lose an SSS level awakener. Since Su Mingly was not around, Yi Xian could only practice alone. He came to a separate practice room, took out a spirit stone from the resource bag, then placed it close to his eyebrows and began to practice. There are many factors that determine the efficiency of practice, mainly including ability level, practice resources, and practice talent. From C level to SSS level, the higher the ability level, the slower the cultivation speed, because the higher the ability level means the higher the upper limit. If we compare a person's body to a dry pond, the process of cultivation is to absorb all the water in the spiritual stone and use it for one's own benefit, thereby improving the development of one's own abilities. In this process, the ability level and the pond of oneself will become larger. For example, Yi Xian in his previous life had the ability level of C level muscle strengthening. His pond was a small fish pond of 100 square meters, but what about Su Mingly's? It wasn't a pond at all, it was an ocean, as big as the Pacific Ocean. Because of this, Yi Xian in his previous life developed his abilities to 100% within just a few years. Su Mingly, as the Red Lotus Empress, possessed countless cultivation resources and received full support from the country. However, it was not until the defense of the Demon City that her abilities were developed to 89%, not even 90%. The second aspect is the cultivation resources. This is very simple. The more abundant the resources, the faster the cultivation speed. The third aspect is cultivation talent. There is no correlation between ability level and cultivation talent. Different people have quite different speeds in refining spiritual energy. The faster the refining speed, the higher the efficiency will naturally be if there are sufficient resources. Yi Xian was practicing at this moment, and he deeply felt the difference between himself and his previous life. Compared with his previous life, his current cultivation talent was not much different, but the difference in feeling was huge. In his previous life, he had also received a spirit stone reward by diligently completing a mission. At that time, he spent 3 hours absorbing that spirit stone. At that time, he felt that he was too full. His muscles had been developed to 50%, and the development level soared to 70% in an instant. Now, it still takes him 3 hours to absorb the spirit stone. However, the energy of the spirit stone is absorbed by himself, just like a toothpick in a large water tank. He doesn't feel anything at all. Yi Xian estimated that it would take about half a month to increase his ability development by 1 percentage point. And this is just the beginning. The higher the ability development level, the more difficult the subsequent progress will be. Yi Xian's S-level talent is so difficult, and Su Mingly's talent is 2 levels higher than Yi Xian's current talent. No wonder she has not been able to develop to 90% even with the support of the whole country for more than 20 years. Su Mingly, like Yi Xian, felt the difficulty of cultivation. Absorbing the energy from the spirit stone was like drawing water from a dry Pacific Ocean through a tap. There was no end in sight, and the journey seemed endless. In fact, Su Mingly's talent for cultivation cannot be said to be bad, it can only be said to be average. However, the upper limit of her talent, SSS level Karma Fire Lotus, is too high. This also shows that her progress in cultivation is pitifully slow. In her previous life, the reason she was able to reach that level was not solely due to her own efforts. In the later period, as the degree of spiritual energy recovery intensified, all kinds of magical natural treasures appeared between heaven and earth. Among them, a very small number of precious treasures could enhance the talent of cultivation and speed up the progress of ability development. These most precious and rare treasures are naturally used by the top group of people, and Su Mingly is naturally one of them. Perhaps, it is precisely because of this that Su Mingly in the future will choose to die together with the alien beast. She has occupied too many national resources and has been given too many high hopes. In order not to let down these resources and expectations, she can only choose to perish together with the alien beast to serve the country. Think about it, if Su Mingly's growth had mostly relied on herself rather than the country's strong support, even if she also had the heart to protect China, at least she would not choose to sacrifice her life for the country, right? In her previous life, Su Mingly sacrificed her life for her country. Yi Xian admired and respected her very much, but in this life, Yi Xian did not want such a thing to happen. It is necessary to protect your own country, but it is not necessary to die for your country. As long as there is green mountains, there will be firewood to burn. This is the right choice. Chapter 54, Crushing Again. Improving the degree of ability development is a long and arduous process that requires great calmness and patience, and time passes quickly. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Dean Lin Su once again gathered all the students in the lecture hall. Then, Lin Su said, after a day of practice, I'm sure everyone has gained some insights and some doubts. Now, if you have any questions about practice, feel free to ask me. One after another, students raised their hands and asked questions. Lin Su, the future headless god of war, was quite patient at this moment and answered their questions seriously. The whole process lasted for more than 40 minutes, and many students gained something. When no one asked any more questions, Lin Su said, okay, that's all for today. Everyone can go eat something and rest early. Remember to balance work and rest. At this time, a boy with purple hair stood up and said, Teacher, I am very interested in Mr. Ye's ability. He is obviously an A-level talent, but he can fight against S-level opponents. I also want to test his strength. After hearing this, Lin Su said, the future of the awakened is to fight against humans and alien beasts. fighting is inevitable. It's actually a good thing for you to communicate with each other in moderation. Classmate Yi Xian, do you agree to spar with Zhao Lei? Yi Xian glanced at Zhao Lei and said, okay. Zhao Lei is an S-level ability user. His ability is the power of the Thunder God. He can control the most explosive power of thunder and lightning between heaven and earth, and his attack power is quite terrifying. It's a pity that with his ability level, today's training can only increase his ability development by less than 0.1%. Because of the reward for the shopping mission with Su Mingly, Yi Xian's ability development has reached 6%. As both are S-level ability users, Yi Xian's ability development is 6 times that of Zhao Lei. How could Zhao Lei be Yi Xian's opponent? Moreover, Yi Xian is also equipped with a witch's cloak, which naturally restrains elemental opponents. Therefore, Zhao Lei's challenge to Yi Xian is like lighting a lamp in the toilet, seeking death. Afterwards, the group went to the martial arts arena again. The other students also looked excited. They were all young people and liked to watch the excitement, so it was even more interesting. Moreover, Yi Xian's identity is so special. He is an A-level ability awakener and he has occupied Su Mingly, a goddess with unparalleled talent and beauty. At the same time, the contest between him and Qin Han was deemed to be a fixed match. Everyone was curious about the outcome of this battle. Yi Xian and Zhao Lei went up to the arena. Zhao Lei looked at Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian, you have to be careful. My ability is to control lightning, which is extremely lethal. If you can't hold on any longer, surrender immediately to avoid any loss of life. Yi Xian said calmly, come on. Then, Zhao Lei shouted loudly, and then, purple electric light was jumping between his 5 fingers. Then, Zhao Lei swung his hands towards Yi Xian, and a purple lightning force spread out and then struck Yi Xian's body. The purple power of lightning touched the shield brought by the witch's cloak. Suddenly, the power of lightning disappeared, while the shield of the witch's cloak remained motionless. The introduction of the witch's cloak is that it can withstand one spell attack. This so-called one-time refers to an attack of sufficient strength, not that any random attack can break the shield. Zhao Lei is now equivalent to a level 1 mage, and Yi Xian is also level 1, but he has a witch's cloak that can only be equipped above level 10. If Zhao Lei's spell damage is 10 points, but the witch's cloak can withstand more than 2,000 points of spell damage at a time, how could he possibly hurt Yi Xian? Of course, when Zhao Lei's ability development exceeds 50%, he may be able to break Yi Xian's shield with a single blow. The witch's cloak is not invincible, but at least at the current stage, it is too difficult for Zhao Lei to break the shield. Yi Xian looked at Zhao Lei calmly and said, push harder, I can still hold on. A trace of shame and anger flashed across Zhao Lei's face, and then he continued to control the power of thunder and lightning to bombard Yi Xian. 1, 2, 3, 4 lightning bolts struck down, but Yi Xian's expression did not change and his body did not move at all. The students below the stage were stunned. What was going on? Could it be that Zhao Lei had also been bribed by Yi Xian? Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Zhao Lei became a little anxious. In a moment of carelessness, the lightning did not strike Yi Xian, but struck the students watching nearby. The student suddenly let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, his hair stood up one by one, his entire face was charred black, and a puff of black smoke came out of his mouth. Obviously, Zhao Lei's power of thunder and lightning is genuine and extremely lethal. But why is it that this power of thunder and lightning has no effect when it strikes Yi Xian? At this moment, Lin Su, the future headless god of war, was already puzzled. This kid was so weird, what was going on? How could an A-level ability user be so difficult to deal with? Zhao Lei has already attacked Yi Xian with 8 or 9 lightning strikes. There is no point in letting him continue. Therefore, Yi Xian carried the power of thunder and lightning and walked step by step to Zhao Lei. Then he placed his right hand on Zhao Lei's shoulder and said lightly, Student Zhao, don't you admit defeat? Zhao Lei could feel the pressure coming from Yi Xian. Yi Xian's hand on his shoulder made him feel like a small mountain was pressing on his shoulder. His body was pressed slightly and he could hardly move. Then, Zhao Lei said with a distressed look on his face, I give up. Yi Xian smiled and said, that's good. By the way, we are all in the cultivation stage, and time is very precious. I have been challenged for 2 consecutive days, and I accepted them both. However, I can't waste time every day for no reason. If anyone wants to challenge me in the future, can I add a little prize? The loser has to give out a few spirit stones, that would be fair. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he left the stage. At this time, Lin Su came to Yi Xian and said, Student Yi, take off your clothes. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, what do you mean? Lin Su said calmly, the fight between you and Zhao Lei just now seemed very unusual to me. Do you have any special items on you that can withstand the power of thunder and lightning? After hearing this, Yi Xian didn't waste any time and took off his clothes, revealing his upper body. As a real man, what's the big deal about being shirtless? Yi Xian's dragon elephant prison body has a development rate of 6%, and his body has also undergone certain changes due to the development rate of his abilities. His figure is like a male model. He looks thin when dressed and muscular when undressed. His muscles are clearly defined and his 8 abdominal muscles are distinct. Combined with his handsome facial features, he looks quite masculine. There were quite a few girls in the Awakener Academy, and at this moment they were all amazed. Some of the brave ones even whistled. Chapter 55 Full-Level Experience Card. Then, Yi Xian said to Lin Su, Dean Lin, can you check my clothes to see if there is anything wrong? Honestly, with such a small amount of lightning power, do I need to use anything to resist it? In the audience, the boy who was struck by lightning rolled his eyes after hearing this. Although he was not seriously injured, he was in a very miserable state. What Yi Xian said now was simply an insult to him. But at this moment, Su Mingly was a little angry, especially when she saw those girls' eyes shining and some girls whistling. This made her feel that her private sovereignty was violated and she was very annoyed. Therefore, she quickly stepped forward, picked up Yi Xian's clothes, and quickly helped Yi Xian put them on. As she put them on, she said, how can you do this in public? Su Mingly said this while glaring at Lin Su fiercely. For some reason, Lin Su felt a little guilty. He smiled awkwardly, took a step back, and let Su Mingly and Yi Xian do as they pleased. Yi Xian put on his clothes quickly, and the girls were all feasting their eyes on him. Then, a girl walked out from the crowd, came to Yi Xian openly, and stretched out her hand, saying, handsome boy, my name is Yin Shueo, add me on WeChat. At the same time, the system prompt sounded, congratulations host, your friend Yin Shueo's favorability has increased to 40 points, and you can participate in a lucky draw. Genius List. Yun Shueo Deputy. Talent, S-Level Frozen World. Favorability, 40. Number of draws available, once. Yi Xian really didn't expect that after coming to the Awakener Academy of Magic City University, his first friend with a favorability level over 30 would be a beautiful woman. And the reason why he was able to gain this level of favorability was because Yi Xian took off his clothes in public and sacrificed his looks. Although he could participate in a lottery, Yi Xian still felt weird inside, as if he had been prostituted. There is no need to rush about the lottery. Wait until you return to the dormitory and be alone, then take your time to draw. Of course, Yi Xian would not make a decision on his own regarding adding someone on WeChat, as he was already taken. Therefore, Yi Xian's gaze fell on Su Mingly to see what his empress would say. Su Mingly said calmly, we are all classmates, adding each other on WeChat is normal. Classmate Yun, how about we add each other on WeChat as well? Sure. Yun Shueo said with a smile. We have to admit that a person's talent has nothing to do with his personality. Su Mingly's ability is the Red Lotus Karma Fire, which can burn everything, but her personality is actually cold and introverted, which has nothing to do with fire. It is Yun Shueo, however, who has the ability to freeze the world, but has a charming and fiery temperament. It was she who blew the rogue whistle after Yi Xian took off his clothes. Now she even took the initiative to add Yi Xian as a friend. She is definitely not an ice queen. Yi Xian had no thoughts about Yun Shueo. He only had the empress in his heart. As for other geniuses, he doesn't mind having a certain degree of favorability, at least it can be used for lottery. As of now, although the prizes for the lottery are not as good as directly improving talents, they are also very precious. The butcher knife makes up for Yi Xian's lack of lethality, and the witch's cloak gives him the ability to crush early elemental awakeners. Both are very useful. At this moment, all the students were looking at Yi Xian in shock. They seriously suspected that Yi Xian was not actually an A-level ability awakener, but a hidden SSS level. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? At night, Yi Xian stayed alone on his bed in the dormitory, thinking silently, lottery. Immediately, the system prompt sounded, congratulations host, you have won a full-level experience card. Yi Xian focused his attention on the full-level experience card and was also greatly surprised. This full-level experience card allows Yi Xian to experience what it's like to develop his abilities to 100% in a short period of time. In other words, as long as this experience card is activated, Yi Xian's strength will become the full-level Dragon Elephant Prison Body, the power of 10 dragons and 100 elephants, the ultimate S-level strength, moving mountains and seas is no problem. The only drawback is that this full-level experience card can only last for 10 minutes. But even so, this experience card is very precious. At the critical moment, 10 minutes of maximum level is enough to turn the tide. In Jianshan, Zhou Qiang came to do things according to Lin Su's instructions. The first thing he had to do was to teach Su Mingli's unreliable parents a lesson. Both Su Guodong and Zhang Xiulan are scum. If this pair of parents had not pushed their daughter to that point, Yi Xian would not have such an important position in Su Mingli's heart today. Therefore, this pair of parents must be taught a lesson. The reason why Lin Su said that Zhou Qiang was suitable for doing this kind of thing was because of Zhou Chang's ability, Ghost. In the ghost state, Zhou Qiang can change his form at will and is immune to all physical attacks, but not to spell attacks. At the same time, Zhou Qiang can attack others. This ability of his is very special. He can play around with people he controls, but he will be absolutely suppressed by people who control him. This ability has limited lethality, so although it is special, it is only a level and the rating is not high. At Zhang Xiulan's home, Zhang Xiulan was taking selfies with her mobile phone. She was taking pictures of her newly bought bag. This luxury bag cost her a full 120,000 yuan, so of course she had to show it off. The source of this money, of course, was obtained by selling her daughter. Because of this money, although her lover Zhonghai disappeared inexplicably some time ago, she lives a very comfortable life. However, just as Zhang Xiulan was happily showing off her brand name bags, the lights in the room suddenly went out. Zhang Xiulan was startled, then went to turn on the lights as if nothing had happened. However, before Zhang Xiulan had taken a few steps, she heard bursts of strange women's cries in her ears. At the same time, there were gusts of cold wind around her. Zhang Xiulan was so scared that she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the crying did not last long and disappeared. Zhang Xiulan crawled to the switch and turned it on. The moment the lights came on, Zhang Xiulan breathed a sigh of relief and turned to go to the sofa. However, the moment she turned her head, a terrifying female ghost face hit her in the face. The female ghost's face was pale, blood was flowing from her eyes, ears, mouth and nose, her expression was terrifying, her hair was disheveled, and her voice was shrill. Zhang Xiulan was so scared that she screamed, then fell directly to the ground and passed out. Afterwards, Zhou Qian left with satisfaction and went to find Su Guodong again. Chapter 56 Stumbling Block? When Zhou Qiang arrived at Su Guodong's house, it was already past 10 o'clock. With the 2 million yuan he got from selling his daughter, Su Guodong felt confident in front of his new love Chen Lan. Therefore, even if he failed to let Chen Lan's son and Su Mingly be together in the end, he lived with Chen Lan's family. It was just past 10 o'clock and Chen Lan's son was asleep. Although Su Guodong and Chen Lan were not young anymore, they had not been together for a long time. They were both looking forward to their married life. It was late at night and everyone was asleep. Su Guodong was still as sharp as ever and was ready to go into battle with his gun. However, the next second, he was stunned. He saw that the fair and plump Chen Lan in front of him had turned into a horrible skeleton, just like the white bone demon in Journey to the West, with white bones all over her body and no flesh and blood at all. Su Guodong was so frightened that he fell off the bed and cried out, "Ghost!" Chen Lan didn't know what was going on. In her opinion, Su Guodong was about to go to bed with her, but suddenly he was frightened and fell down, and even called her a ghost, which made her quite angry. Chen Lan threw a pillow at Su Guodong and cursed, "You bastard, you useless thing." The next day, in the training room of the Awakener Academy in the Magic City, Yi Xian and Su Mingly were practicing hard. Yi Xian didn't know that Su Mingly and Lin Su had an agreement. If her practice efficiency with Yi Xian is not as good as practicing alone, then she should practice alone in the future to avoid distractions. At this moment, Yi Xian has activated the double training card. Under the effect of the double training card, both Yi Xian and Su Mingly can feel that the speed at which they absorb spiritual power is much faster than when they practice alone. Su Mingly naturally didn't know about the existence of the double training card. She thought that this was the power of love. This was good news. After today's practice, she can confidently tell Dean Lin that she is making faster progress with Yi Xian. Yi Xian will not slow down her progress, but will only make her practice more efficient. Yi Xian had the same feeling. Normally, it would take him about half a month to increase his spiritual power development by 1%. However, if he was with Su Mingly, 7 days would be enough. By then, the double training card would expire. Of course, Su Mingly's cultivation progress is not as fast as Yi Xian's. After all, she is an SSS level Karma Fire Lotus, and the upper limit is too high, so the growth rate is naturally very slow. Yesterday, Su Mingly finished a day of practice and took a test directly in the teaching and research office. After the practice, the degree of ability development increased from 1.002 to 1.013. According to this efficiency, Su Mingly can only improve by 1 percentage point every 100 days. Moreover, the higher the degree of ability development, the more difficult it will be to improve in the later stages. No wonder that in the past 20 years, even with the support of national resources, Su Mingly's ability development level could not exceed 90. The fulfilling day passed quickly. After the training ended, the students gathered together again. Zhou Qiang had also returned. He said to the students, "Everyone, today we have 2 new teachers in our academy. Welcome everyone." Then, the students began to applaud, and then 2 tall figures appeared in the students' sight. Yi Xian and Su Mingly looked at the 2 people and were stunned. They knew these 2 people. One is Qiyu, a high school English teacher, and the other is Yi Xian's sister, Yi Shui. Then, Zhou Qiang continued, "This is teacher Qiyueqi. Teacher Qi is mainly responsible for helping everyone solve the difficulties encountered in life, especially girls. If you encounter any difficulties, you can communicate with teacher Qi." Everyone applauded. All the students began to applaud in unison. The girls felt that there were only a few male teachers in the academy, and some things were not convenient to talk to male teachers about, so it was good to have a female teacher. As for the boys, it is completely a visual thing. They think that teacher Qi should not be called Qiyu, but Qi your own. Boys like this kind of teacher very much. She has a good figure, is beautiful, and is a teacher. Qiyu is not much less attractive to boys than Su Mingly. Then, Zhou Qiang continued, "The other teacher, Yi Shui, is a top lawyer. From today on, she will be the legal advisor of our Awakener Academy. As awakened ones, you possess power that surpasses that of ordinary people. At this time, you must abide by the law even more. Therefore, we have hired teacher Yi Shui. If you have any legal questions, you can consult teacher Yi." Applause rang out again, but although Yi Shui was beautiful, her figure was not as good as teacher Qiyu's, so the applause was a little less intense. Then, Yi Shui and Qiyu greeted the students and got to know them. After Lin Su finished the introduction, he said, "Okay, that's all for today. Su Mingly, Yi Xian, come with me to the teaching and research office." Yi Shui was about to leave, but after hearing what Lin Su said, she said, "Dean Lin, what do you want to talk to my brother about? Why don't I join in the fun?" Lin Su smiled and said, "Of course, let's go together." The reason why Zhou Qiang invited Yi Shui and Qiyu over was to make the relationship between Yi Xian and Su Mingly less unbreakable. Originally, the relationship between Yi Xian and Su Mingly was too close, especially Su Mingly. She had no other friends in Magic City University, and her only hope was Yi Xian. It would be strange if she was not devoted to him. After Zhou Qiang got to know about Jiangcheng, he realized that Qiyu and Yi Shui were both good to Su Mingly. He directly transferred these 2 people over together, so that Su Mingly would have more close people around her, giving her enough sense of security, and Yi Xian would no longer be so difficult to replace. Soon, the group arrived at the teaching and research office. In the middle of the office was the super large awakening spirit ball, which was an advanced awakening spirit ball that could directly test talents and even the degree of ability development. Then, Lin Su explained, "Advisor Yi, you are Yi Xian's sister, so I'll be frank with you. Su Mingly's talent is far beyond your imagination. Her growth rate may even determine the fate of mankind. Therefore, we must ensure the efficiency of her practice." Yesterday, classmate Su practiced diligently alone for a day, and her spiritual power development increased by 0.01. Today, she is practicing with Yi Xian. We want to see how much she improves. If her efficiency is significantly lower than usual, she has already promised us that she will practice alone in the future. "Consultant Yi, can you understand?" Yi Shui pursed her lips and said, "I understand. You think my brother is a burden and a stumbling block on Mingly's path to growth?" Lin Su said calmly, "That depends on the test results. Let's use the data to speak for ourselves." Yi Shui wanted to say something, but Su Mingly said, "Sister, don't worry, Yi Xian has never been a stumbling block. With him by my side, I will only be better." As Su Mingly spoke, he walked towards the huge awakening spirit ball and placed his hands on it. Chapter 57 Yi Xian is S level? A moment later, the awakening spirit ball's notification sounded. Student Su Mingly's ability development level is 1.0034. Compared to the last test, the development level has increased by 0.021, and the cultivation efficiency has increased by 99%. When the high-level awakening spirit ball finished speaking, both Lin Su and Zhou Qiang were stunned. How could this be possible? Su Mingly and Yi Xian were together, and their cultivation efficiency doubled? Yesterday, Su Mingly was practicing alone, and Lin Su was paying attention to her. He was very sure that Su Mingly did not deliberately slack off or slow down her practice. She was practicing hard. In Lin Su's opinion, Su Mingly and Yi Xian would inevitably be distracted when practicing together, and their efficiency would definitely be reduced. But now, with the data in front of him, Lin Su felt pain in his face. Yi Shui was already dissatisfied, and now Su Mingly had slapped her in the face with facts, so she certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to kick someone when they're down. Dean Lin, you're right, we really have to use data to speak for ourselves. It seems that my brother is not the stumbling block you think he is. Instead, he can help my future sister-in-law practice faster. Men and women work together, and work is not tiring. Being together can help each other grow better. I think you should stop trying to catch the rat with the dog. Lin Su was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, although he was a headless war god and extremely violent when facing strange beasts, he had no temper when facing ordinary people. At the same time, he was very puzzled. Why did this happen? What on earth was going on with Yi Xian? Not only did an A-level cultivator easily defeat the S-level Qin Hon, but he also doubled Su Mingly's cultivation efficiency. What was wrong with this kid? Then, Lin Su said directly, Yi Xian, you also go up and test it to see how your progress is. Lin Su was very curious about Yi Xian. Coincidentally, there was an advanced awakening spirit ball here today, which could test more things. Maybe, this advanced awakening spirit ball could discover Yi Xian's secret. After listening to Lin Su's words, Yi Xian came to the huge spirit ball and placed his palm on it. Then, a voice rang out from the advanced awakening spirit ball. Student Yi Xian's ability is the Dragon Elephant Prison Body, ability level S, ability development degree 6.23. Yi Shui was surprised and asked, Yi Xian, I remember your rank was a level, how come it became S level? Yi Xian pretended to be dumb and said, I don't know either. Maybe I'm still in the growth stage, and my talent is developing along with it. Lin Su said directly, impossible. I have never heard that talent can develop with time. Yi Xian looked at Lin Su and said, you are just ignorant, aren't you? What's so strange about talent developing over time? If it's not talent developing, then there's something wrong with the spirit ball from the previous test. There are only two possibilities. At this time, Zhou Qiang said, Dean Lin, it seems that our focus is wrong. Lin Su was stunned for a moment. Is the focus wrong? What's wrong? Zhou Qiang explained, Yi Xian's ability development rate is about 6%. Yi Xian was awakened by the awakening spirit ball, not by himself. His initial development level, like other students, is 1%, but in just 2 days, his ability has already developed to 6%. Isn't this too fast? Lin Su suddenly realized, yes, in 2 days, the development rate has increased by 5%. At this rate, doesn't it mean that in 2 months, the ability development rate will be 100%? This kid is simply a monster. As Lin Su spoke, he stared at Yi Xian closely, as if he wanted to see through Yi Xian. Seeing this, Yi Shui said directly, Dean Lin, what's with that expression on your face? Haven't you ever seen a genius? Lin Su shook his head and said, he's not a genius, he's a freak. His talent has gone from A level to S level, and his ability development has increased so quickly. It's simply bizarre. A dark line appeared on Yi Xian's brow, and he said, are you praising me or scolding me? Lin Su laughed, of course I'm praising you, because I think I'm just as weird as you. Because of his own abilities, in order to improve the development of his abilities, Lin Su has been either committing suicide or on the way to committing suicide, except for the time when he was the dean of the college. He is also a weirdo in the eyes of others. Today, he met a weirdo who was just as weird as him, or even weirder than him. He was very happy. After hearing what Lin Su said, Yi Xian said calmly, then your way of praising people is quite unique. Zhou Qiang suddenly said, I just don't know, which one is more powerful, this genius or this freak? In the entire Demon City Awakener Academy, there is only one person who can truly be called a genius, and that is Su Mingly, who is at the SSS level, while Yi Xian is a standard geek. Zhou Qiang is very curious, who is stronger? However, as Zhou Qiang finished speaking, the system prompt sounded. Empress-related mission released, Invincible Loneliness. As an SSS level awakener, the Empress has never been defeated in her life, which is also a regret in life. Host, please challenge the Empress and win the battle. Perhaps you will get an unexpected surprise. After hearing Zhou Chang's words, Lin Su smiled and said, "Won't we know who's stronger after a fight? Fighting will help you better master your abilities. Let's have a fight." Yi Xian looked at Su Mingli and said, "Mingli, what do you think?" Su Mingli was eager to try. "I want to try it." The system has already issued the task. Su Mingli is also interested, and with Lin Su and Zhou Chang's words, Yi Xian naturally would not refuse and said, "Okay, let's have a fight." Su Mingli was eager to try, not because she wanted to fight or teach Yi Xian a lesson, but on the contrary, she wanted to lose. Ever since she came to the Awakener Academy of Magic City University, both Lin Su and Zhou Qian have been talking about how talented she is, how ordinary Yi Xian is, and how Yi Xian is not worthy of her. However, from the beginning to the end, she did not agree with this. In her opinion, the boy she liked was better than herself, which was reflected in the fact that Yi Xian easily defeated Zhao Lei. She wanted to fight with Yi Xian, not because she wanted to defeat Yi Xian, but because she wanted to tell everyone, "You see, the boy I like is very outstanding, he is a genius who is more outstanding than me." Afterwards, Lin Su directly arranged a martial arts training ground and also announced the news in the Awakener Academy group. Seeing Lin Su so happily busy, Zhou Qian said with a smile, "Dean Lin, don't you really want to see this freak outperform our genius?" Lin Su smiled and said, "Yes, I, a so-called freak genius, have always been suppressed by that SSS-level old ghost in the capital. I have never had the slightest chance to turn things around. Today I want to see if Yi Xian can break this curse." Chapter 58 All-You-Can-Eat Dog Food. SSS-level Awakeners are the limit of Awakeners' talents. Every SSS-level Awakener is invincible among his peers. Lin Su keeps risking his life. Compared to that SSS-level old ghost in the capital, his ability development is almost twice as fast as that of the other party at its peak. However, he still lost to the opponent by one move. He wanted to know whether Yi Xian could break this curse and defeat the SSS-level Awakener of the same age. Zhou Qian thought for a moment and said, "I think it's difficult. Although Yi Xian's ability development is high, he is still S-level. If Yi Xian is the same as you, SS level, with 6 times the spiritual power development, he has a great chance of defeating Su Mingli. However, with a 2-level difference in talent, it will be very difficult." Lin Su said, "That's not necessarily true." The classmates in the academy were also very curious about the battle between Yi Xian and Su Mingli. After all, Yi Xian had easily defeated Zhao Lei before. Zhao Lei's fierce lightning power could not hurt Yi Xian, so would Su Mingli's Red Lotus Karma Fire be suppressed by Yi Xian? In the martial arts arena, Yi Xian and Su Mingli stood face to face. Then, Su Mingli said, "I'm going to take action. Be careful." Yi Xian nodded and said, "Come on." Yi Xian said as he also got into a fighting stance. Immediately, a red lotus of Karma Fire appeared around Su Mingli, and above the red lotus of Karma Fire, divine beasts of the fire type appeared, such as the vermilion bird, fire phoenix, fire qilin, and 3-legged golden crow. Next, these fire-type divine beasts made different calls and flew towards Yi Xian without any mercy. Su Mingli believed that since Yi Xian had come to the ring with her, he understood what she meant. Since he had come up, he would definitely be able to defeat her. She had absolute trust in Yi Xian. When Yi Xian faces Su Mingli's attack, he cannot treat it the same way as when he faced Zhao Lei's attack. The gap between S-level and SSS level is still huge. Even if the development degree is only 1%, the lethality cannot be underestimated. Yi Xian strode towards Su Mingli, his fists continuously punching forward. The punch force of up to 60,000 pounds made the surrounding air seem to be torn apart. Yi Xian's fist collided with the flying fire beasts. Under normal circumstances, these fire-type beasts might be blown up, but Yi Xian's own fists would also be burned by the scorching flames, and he would fall down after a few hits. However, Yi Xian was blessed with the witch's cloak. Not only did he have a layer of magic shield on his body to resist damage, but his own magic resistance was also extremely high. Therefore, Yi Xian was not injured. The vermilion bird was blown up, the fire phoenix was blown up, the fire kirin was blown up, and the 3-legged golden crow was blown up. As these fire-type beasts were constantly being blown up, Yi Xian quickly approached Su Mingli. Su Mingli was an elemental awakener, and being approached by Yi Xian, a power-type awakener, basically meant losing. However, Yi Xian did not give Su Mingli a chance to surrender. After he approached Su Mingli, he suddenly opened his arms, hugged Su Mingli in his arms, and then his lips pressed directly against Su Mingli's mouth. Yi Xian still remembers the last shopping mission. He spent the whole day shopping and was so tired, but the evaluation was not high because it lacked romance. This time, Yi Xian learned his lesson. The empress is very arrogant, and kisses and hugs are indispensable. Su Mingly really didn't expect that Yi Xian would launch such a surprise attack. Her pretty face turned red, her heart beat faster, and she was extremely shy. However, she did not push Yi Xian away, but lost all her strength and fell on Yi Xian. At this moment, just above Yi Xian and Su Mingly's heads, those fire beasts that Yi Xian had violently beaten away and scattered all turned into scattered sparks and floated down from the sky. They were like pieces of fireworks, surrounding Yi Xian and Su Mingly, slowly falling, looking beautiful and moving. This also made the students under the martial arts stage really eat some dog food. The kiss lasted for 2 or 3 minutes. The students in the audience were all in a daze, and their stomachs felt bloated, as if they had eaten too much dog food. Lin Su finally reacted and said, all right, come down after the fight. Why are you still holding me? Su Mingly woke up as if from a dream. Her face flushed as she immediately left Yi Xian's arms and left the training ground. Yi Xian couldn't help but lick his lips, savoring the taste of the empress before leaving the stage. Then, Lin Su patted Yi Xian on the shoulder and said, good boy. You are better than I was when I was young. Work harder in the future and don't let your girlfriend surpass you. Yi Xian was modest for once, I'll try my best. With SSS level talent, the pressure is still great. Lin Su looked at Yi Xian and said, you should have heard of the Hidden Dragon Project, right? As for our Magic City University, Su Mingly is a sure thing. As for the others, whether they can join the Qianlong plan will be determined based on their training performance and combat effectiveness this month. Originally, you had no hope at all, but I didn't expect you to emerge as a rising star, so I told you in advance. During this time, work hard to improve your strength. After a month, strive to participate in the Qianlong project like your girlfriend. Otherwise, the gap between you two will widen. Yi Xian defeated Su Mingly on the ring. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Su Mingly did not hold back at all when he started fighting. The scorching flames were shattered by Yi Xian's iron fist, but Yi Xian was not hurt at all. This is definitely real hard power, unlike the last battle between Yi Xian and Qin Hong, where there was a possibility of letting go. Yi Xian's strength has completely conquered the tutors of Magic City University. They no longer think that Yi Xian will hold Su Mingly back. When the two of them are together, not only is their practice efficiency twice as high as usual, but Yi Xian, this genius, actually has a talent that can grow, and his strength is even stronger than Su Mingly at his current stage. Yi Xian and Su Mingly are now a perfect match, and no one dares to object anymore. Yi Xian looked at Lin Su, whose attitude had changed drastically, and suddenly understood why Su Mingly wanted to fight him. She also hoped to change these people's views of her, right? So far, the effect is still very good. Thinking about it, Yi Xian said, don't worry, I will catch up with her. At this moment, the system prompts kept ringing in Yi Xian's ears. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the Empress's mission, Invincible Loneliness. The host defeated the Empress with his true strength and gave her the most beloved kiss and hug. The satisfaction rating is 5 stars, and the special reward is the Great Power Heavenly Dragon Sutra. Yi Xian paused when he heard the prompt. The Great Heavenly Dragon Sutra? Was it the magical power used by Zhao Wenjua's version of Fahai? It seemed quite impressive indeed. The Great Powerful Dragon Sutra, the Great Powerful Dragon, the Tathagatic Siddhagarbha, the Prajna Buddhas, the Prajnaparamita Buddha. The Great Powerful Heavenly Dragon Sutra can summon the power of the Heavenly Dragon Buddha to bless oneself, greatly enhancing one's own strength. At the same time, it can gain the power to destroy evil, doubling the damage to all demons and heretics. Chapter 59, 3 Consecutive Draws. Yi Xian was also very surprised when he saw the prompt from the system. This Great Power Heavenly Dragon Sutra was quite good. Increasing strength was actually nothing to Yi Xian. His strength will naturally increase as his supernatural powers are developed. The power to break evil is the most powerful one, and it can double the damage to some demons and heretics. Those alienated beasts obviously belong to the category of demons and heretics. With the blessing of the Great Power Heavenly Dragon Sutra, wouldn't it be as easy for Yi Xian to deal with beasts of the same level as cutting melons and vegetables? However, Yi Xian's gains today were more than just this. The system prompts continued to sound. Congratulations to the host. Your friend's favorability has increased to 30 points, and you will get a chance to draw a lottery. Your friend's favorability has increased to 35 points, and you will get a chance to draw a lottery. Yi Xian's performance today was truly amazing. In the Awakener Academy, strength determines everything. Now, Yi Xian has defeated 2 S-level Awakeners in a row, and has also defeated the SSS level Su Mingly. He is really powerful. Everyone wants to make friends with Yi Xian, a tough guy like this. Therefore, 3 geniuses in the academy have reached more than 30 points and can provide Yi Xian with a lottery. As for the others, although they are not yet 30, their favorability has also increased to varying degrees, so they are not far from the lottery. Yi Xian was quite excited when he heard the system prompt. At this time, Su Mingly was shy and did not say hello to Yi Xian, so she walked away quickly. Seeing that the empress was shy, Yi Xian did not chase her. Instead, he came to Yi Xue's side and said, "Sister, why are you here so suddenly without even a phone call?" Yi Xue said, "Sister, don't you want to give you a surprise? The era of awakening has arrived, and sister feels that being a lawyer is too boring. Originally, I thought about finding a job as a tutor in the law department of a university, and then wait until school starts, take advantage of the benefits of the awakening of college students, and awaken along with them. I didn't expect your college's instructor to come to me and ask me to come to Magic City University. I hope that when the university officially starts, I can also use the awakening spirit ball to awaken, so I came here." After hearing this, Yi Xian said, "Sister, awakening is a matter of fate." In her previous life, not long after the high school student's awakening, Yi Xue seized the opportunity and used the awakening spirit ball. Unfortunately, she had no abilities and could only continue to be her own lawyer. After hearing what Yi Xian said, Yi Xue said, "Yes, it's a 40% chance. But you are my brother. Awakening depends on genes. You are already in S level and so powerful. It's not too much for me to ask for an A, right?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "It's not too much, sister. Has the academy arranged accommodation for you?" "Yes, it has been arranged." "Then you should rest early. I will go back too." After hearing this, Yi Xue looked at Yi Xian and said, "So anxious? You can't wait to find your girlfriend, right?" Okay, I won't be a light bulb. But be careful and don't get anyone killed." Yi Xian knew that Yi Xue misunderstood him, but he didn't explain anything. The empress is not so easy to win over. Matters like feelings need to be dealt with slowly. What he was anxious about was going back to draw the lottery. He only had 3 chances to draw, and he didn't know what good things he could win. Afterwards, Yi Xian quickly returned to the dormitory. First, he activated the Great Power Heavenly Dragon Sutra. In an instant, Yi Xian felt a burning sensation in his shoulders and back. Then Yi Xian saw a golden dragon appear on his shoulder, like a tattoo growing on Yi Xian's body. Then, Yi Xian made a hand seal and said, "Great and mighty heavenly dragon, world-honored one Ksiddhagarbha, Prajnaparamita Buddhas, Prajnaparamita Bhagwan." After reciting the incantation, Yi Xian felt a surge of power blessing him, and his whole body seemed to be emitting golden light. There seemed to be bursts of dragon roars all around him, giving people the feeling that he had entered the Super Saiyan state. At the same time, he could feel the golden dragon on his body moving around. As long as he wanted, he could release the golden dragon at any time and directly attack the enemy. It is worthy of being the 5-star reward from the Empress. This reward will greatly help Yi Xian improve his strength. In addition to the evil destroying power of the Great Heavenly Dragon, the lethality against demons and monsters is increased by 100%. At this moment, Yi Xian's combat effectiveness against demons is definitely stronger than that of ordinary SS-level awakeners. After experiencing the power of the Great Heavenly Dragon, Yi Xian said again, "System, directly 3 consecutive draws. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a double training card, a black iron heavy sword, and a knowledge gem." Yi Xian looked at the 3 prizes and was quite surprised, especially the knowledge gem. The effect was beyond his expectations. The double cultivation card has the same effect as the previous dual cultivation card. Although it is obtained from other geniuses, this dual cultivation card still has to be activated together with Su Mingly. After activation, it can last for 7 days, and within 7 days, the efficiency of cultivation will be doubled. This is not surprising. As for the black iron heavy sword, it is the heavy sword from the Return of the Condor Heroes. The heavy sword has no edge and is simple but ingenious. This sword weighs 9,981 kilograms and is made entirely of black iron. The sword body is dark with a faint red glow, making it a truly divine weapon. Although the black iron heavy sword is not as sharp as the cold iron kitchen knife, it is much heavier and can bring Yi Xian's strength to the extreme. Besides, the lethality of the cold iron cleaver is enough, but the key is that it is really not elegant to chop people with it. With the black iron heavy sword, the cold iron cleaver can basically be retired. I will find an opportunity and give it to someone who likes it. The last knowledge gem was what surprised Yi Xian the most. The knowledge gem comes from Honor of Kings. The effect of the gem is set in the game that when your own economy is the lowest among your teammates, you can gain 5 gold coins every 3 seconds. At the same time, when your teammates gain economy, you share 30% of the income without occupying the economy of your teammates. The effect of this knowledge gem in reality is that there is no limit. 5 spirit stones are obtained every hour, and the effect lasts forever. 5 spirit stones per hour, that is 120 spirit stones per day, and 3,600 spirit stones per month. Now that it is the early stage of awakening, spirit stones are very precious. Among all the major universities, Magic City University is among the best, second only to Mizuki and Kyoto University. For students of Magic City University, A-level awakeners are required to provide 5 spirit stones each month, while S-level awakeners are required to provide 10 spirit stones each month. Yi Xian and Su Mingly, because of Su Mingli's SSS level talent, Magic City University gave them 40 times the spirit stones of an ordinary S-level awakener, which was 400 pieces. After the two divided it, each of them got 200 pieces. A big reason why Yi Xian was targeted before was because he was an A-level awakener who enjoyed 200 spirit stones every month, a treatment far higher than that of other S-level awakeners, which made everyone envious. Chapter 60 Gem of Knowledge. And now, Yi Xian has this knowledge gem. He can receive 3,600 spirit stones every month by using the knowledge gem to collect the minimum living allowance. Yi Xian estimated that the monthly supply of spirit stones to the entire Mota University Awakener Academy was only close to 10,000. The resources that Yi Xian possesses now are comparable to 1/3 of the entire academy. It is not an exaggeration to describe Yi Xian as someone who became rich overnight. Afterwards, he directly received the knowledge gem and stored it in the system space. In this way, every time the time comes, the spirit stones collected by the knowledge gems will be directly distributed in the system space. You can earn spirit stones while lying down, which is exciting just to think about. Yi Xian couldn't help but recall that in his previous life, as a C-level ability user, he was not qualified to attend prestigious universities and had no idea what spirit stones were. Until during a difficult mission, after he and his teammates killed a group of disgusting venomous toads, he received a spirit stone as an official reward. At that time, Yi Xian had several wounds on his body corroded by the venomous toad, his clothes were torn, and his eyes were bloodshot. After receiving the spirit stone as an official reward, he felt like he had received a treasure. He hid the spirit stone in his pocket and held it tightly, not daring to let go for fear that the spirit stone would be lost. Then Yi Xian returned excitedly to his rented house, took out the spirit stone, and absorbed it with excitement and trembling. The degree of his ability development was also directly improved a lot. Thinking about it now, his life in the previous life was really miserable. Recalling the good times and thinking about how miserable he was in his previous life, Yi Xian was very happy that he could earn spirit stones just by lying down. He soon fell into a sweet dream. In his dream, Yi Xian appeared on the battlefield of the Demon City Defense War. He once again saw the Red Lotus Queen Su Mingly and the stunning Kuanping fighting. Yi Xian looked at this scene and wanted to go up to help, but was horrified to find that he was only a C-level ability user. The S-level dragon elephant prison body and the great and mighty heavenly dragon did not exist. He watched helplessly as Su Mingly and Jingshi Kuanping perished together again, and he could do nothing about it. In the end, because he was distracted, he was once again penetrated by the tentacle of an alienated octopus, which went down his throat and esophagus into his internal organs, then crushed all his internal organs and threw him out. Then, Yi Xian suddenly woke up from the nightmare. He clenched his fists and felt the powerful strength in his body. This kind of strength was something he had never experienced in his previous life. However, even with such power, it was just cannon fodder in the battle to defend the demon city and could not influence the outcome of the battle, let alone save the woman he loved. Yi Xian, Yi Xian, you can't slack off, work hard to improve your strength, not to mention saving the world, but at least, save your woman. In the next few days, Yi Xian and Su Mingly activated the double practice card every day and practiced together. Their practice efficiency was maintained at a very good level. Yi Xian's spirit stones also increased day by day because of the knowledge gems. 8 days later, Yi Xian's strength improved a little bit, the development level reached 7%, and he possessed the power of 7 elephants. As for Su Mingly, the development degree has increased significantly, but because the upper limit is really too high, the progress is only a few percent now. In addition, during this period, in addition to practicing, Chen Su would also arrange some practical exercises from time to time to allow the students of the Awakener Academy to adapt to their own abilities. Up to now, the Awakener Academy has been in session for 10 days. On this day, an urgent and piercing bell suddenly rang in the academy, and all the students quickly gathered in the playground. At this moment, there were already several buses parked in the playground. Afterwards, Lin Su clapped his hands and said, "Everyone, you have all gone through a period of improvement and have gained sufficient control over your own abilities. Next, I have an important task for you." A group of awakened snakes attacked the Magic City Zoo. Now the people have been basically evacuated, but the danger in the zoo is very high and it is difficult for the police to handle it. Therefore, this time the awakening snake incident will be handled by you. We have named this mission the Anaconda Disaster, and the entire mission process is recorded on video. Your performance in this mission will be reported to the higher-ups. Your performance will affect your chances of entering the Qianlong project, so everyone, perform well. Yes, a group of students responded vigorously. Afterwards, everyone quickly got on the bus, and then the bus drove quickly towards the zoo. Yi Xian and Su Mingly sat together. Su Mingly clenched his fists tightly and looked a little nervous. Yi Xian wrapped her hand in his palm and said, "Don't be nervous, I'm here." Qin Hung in the back row said, "How can it be that easy? This is our first mission, the Python Disaster. I wonder how fierce those mutated pythons are." Yi Xian glanced at Qin Hung and said, "Didn't you ask the academy to custom make a sword for you? Even the most ferocious snake will be torn to pieces with one strike." Qin Hung shook his head and said, "I've tried it. The swords custom made by the academy are indeed very hard and sharp, but this is only high in the traditional sense. It may not be useful against those strange beasts." Although they were mainly practicing during this period, Lin Su arranged for everyone to watch a lot of videos about strange beasts. Most of these alienated animals were huge in size, with thick skin and flesh, and were very ferocious. The quality of his sword was still a bit poor. After listening to Qin Heng's words, Yi Xian had some ideas in his mind. The cold iron kitchen knife was no longer of much help to him. The main reason was that Yi Xian was a strength-type player, and the black iron heavy sword could be more effective. If the cold iron kitchen knife is cast into the shape of a sword, it should greatly enhance Qin Heng's combat effectiveness, right? After all, Qin Heng's sword writing is known for its speed and flexibility. Combined with the sharpness of the cold iron kitchen knife, the lethality will also be greatly enhanced. Moreover, Yi Xian did this not just to help Qin Heng. Qin Heng's favorability towards Yi Xian was 55 points, which was equivalent to the level of a good brother. As for Qin Heng, he has been hoping to have a good weapon during this period. If Yi Xian helps him solve this big problem, his favorability level will probably increase to 70 points. 70 points of favorability, for the same sex, that is the level of close friends, and for the opposite sex, it is naturally the level of a couple in love. With 70 points of favorability, Yi Xian can draw a prize again, and all he has to pay is a discarded kitchen knife, which is quite cost-effective. Therefore, Yi Xian decided that after this mission was completed, he would help Qin Heng upgrade his equipment and he would also be able to draw a prize. Chapter 61, The Anaconda. The bus was driving at full speed all the way. The traffic police must have been notified in advance, and the roads were very smooth. 20 minutes later, the bus stopped at the gate of the zoo. The area around the zoo has been blocked off, and a thick layer of realgar powder has been sprinkled on the ground. At the same time, police have been deployed to prevent the mutated pythons in the zoo from rushing out and causing trouble. Yi Xian and others got out of the car, crossed the blockade, and walked in step by step. The Shanghai Zoo covers a large area and has a very good environment. It is usually crowded with tourists. But now, it is dead silent. Not to mention tourists, even the sounds of animals cannot be heard. Within 2 minutes, the group arrived at the poultry area and saw some messy feathers and a lot of blood on the ground. All around, snakes were coiled one after another on the ground and on the iron cages. Their stomachs looked bulging, and it was obvious that they had eaten a lot. After Yi Xian and his group appeared, these mutated snakes immediately noticed it. They straightened up, flicked their tongues, and waited for an opportunity to attack. Yi Xian's expression changed as he looked at the dense group of snakes. There were too many of these snakes, and they were too fat. These snakes vary in size and species, and most of them appear to be venomous snakes. Their original upper limit of size is only 1 or 2 meters or 2 or 3 meters in length. But at a glance, there were only a few of them that were less than 5 meters in size. Each one had a strong and long body, dark and powerful, with shiny scales, and was obviously very difficult to deal with. Finally, the snakes surrounded and attacked the students. Yi Xian and others naturally would not be beaten, and immediately launched a counterattack. Yi Xian took off the heavy black iron sword from his body, and then rushed towards the group of snakes. The 9981 Gene Heavy Black Iron Sword, combined with Yi Xian's terrifying strength, smashed it down with one sword. The head of a giant snake that was 7 or 8 meters long was smashed into a pulp by Yi Xian, while the snake's body was still twitching wildly. Su Mingly also took action. Red Lotus phantoms appeared around her. Above the phantoms, divine beasts condensed from flames appeared. They each made a different sound and rushed towards the giant snakes. These divine beasts formed by flames were unable to resist Yi Xian's fists before because Yi Xian had the blessing of the witch's cloak and his magic resistance was too high. But now it's different. Although these giant pythons in front of us are huge in size and look thick-skinned and tough, they are still far from being able to resist the SSS-level Red Lotus Karma fire. After these fire beasts touched the pythons, they suddenly began to burn violently. The bodies of these pythons seemed to be made of paper instead of flesh and blood. They acted like accelerants, causing the fire to spread rapidly. Large groups of pythons were burned to ashes by Su Mingly. Others were also unwilling to fall behind and started to take action. However, their strength is still inferior to Yi Xian's. Although their abilities can be effective, their efficiency is still inferior to Yi Xian's, let alone Su Mingly. Su Mingly crushed these snakes with her extremely high ability level. As for Yi Xian, his ability level is only S level, but his ability development has reached 7%, and he also has a magical weapon like the Black Iron Heavy Sword. Therefore, although his efficiency is not as good as Su Mingly, he is much stronger than others. Soon, all the pythons nearby were cleared out. Most of them had been burned to ashes by Su Mingly, and a small number of them had their heads smashed by Yi Xian's heavy black iron sword. As for the others, they died in various ways. Some were struck by lightning, some were stabbed by swords, and some were frozen to death. The previous battle was quite noisy, and the Magic City Zoo is quite large, but the hearing and sense of smell of these mutated pythons have evolved. Therefore, the mutant pythons lurking in other places rushed over one after another and surrounded the group again. This time, the number of pythons that came over was several times that of before, and their bodies were also much larger. They stared at the students of the Awakening Academy with their vertical pupils, and a strong fishy smell also spread. At this moment, all the students looked a little nervous. There were too many of these mutant pythons, and they were huge in size. So many giant pythons entangled with each other formed a mountain of flesh, surrounding everyone and exerting a very oppressive pressure. At this moment, the group of pythons that were surrounded together suddenly squirmed restlessly. Then, they retreated to both sides like a tide, leaving a wide passage. And then, a huge python appeared in front of everyone. This python is obviously the king among this group of mutated pythons. Its body length reaches 30 meters. When it stands upright, it is as tall as a 10-story building, and its body diameter is more than 2 meters. It can easily swallow a person alive by opening its mouth slightly. The scales on its body are shiny black and look harder than steel. In addition, 5 or 6 meters below its head, it has a pair of sharp-looking claws, which makes it completely different from other mutated pythons. The big python becomes a dragon, and the big dragon becomes a dragon. Not to mention Jackie Chan's son, the alienated dragon in front of them is not easy to deal with. All the students of the Awakening Academy clearly feel the oppression. Finally, the dragon moved its mouth. It opened its mouth wide, and then a thick column of water shot out from its mouth and shot towards everyone. When Yi Xian saw the water column, his expression suddenly changed and he said, "Everyone, be careful, this water is poisonous." As Yi Xian spoke, he stood directly in front of Su Mingly to prevent Su Mingly from being splashed by the venom. Su Mingly's expression was solemn. She opened her hands and pushed towards the void in front of her. Then, the red lotus of karma fire around Su Mingly directly expanded a lot. The enlarged fire lotus of karma protected all the students of the Awakener Academy, and the water column sprayed out by the dragon was blocked outside by the fire lotus of karma. The water column and the enlarged karmic fire lotus formed a stalemate, but Yi Xian knew very well that with Su Mingly's current level of ability development, it would be quite strenuous to directly use his natal red lotus, and it would not last long. Yi Xian immediately said, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and do it." As soon as Yi Xian said this, everyone woke up as if from a dream, and each of them used their abilities to attack the dragon. Qin Hong controlled his big sword and shot it towards the dragon's eyes. As a result, the dragon just closed its eyelids and blocked the big sword. The blade of the sword collided with the dragon's eyelid, making a sound of metal clashing and even sparks appearing. Zhao Lei controlled the power of thunder and lightning and bombarded the dragon. The thunder and lightning struck the dragon, but it was like tickling it, without any change. All kinds of abilities were used on the dragon, but they were ineffective. The attacks of the crowd were too weak for the dragon. The only threat to it, the Red Lotus Karma Fire, could only be used for defense at this moment and could not launch a counterattack. Finally, Yi Xian also took action. He rushed out of the protection range of the Karma Fire Red Lotus, then jumped up and rushed towards the dragon. Chapter 62, Tianlong kills the dragon. Around, dozens of giant pythons of smaller sizes rushed towards Yi Xian, ready to use the snake sea tactics to stop Yi Xian. Seeing that Yi Xian was about to be drowned by the snakes, however, Yi Xian's domineering voice rang out, "Great and mighty heavenly dragon, Buddhik Siddhagarbha, Prajnaparamita Buddha, Prajnaparamita Bhagwan." Then, a strong golden light was released from Yi Xian's body. This golden light was the evil breaking power of the mighty heavenly dragon. Dragons have a natural restraint on sea creatures like sea cucumbers and snakes. In addition, the mighty heavenly dragon's power to destroy evil also has a restraining effect on demons and heretics. Now, under this double restraint, this group of pythons seemed to have seen their natural enemy. The dozens of giant pythons that surrounded Yi Xian suddenly trembled after seeing the golden light bursting around him. They felt sore and weak all over and collapsed to the ground, without even the strength to escape. Yi Xian didn't care about these minions. His whole body was shining with golden light. He jumped up and added the power of the mighty heavenly dragon to the black iron heavy sword, turning the black iron heavy sword into gold. Then, Yi Xian held the heavy black iron sword and slashed fiercely at the dragon that was spitting out poisonous water. This dragon is the king of snakes, and its degree of alienation is much higher than that of other snakes. However, it is still unable to break free from the shackles of instinct and resist the double pressure brought by the mighty dragon. The heavy black iron sword was chopped down with one blow, and at the same time, the sound of a dragon's roar was heard. Yi Xian's heavy black iron sword, like cutting tofu, fiercely split the huge head of the dragon into two halves. The dark red blood spurted out in all directions as if it were free. The dragon's body fell heavily to the ground, swaying wildly for a few times before gradually losing its life. The students were all stunned, watching this scene in shock. Such a big guy was actually taken down by Yi Xian like this? This is too amazing, right? In the previous situation, several students could not help but want to ask for help. After all, the dragon was too powerful. It spewed out poisonous water and restrained Su Mingly. The attacks of the crowd were ineffective against it. There were also countless pythons lurking around. There was no hope at all. They could only ask the leaders of the college to take action. Unexpectedly, in this situation, Yi Xian was able to turn defeat into victory. First, his whole body was shining with golden light, forcing back the group of snakes, and then he kicked the dragon's head open. The whole process was smooth and unrestrained, domineering and unrestrained. Men and women alike couldn't help but feel a liking for Yi Xian at this moment. Congratulations to the host. The favorability of Genius Yang Qian has increased to 35 points, and the favorability of Genius Zhou Tao has increased to 30 points. Two more students had their favorability towards Yi Xian reach 30 points, which met the criteria for the lottery and was considered a pleasant surprise. After the dragon was eliminated, the other pythons were leaderless and became much easier to deal with. In addition, Yi Xian activated the power of the mighty heavenly dragon. The golden light all over his body was too oppressive for these pythons. They were in a state of languor and powerless, as if paralyzed. It was naturally not difficult to deal with them. Therefore, the following battle was a massacre without any suspense. Just as Su Mingly was about to take action, Lin Su's voice came from Su Mingli's headset. "Student Su, this trial assessment ends here. You'd better not take action next. These mutated pythons, because of their mutated nature, have flesh and blood that is much more delicious than ordinary pythons. Moreover, the flesh and blood contain spiritual energy, which is beneficial for spiritual practice. Eating it can also strengthen the body. Everyone should be careful when eating it and keep the snake body intact so that everyone can enjoy it." As soon as Lin Su said this, Su Mingly stopped attacking. Any snake that was touched by her red lotus karma fire would be like ignited gasoline. Soon the entire python would burn out and nothing would be left. In order to protect the spoils, she had to stop. Yi Xian also couldn't attack again because he was too heavy-handed. With one strike of the sword, the person turned into a pile of meat paste. Although it was not as exaggerated as Su Mingly's, it was still a waste of food. Moreover, Yi Xian has already demonstrated enough strength, so he has to let other students show off and test their abilities. After Yi Xian and Su Mingly were arranged by Lin Su to stop, they had nothing to do, so they simply held hands and watched the others take action. Yi Xian had rich combat experience in his previous life, but now he has nothing to do. He simply began to instruct his classmates. Qin Heng, your ability is to control the sword, not something else. Why are you so close to the python? Zhao Lei, your ability development is too low, and the power of thunder and lightning has limited lethality, so you can play a supporting role. If the power of thunder and lightning is added to Qin Heng's great sword, wouldn't the lethality be greatly increased? Why don't you know how to adapt at all? And you, Zhang Qian. At this moment, Yi Xian was driving the sightseeing bus prepared by the zoo for tourists. He held the steering wheel with one hand and held Su Mingli's delicate hand with the other hand. He drove around with other students, giving instructions to everyone on the side, looking relaxed and comfortable. All the students were filled with hatred at this moment. After Yi Xian did not take action, the power of the great heavenly dragon was taken back and the pressure disappeared. These pythons will not sit still and wait for death. In addition, Su Mingli does not take any action, so the other students are still struggling to deal with these pythons. Yi Xian and Su Mingli, on the other hand, drove a sightseeing bus, holding hands, showing their affection and making sarcastic remarks. Although Yi Xian's advice was indeed useful, it made everyone very unhappy. However, no matter how unhappy they were, they had no choice. Who could blame the huge gap in strength among them? Yi Xian and his companions were driving a sightseeing car for sightseeing. If any ignorant pythons dared to rush up, Yi Xian would slightly release a wisp of mighty dragon power, and the pythons would be scared half to death. How could they dare to rush up? The only pity is that the attack of the mutated snake group was too sudden and unnecessary. Almost all the animals in the zoo were killed by the mutated pythons. Moreover, they were not just killed, but eaten directly. Pythons have big appetites, otherwise there wouldn't be the saying of a snake swallowing an elephant. This is especially true for mutated pythons. Before the students from Shanghai arrived, almost all the animals in the zoo had been eaten, and it was almost impossible to rescue them. At this moment, Yi Xian once again experienced the ferocity of the strange beasts. This group of awakened snakes attacked the zoo, so there were relatively few human casualties. If it attacks a village, I'm afraid that everyone in the village will become food for the python. As the battle continued, the students of the Awakener Academy gradually gained the upper hand. Each of them was extremely talented and had strong physical strength. However, they did not know how to cooperate at the beginning and had too little combat experience. Now, with continuous fighting and running in, the strength they can exert is getting stronger and stronger. As for the awakened pythons in the zoo, their numbers kept decreasing, and they gradually became no match for the beasts and were killed. Chapter 63, Go and Have a Baby. More than half an hour passed, and this time the Anaconda mission was finally completed. At this moment, everyone was in a mess, covered in blood and dust, and sweating profusely, looking quite embarrassed. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was driving the sightseeing car, applauded and said, "Everyone performed well and made great progress. Let's go, it's time to go back to school." As Yi Xian spoke, he stepped on the accelerator and drove Su Mingli towards the exit of the zoo. Qin Heng hurriedly said, "Yi Xian, wait for me." Yi Xian said without even turning his head, "Just go on your own. You're too dirty. What if you make our Mingly smell?" Seeing the sightseeing bus disappear into the distance, the students, who had not yet had time to enjoy the joy of victory, felt somewhat discouraged. Yi Xian and Su Mingli, who also came to carry out the mission, can definitely be said to be the best in the audience. The MVP of this mission was born among them. However, the other two people were clean and tidy, even their hair was not messy, while they were in a mess, smelled sour, and did not even have the chance to ride in the same sightseeing car with them. Isn't the gap too big? In a few minutes, Yi Xian and Su Mingli arrived at the entrance of the zoo. The school had already handed over the matter to the relevant departments and let them go in to deal with the scene. Yi Xian and Su Mingli got off the sightseeing bus. Lin Su looked at them and gave Yi Xian a thumbs up. He said, "Good boy, your performance this time was beyond my expectations. In the future, as long as your cultivation progress doesn't fall behind, you will have a place in the Qianlong project." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely be indispensable to the Qianlong project." Lin Su said with satisfaction, "I like your confidence. By the way, Su, our teacher Qi seems to have something to tell you. She is on the bus." After hearing this, Su Mingli said, "Okay, I'll be there right away." Su Mingli was still very grateful to Qiyu. Back in Jiangcheng, Qiyu was one of the few teachers willing to help her, and she also respected Qiyu very much. Soon, Su Mingli came to the bus and said, "Teacher Qi, what do you want to talk to me about?" At this moment, the other students had not returned, and the driver was not there either. Only Qiyu and Su Mingli were there. Yu looked at Su Mingly, pondered for a moment, and then stammered, "This is it, classmate Su, what do you think of Yi Xian?" Su Mingly was stunned for a moment before she said, "He's fine." After Yi Xian's public kiss at the martial arts training ground, their relationship has become completely public and there is nothing to hide. Yu was a little embarrassed. In fact, it was not her own idea to look for Su Mingly this time, but an order from Dean Lin Su. Not long ago, Lin Su found Yu and told her that Yi Xian and Su Mingly were both talented awakeners with amazing talents. According to current information, the talents of the awakened are closely related to genetics. Yi Xian and Su Mingly, one is a freak and the other is a genius. The probability of their child being a super genius is also very high. If they can give birth to an SSS level awakener, then when he grows up, the future of mankind will have another trump card. Therefore, Lin Su told Yu to persuade Su Mingly that the times were different nowadays. If the two of them could have a child, Magic City University would raise them, take care of them in all aspects, and even provide them with considerable benefits as a couple. Yu knew that what Lin Su said made some sense, but the problem was that although she was a few years older than Su Mingly, but she herself is still a virgin, unmarried and without children. Now she has to persuade her students to get pregnant and have children, which makes her feel weird and uncomfortable. She pondered for a moment before saying, "Have you ever thought about having a baby sooner?" As soon as Yu finished speaking, her face turned red, and Su Mingly's face also turned red. She looked at Yu and said, "Teacher Chi, I remember not long ago you told us to be careful and not to cause any loss of life." Since she had already spoken, Yu went all out and said, "This is also what Dean Lin meant. You and Yi Xian both have amazing talents. You two have a very good relationship. If you can have a child, your future talent will surely be high. This child might even become the hope of mankind." Su Mingly's face flushed red as she said, "Teacher Chi, we haven't reached that stage yet. It's too soon for you to say this. Let's talk about it later." After Su Mingly finished speaking, she found a seat on the bus and sat down. On the other side, Lin Su also said to Yi Xian, "You kid, you and Su Mingly have such a good relationship, why don't you even dare to get a room?" Yi Xian also stared at Lin Su blankly and said, "Dean Lin, what are you talking about? As the dean, you're encouraging us to get a room? Isn't this too weird?" Lin Su said confidently, "What's so strange about this? You have high talents and good genes, so the children you give birth to will definitely be good too. In the future, maybe your children will be the saviors of all mankind. Besides, doesn't the country now advocate having 2 or 3 children? I'm also thinking about you. You're both 18 this year, right? If you have one every 2 years, by the time you're 30, you'll have fulfilled your reproductive obligations." Yi Xian was drinking a bottle of mineral water at the moment. When he heard these words, he sprayed a mouthful of water directly on Lin Su's face, making Dean Lin feel cold all over. Yi Xian looked innocent and said, "You can't blame me for this. You're only giving birth to one child every 2 years. Do you think we're breeding pigs? Why don't you give birth yourself?" Lin Su wiped the mineral water and saliva on his face and said, "Okay, anyway, you understand what I mean. When you give birth to children, it's not just for yourselves, but also to contribute to all mankind. When the time comes, the government will give you subsidies, and our college will also give you rewards, and I can go and take care of your children." Yi Xian immediately said, "No, I'm not interested in what you said. As for the rest, let it go." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he fled from Lin Su, got on the bus, and sat next to Su Mingly. Su Mingly's face was slightly flushed. She was frightened by Yu's words just now. She even subconsciously dodged when Yi Xian sat down, fearing that Yi Xian would have a child with her in the next second. Seeing this, Yi Xian smiled bitterly and said, "What's wrong with you? Am I that scary?" Su Mingly shook her head and said, "No, it's just that Teacher Chi told me something just now." Yi Xian immediately understood what was going on. Yu and his girlfriend were probably talking about having children. No wonder Mingly was so scared. Yi Xian and Su Mingly's favorability level has reached 70, which is the level of a couple, but they are still quite far from having children. Besides, the two of them are still in college. Even if the spiritual energy revives and the world changes, there is no need to rush about this child. Thinking about it, Yi Xian said, "Dean Lin also told me something, it's all nonsense, don't pay attention to them." As Yi Xian spoke, he placed Su Mingly's little hand in his palm. He was now used to holding the Empress's hand, as if he was holding the whole world. Chapter 64 Hurricane Fruit. After a while, the other people from the academy came back. Each of them looked very disheveled. Their clothes were soaked with blood, sweat, and dust, emitting a strong sour smell, which formed a sharp contrast with Yi Xian and Su Mingly. Yi Xian immediately fanned his nose in disgust and said, "Mingly, why don't we take a taxi? This stinks too much." Su Mingly said, "Okay, let's take a taxi." Hearing the two people's blatant disdain, the students in the car all looked quite resentful. However, despite all the resentment, no one dared to express dissatisfaction. After all, the gap in everyone's strength performance at the zoo was too big. Su Mingly resisted the dragon's poisonous water attack head-on, and Yi Xian even split the dragon in half with one sword. In comparison, everyone else was just there to watch. Facing these two peerless warriors, a male and female demon, everyone could only complain in their hearts and dared not show it at all. Soon, Yi Xian and Su Mingly returned to the Awakener Academy. As soon as they got off the taxi, they met Yi Shui. Yi Shui looked at the two of them and said, "Didn't you go to the trial? Why are you back so soon? Where are the others?" Yi Xian said, "The others took the bus, we came back early." Yi Shui smiled and said, "It just so happens that I've arrived in the Magic City and haven't had a good stroll yet. Mingly, will you come with me?" Su Mingly smiled and said, "Okay." Not to mention that Yi Shui is Yi Xian's biological sister, and because of the love for her, Yi Shui herself is also very good to her. Of course, she would not refuse such a small thing. Seeing this, Yi Xian said, "Then you guys go shopping. I'll go back to the dormitory first." Yi Shui said impatiently, "Go ahead, Mingly, let's go." Yi Xian returned to the dormitory and said silently in his heart, "System, perform a double draw. Congratulations to the host, you have won an awakening fruit and a wide-sleeved fairy skirt." Yi Xian was also quite surprised when he heard the system prompt. There was even an awakening fruit. Was it similar to a devil fruit? Awakening fruit, a level hurricane fruit. After taking it, one can awaken the power of a level hurricane. After taking it, the awakened ones below a level will replace the original ability. It will have no effect on those above a level. Wide-sleeved fairy skirt, a treasure of the ancient palace, it is extremely gorgeous in style, invulnerable to swords and guns, immune to water and fire, and has self-cleaning function. Yi Xian was very satisfied when he saw the two prizes. Let us talk about the awakening fruit first. It is like a pillow that appears when you are sleepy. About a month later, Magic City University will officially start school ahead of schedule. By then, other ordinary students and faculty members of Magic City University will be eligible to use the Awakening Spirit Ball to awaken. Yi Shui came to the Magic City this time, not only to be with her younger brother and sister-in-law, but also to hope that she could awaken some abilities so that her future life would be more interesting. But Yi Xian knew very well that his sister in her previous life had no ability. If she had, she would not have married that scumbag in order to protect her family, which eventually led to her own death. Whether in the past life or this life, Sister Yi Shui has always taken great care of Yi Xian. In Yi Xian's heart, his sister's importance is no less than that of the current empress. With this awakening fruit, my sister's fate has been completely changed. She has the hurricane ability and can control the wind. Although it is only a level, it is also very good. Grade A is currently the mainstream level of the Awakener Academy of Magic City University, although it is indeed a bit inferior compared to monsters like Yi Xian and Su Mingly. But compared with the entire human society, it is actually very good, and Yi Xian is already very satisfied. As for the wide-sleeved fairy skirt, there is no doubt that it was prepared for the empress. The style of this wide-sleeved fairy skirt is extremely gorgeous, which can add a bit of charm to the empress. In addition, the Empress's Red Lotus Karma Fire has unparalleled attack but relatively weak defense. This wide-sleeved fairy skirt is invulnerable to swords and guns and can withstand some ordinary physical attacks. Moreover, it is impervious to water and fire, and has its own cleaning function. In this way, even after a thrilling battle, the Empress can still smell fragrant and beautiful. All girls will like it, right? Next, Yi Xian moved his mind, and the wide-sleeved fairy skirt and the awakening fruit appeared in Yi Xian's left hand respectively. The wide-sleeved fairy skirt was just as Yi Xian had imagined. It looked extremely gorgeous, with a faint fluorescent light on it. It was as light as a feather and felt cool to the touch, which was quite magical. As for the awakening fruit, its appearance surprised Yi Xian. The awakening fruit looked like a big red apple. Afterwards, Yi Xian called Yi Shui and asked, "Sister, are you guys done shopping? It's early, what's going on?" "It's okay. When you return to school, give me a call. I have a gift for you." Yi Shui was very happy after hearing this. My dear brother, now you know how to feel sorry for your sister? Okay, I'll call you later. Another hour and a half later, Yi Shui and Su Mingli came back. Yi Shui was carrying a lot of bags in her hands and looked in a good mood. Su Mingli also carried a few clothing bags, which were probably bought for her by Yi Shui. Yi Shui looked at Yi Xian and said, Brother, I heard you were going to give your sister a gift? Where is the gift? Yi Shui's gaze fell on the paper bag in Yi Xian's hand, which contained a piece of clothing. Then, Yi Xian reached into his pocket and took out an apple. Sister, this is a gift from me to you. Eat it to replenish your vitamins. Mingly, this is a gift from me to you, a magical piece of clothing. Under Yi Shui's dull gaze, Yi Xian stuffed the big red apple into his sister's hand, and then handed the paper bag containing the wide-sleeved fairy skirt to Su Mingli. Su Mingli looked at Yi Shui's expression and said, Yi Xian, my sister seems to like this dress very much. Why don't you give it to her? After hearing what Su Mingli said, Yi Shui took the big apple in her hand, took a big bite, and said, Mingli, you are still good to your sister. Yi Xian, this kid, is a heartless person. He gave me a big apple. I don't want that dress. Sister, I have money, I will buy it myself. Yi Shui seemed to be really angry. She bit the apple very hard. Crunch, crunch. After 3 or 5 bites, the whole apple was gone, leaving only the core. However, just after eating the apple, Yi Shui felt that there was a force in her body that wanted to be released, and she couldn't help but let out a cry. Then, her whole body suddenly flew into the air, 3 or 4 meters above the ground. Fortunately, Yi Shui was wearing jeans today, otherwise, at this height, if someone passed by, they would see everything they should and shouldn't see. Chapter 65, Wide Sleeve Fairy Skirt. Su Mingli and Yi Xian also looked at Yi Shui in surprise as she soared into the air, and asked, Sister, what happened to you? Yi Shui was stunned for several seconds before she burst into laughter and said, I've awakened. I've awakened. I'm also an awakener. 99.999% of the awakened ones are awakened through the awakening spirit ball, and a very small number are awakened on their own. It has been a while since the revival of spiritual energy was made public, and ordinary people have a basic understanding of the awakened ones. Therefore, Yi Shui realized so quickly that she had awakened. Seeing this, Yi Xian said, Sis, since you've awakened, come down. Mingli and I are too tired to talk to you like this. After hearing this, Yi Shui said, Come down. Land. Get down. Whoosh. Yi Shui was chattering in the sky, using everything from Chinese to English, and even horse language. Unfortunately, her body was floating in the air, motionless, and even a little higher. At this time, other students came over and looked up at the sky. What's going on? Yi Xian glanced at his sister, feeling a little embarrassed, and said, I've awakened my ability, but I'm not very good at controlling it yet, so this happened. The ability to float in the air? That's pretty impressive. This seems to be the legal advisor of our Awakener Academy. Has she awakened too? Consultant Yi is an elite lawyer. He used to be so aloof, but now he seems a little silly. In the sky, Yi Shui was also extremely embarrassed and angry. At this moment, the only thing she was thankful for was that she was wearing jeans. If she had worn a skirt, she would have been socially dead. But even so, as more and more classmates gathered, she felt so embarrassed that she didn't know where the strength came from within her body. Then, with a whoosh, she flew off like a rocket, heading higher and farther. Yi Xian's expression changed, and he said, Is everything going to be all right? Su Mingli saw it and said, Don't worry, I'll go find Sister Yi Shui. As Su Mingli spoke, she concentrated her mind, and then a pair of huge flaming wings appeared on her back. Her flaming wings flapped, and her body also rose up into the wind, quickly chasing after Yi Shui. Yi Xian looked at this scene and felt a little envious. Although his dragon elephant prison body was powerful, it unfortunately did not have the power to fly. With his strength, Yi Xian can jump dozens of meters high, but that is jumping, not flying. Yi Xian is quite envious of Yi Shui and Su Mingli's abilities. Yi Shui didn't fly very far. After all, she had just awakened and her abilities were limited. Not long after she flew out, she began to crash into the ground. Yi Shui was so scared that she screamed. Fortunately, Su Mingli was faster. She caught up with Yi Shui, then wrapped Yi Shui with her flaming wings, allowing Yi Shui to slowly descend from the air. Yi Shui looked at Su Mingli and said, Mingli, thank you, otherwise I would have hit my head and died. Su Mingli smiled and said, No, the awakened ones are much stronger than ordinary people. Even if they really collide with it, the most they will do is be disfigured. After hearing this, Yishue burst into laughter. Mingly, you are much more cheerful than before, and you can even make jokes now. If I really want to be disfigured, I might as well hit my head and die. At this moment, Mingly suddenly said, by the way, sister, where is that big bag of clothes you just carried? Yishue explained, I was rushing so fast, how could I care about those things? I don't know where it fell, but it doesn't matter, I'll buy it next time. The most important thing now is that my sister is also an awakener. That kid Yixian dared to give me an apple as a gift. Just wait and see how I teach him a lesson. After hearing this, Mingly said, sister, you are wrong about Yixian. What's the meaning? Mingly smiled mysteriously, sister, tell me, why didn't you awaken earlier or later, but awaken after eating that apple? You mean, it was that apple that made me awaken? Yishue asked in surprise. Mingly nodded and said, I think so. Otherwise, why would he give you an apple for no reason, and then you awakened after eating the apple? After hearing this, Yishue was quite happy and said, this kid still has some conscience and hasn't forgotten me, his sister. By the way, Mingly, didn't Yixian give you a set of clothes? Go back and try them on. Half an hour later, in the cafeteria of the Awakener College of Magic City University, all the students seemed very excited. Tonight, the main food in the cafeteria is a whole snake banquet. The awakened pythons have tender meat, rich nutrition, and contain spiritual energy, which is of great benefit to spiritual practice. Moreover, these snakes are huge in size, and the meat they make after cooking looks no different from ordinary pork. Even girls could eat it normally. Everyone was in high spirits and enjoyed the meal very much. At this time, Yishue and Mingly walked in, and all the students' attention was immediately focused on Mingly. Mingly was as beautiful as a person in a painting, with impeccable figure and appearance. This wide-sleeved fairy dress is a treasure from the ancient palace, extremely gorgeous, and it matches Mingly's temperament perfectly. When Mingly put on this wide-sleeved fairy dress, she looked like a goddess descending to the earth, extremely beautiful. Ordinary people would feel inexplicably ashamed if they just took a look, lower their heads, and dare not look Mingly in the eye. At this moment, Yishue has completely become a foil to her younger brother and sister-in-law, but she doesn't care. She learned some secrets from her brother and knows what her younger brother and sister-in-law will be like in the future. She never felt jealous of Mingly. Being a loyal supporter was better than anything else. So what if she was just a green leaf beside the flowers? When Mingly grows up and becomes the Red Lotus Empress who can defend the city alone as described by Yixian, how many people would dare to provoke Yishue, the sister-in-law? Yixian also looked at Mingly with amazement. Wearing this wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress, although she still did not have the domineering aura of the Red Lotus Empress in her previous life, but with the bonus brought by the flowing fairy dress, her fairy spirit was even stronger than in her previous life, making people dare not look directly at her. Then, Mingly and Yishue came to Yixian, and the three of them began to enjoy the awakened python. The cafeteria chef at Magic City University has excellent skills. The awakened python is fried, stir-fried, and boiled in various ways, paired with different side dishes. There are more than 100 dishes, each with a different taste, but each is equally delicious. Some girls who are trying to lose weight hate themselves for not being able to control their mouths, and eat meat in big mouthfuls. It is simply a feast for the gluttons. Chapter 66 Qianlong Project. Lin Su, Zhou Qiang, and the others were also eating voraciously. As Lin Su ate, he said, Yixian and Mingly's performances were both very impressive this time. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be able to join the Hidden Dragon Project. Zhou Qiang nodded and said, that's right. Mingly is needless to say. She is SSS level. No one can take her place away. But Yixian is a pleasant surprise. Lin Su sighed and said, they are indeed excellent, but the performance of the others is too average, unlike those of other top schools. Although they don't have an SSS level pervert like Mingly, they do have a few SS level ones. In addition, there are some geniuses whose development level increases particularly quickly, as well as geniuses who are naturally good at fighting. I am afraid that the resource quota that our Magic City University can obtain this year will not be too high. Spiritual energy is reviving and resources are in short supply. Spiritual stones are the most precious resources and are controlled by the state and distributed uniformly. In terms of colleges and universities, the upper echelons adopt the law of natural competition, where the fittest survive and the university with better students will get more resources. The Qianlong plan largely determines the resource quota that a university can obtain. The more students a university can select for the Qianlong plan, the richer the resources it will have. In addition, the country is also planning to open the potential dragon list in the future, allowing all talents from major universities to compete together. The talents on the potential dragon list will be vigorously cultivated by the country and obtain the most precious resources. Now, Yi Xian and Su Mingly's performance in the Python disaster has been reported to the top, and they have both joined the Qianlong project. Unfortunately, the Qianlong plan has a total of 1,000 places, but Shanghai University only occupies 2 places, which is really not a lot. Zhou Qiang said, Dean Lin, quality is more important than quantity. What's wrong with having fewer people? Su Mingly alone is enough to defeat 100. Lin Su smiled and said, that's true. After all, she's an SSS. Speaking of which, if only Yi Xian's talent was a little higher. Combined with her strange abilities, maybe she could be comparable to Su Mingly in the future. Just as Lin Su was speaking, a hand suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Dean Lin, what are you talking about? Lin Su turned around and saw Yi Xian standing there with a smile on his face. Lin Su looked at Yi Xian and said, why? Have you figured out what I talked about with you before? Do you want to learn some experience from me, the dean? I can't teach you this, or people will say I'm disrespectful. Old Zhou, I remember you're interested in those things. Give Yi Xian some websites and let him study them well so he can have a baby sooner. After hearing what Lin Su said, Zhou Qiang immediately became angry and said, Old Lin, you can't slander me. When did I become interested in those things? You are slandering my innocence. Lin Su laughed, look at you, why are you so excited? It's just a joke. After hearing what Lin Su said, Yi Xian said, Dean Lin, I'm here to talk to you about serious matters. If you don't listen, don't regret it. Lin Su said, business? Hurry up and have some kids. That's business. Yi Xian said calmly, it seems that someone is dissatisfied with the fact that there are too many spirit stones. If that's the case, forget it. I'll keep them for myself. When Lin Su heard this, he stood up immediately. Wait, what did you say? Spiritual stones? You have spiritual stones? How many? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, Old Lin, I've been hunting pythons all day and I'm really tired. Are you going to let me stand while we talk? Lin Su glared at Yi Xian and was about to lose his temper when Zhou Qiang held Lin Su's shoulder and said, Dean Lin, spirit stones. After hearing this, Lin Su stood up silently, asked Yi Xian to sit down, and said, Can you speak now? Yi Xian stretched his shoulders and said, Hey, I cut that dragon snake in half with one sword today. I used too much force, and my shoulder hurts. A dark line appeared on Lin Su's forehead. Zhou Qiang saw it and said again, Dean, spirit stone. Lin Su gritted his teeth and put his hand on Yi Xian's shoulder and started massaging him. Although Lin Su was angry, his massage technique was good and Yi Xian felt quite comfortable. After about 10 minutes, Yi Xiankai said, Let's talk about something as important as the spirit stone somewhere else. Lin Su said with a forced smile, Okay, let's talk somewhere else, but I can tell you, if you dare to play tricks on me, the dean, I will definitely let you know what cruelty is. Zhou Qiang was resentful towards Lin Su. After all, he, Zhou Qiang, was a gentleman, but Lin Su asked him to give Yi Xian the website address. Isn't this tarnishing his innocence? Therefore, Zhou Qiang exposed Lin Su without hesitation. Yi Xian, you can rest assured. You and Su Mingly are the treasures of our Awakener Academy. Even if you play tricks on him, he won't do anything to you. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at an office. Lin Su sat down and said, Yi Xian, you can tell me now. Did you find a spirit stone mine or something else? Yi Xian shook his head and said, I haven't found any spirit stone mines, but I can provide you with spirit stones. Lin Su was stunned, you didn't find the spirit stone mine? Then where did your spirit stones come from? Yi Xian smiled mysteriously and said, I won't tell you this, but I can lend our academy a batch of spirit stones. At the moment, I can lend the academy 3,000 spirit stones per month. For a year, that's 36,000, and for 5 years, it's 180,000. After 5 years, the academy will repay me 300,000 spirit stones in one lump sum. What do you say, Dean? After hearing this, Lin Su was stunned. Where did you get so many spirit stones? Yi Xian spread his hands and said, in short, it wasn't stolen, nor was it robbed. It came from a legitimate source. I can't tell you the details of what happened. Just tell me, will the academy lend it to you or not? Lin Su said directly, borrow it, of course I will. Take out 3,000 yuan first. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he said, not yet. I can give it to you at the end of the month. So let's make it a deal. From now on, at the end of every month, I will give you 3,000 spirit stones. Yi Xian can currently receive 3,600 spirit stones every month through the knowledge gem. He has no way of using so many spirit stones, so they are just sitting there anyway. Now that spiritual energy is in its early stages of recovery, the spirit stone quotas of major universities are very tight. What Yi Xian did is like providing timely assistance to the college. At the same time, in the early stages of cultivation, even if Yi Xian and Su Mingly used spirit stones as food, they would not need so many. Even 600 pieces would be more than enough. On the contrary, 5 years later, the recovery of spiritual energy intensified, and at the same time, the development of Yi Xian and Su Mingly's abilities also improved a lot. By then, the two's demand for spirit stones will increase greatly, and 3,600 yuan a month may not be enough. By then, as the recovery of spiritual energy intensifies, spiritual stones will be mined in various places one after another. The spiritual stone quota of colleges and universities will be dozens of times higher than it is now. It will not be difficult to repay Yi Xian these 300,000 spiritual stones. By doing this, Yi Xian not only helped the Magic City University and did Lin Su a favor, but also earned spirit stones to prepare for future cultivation resources. It can be said that he killed 3 birds with 1 stone, with only benefits and no harm. As for the consequences of doing so, Yi Xian is not worried. He has now been recognized as a genius. As long as he can show enough value, no matter how weird he is, he will not be sliced and studied. Chapter 67 Sword. After hearing what Yi Xian said, Lin Su said, "I didn't expect you to be so capable. I like you more and more. How about this, I take you as my godson. I'll protect you from now on." Yi Xian rolled his eyes immediately. "Your way of liking someone is to be his godfather? I'd better forget it. By the way, Dean Lin, I have a small favor to ask you for." Lin Su said directly, "Tell me, as long as you can really lend the Academy 3,000 spirit stones every month in the future, whether you are my godson or not, I will protect you." The entire Magic City University currently has a supply of 9,000 spirit stones distributed, which is actually a bit stretched at the moment. If it is possible to increase 3,000 yuan every month, the amount will be increased by 1/3. The Academy will have more spirit stones. If Yi Xian can really do it, he can definitely be called a hero of the Awakener Academy. After hearing this, Yi Xian took out the lacquered cold iron butcher knife from his body and said, "I have a knife here, which is forged from Tianshan cold iron and is extremely sharp. But I don't have much use for it now. I wonder if the Academy can find a casting master to make it into the shape of a sword. Xin Heng is my friend, I plan to make it into a sword and give it to him." After hearing this, Lin Su took the butcher knife with his right hand and then slashed it across the palm of his left hand. The extremely sharp butcher knife immediately cut Lin Su's palm, leaving a bright red blood mark on Lin Su's hand. However, under the effect of the immortal demon body, the scars on his palms faded and disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, Lin Su looked at the butcher knife in surprise and said, "Not bad. Okay, I'll ask a friend to help you ask if it can be forged into a sword." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll trouble Dean Lin. Xin Heng is now very eager for a good weapon. If Yi Xian can provide timely assistance, it will indeed greatly improve his favorability." Moreover, Yi Xian also understood that, generally speaking, the higher the favorability, the better the prize for the lottery. When Xin Heng's favorability towards Yi Xian reaches 70 points, which means they are close friends, the rewards he draws should be much more valuable than the previous ones. The next morning, Lin Su found Yi Xian with a cold iron kitchen knife and said, "Yi Xian, let's leave this knife like this for now." Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. "What's wrong?" Lin Su explained, "I have already found the relevant forging master." According to them, the reason why this butcher knife is so sharp is not only because of its outstanding material, but more importantly, it is made using a very magical forging technique. With modern technology, although it can be melted and cast into a sword shape, its power will be greatly reduced, and it may be difficult to retain even half of its original power. In the eyes of those forging masters, doing so is a complete waste of natural resources and a waste of the masterpieces of their ancestors. Yi Xian could only say, "Okay, I understand." Lin Su said, "By the way, you mean, you want to give it to Qin Hong, right?" "That's right." Lin Su smiled and said, "Actually, there's nothing wrong with just giving it to Qin Hong. Qin Heng's ability is to control swords, and swords come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. Can't this kitchen knife also be a sword?" Yi Xian nodded and said, "I understand. You mean, Qin Heng's ability is actually not that limited. As long as he identifies something as a sword, he can control it? Lin Su praised, that's right, the boy is teachable. Qin Hong has great potential and the upper limit of subsequent development is also very high. You should try it earlier and let him wield this butcher knife. This will be a kind of early training for his abilities. At noon, Yixian found Qin Hong. Qin Hong, I came here today, but I brought you something good. Qin Hong immediately asked, good stuff? What good stuff? Yixian smiled and said, the thing you are most looking forward to. As Yixian spoke, he pulled out the butcher knife from his waist. Qin Hong looked at the knife in Yixian's hand. Possessing the ability to control a sword, he keenly felt that the knife in Yixian's hand was not simple. He immediately asked curiously, Yixian, what kind of knife is this? Yixian smiled and said, this is the official kitchen knife of the sword-forging Heavenly King Donjiang in Moi. It was forged using cold iron from heaven that was tempered for 49 days. It can cut through hair with a single blow. It is incredibly sharp. Qin Hong punched Yixian on the shoulder and said, don't give me that. Do you think I haven't seen from Beijing with love? What's going on? Yixian didn't say anything, but just pulled a hair from his head, then placed it on top of the cold iron butcher knife and blew gently. Next, Qin Hong saw that Yixian's hair was cut in half the moment it touched the blade. Qin Hong watched the scene excitedly and said, is this the legendary hair-breaking blast? How amazing! Yixian smiled and said, do you want this knife? Qin Hong said directly, I want to, of course I want to, but this knife is not suitable for me, right? My ability is to control the sword, this knife. Yixian said, actually, before I came here, I talked to the dean. I asked him if he could find someone to forge this kitchen knife into a sword. The dean said yes, but after it is forged into a sword, it will be difficult to retain even half of its power. Are you sure you want to do this? Of course not. That would be such a waste, right? But if it were a kitchen knife, I wouldn't be able to handle it. Yixian retorted, a kitchen knife? Who said it was a kitchen knife? It's just a sword. Qin Hong's eyes seemed to understand something. Yixian, you mean? Sword is just a name, and the definition of sword is too broad. Let us talk about the region first. All over the world, swords have different shapes, sizes, and materials. Furthermore, in terms of time, there is also a huge difference between ancient swords and modern swords. Your ability is to control a sword. Who stipulates that the sword you control must be the kind used in ancient martial arts dramas? As long as you think it is a sword, then it is a sword. I will leave this pig-killing sword to you, and you can think about it carefully. After Yixian finished speaking, he put down the cold iron butcher knife, turned around and left, letting Qin Hong think about it himself. After Yixian left, Qin Hong stared at the cold iron butcher knife, repeating Yixian's words in his mind. Yixian's words had a great impact on him. It was as if a new world had opened up for him, and he had a better understanding and ideas about his own abilities. Qin Hong looked at the cold iron pig-killing knife and kept hypnotizing himself. This is a sword, a pig-killing sword, I can control it, believe in yourself, I can do it, there will be no problem. Chapter 68, Cultivation Gift Box. As Qin Hong continued to hypnotize himself, his expression became more and more focused, and strands of sweat appeared on his forehead, but Qin Hong himself was unaware of it. He seemed to be in some kind of demonic state, looking at the butcher knife in a mysterious way. Before he knew it, an hour had passed. Qin Hong's forehead was covered with sweat and his expression became a little nervous, but he still did not give up. Finally, hard work pays off. With a loud shout from Qin Hong, the motionless pig-killing knife suddenly flew up at the speed of lightning, circling above Qin Hong's head. Qin Hong also laughed happily. At the moment the cold iron butcher knife flew up, a system prompt sounded in Yixian's mind, congratulations to the host, your genius friend Qin Hong's favorability has increased to 70 points. You have won a prize. Do you want to participate? Yixian had already returned to the dormitory. He had been waiting for a long time. Finally, he heard the long-awaited prompt sound and said directly, yes. Congratulations to the host for winning a training gift box. Cultivation Acceleration Gift Box, used to assist the host in cultivation, containing 5 dual cultivation cards, 5 cultivation progress cards, and 5 idle cultivation cards. Yixian has already come into contact with the dual cultivation card. When practicing with the empress, the effect of practice is doubled. The duration of each card is 7 days. 5 cards can last for a full 35 days, which is enough for Yixian and Su Mingly to use for a long time. The practice progress card can increase the current practice progress by 5%. At the same time, only one practice progress card can be used for every 10 points of development progress. For example, Yi Xian can use one card during the 1% to 10% stage of cultivation. If he wants to use it again, he can only use it during the 11% to 20% stage. The dual cultivation card has saved Yi Xian half of his cultivation time, and the cultivation progress card has reduced it by half again based on the previous basis. This is enough to greatly improve Yi Xian's cultivation efficiency. The last one is the idle training card. There are also 5 of them, and the effect of each card is also 7 days. After the idle practice card is activated, in addition to normal practice, Yi Xian will automatically practice during his sleep time. The practice efficiency depends on Yi Xian's efficiency during the day. This idle practice card, like the previous 2 cards, can be called cheating. When others are practicing, Yi Xian is practicing. When others are sleeping, Yi Xian is still practicing, which directly doubles Yi Xian's practice time. These 3 cards are of great help to the development of Yi Xian's spiritual power. In a short period of time, Yi Xian can greatly improve his strength. No wonder it is called a cultivation gift box. Next, Yi Xian used a practice progress card without saying a word. Yi Xian's original ability development rate was 7%. After using this practice progress card, his spiritual power development rate directly soared to 10%. At the same time, Yi Xian felt that his body was full of strength. The sounds of tiger roars and dragon roars came from his muscles. The muscles all over his body were beating on their own, and he was very powerful. At this moment, Yi Xian had a further understanding of the effect of the practice progress card. After using the practice progress card, it is only valid within the current practice threshold. Previously, Yi Xian's progress was 7%, which falls into the range of 1 to 10. Therefore, the improvement it brings is only between 1 and 10, and the part exceeding it will not be counted. In other words, the most reasonable way to use the other 4 cultivation progress cards is to use them directly after Yi Xian's cultivation progress reaches 15, 25, etc., to upgrade to the limit of the current stage. This method is the most cost-effective. Yi Xian's body was filled with strength, and he wanted to roar to the sky, or find someone to fight. This was the negative effect brought about by the sudden increase in strength. From 7% to 10% may not sound like much, but in fact, Yi Xian's strength has more than doubled. The dragon-elephant prison suppressing body, with the dragon in front and the elephant behind, the word dragon is the essence of Yi Xian's ability. When his ability broke through to 10%, Yi Xian possessed the power of 1 dragon and 10 elephants. The power of 1 elephant is 5 tons, and the power of 10 elephants is 50 tons. The power of 1 dragon is equivalent to the power of 10 elephants, which is also 50 tons. Now that the ability has been developed to 10%, Yi Xian's strength has directly become 100 tons of force, which is a very exaggerated number. You know, a train carriage, including its load, weighs about 50 tons. Now Yi Xian has the strength to easily carry 2 train carriages and run away. If this kind of power hits a strange beast, what kind of terrifying effect will it have? This is just the improvement that Yi Xian has gained from a cultivation progress card. There are currently 4 cultivation progress cards, as well as 5 idle cards and dual cultivation cards. It is conceivable that in the future, Yi Xian's strength will usher in a period of explosive growth. It's a pity that, except for the dual cultivation card that can help Su Mingly, the other cards are only effective for Yi Xian, which makes Yi Xian a little disappointed. Although, with Su Mingly's talent, if she grows step by step, she will naturally become the Red Lotus Empress in the future. But Yi Xian hoped that with his help, Su Mingly could go higher and further, and would be more confident in facing the amazing Kunpeng in the future. In the following period of time, Yi Xian used the dual cultivation card and the idle card to practice. His progress was much faster than other students in the Awakener Academy. His strength was improving every day. With the beautiful Empress by his side, Yi Xian lived a very happy life. Before they knew it, the 1-month special training was about to end, and Yi Xian and Su Mingly became closer and closer. However, until now, the favorability between the two was still 70 points, with no change. This made Yi Xian a little puzzled. Why didn't the favorability level change? Could it be that the favorability level would only change after some negative physical contact? Yi Xian himself must be looking forward to this kind of thing, but he cannot be too hasty and can only wait for things to develop naturally. Chapter 69, Hard Work and Talent. This day was the last day of special training. When the students finished their training, Lin Su gathered everyone together. Classmates, this special training has come to an end. During this period, everyone has practiced very hard, and we have all witnessed it. Now, it's time to test the results. This month everyone is very clear that everyone's resources are determined by their own talents, but after the school officially starts, we will calculate an average progress value for people with the same level of ability. If the progress of cultivation is higher than the average, the cultivation resources will be rewarded to a certain extent on the original basis. If the progress is lower than the average, the resources obtained will be reduced. After all, humanity faces many threats. In the endless ocean, there are countless behemoths that are rapidly evolving. Our resources must also be reserved for those who are talented and hardworking enough. After Lin Su finished speaking, the staff of the college brought over the super large version of the Awakening Spirit Ball from the Teaching and Research Department. Then, a group of students began to go on stage for the test according to their student numbers. Zhao Lei said, "Yi Xian, although you are very powerful, if you only know how to date every day, your cultivation progress will definitely not be good. I want to surpass you." Xin Heng also said, "That's right, women will only affect the speed of my sword drawing." "Brother, you are obsessed with beauty, I'm afraid you will be in trouble this time." After hearing what the two said, Yi Xian smiled and said, No, have you ever heard of this saying? When men and women work together, the work is not tiring. With Mingly here, I can only get twice the result with half the effort. Zhao Lei said calmly, "Then let's let the facts speak for themselves. I believe my hard work was not in vain." During this month of special training, most people worked very hard, practicing for more than 9 hours a day. Except when they had tasks, they basically stayed in the academy, practicing hard and never relaxing. The only exceptions are Yi Xian and Su Mingli. They usually practice together. After practice, they go shopping and date, living a free and comfortable life. Although everyone agrees on the strength of Yi Xian and Su Mingli, their progress in cultivation this time cannot be lower than theirs, right? One student after another came on stage. After a month of hard training, the progress of A-level ability users was about 10%, while the progress of S-level ability users fluctuated between 2% and 3%. Although there was a certain gap, it was not that big. Among these ordinary people, Zhao Lei is indeed very hardworking. After he took the stage, the Super Awakening Spirit Ball prompted, "Student Zhao Lei, Ability S-level Thunder God Power, Ability Development 3.4%. Zhao Lei was indeed not bragging. His progress was obviously one step ahead of others, and his efforts were worthy of it. After Zhao Lei stepped down, he also glanced at Yi Xian. Of course, it was not a provocation, but just a look of relief, because his efforts were not in vain. If he really wanted to provoke Yi Xian, he would not have the courage to do so, as the gap in strength between the two sides was too big. Afterwards, several more people came on stage. The S-level cultivation progress basically did not exceed 3%. Zhao Lei could be considered a leader. Finally, it was Yi Xian's turn. He placed his hand on the Awakening Spirit Ball. Yi Xian from the academy, his ability is S-level Dragon Elephant Prison Body, and his cultivation progress is 21.4%. After a period of hard work, Yi Xian's progress in cultivation is very gratifying. With the help of dual cultivation cards, idle cards and progress cards, he successfully increased the development of his spiritual power to 21.4%, which was 6 or 7 times the progress of others. When this voice came from the Awakening Spirit Ball, the students in the audience were silent, especially Zhao Lei, whose expression was quite complicated. Lin Su looked at his students, who looked like frostbitten eggplants, and immediately clapped his hands and said, "Okay, don't think too much, everyone's progress in cultivation is normal. The S-level awakeners from other academies have basically the same progress as everyone else. As for Yi Xian, he is a freak, a pervert. Although his apparent talent is only S-level, his real talent is no worse than Su Mingli's. Don't even think about competing with him." This time, Yi Xian's average score for S-level progress will not be counted, so everyone can rest assured. Lin Su's comfort made the shocked students feel a little relieved. At the same time, they all felt a little powerless in their hearts. How could the gap between people be so big? Yi Xian lives an easy life every day, while they are as tired as old cows every day. As a result, Yi Xian's progress is several times faster than theirs. This is too discouraging. After Yi Xian, Su Mingli also went on stage for the test. Her progress in cultivation was not high, only 1.16%, because her talent was too high. In terms of cultivation progress, no one can compare with her, but at least in terms of numbers, her progress is lower than that of others, which is not as discouraging as Yi Xian. After the test, Lin Su said, "Okay, this special training is over. Next, everyone can rest for 3 days. During these 3 days, the third batch of Awakeners will be born. This time, the Awakeners will be college students. By then, our Awakener Academy will be much more lively. That's all for today, everyone, please disperse. Afterwards, Zhao Lei walked up to Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian, from today on, I am completely convinced by you. Could it be that falling in love really can speed up cultivation? Then I have to find a partner too. After hearing what Zhao Lei said, Xin Heng said, no, in our Awakener Academy, are they the only two who are in love? Think carefully about the other couples. How are they progressing? They're much slower than you. We're already slow enough, and if we start dating again, we'll be even further behind. As Yi Xian listened to what the two were saying, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed through his mind. Falling in love, yes, he and Mingly were in love, everyone knew that. But even though they often hold hands and hug each other now, and even kissed once when competing with Mingly, have I ever seriously said I love you? I don't think so. The favorability between me and Mingly has stagnated. Could it be because of these 3 words? At this moment, the system prompt sounded, congratulations host, Zhao Lei's favorability has increased to 30 points, you can draw a prize once, and the cumulative number of prize draws is 10. Congratulations to the host for triggering the Empress's mission. It's the Empress birthday. Tomorrow is the Empress birthday. Prepare a surprise birthday party for her. The rewards are rich, don't miss it. In the Awakener Academy, there are only about 20 to 30 S-level Awakeners, and the rest are mostly A-level Awakeners. So far, Yi Xian has not deliberately made friends with anyone, but slowly, his favorability has basically increased to more than 30 points. However, Yi Xian felt that the system's lottery was a bit like the lottery in the game. A single draw would not give out any particularly precious rewards. On the other hand, the rewards from continuous draws are quite good. Precious prizes such as knowledge gems and hurricane fruits are all obtained through continuous draws. Therefore, during this period of time, Yi Xian has accumulated a full 10 draws, preparing to find an opportunity to make 10 consecutive draws. Now that he has finally gathered all the information, he can make a deadly 10 consecutive draw. Chapter 70, 10 Deadly Pulls. It just so happens that tomorrow is Su Mingli's birthday. Yi Xian is preparing a wonderful birthday party for the Empress and a gift that is surprising enough. In addition, if he also said the 3 words that he owed her, perhaps the Empress's favorability would be improved again. At night, Yi Xian returned to the dormitory and washed his hands. Then he sat up straight and said silently in his heart, System, give me a 10-draw combo. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 6 dual cultivation cards, 2 knowledge gems, 8 gates of Duinjia, and a mysterious pet egg. I got 6 dual cultivation cards. It seems that dual cultivation cards are the guaranteed reward for ordinary lotteries, and also the worst reward. The other rewards are the highlight of today. Knowledge gems, this is not surprising. There are 2 more knowledge gems. Yi Xian was originally very happy. Because in this way, the amount of spirit stones Yi Xian can obtain every month will be 3 times as much as before. However, after the 3 knowledge gems were placed together, a system prompt sounded, reminder host, the effects of multiple knowledge gems will not stack, but 3 knowledge gems can be upgraded to advanced auxiliary equipment. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. This thing can be upgraded? Since the effects don't stack, Yi Xian naturally has to choose to upgrade. Host, please choose your upgrade direction. 1. Phoenix Ring 2, Shield of Encouragement 3, Wind Emblem 4, Wind Spirit Emblem 5, Star Ornament. The 5 types of equipment, as said in the game, have different auxiliary effects. At the same time, the reward for obtaining the minimum living allowance remains unchanged, which is still 5 spirit stones per hour. Yi Xian looked at it for a while and said, I choose the Star Ornament. These types of equipment all have good auxiliary effects. Some increase speed, some increase defense, and some increase attack speed, but the Star accessory has the best effect. The Star accessory can share damage with teammates. Su Mingly is an SSS level Karma Fire Lotus with superb attack power, but her own defense is relatively weak. If Su Mingly encounters danger in the future, it would be really good to have Yi Xian, a big man, to share the damage with her. As for the 8 gates, Yi Xian took a look and found that it was indeed the 8 gates known as the Emperor Kai's technique in Naruto. This 8 gates of ninjutsu, awarded to Yi Xian by the system, has undergone significant changes compared to the original one. There are 8 gates. Might Guy opened the 8th gate and almost kicked out the final result with 1 kick. His strength was simply off the charts, but he himself almost died. It can be said that the power was terrifying, but the side effects were equally terrifying. The 8 gates of ninjutsu that the system rewarded to Yi Xian was not that powerful and had much smaller side effects. At the same time, it is equivalent to a set of solidified skills, similar to the previous Great Power Dragon. Yi Xian can use it directly without spending time practicing. 8 gates of ninjutsu, after activation, the power increases 8-fold and lasts for 8 seconds. After 8 seconds, the person will fall into a weak state and last for 8 days. This 8 gates of ninjutsu is obviously not as powerful as the original 8 gates of ninjutsu, but it is also quite powerful. Yi Xian's original strength is exaggerated, reaching a full 200 tons. The strength increased 8-fold, which is a huge force of 1,800 tons. Although it only lasts for 8 seconds, and the patient will be weak for 8 days afterwards. However, in 8 seconds, the power increases 8-fold, which is enough to turn the tide of battle and change fate at the critical moment of life and death. Therefore, this 8-second true man skill, although short in duration and with great side effects, is a very practical skill that can be very effective at critical moments. Then, Yi Xian set his sights on another reward, the pet egg. Mysterious pet egg, drop blood on the pet egg, and the pet egg will hatch into a magical pet. The pet will recognize its owner and never betray. Note, the potential of a pet depends on the owner's talent. The higher the talent, the stronger the hatched pet. Well, only Mingly can bring out the best effect of this pet egg. After all, Yi Xian is only in S level at the moment. If he hatches it himself, he will suffer a great loss. This pet egg is very suitable to be given to Su Mingly as a pet. She has always liked small animals, but she has never had the opportunity to raise them. Now that she has this mysterious pet egg, her dream has come true, and since it is produced by the system, it must be of good quality. This times 10 consecutive draws can be said to have yielded a fruitful harvest. A total of 6 dual cultivation cards guaranteed the future cultivation effect of Yi Xian and Su Mingly. The 8 gates of ninjutsu greatly increased Yi Xian's strength. It's a pity that it will be difficult to have such a satisfying 10 draw streak again in the short term. Yi Xian has basically fleeced all the S-level awakeners of the Awakener Academy of Magic City University. However, it is not so easy to increase the favorability from 30 to 50 points, and Yi Xian does not have that much energy and thought to cultivate these friendships, so he can only go with the flow. After the 10 consecutive draws, it was time to prepare a birthday party for the empress. Yi Xian first called his sister. "Sister, are you okay tomorrow?" Yi Xue said directly, "You are all on vacation, so of course I am fine. I have 3 days off just like you." "What's wrong?" Yi Xianxian said mysteriously, "Tomorrow is Mingly's birthday. I'm planning to give her a surprise. So, tomorrow morning, you can find a reason to take Mingly out of school. Take her out to play or go shopping. Don't come back until noon." Yi Xue was surprised and asked, "What? Tomorrow is Mingly's birthday? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Yi Xian explained, "I just found out about this today as well." Yi Xue said worriedly, "But it's already this late, how am I going to prepare a birthday present?" Yi Xian said, "You're stupid. Didn't I ask you to take Mingly out for a walk tomorrow? You can take this opportunity to prepare. I'll set up the school so Mingly can have an unforgettable birthday party." Yi Xue could only say, "Okay, that's settled then." Chapter 71 Birthday. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian called Lin Su again. "Dean Lin, I need your help with something tomorrow." Lin Su asked suspiciously, "You want me to help you? What are you planning to do?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's just that Mingly's birthday is tomorrow, and I want to arrange a grand birthday party for her. When the time comes, I will let my sister take Mingly away, and we will decorate the entire academy. How about it?" Lin Su immediately said, "Are you crazy? Su Mingly is our school's treasure, but if we use the entire school to arrange a birthday party for Su Mingly, how will others feel about it? Others also want to celebrate their birthdays at school. As the dean, should I agree or refuse?" Yi Xian said directly, "This is not a problem. I just want to borrow the college's venue and staff. I didn't say it would cost money." Lin Su immediately asked, "Money? Do you think we're short of money? How could we, the Awakener Academy of Magic City University, hold a birthday party for a student just for the sake of money?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "You guys don't lack money, but what about spirit stones? Tomorrow is Mingly's birthday party. If the academy is willing to cooperate with me in arranging it, I'm willing to give you 200 spirit stones as the cost of renting the venue. What do you say?" Lin Su said again, this is not a matter of spirit stones, it's a matter of principle, you know? The school has its own rules. $500. Deal. Don't worry, tomorrow I will mobilize all the faculty and staff, teachers and students in the school to cooperate with you and ensure that your girlfriend has a grand birthday party. But you kid, you really don't take the spirit stones seriously, do you? Yi Xian said calmly, there's nothing I can do. I don't have anything else but I'm not short of spirit stones. Okay, anyway, don't worry about tomorrow, I'll cooperate with you in everything. Thank you, Dean Lin. Don't thank me, I'm doing this for the sake of the spirit stone. Lin Su told the truth. Early the next morning, Yixue found an excuse and took Su Mingly away from school. As soon as the two left, Lin Su mobilized the entire school. Everyone, listen, today is classmate Su Mingly's birthday. At Yi Xian's request, the entire school celebrated Su's birthday. This morning, everyone worked together to set up the birthday party. A female student was a little dissatisfied and said, Dean Lin, I just had my birthday the day before yesterday, why didn't anyone celebrate it for me? Lin Su said calmly, that's because you don't have a boyfriend like Yi Xian. For this birthday party, Yi Xian paid 500 spirit stones and rented the venue of our academy. It's only right that we help him decorate it. In addition, all those who participate in the arrangement will receive a 5-credit reward. Okay, time is running out, so everyone, hurry up and get moving. After hearing this, the girl was speechless. Even if she sold her entire family, she still couldn't come up with that much spirit stones. No one likes to be treated unfairly, even if Su Mingly is an SSS-level genius. However, since she has exchanged spirit stones for such an opportunity, no one can say anything. Next, everyone in the school got moving and went to the corresponding stores to buy balloons, ribbons, background boards and other decorations for the birthday party. The style of the entire academy is also changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally solemn academy has turned into a lovely pink atmosphere, with balloons hanging everywhere and ribbons flying. Even the large characters on the school gate that originally read Moto University Awakener College were now covered with 32-inch aluminum foil text, Happy 18th birthday to Su Mingly. Everyone was busy and nervous. Finally, at around 11 o'clock, everything was set up. After a short rest, everyone waited for Su Mingly's arrival. Finally, at 12 o'clock, Su Mingly and Yixue came back. Yixue noticed the changes in the academy at first sight, so she immediately covered Su Mingly's eyes. Mingly, close your eyes first, someone has prepared some surprises for you. Su Mingly was stunned for a moment, nodded slightly, and then, with Yixue covering her eyes, she walked into the academy. Then, Yixue let go of her hand and looked around. There were lights and decorations everywhere, balloons and ribbons. The whole academy was carefully decorated like a birthday party. Then, the entire school, from Dean Lin Su to all the ordinary students, began to sing, Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. They sang and clapped their hands rhythmically, coordinating very well. At the same time, balloons of various colors floated down from the sky, and the scene was very beautiful. Amid the music, a person dressed as a stuffed panda came over pushing a birthday cake. The cake was more than 1 meter high, with 18 candles on it and the words Happy Birthday written on it. Then, Yi Xian's voice came from the plush doll, Mingly, happy birthday to you. When Su Mingly heard this voice, she was so excited that tears almost came out. She never thought that her 18th birthday would be so wonderful. She was very grateful for the congratulations from hundreds of people, and Yi Xian's appearance made her even more moved. At this time, Yi Xian had already pushed the birthday cake to Su Mingly. Then, he opened his arms and hugged Su Mingly. Su Mingly's eyes were red. She was so excited at the moment that she didn't care about being shy at all and buried herself in Yi Xian's arms. Yi Xian felt Su Mingly's soft body, without any romantic thoughts in his heart, only endless warmth and love. The deep love gathered in his heart and finally turned into 5 words, Mingly, I love you. As soon as Yi Xian said this, the faculty and students of the Awakener Academy immediately began to applaud loudly, and the atmosphere was simply amazing. When Su Mingly heard these 3 words, she felt like she was melting. She didn't know where she was or what she was thinking. She just moved closer to Yi Xian, as if she wanted to rub her entire body into Yi Xian's and become a part of Yi Xian. Yi Xian also heard the long-lost reminder voice again, congratulations to the host, your partner Su Mingly's favorability has increased to 80 points. Please keep up the good work. Yi Xian noticed that the system's prompt had changed to partner instead of friend. She was indeed the one who was different from others, even the system knew it. The favorability only increased by 10 points, and the talent could not be improved, but Yi Xian was not surprised. Favorability is something that becomes more difficult as time goes by. Now that it can be increased by 10 points, Yi Xian is already very satisfied. Chapter 72 Xiaohong. The two hugged for a long time before finally separating. Then, Yi Xian said, "Mingly, make your birthday wish." Su Mingly listened and nodded. Looking at the birthday cake in front of her, she said silently in her heart, "I hope that he and I can be together forever and never be separated." After making the wish, Su Mingly and Yi Xian blew out the candles together. Then, Dean Lin Xulin came forward to help cut the huge birthday cake and distributed the cake to everyone. At the same time, some people who had a good relationship with Su Mingly, such as Yi Shui, Qiyu, etc., presented the birthday gifts they had prepared, and Qin Hong also gave one. He and Su Mingly are just ordinary classmates, but he and Yi Xian are close friends. Yi Xian gave him the cold iron butcher knife, and also made him have a better understanding of his own abilities. He regarded Yi Xian as a close friend. Su Mingly was his sister-in-law, so of course he had to give her a gift. When everyone had almost given their gifts, Yi Xian took out the pet egg and said, "Mingly, this is my birthday gift to you. If you drop a drop of blood on it, a little pet will hatch. Try it." The pet egg that Yi Xian took out was about the same size as a basketball, with some golden patterns on it, which looked quite beautiful. Su Mingly stretched out her index finger and bit it gently. Then, a drop of blood dripped onto the pet egg. The shell of the pet egg slowly cracked, and a claw burning with red flames broke out of the shell. Soon, the full appearance of the pet appeared in front of everyone. It was a bit like a cat, but it had a single horn on its head, red flames burning all over its body, and red and white stripes on its body. It seemed to be born with the ability to fly. After breaking out of the shell, its body immediately floated up. It rolled in the air, then jumped onto Su Mingly's shoulder, and nudged Su Mingly's neck with its furry head, looking quite intimate. Su Mingly reached out and stroked the little pet, saying, "So cute, Yi Xian, thank you." At this moment, Lin Su also stepped forward and said, "Where did you get these weird things? This little guy has great potential." Lin Su is quite powerful. He can vaguely feel that the flame on this little guy seems to have some similarities with Su Mingly's ability. Although it is not as strong as Su Mingly, its level should be SS level. If such a pet grows up in the future, it will be a great help to Su Mingly. Yi Xian listened to Dean Lin's words and smiled mysteriously. "This is a secret." At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The pet egg has hatched successfully, and the host's partner has obtained an SS level Red Lotus Red Flame Beast. This mysterious pet egg is indeed magical. The appearance of the pet hatched from it will be determined by the wishes of the person who hatched it, and its abilities are also related to the abilities of the person who hatched it. The ability of this Red Lotus Red Flame Beast is related to Su Mingly's Red Lotus Karma Fire. Therefore, the flames on its body cannot hurt Su Mingly. At the same time, its appearance is mainly that of a cat. This is because Su Mingly had a cat when she was a child and she was obsessed with it, so that's why it looks like this. It can be said that the pet hatched from the mysterious pet egg is definitely the most desirable pet. It would be strange if Su Mingly didn't like it. Su Mingly fiddled with the Red Lotus Red Flame Beast for a while, then said, "It's so cute. Let's give it a name." Yi Xian looked at the Red Lotus Red Flame Beast and said, "Seeing that it's all red, why not call it Xiaohong?" As soon as Yi Xian said this, the Red Lotus Red Flame Beast immediately bared its fangs and claws at Yi Xian, seeming very dissatisfied. But the next moment, Su Mingly slapped the Red Lotus Red Flame Beast on the head and scolded it, "Don't be mean to him. From now on, you will be called Xiaohong." If the Red Lotus Red Flame Beast showed its fangs and claws to others, Su Mingly would definitely not say anything, and might even think it was cute. But Yi Xian was different. No matter whether you were a human or a beast, if you dared to be mean to Yi Xian, you would have to bear the wrath of the empress. The Red Lotus Red Flame Beast was slapped and meowed twice, then lay pitifully on Su Mingly's shoulder, saying that it understood and would never dare to do it again. The awakened people in the academy, as well as other faculty and staff, all looked at this scene with obedient eyes. This male and female evil duo was too protective of each other. This Red Lotus Red Flame Beast is so cute and adorable that any girl would probably take good care of it, holding it in her arms for fear of it falling, and holding it in her mouth for fear of it melting. Su Mingly also likes it very much, which can be seen from the look in her eyes when she just saw the Red Lotus Red Flame Beast. However, this cute Red Lotus Red Flame Beast was slapped in the face just because it showed its fangs and claws to Yi Xian, and was given a very embarrassing name, Xiaohong. Everyone needs to be careful from now on. Su Mingly, an SSS level awakener, seems quite stingy, especially when it comes to matters related to Yi Xian. Don't offend Yi Xian by mistake and be resentful of Su Mingly. For the next 3 days, Yi Xian and Su Mingli relaxed well. When it comes to cultivation, one must have a balance between relaxation and tension, and not be too tense. The college had 3 days off. The two of them ate, drank, watched movies, and took Xiaohong for a walk. Their days were very relaxing and comfortable. 3 days passed quickly. The third batch of Awakeners, college students, completed the Awakening test. The qualified Awakeners were transferred from the ordinary campus to the Awakener Academy. The number of students in the Awakener Academy almost doubled. That afternoon, Yi Xian and Su Mingli had just returned from taking Xiaohong for a walk. Over the past few days, Xiaohong had grown very fast. Her body had grown a lot bigger than before, and her red hair had become even more beautiful. Mingli, is there something on your mind? Su Mingli thought for a moment and said, in the past few days, my parents, Su Guodong and his wife called me several times, but I didn't answer. Yi Xian said directly, that's what we should do. Why bother with them? Su Mingli frowned slightly and said, they sent me text messages threatening me that if I didn't answer their calls, they would expose me online, saying I was unfaithful and unfilial, and ruining my reputation. A hint of coldness flashed across Yi Xian's eyes, and he asked, did they really say that? Su Mingli nodded and said, what should I do now? If they really expose this, I'm afraid it will not only affect me, but also the reputation of the academy. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, I'll talk to Dean Lin about this matter. He'll take care of it. Don't worry, I guarantee they won't dare to harass you in the future. Previously, Yi Xian, an A-level awakener, was targeted by the admissions office because he was too close to Su Mingli, who was SSS level. Yi Xian finally convinced this group of people with his cheating skills, but don't think that this group of people are easy to deal with. Su Mingli, a genuine SSS level awakener, is the future pillar of Daxia. Now, Su Guodong and Zhang Xiulan are actually using this method to deal with Su Mingli without knowing the consequences. Yi Xian believes that Lin Su will let them know what it means to consider the overall situation. Chapter 73, Dormitory Inspection. When Su Mingli heard Yi Xian's words, she immediately felt relieved. She could handle other things, but when it came to Su Guodong and his wife, she needed Yi Xian to help her make a decision. Now that her troubles were resolved, Su Mingli felt much better. Yi Xian saw the opportunity, put his arm around Su Mingli's slender waist, and whispered something in her ear. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Su Mingli's ears turned red with embarrassment, but she nodded slightly. Yi Xian's heart was filled with joy, his hands ready to reach out to some unspeakable part, and the atmosphere in the dormitory became ambiguous. However, at this moment, the dormitory door was slammed hard, and a somewhat irritable voice rang out from outside, why are you closing the door in broad daylight? Check the dormitory. Yi Xian was just about to attack second base when he was startled by the sudden movement. Su Mingli was also startled and stood up hurriedly. Then, Yi Xian suppressed his anger, stood up and opened the door, only to see several tall and strong boys in black suits standing at the door. These people were all wearing black suits and white ties, and looked very aggressive. Yi Xian looked at these people and said in an unhappy tone, who asked you to check the dormitory? A boy glared at Yi Xian in dissatisfaction after hearing this and said, how dare you talk like that? You don't know the rules at all. Call me senior. We are from the student union, and this is Director Zhang of our life department. Then, standing in the middle of the 6 people, the portly Minister Zhang looked around the dormitory, then pointed at Yi Xian and said, you kid, you're quite capable. There are actually girls in the dormitory, and they even have pets? You seem to be living a carefree life, don't you? Do you know how many school rules and regulations you have violated? Yi Xian looked at the man pointing and gesturing like a gangster. His expression suddenly changed, and he slapped his hand away. Stop pointing fingers at me here. Which school rule says that there can't be girls in the dormitory and that pets are not allowed? You're being too nosy, aren't you? Minister Zhang was immediately furious. He was a junior student who had always been successful in the student union until he became the minister he is today. He held great power, which made him very proud. Every year when new students come to school, Minister Zhang always shows off his power as a minister and gives the students a warning. Every year is no exception. This year, the Awakener Academy appeared in the Magic City University. Although Minister Zhang was tall and fat like a pig, he actually awakened A-level superpowers. At the same time, a group of cadres from the Life Department entered the Awakener Academy. As soon as they arrived at the Awakener Academy, they wanted to establish their own prestige and make their title as the Minister of Student Life Department stand out in the Awakener Academy. Therefore, they directly carried out a dormitory inspection operation. Although the awakened ones in other dormitories are talented, they are only freshmen after all. Although they are strong enough to crush them, they are somewhat afraid of the junior student union leaders. This made Minister Zhang and the others even more proud. So what if they were awakened? In front of me, the Minister of Life, they still obeyed me. They called me Minister and Senior and cleaned up properly. Unexpectedly, a troublemaker like Yi Xian would appear now and not take them seriously at all. Minister Zhang was immediately furious. You dare to attack me? I think you don't want to stay in Magic City University anymore, right? You fucking. Before Yi Xian made a move, Su Mingly couldn't stand it anymore. These people were totally out of their minds. Not only did they disturb her and her lover's intimacy, but they were also so arrogant. They were simply looking for death. She snorted coldly, and Xiaohong took action immediately. Its speed was like lightning, rushing towards the 6 cadres of the Student Union Life Department, and then its claws grabbed their bodies mercilessly. Xiaohong is still in his infancy and is still very weak. However, it depends on who he is compared with. It is still very easy for him to deal with a few guys who have just awakened and have average talents. Wherever its claws passed, large pieces of clothes were burned and the body was torn into pieces. If it touched the head or hair, the hair would be burned off and the scalp would be burned. In just a few minutes, dozens of different scorch marks were left on these people's bodies, and their original domineering appearance in black suits and white ties completely disappeared. There was also Minister Zhang, who originally had a slicked back hair. Xiaohong hit his head several times, leaving half of his head bald. There was blood on the bald part, and he looked like a bald dog, which was very funny. Their screams were quite loud, and such a loud commotion naturally alarmed other people in the nearby dormitories, who all came out to watch the fun. Several students, intimidated by Minister Zhang's aura, were furious. They were only a few grades above them, and their talent and abilities were inferior to theirs. Why should they be afraid of them? Therefore, these students picked up apples, eggs, banana peels, etc. and threw them at the embarrassed student union leaders. Minister Zhang and his companions fled in panic. When they reached the door, Minister Zhang shouted, "You are rebelling. Just wait. I will report you to the school leadership and expel you." Ah! Minister Zhang couldn't finish his words because Xiaohong chased out and grabbed Minister Zhang's but with one claw. The flame attached to the little red claws instantly burned all of Minister Zhang's pants on his buttocks, even his underwear, revealing a fat black butt. Minister Zhang has well-developed body hair, and his black curly hair was directly set on fire by Xiaohong's flames. Minister Zhang suddenly let out a miserable cry, jumped up while covering his butt, and then fell heavily to the ground. He cried miserably, "Save me, save me." Minister Zhang's capable subordinates were still very helpful and did not give up on Minister Zhang at the critical moment. One after another, they kicked Minister Zhang hard in the crotch to help him put out the fire. With everyone's concerted efforts, Minister Zhang's fire was finally put out. However, Minister Zhang lay on the ground, his face pale and barely breathing, having passed out from the pain. Early the next morning, Minister Zhang and his group knocked on the office door of Lin Su, the dean of the Awakening Academy. Minister Zhang walked in a strange and awkward manner, like a woman who had just lost her virginity, which was quite funny. As soon as he entered the room, Minister Zhang burst into tears and said, "President Lin, you have to make the decision for us." Chapter 74, Get Out. Lin Su was looking at the Spirit Stone quota issued by the top management. Because of Yi Xian and Su Mingly, the Spirit Stone quota of the Awakener College of Magic City University, although not at the top, was also good. When the Hidden Dragon list is officially opened, if Yi Xian and Su Mingly can rank among the top, the resource quota of the Awakener Academy will be increased again. Moreover, Yi Xian, this genius, provides the Academy with 3,000 Spirit Stones every month. Although it is a loan and needs to be repaid after 5 years, it is still very cost-effective when calculated. Lin Su felt a little emotional. Fortunately, Moxie University recruited these two geniuses, otherwise they would have been surpassed by other schools. Thinking about this, Lin Su closed the file, looked up at Minister Zhang, and said, "What's wrong with you? What's wrong with your hair?" Minister Zhang said pitifully, "Dean, you really have to make the decision for us. We were checking the dormitories yesterday and encountered someone." Lin Su interrupted, "Stop for a moment. You're checking the dormitories? Who told you to? I didn't even give the order. Why are you checking the dormitories?" Minister Zhang explained, "Dean Lin, this is our student union's rule. When new students first arrive, the Student Affairs Department will check their dormitories. This has always been the rule at Magic City University, and even the Awakener Academy is no exception. After hearing this, Lin Su looked at Minister Zhang for a few seconds. What's the rule of Magic City University? How come I don't know about it? You made this rule yourself, right? Lin Su originally wanted to scold the other person, but seeing that the student was burned quite badly, especially the hairstyle, it was almost disfigured. Therefore, Lin Su said, "Alright, let's check the dormitory." Why is this happening? Minister Zhang cried, "We were investigating well, but we found a guy named Yi Xian. That guy is really too much. Not only did he have girls in his dormitory, he also kept pets. We just said a few words to him, but not only did he refuse to cooperate with the rectification, he also let his cat attack us. The injuries on our bodies were caused by that cat. That cat was too much. My butt was burned red. If you don't believe me, Dean Lin, just look at it." Minister Zhang of the Life Department said this and was about to take off his pants in front of Lin Su. Lin Su's face suddenly changed, and he stopped her, saying, "Stop. You don't have to take it off. I know what's going on. I'll call him over and you can confront him face to face, okay?" Minister Zhang's face changed. "President Lin, the injuries on my body can't be faked. There is no need to confront him face to face, right? Bad students like this, with corrupt morals and unscrupulous behavior, should be expelled to prevent them from tarnishing the reputation of Magic City University. By the way, the girls in his dormitory are not good people either. They openly enter the boys' dormitory. Our Shanghai University is a place for study, not a place for them to date. If she gets pregnant and gives birth to a child, it will be a scandal for our Magic City University. Both of them must be expelled." After hearing what Minister Zhang said, Lin Su was furious and laughed. "You mean, not only do you want me to fire Yi Xian, but you also want me to fire Su Mingly?" Minister Zhang didn't notice that Lin Su's tone was off. He continued to speak confidently, "That's right. Yi Xian has gone too far. He must be expelled. As for Su Mingly, if she admits her mistakes and repents, she should be placed on probation." Lin Su thought about it carefully, then said, "Okay, that's good. You were the one who took the lead in this dormitory inspection, right?" "Yes, I am the Minister of Life Department, so of course I take the lead." Lin Su said calmly, "Alright, from now on, you're expelled. You can make a living on your own. As for the 5 of you, you'll be given serious demerits and placed on probation." As soon as Lin Su said this, Minister Zhang and the others were immediately pale with fear. Minister Zhang was shocked and asked, "President Lin, are you wrong? What is the basis for expelling us?" Lin Su's face changed and he said, "Why? Okay, then I'll tell you why. Su Mingly, an SSS level awakener. There are currently no more than 5 awakeners of this level in the whole of China. She is the face of our Mota University Awakener Academy, and you want me to expel Su Mingly? Aren't you being ridiculous?" Minister Zhang's face changed. "I'm sorry, Dean Lin, I didn't know about this. We were wrong." Lin Su waved his hand and said, "Don't apologize yet. There is also Yi Xian, he is also a super genius in the academy, and his talent is no less than Su Mingly. Even 1/3 of the academy's current cultivation resources were provided by Yi Xian. They are a couple. Not only me, the dean, but even the top leaders of the country hope that they can have children as soon as possible and give birth to some little geniuses to increase the chances of victory for mankind in the future battle against alien beasts. They can have children, which is something the whole world is looking forward to. But you guys took the initiative to check the dormitory and disturbed other people's childbirth. Can you take this responsibility? If because of your disturbance yesterday, a little genius loses the chance to be born, then you are sinners of mankind. How could our Magic City University take in sinners? You can get out now. The rest of you, behave yourself from now on. If you meet Yi Xian and Su Mingly, you'd better keep your tails between your legs, otherwise, you can get out at any time. A-level awakeners are the backbone of Magic City University. Since they are the backbone, it means that there are many of them, and Lin Su is not short of one. Moreover, the talent of the awakened one is one aspect, but strength is more important. In the future, an awakened one who has grown up and developed to 100% can indeed defend a city. He is powerful and worthy of respect. However, not every A-level awakener can grow up. The growth process requires a lot of resources, and age issues must also be considered. The older you get, the harder it is to develop your abilities. And currently, for the entire country, resources are far scarcer than talent. Therefore, since Minister Zhang, a Mira-level official, has made such a serious mistake, he should be fired. Lin Su was not worried about Minister Zhang's growth. Cultivation requires resources, a lot of resources. In Magic City University, the spiritual stone resources allocated by the state make the students' hands less precious. However, you can try leaving the college. Besides the state and universities, who else can afford spirit stones? Minister Zhang, after leaving the Awakener Academy, will become just another ordinary person. If he was lucky, he might achieve some success in 10 or 20 years. If he was unlucky, he would probably be killed by a strange beast in an attack. Minister Zhang's face turned pale as he listened to Lin Su's words. President Lin, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance. Lin Su said coldly, get lost. Chapter 75 Neat and Tidy. The sound of roll was like a bolt from the blue. Minister Zhang felt his head buzzing and his ears began to bleed. His entire body seemed to be blown head-on by a force 10 gale, flying sideways, hitting the wall of the office corridor, and then falling to the ground. Then, Lin Su said coldly, what a nonsense. At this moment, Lin Su's cell phone rang. He took a look, and the coldness on his face disappeared, turning into a smile. Yi Xian, what's the matter? Dean Lin, have those guys who used chicken feathers as tokens of support come looking for you? Lin Su said calmly, you don't have to worry about this. I've fired that minister, and the others have been given serious demerits and are on probation. Yi Xian said calmly, I don't worry about this matter. I just asked casually. I called mainly because of another matter. Oh? What's that? Yi Xian explained, you should know Mingly's parents, right? I couldn't bear to see them selling their daughter for fame, so I spent 4 million to make Mingly sever her parental ties with them. Now these two old guys regret it. When they failed to contact Mingly by phone, they sent threatening text messages saying that they would expose Mingly and ruin her reputation. Dean Lin, you should be very good at handling this kind of thing, right? Lin Su said angrily, these two fools really think our Magic City University is made of paper. If they weren't Su Mingly's biological parents, I would have gotten rid of them long ago. However, Yi Xian asked, Dean Lin, who said they are Mingly's biological parents? You mean? Yi Xian explained, my sisters secretly had someone collect their hair and then did a paternity test. They are not Mingly's biological parents, but adopted. Logically speaking, the grace of raising me is greater than heaven. However, the 4 million I gave them is more than enough to offset this grace. Now they are still asking for more. How to deal with them is up to you, Dean Lin. After hearing this, Lin Su slowly said, I understand. Don't worry, no one will harass Su Mingly anymore. After hanging up the phone, Lin Su called Zhou Qiang to the office and gave him a few instructions. After hearing this, Zhou Qiang said reluctantly, those are Su Mingly's parents. It's inappropriate to do this, right? Lin Su said calmly, Yi Xian has already said that they are not his biological parents. Moreover, he has already spent money to buy out the parent-child relationship. Tell me, why did Yi Xian spend that money? Why? Lin Su explained, given Yi Xian's personality and his family's influence in Jiangcheng, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with Su Mingly's parents. But he chose to spend money, 4 million, to buy out this relationship, just to make Su Mingly completely give up on them and no longer have any concerns about them. In this way, Su Mingly would not feel sad at all when getting rid of this pair of old dogs. Besides, you're doing this to protect Su Mingly and ensure the growth of this SSS-level genius. With your skills, how difficult is it to make this thing go smoothly and create an accident? Zhou Qiang finally said, hey, why am I always the bad guy? Lin Su patted Zhou Qiang on the shoulder and said, your ability is just like that. There's nothing I can do about it. Everything is for the greater good. Lin Su had already said this, what else could Zhou Qiang do? He could only carry out the mission honestly. After Zhou Qiang left, Lin Su in the office lit a cigarette for himself, took a deep puff, and sighed, good boy, you are a ruthless person. You should be more careful in the future. Lin Su knew very well that Su Guodong and Zhang Xiulan, as Su Mingly's parents, even if they were adoptive parents, had the grace of raising her. Even if they had a falling out with Su Mingly, no one would dare to touch them. In fact, this was the case in the previous life. Although Su Mingly cut off ties with her parents and never gave them any help, they both lived well. Even after Jiangcheng fell into crisis, the country arranged several awakened people to protect Su Mingly's parents, for fear that something might happen to them and affect Su Mingly. But this life was different. Yi Xian gave Su Guodong and Zhang Xiulan 2 million each. On the surface, Yi Xian was very generous, even a little silly. But for people like them, after Su Mingly's meteoric rise, could they really be satisfied with just 2 million? Impossible. However, the money that Yi Xian gave them was enough to make Su Mingly have no feelings for them. They each got 2 million, which was said to be the money for Su Mingly to sell her body, but in fact, Yi Xian spent it to buy her life. 4 hours later, in Jiangchang, Zhang Xiulan was walking on the street carrying a brand name bag, accompanied by a few of her close friends. As they passed a section of the road, a gust of wind blew past. A dilapidated billboard seemed to be unstable in the wind, and then it fell from the sky with a bang. As luck would have it, the huge and heavy iron billboard hit Zhang Xiulan on the head, and she fell to the ground. Her skull was smashed, her brain and blood gushed out, and she died instantly. There was no hope of saving her. Zhang Xiulan's old friends were horrified and screamed one after another. Half an hour later, an Audi was driving on the road. Su Guodong was driving, and in the back seat sat his new family, Chen Lan, and Chen Lan's son. The family of 3 looked happy and lived a good life. Of course, the reason why they could be so carefree was because they got 2 million in exchange for selling Su Mingly. Chen Lan said, "Is your daughter okay? Didn't you say you could find a way to get some more money from her? Our big villa depends on your daughter." Su Guodong assured, "Don't worry, I will definitely do what I say. Let me tell you, my daughter's talent is quite amazing." At that time, the admissions office even brought out the Thomson Epine and the Sehiyuan in the capital. Sigh. Chen Lan heard this and said enviously, "If you had known this, you shouldn't have severed your father-daughter relationship with her." Su Guodong said shamelessly, "So what if it's broken? If she dares to refuse my conditions, I will ruin her reputation." Chen Lan was excited and asked, "How much are you planning to take this time?" Su Guodong said with greed in his eyes, "I want 100 million. As long as she gives me 100 million, I will pretend that I have never raised this daughter and will not count on her in the future." Chen Lan frowned and said, "Isn't 100 million a little too little? How about 200 million? In the co-pilot seat, Zhou Qiang really couldn't stand it anymore. His original target was only Su Guodong and Zhang Xiulan. Once he dealt with this pair of greedy old dogs, the matter would be over. However, when he found Su Guodong was driving. It would be a bit troublesome for him to create an accident and kill only one person, so he was looking for an opportunity. But while he was waiting, listening to the conversation between Su Guodong and Chen Lan, he suddenly felt that since this family had such a good relationship and lived in harmony, wouldn't it be too cruel to just get rid of Su Guodong? As a family, we should be together. So I might as well be a good person and send them all off. Chapter 76 Aqiang. Thinking of this, Zhou Qiang, who was in ghost state, reached out and grabbed Su Guodong's steering wheel, then turned it suddenly. At this moment, Su Guodong's car was driving across a bridge. Zhou Qiang suddenly turned his steering wheel 90 degrees, and the speeding car suddenly crashed into the bridge guardrail. Because the car was going too fast, it crashed through the guardrail, then fell freely in the air for a few seconds, and finally fell into the water with a splash. The density of steel is much greater than that of water. The car sank to the bottom quickly. Due to the external water pressure, the doors and windows seemed to be welded shut and could not be opened at all. Su Guodong and his family of 3 struggled hard in the car, banging on the door, trying to get out of the car, but they couldn't. Soon, they drowned in the car. Above the bridge, Zhou Qiang, in ghost form, watched the scene from mid-air, a smile on his face. "I've made sure your family is together, so you don't have to experience the pain of losing a loved one. I'm a good person, right? Yi Xian, don't do anything yet. This time, let me give it my all." Xin Heng said with excitement. His weapon is a cold iron pig killing knife. Of course, in his eyes, it is a pig killing sword. However, no matter whether it is a knife or a sword, its prefix remains the same, and it is used to kill pigs. And now, isn't this a very suitable opportunity? The Nanshan farm, with a total population of tens of thousands of pigs, had undergone a mutation and evolution. Led by an exceptionally strong breeding pig, they brazenly attacked the farm staff. None of the farm workers escaped, and almost all were killed on the spot by the pigs. Fortunately, the Magic City University reacted quickly and immediately mobilized students from the college to encircle and suppress the mutated pigs. Yi Xian listened to Qin Heng's words and said, "Okay, you go first." Qin Heng concentrated his mind, and then, with the butcher knife as fast as lightning, he rushed towards the group of mutated pigs. This group of alienated pigs is not only large in scale, but also has a very uniform direction of alienation. Their size ranges from 3 to 5 times larger than that of ordinary farmed pigs. The pig hair all over its body evolved into steel thorns, which were indestructible. At the same time, fangs grew in its mouth, making it look very fierce. It's a pity that the butcher knife is specially used to kill pigs. These alienated farmed pigs cannot resist the sharp butcher knife. Wherever the butcher knife passes, pig heads fly out one after another and fall to the ground. Chang was extremely angry when he saw this scene. He was the breeding pig with the best genes in the Nanshan breeding farm. Before he was mutated, his weight was twice that of an ordinary breeding pig, and his whole body was made of muscles. At the same time, his ability in his own job is excellent, far superior to other breeding pigs. Therefore, most of the sows in this farm are from his harem, and most of the pigs slaughtered are his bloodline. Now Qin Hung is controlling the butcher knife and his descendants are all beheaded. How can this be possible? A terrifying roar came from Jiang's huge pig mouth, making everyone in the Awakener Academy dizzy. Qin Heng's attention was interrupted and he was unable to control the pig-slaying sword, which immediately fell to the ground. Then, Chang rushed towards Qin Hung violently with great momentum. Qin Hung was startled and hurriedly hid behind Yixian. "Brother, I'm counting on you, go ahead. Face him head-on." Yixian looked at Jiang's huge body and felt a little guilty. This thing was much bigger than other mutated pigs. The other mutated pigs were 2 or 3 times the size of ordinary farmed pigs, but the pig in front of him was 10 times the size of its peers. It was over 10 meters tall and over 30 meters long. The other pigs had thorns on their bodies. The pig was covered in black scales, had a pair of long fangs on its mouth, and a pair of huge pig eyes that looked bright red and very scary. Seeing the pig king rushing towards him, Yixian took a deep breath, put his arms in a cross shape, and rushed towards the pig king head-on. Then, Yixian's tiny body collided with the huge pig king Jiang. The ground suddenly made a loud noise, and even the air seemed to be shattered. The terrifying shock wave affected the other mutated pigs and other people in the academy. Those with weaker physical fitness were knocked to the ground and looked at the scene in embarrassment. At the same time, everyone was also extremely shocked. Just how powerful was Yixian now? The aftermath of Yixian's battle with the Pig King had actually knocked them down? This was too exaggerated, right? At this moment, Yixian already had a clue in his mind. The strength of this mutated Pig King was only about the same as his own, with not much difference. However, his flexibility was better than the opponent's. As long as he continued to fight, victory was a matter of time. At this moment, the weapon under the crotch of the Pig King Jiang began to move. On the surface, its most powerful ability was its huge body and the pair of several meter-long fangs in its mouth, but in fact, it was not the case. Before its alienation, its most gifted feature was the things it used for its job. It was gifted, with an indomitable spirit and never failing to hit the target. This made it the best breeding pig in Nanshan Farm, bar none. And after being alienated, this place has become its ultimate weapon, and its lethality is terrifying. Chapter 77 War. But the 2 or 3 meter long gun barrel slowly adjusted its angle, aimed at Yixian's position, and then started up with a bang. Yixian was wrestling with the Pig King Jiang. How could he have imagined that this seemingly honest and simple-minded Pig King would actually play such a dirty trick? The barrel of the Pig King Jiang's gun, like Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang, instantly stretched dozens of times longer, and hit Yixian's body directly with terrifying force. The force of this collision was much more terrifying than the Pig King's previous impact. Yixian's body was knocked away more than 10 meters with a bang, and then fell heavily to the ground. Su Mingly was startled. "Yixian, are you okay?" On the ground, Yixian waved his hands and said, "I'm fine. Everyone, come on and kill this guy." Damn it! The Pig King Jiang's sudden attack was indeed terrifyingly powerful, but Yixian's dragon elephant prison body had been developed to over 20%, possessing the power of 2 dragons and 20 elephants, and was no weaker than the Pig King in front of him. Since his body could exert such terrifying power, naturally, his ability to withstand blows was also stronger. Therefore, he only had severe abdominal pain and some minor injuries, nothing serious. Seeing her boyfriend in such a miserable state, Su Mingli became angry and went berserk, controlling the Red Lotus fire and attacking the Pig King. Others also took action. It's a pity that this time the Pig King Jiang's defense is even stronger than the last dragon. The attacks of the crowd are like tickles to it and are of no use at all. At this moment, the Wild Boar King fought with all his strength. The weapon under his crotch turned into 50 or 60 meters long, like a golden cudgel, and smashed towards the students. At this moment, Yixian rushed over in a miserable state. He drew out his heavy black iron sword, shouted loudly, and then slashed heavily at the Wild Boar King's weapon. There was only a loud sound of metal clashing, and Yi Xian was pushed back a few steps. Pig King Aqiang also felt that his invincible magic weapon seemed to be a little painful. Next, Yi Xian rushed forward again, holding a heavy black iron sword, and started to fight with the Chang head-on. Yi Xian's rage was off the charts at this moment. Anyone who was treated like this would be furious. He wielded his heavy black iron sword tirelessly, fighting the Pig King continuously and gradually suppressing him. Qin Hong also recovered and looked for an opportunity. As for the others, they used their abilities to restrain the other alienated farmed pigs around them so as not to interfere with the battle between Yi Xian and the Pig King. Finally, after Yi Xian defeated the Pig King Aqiang again, Qin Hong found the right opportunity, and with a whoosh of his butcher knife, he attacked the Pig King's vital part, the testicles. The butcher knife is extremely sharp and is specially used to kill pigs. Although the weapon of Pig King Aqiang is extremely sharp, his testicles are indeed the vital point of all males, even Pig King Aqiang is no exception. The butcher knife cut through the flesh, and then two bloody balls of flesh the size of basketballs fell off and landed on the ground. The Pig King's indestructible weapon, which was strong enough to confront the heavy black iron sword head-on, seemed to have lost all its strength in an instant, and it wilted and fell limply to the ground. A Chang let out a shrill howl. This time, his pain was even more intense than the time when he lost his Jin. He went into a rampage and madly attacked Yi Xian with his fangs and head. It's a pity that without the power of his weapon, Aqiang couldn't gain any advantage against the heavy black iron sword. Aqiang's madness was just an impotent rage before the end and had no effect. Aqiang's buttocks were cut open by a butcher knife. He was bleeding while fighting with Yi Xian, looking so miserable. In the end, it fought with Yi Xian for more than 10 minutes, and then fell to the ground powerlessly. The generation of Pig King Aqiang bid farewell. However, the winner Yi Xian was not so happy. The Boar King was too huge. During the battle, pig blood spurted everywhere. Yi Xian's whole body was covered in dirty blood, as if he had been soaked in blood, and he looked very miserable. This made him not even have the courage to approach Su Mingly, and he said from a distance, "Mingly, I'm going to go back and take a shower first, you guys stay and clear the place." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's body turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards the nearest bathhouse. Nothing else mattered, he had to take a bath quickly. Yi Xian knocked down the Pig King Aqiang. Although there were many other mutated pigs, they did not pose a big threat. Su Mingly's Red Lotus fire was extremely lethal to them. Under the bombardment of Su Mingly and others' various abilities, tens of thousands of mutated pigs continued to fall at a speed visible to the naked eye. The situation has been basically under control. However, the people who were killed in the farm cannot be resurrected. Yi Xian had no way to deal with this matter. He knew about Hu Fei and the Super King Crab. That's because these two incidents happened in Jiangcheng, and shortly after the revival of spiritual energy. At that time, such incidents were relatively rare, and since they happened locally, Yi Xian knew about them. At this time, attacks by strange beasts occurred one after another, and Yi Xian, before his rebirth, was not in the Magic City during this period of time. Naturally, he didn't know what specific events had happened in the Magic City, and he had no way to prevent them in advance. He could only wait until things happened and then remedy the situation. Of course, this kind of thing should not last too long. It won't be long before the country will have a response strategy and arrange relevant measures to minimize possible casualties. In the bathhouse, Yi Xian turned on the faucet, adjusted the water temperature to the highest, and began to wash, applying all kinds of soaps on his body desperately. If the soap wasn't so unpalatable, Yi Xian would have wanted to do the same as Yu Qian's father, eating 3 bars before washing his face, so that he could smell good from the inside out. Yi Xian washed for a full half hour, not leaving out any corner of his body. After washing, he smelled himself, and after confirming that there was no strange smell, he went to the cosmetics store again. He, who never used this stuff, bought a bottle of men's perfume and sprayed it on himself. If there was any residual smell, at least it could be used to cover it up. Chapter 78 Good Stuff. It was not until an hour later that Yi Xian returned to the academy. As soon as he entered the door, he met Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang said, "Yi Xian, you're here just in time. The dean wants to see you, but you didn't answer the phone just now. Why don't you go directly to his office?" Yi Xian listened and said, "Is there something wrong? I'll be there right away." Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't bring his cell phone when taking a shower, so he didn't see Lin Su's missed call. Soon, Yi Xian came into the office. Lin Su looked up at Yi Xian and said, "What's that smell on you? Are you wearing perfume too? You sound effeminate." Yi Xian said helplessly, alright, I have a reason. Tell me, what is it? Lin Su picked up a newspaper and handed it to Yi Xian. It was Jiangcheng Daily, the largest local newspaper in Jiangcheng. There are 2 current affairs news items above. A family of 3 went on a car outing. On the way back, they unfortunately had a car accident. The car crashed into the guardrail of a bridge and sank into the water. The 3 members of the family, Su, Chen, and Chen, drowned. There was another piece of news that a news billboard in Jiangcheng had fallen into disrepair and accidentally fell, hitting a passerby named Zhao, who died on the spot. Yi Xian looked at it for a while and said, Dean Lin, you are very efficient. Lin Su immediately said, what nonsense are you talking about? How could we do such a thing? This is an accident, okay? Yi Xian smiled and said, okay, if you say it was an accident, then it is an accident. But why are you telling me about it? Can't you just tell Mingly directly? Lin Su frowned and said, that won't do. You should be the one to handle this matter. After all, if you hadn't spent 4 million, they wouldn't have suffered such a serious accident. They wouldn't have had to suffer so many broken arms and legs. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian cursed, Dean Lin, you are so heartless. I did this so that you wouldn't have to worry about anything. Why are you acting like I was the one encouraging you to kill? Lin Su said helplessly, Yi Xian, you and Mingly are close, and you will be a family sooner or later. It's most appropriate for you to tell her this news. Besides, this matter has had some impact on Mingly, and having you here can comfort her. Yi Xian could only say, alright, let me make it clear first, I won't take the blame for you. At most, I'll say a few good words for you. Lin Su smiled and said, just hearing your words is enough. By the way, come to the cafeteria early this afternoon. I'll have someone prepare something good for you. Yi Xian asked curiously, what good stuff? Lin Su smiled mysteriously, you will know when the time comes. More than 10 minutes later, Su Mingly arrived at Yi Xian's dormitory. Previously, those people from the Student Affairs Department had been severely punished and had become very obedient. They no longer dared to check on any dormitories. Yi Xian took out the newspaper. Mingly, take a look at this. Su Mingly took the newspaper, looked at it for a while, and said, did something happen to them? Yi Xian nodded. Well, you are too important in the Awakener Academy. Currently, there are less than 5 SSS-level Awakeners in the country. Your growth is crucial. For the sake of the overall situation, the Academy has decided to eliminate future troubles for you. Su Mingly sighed, after all, they gave birth to me and raised me. They each took 2 million from me, and you don't owe them anything. Su Mingly smiled and said, that's right, I don't owe them anything, you're right, but from now on, you're the only one I have. You won't leave me, right? Yi Xian said firmly, of course, whether you live or die, I will stay by your side and never leave you. Su Mingly was very moved after hearing this, and then she hugged Yi Xian, and the 2 of them snuggled together intimately. In the room, the ambiguous atmosphere was heating up, and Yi Xian wanted to try again what he had failed to do last time. However, the hug didn't last long. Su Mingly's face turned bitter. Yi Xian, can you go take a shower? I want to hold it in, but the pig smell on your body is too strong, mixed with the smell of perfume, it's really too weird. I can't stand it, ugh. Su Mingly said this and began to dry heave. At this moment, she was still a little immature and not as calm and composed as the future empress. After hearing this, Yi Xian looked at Su Mingly pitifully, I'll go wash it right away, you won't dislike me, will you? Su Mingly immediately said, of course not, as long as it is clean, it will be fine. Be obedient and go wash it quickly. Yi Xian had no choice but to go to the bathhouse again. This time, he decided not to stop until he had rubbed off a layer of skin. After taking a shower, Yi Xian came to the cafeteria in advance and met Lin Su. Dean Lin, you said you had a surprise for me, what is it? After hearing this, Lin Su clapped his hands and said, Master Zhang, please show us your masterpiece. Then, Chef Zhang from the cafeteria came over carrying a huge steamer. Then, the steamer was opened, and 2 meatballs the size of basketballs were lying quietly inside. Master Zhang used sophisticated craftsmanship to carve some beautiful patterns on the meatballs, and inlaid various condiments in the patterns, which smelled very fragrant. Yi Xian looked at the 2 meatballs and his expression suddenly changed. Are these from the Pig King? Lin Su said proudly, how is it? Do you like it? Let me tell you, that Pig King is extraordinary. Before it was alienated, it was already the king of breeding pigs in the Magic City. It was always successful. In just over a decade of its life, it had thousands of offspring. After the alienation, it was even more gifted. Have you heard of like cures like? After taking these 2 pills, you will definitely be virile and virile. At the same time, you will be as fertile as a pig and make anyone you come on get pregnant. What do you think? Yi Xian waved his hand and said, Dean Lin, you should be the pig. I'm not interested. After hearing this, Lin Su said seriously, you're really not interested? Then I'll eat it. I'm not kidding you. As Lin Su spoke, he cut off a large piece of meat with a knife and started eating it with a fork. As he ate, he said, the meat is very chewy. Chef Chang's skills are also very high. It's really good. Yi Xian suddenly said, you should eat well first. By the way, there should be hot springs in Modu, right? Dean Lin, can you recommend a place for me? I plan to go there and soak for a few days. Soak in a hot spring? Why do we need to soak in a hot spring? Yi Xian said directly, don't worry about this, I have to soak it well anyway. Lin Su thought for a moment, then pulled out a card and said, go to this Yangshengtang Hot Springs. It's run by a friend of mine. It's free, just soak in it as you please. Yi Xian took the black gold card for the hot spring resort and said, thank you, Dean Lin. Lin Su smiled and said, sincerely, 100 spirit stones. Yi Xian sighed, Dean Lin, you have changed. How can you covet a student's spirit stones? Besides, I just helped you today. Lin Su had no choice but to say, alright, I'll give it to you for free. You even casually gave away 500 spirit stones for your wife's birthday, and now you won't even give me 100. How stingy. Yi Xian was righteous and confident, you said it yourself, she is my wife, not you. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he took Lin Su's black gold card and left. Chapter 79 The Only Light. In the next 2 days, Yi Xian and Su Mingly practiced normally during the day. At night, he didn't even go back to the dormitory. He stayed in the bath all night to get rid of the smell on his body. 2 days later, Yi Xian walked straight to Su Mingly. Mingly, smell me, do I still smell? Su Mingly burrowed into Yi Xian's arms, sniffing with her delicate little nose. After a while, Su Mingly said, okay, it's completely tasteless now. Yi Xian immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then his lips were directly imprinted on Su Mingly's cheek. Su Mingly's pretty face immediately turned red, which was very cute. At this moment, several male and female students were heard arguing not far away. Yi Xian said, let's go see what's going on. The 2 of them came over and listened to a few words, and basically understood what was going on. At the beginning, Zhao Lei and Yun Mengyao had some quarrels. Zhao Lei's words showed that girls were no match for boys in the Awakener Academy. If a fight really came to a head, it would have to rely on boys, while girls could only serve as an auxiliary and foil at best. Yun Mengyao immediately started arguing with Zhao Lei. Soon, other boys and girls joined in, and it became a contest between boys and girls. Yun Mengyao said, don't you think that us girls are inferior to you boys? What's the point of just talking? If you have the guts, why not take action? The only SSS level awakeners in the academy are us girls. Zhao Lei was equally unconvinced. Su Mingly is SSS rank, yes, but in the 2 previous missions, whether it was the battle against the dragon snake or the decisive battle against the pigs, who played the biggest role? Wasn't it Yi Xian? At this time, Yin Mengyao saw Su Mingly coming over, and she immediately said, Mingly, you came at the right time. These guys look down on us girls and say that we are just their foils. You are an SSS level awakener. Tell them, are you just a foil? After hearing this, Su Mingly glanced at Yi Xian, then said seriously, where there are flowers, there are green leaves. If it is Yi Xian, I am willing to be his foil. Zhao Lei smiled proudly, did you hear that? Su Mingly said that she is willing to be a foil. In the era of awakeners, we boys are the protagonists. After hearing what Zhao Lei said, Yi Xian said directly, what nonsense? Who is qualified to let her be a foil for an SSS level awakener? I am not qualified. She is the daughter of destiny, radiant and shining, the only protagonist of this era. It is enough for me to just stand by her side. Su Mingly said with affection, I don't know if I can shine brightly, but you are the only light in my heart, always have been. It is you who makes my world colorful. Yi Xian didn't expect that Mingly, the future cold empress, could be so good at saying sweet words. He couldn't help but hug Su Mingly in his arms, feeling her heartbeat and body temperature. A few meters away, a group of people who were fighting for male and female rights suddenly felt full, and the things they were arguing about suddenly became boring. Several boys and girls who had been arguing fiercely before sighed and said, forget it, it's meaningless. Next, the group gradually dispersed, and Yi Xian held Su Mingly's hand and prepared to return to the dormitory. Just as they reached the dormitory door, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Mingly, accompany me to the supermarket." "What's wrong? Do you need to buy anything?" Yi Xian nodded and said, "I'll change the bedding and buy a bottle of air freshener to prevent any smell from remaining." Su Mingly nodded and said, "Okay." An hour later, the young couple came to the supermarket to shop. Su Mingly was choosing sheets and quilts for Yi Xian, just like a home-based couple living together, which was quite warm. Not long after, they had almost finished buying things and the two came out to pay the bill. Yi Xian gave all the money to Su Mingly for safekeeping, so it was naturally Su Mingly who paid. After paying, Yi Xian and Su Mingly pushed the shopping cart, walked through the supermarket's electronic security door, and prepared to leave. However, just as the two men walked through the electronic security door, a shrill alarm sounded. The supermarket security guard quickly ran over following the sound, and looked sternly at Yi Xian and Su Mingly. "I only heard a security guard say, 'I can't believe you're so young, but you're already stealing. Hand over what you stole.'" Su Mingly's expression changed slightly, and Yi Xian angrily said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who stole your things?" The security guard looked like a scoundrel. Why would the alarm go off if nothing was stolen? Su Mingly's face turned ugly. "We have already paid for everything we bought, and we didn't steal anything from you." The security guard smiled obscenely after hearing this. "You said you didn't steal anything, so you didn't steal it? If you want to prove that you didn't steal anything, you have to let us search you." The security guard was very excited at this moment. Su Mingly's figure, appearance, and temperament were all top-notch. This was the first time in his life that he had seen such a beautiful girl. If he could search her body and take advantage of her, he would be willing to live a few years less. Yi Xian had originally wanted to reason with them, but after hearing this, he couldn't stand it anymore. "Want to search his girlfriend's body? Go eat shit." Yi Xian took a step forward, then grabbed the security guard who said he wanted to search him by the neck with one hand, and exerted a little force, and the security guard was immediately lifted up by Yi Xian by the neck. The security guard slapped Yi Xian's arms with his hands and kicked in the air, but it was completely useless. His face became redder and redder, like a dying chicken. Another security guard was shocked when he saw this and shouted, "Help! Someone is stealing and beating people. Help!" There were more than just these two security guards in the supermarket. The other security guards all ran over following the sound, and even many customers came up to join in the fun, and the area was completely crowded. At this time, Su Mingly said, "Yi Xian, let him down first." At this moment, Su Mingly was also very angry. She was wrongly accused of stealing for no reason, and was even asked to be searched. It was really too much. However, even if he was angry, as an awakened one, he could not kill people in public. Even if he really wanted to do it, he had to retaliate secretly afterwards. After hearing what Su Mingly said, Yi Xian let go of the security guard's neck. The security guard fell to the ground, gasping for breath and coughing continuously, looking extremely embarrassed. At this time, the supermarket manager had also come over and immediately asked, "What's going on?" The security guard who had been strangled by Yi Xian complained, "Manager, this young couple not only stole things, but after being caught, they also beat me up. I was almost strangled to death. You have to vent my anger for me." Chapter 80 Stealing? Yi Xian looked at the security guard coldly and said, "If you say the word steal again, I'll tear your mouth apart." The security guard's face turned pale with fear. "Manager, look, this guy is threatening me. He's really too arrogant." After hearing this, the manager looked at Yi Xian and Su Mingly and said, "Come with us to the security room. We will investigate whether you stole anything or not." Yi Xian said coldly, "Get lost. You're just a few security guards. Do you really think you're the police? Investigate thoroughly? What qualifications do you have to investigate? Mingly, call the police, and give Dean Lin a call as well." Su Mingly took out her cell phone and prepared to call the police. When the manager saw this scene, his face changed and he winked at the security guard beside him. Several security guards immediately stepped forward and tried to snatch Su Mingly's mobile phone. Yi Xian would not tolerate them. He punched a security guard in the chest. The security guard flew sideways and knocked down 5 or 6 security guards. The manager looked grim. He knew that things might be getting worse. The security guard who had previously requested a body search and was strangled by Yi Xian was not an ordinary security guard. He was the brother-in-law of the supermarket owner Wang Bo, named Feng Hong.
Fang Hong is uneducated and acts recklessly because his brother-in-law is a big boss.
More than half a month ago, Fang Hong came to the supermarket to work as a security guard. He was looking for some beauties in the crowd. Once he found the right prey, he would ask the supermarket staff to cooperate and make the electronic security door ring. Afterwards, Fang Hong and several security guards stepped forward, threatened the other party, and then took him to the security room.
Fang Hong personally searched the man and took advantage of him.
After the search, Fang Hong would take out some small things he had prepared in advance and say that they were stolen by the other party to scare them.
Girls are generally timid and don't want to cause trouble. Besides, people did find something, so in the end, the matter was left unresolved and they left feeling aggrieved.
Up to now, Fang Hong has searched the bodies of 2 or 3 young girls in this way. This time, when he saw Su Mingly, he was shocked by her beauty and did the same thing again. It's a pity that Yi Xian and Su Mingly are not ordinary people, and Fang Hong has hit a wall this time. The security guard originally thought of having someone snatch the phone to prevent Su Mingly from calling the police, and then make the matter less serious. Unfortunately, a few ordinary people were like paper in front of Yi Xian, and they all fell to the ground in less than 5 seconds. The manager's face was grim. Even now, he still wanted to defuse the situation. Young man, you should be an awakened one, right? As an awakened one, don't you think it's excessive to injure so many ordinary people? Forget it, since you are an awakened one, let's just forget about this matter. Our supermarket will not pursue this matter any further. Can you please leave now? Yi Xian sneered, your supermarket is not pursuing the matter anymore? But I want to pursue it. You accused us of stealing and even tried to snatch our phones to stop us from calling the police. Do you think you can just let it go like this? The manager's face turned grim. Don't go too far. Yi Xian said coldly, excessive? You haven't seen anything even more excessive yet. Seeing that the matter was about to get out of hand, the manager had no choice but to call his boss. Time passed little by little, and 20 minutes later, the police and Lin Su arrived. Lin Su strode over and asked, what's going on? Why are you fighting with ordinary people? Yi Xian said helplessly, Dean Lin, the security here accused us of stealing and even wanted to search Mingly's body. How can I not take action? A police officer also asked, Dean Lin, are these 2 your students? Lin Su, the dean of the Awakening Academy, is very famous in the Magic City. Due to the revival of spiritual energy, there are too many problems and the police are simply unable to solve them. They can only ask Lin Su for help. Therefore, they all know Lin Su. Lin Su affirmed, yes, they are students of my Awakener Academy, and they are 2 of the best students. I don't believe they would steal things. At this moment, Wang Bo also came over. He walked over quickly and said, what's going on? Dean Lin, what has even involved you? Wang Bo received a call from the manager saying that something happened in the supermarket, so he rushed over immediately. Unexpectedly, he met Lin Su as soon as he arrived. Naturally, he was shocked. He knew very well who Lin Su was. It didn't take long from the announcement of the revival of spiritual energy to the emergence of batches of awakened people. However, there were awakened people before that. Lin Su was one of the early self-awakeners. There are very few of them, so their circle is also very small. Wang Bo is also one of the self-awakeners, so it is normal for him to know Lin Su. However, his talent was only a level, and his current ability development was not very high. Compared to Lin Su, it was far behind. Lin Su looked at Wang Bo and asked, did you open this place? Yes, this supermarket is my property. Lin Su said coldly, you, the supermarket, have slandered 2 of the best students from the Awakener Academy of Magic City University for stealing. What do you think we should do? Wang Bo's expression changed, and he asked, who did this? Seeing his brother-in-law's serious expression, Fang Hong stood up tremblingly, brother-in-law, I was wrong. Lin Su's smile widened. So it's your brother-in-law after all. You're not a very decent brother-in-law. Isn't it too unfair for your brother-in-law to be the security guard? Or is it that he has other motives for being the security guard? Wang Bo slapped Fang Hong in the face, you useless thing, why don't you apologize to Dean Lin's students? However, Lin Su said, no need. Let's go. After Lin Su finished speaking, he turned and left. Yi Xian and Su Mingly did not hesitate and immediately followed him. Wang Bo's expression changed, and he raised his foot to follow, but he didn't have the courage. Wang Bo knew very well that if Lin Su was willing to let his students accept the apology, it would mean that his brother-in-law would be fine. But now, Lin Su refused, and things were heading towards the worst direction. Fang Hong's fate depended on the status of those two students in Lin Su's mind. Wang Bo hesitated. Should he try to resist? Or should he just lie down and accept his brother-in-law's fate? At this moment, Fang Hong saw Lin Su and the others leave, so he stood up and shouted, "What are you still doing here? Disperse." That old guy looked so arrogant, but he ended up like this. I thought he could do anything, but I didn't expect him to be afraid of you, brother-in-law. Wang Bo was still hesitating, but when he heard his brother-in-law's idiotic words, he immediately gave up struggling. Forget it, let's wait for Dean Lin to speak. I will do whatever he says. Besides, Lin Su is a ruthless person. If I fight with him, I won't be able to win. I'd better lie down. Chapter 81. Ms. Su is right. On the way back to school, Lin Su said, Yi Xian, what do you want to do with that kid? Death or disability, you choose. Yi Xian suddenly asked, what kind of person is his brother-in-law? Lin Su thought for a moment and said, he's just an ordinary person. He's an early awakener like me. Although he has dealt with some strange beasts, he's employed by the authorities. Otherwise, how would he get the money to open a supermarket? I don't have much friendship with him, so you don't have to worry about it. Yi Xian said calmly, then let him die. There is no use in keeping such a person. It is obvious that this is not the first time that the guy has done this. Keeping him here will only bring harm to more people. Now that spiritual energy has revived and the world has changed, it is better for people like him to go on the road as soon as possible. If Lin Su disagrees, then Yi Xian will find a way to send Fang Hong off afterwards. Lin Su was not surprised at all and said directly, okay, leave this matter to me. Don't act rashly, so as not to dirty your hands. After returning to school, Lin Su sat in the office, waiting leisurely. Not long after, Wang Bo called, Di Lin, I'm lying down. My brother-in-law, I'll do whatever you say to do with him. Lin Su scratched his hair and said, do you know who he offended today? Your students. Lin Su said slowly, the girl he intended to search is one of the only 3 SSS-level awakeners in Daxia. Wang Bo's face changed drastically, what? Lin Su continued, I'll leave your brother-in-law to you. Don't try to play any tricks on me, or you'll bear the consequences. Wang Bo said honestly, I know. Even if you don't tell me, I won't let him go. If he lives, he will implicate me sooner or later. Wang Bo understood very well how powerful Lin Su, the SS-level awakener, was. So how abnormal would an SSS-level awakener be? When Su Mingly grows up in the future, he will definitely be the pillar of Daxia. His brother-in-law dares to provoke such a person. If he continues to keep him, he will only kill himself. That night, Wang Bo took Fang Hong to an entertainment club, called a few pretty girls, treated them to delicious food and drinks, and had a lot of fun. In the end, Fang Hong had used up all his energy on the 2 girls and fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, a cool breeze blew on Fang Hong, so bring him up. He opened his eyes in a daze, and then saw several sexy and beautiful women waving at him. Fang Hong was a sex-crazed man, so of course he couldn't help himself and rushed over crawling. The next second, Fang Hong felt his feet go empty, and his whole body began to fall rapidly. Finally, he hit the ground with a bang and turned into a pile of meat paste. Not far away, Wang Bo watched this scene and said, brother-in-law, I have done my best to let you live happily before you die. Don't worry, I will take good care of your wife and children. Wang Bo's ability is to create illusions and control the opponent's mind. The stronger the opponent's will and strength, the smaller the impact of his illusion will be. Fang Hong's body was hollowed out by alcohol and sex, and he was not awake, so he naturally had no power to resist. He walked step by step to the top floor of a building, then jumped down, ending his dissolute life. At the same time, the conflict between Su Mingly, Yi Xian and others and the security guards in the supermarket was also exposed. This incident was difficult to avoid. There were too many people present at the time, and many of them secretly took pictures with their mobile phones. It was impossible for Lin Su to force those people to hand over their phones on the spot. He could only contact the relevant department and made 2 requests. First, the privacy of Su Mingly and Yi Xian must be protected. Once someone releases the relevant video, they must ensure that their faces are not shown. Second, the right and wrong of this matter must be made clear, and public opinion must not be allowed to attack Su Mingly and Yi Xian. In fact, even if Lin Su did not make this call, public opinion would still be in favor of Yi Xian and Su Mingly. Because supermarkets have always had cases of bullying customers because of their size, and Yi Xian and Su Mingly are just ordinary students. Out of empathy, people tend to stand on the side of the weaker party and think that the supermarket is unreasonable and bullying students. In addition, Su Mingly is so beautiful, even with a mask-shaped mosaic on her face. However, you can still see her exquisite and graceful figure, flawless curves, long and straight legs, and her plump chest. Even if you can't see her face, you know she is a super beauty. Therefore, after the video at the supermarket entrance was released, the comments were very consistent. Ms. Su is right. The supermarket is really going too far. Supermarkets are bullying customers. I believe Ms. Su is right. I'm too lazy to read the content. I support Ms. Su. What right do you, a bunch of stinky security guards, have to search Ms. Su? Let Ms. Su go, let me search her. The comments were completely one-sided, and Wang Bo's supermarket business declined a lot, but he did not dare to resist. Facing an SSS-level awakener, he could only kneel down obediently. In the boys' dormitory, Yi Xian was hugging Su Mingly's waist and reading the comments on the internet. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Look, Mingly, you haven't even shown your face, but you already have so many fans." Su Mingly said directly, "I don't need any fans, you are enough for me." After hearing this, Yi Xian felt quite happy. The existence that others couldn't even lick was in his arms. This feeling of satisfaction was incomparable. Thinking about it, Yi Xian said, "Mingly, why did the electronic security door of that supermarket suddenly ring? Did we really take something and forget to pay?" Su Mingly immediately said, "How could that be? Everything we bought is in the shopping cart." Yi Xian smirked and said, "Nothing in this world is absolute. How about we search each other? You search me first, and then I'll search you." After hearing this, Su Mingly's face turned red and blood seemed to drip out. "No." Seeing Mingly's expression, Yi Xian stretched out his right hand and said, "If you won't let me search, then I'll search you first." "Your chest is bulging, is there something hidden?" Su Mingly said shyly, "No." However, at this critical moment, there was a knock on the door, interrupting the ambiguous atmosphere in the dormitory. Su Mingly was so scared that she stood up and tidied her clothes, which were not yet messy. The knock on the door made Yi Xian so angry that he almost jumped up. "Damn, again?" Chapter 82 Factional Struggle. At this time, Xin Heng's voice came from outside the door. "Brother, it's bad, something big has happened, come and take a look." Yi Xian's face was dark. He opened the door and glared at Xin Heng. "What happened? If this is not big enough, I will make something bigger." Xin Heng glanced at Yi Xian's sullen face, and then saw Su Mingly with a blush on her face. He immediately realized that he had disturbed Yi Xian's good thing. He hurriedly explained, "It's like this. Today, a group of uninvited guests came to our Awakener Academy and directly challenged our students. The person who led them seemed to know the dean. They said something to the dean and the dean agreed. Every time our people lose a round, they have to hand over a spirit stone. So far, we haven't won a single round, so you have to step in." Yi Xian's face changed when he heard this. Who was this person? Why didn't the dean care? He also said, "Okay, let's go over and take a look." Then, Xin Heng took Yi Xian and Su Mingly to the academy's training ground. At this moment, many people gathered in the martial arts field, including several students who looked bruised and battered, obviously having been beaten up. Although Dean Lin Su's expression was not very good, he had no intention of taking action and just stood there. After Yi Xian and Su Mingly came over, they heard a voice. "Lin Su, is this the so-called genius you cultivated with so much resources? His talent is quite high, but what's the use? He was still beaten by us in actual combat. You don't think that just because you have a very high talent and show it off, you can scare the beasts to death, right? If a serious alien beast invasion really happens, won't we be the ones we have to rely on? What use will your students be?" Lin Su said calmly, "It takes time for my students to grow." The man continued, "Excuse me. One step slow, every step slow. Your students need time to grow, but will the beast that is pressing on step by step give them time? Isn't the reason they can practice here comfortably because we are fighting in the front? But now, we can't even get much of the resources we risked our lives to earn, while your students are all getting rich. Why is that?" As soon as Yi Xian heard this, he knew what was going on. This had happened in his previous life and had lasted for a long time. Even though the threat from the alien beasts was growing, this contradiction could not be completely eliminated. All awakened people are divided into two types. One is awakened on their own, and the other is awakened through the stimulation of the awakening spirit ball. The former are extremely few in number, but for those who awaken on their own, the initial development of their abilities reaches 10%, so their initial awakening abilities are not weak. However, autonomous awakening depends entirely on luck, and no one can decide. The other way is to use the awakening spirit ball to awaken, and then be recruited by major universities, train step by step, absorb spirit stones, and improve strength. There is not much difference between the two. For example, Lin Su is also a self-awakened person, and he is the best among them, but he is currently the dean of the academy, leading a group of spirit ball awakeners to thrive. However, as major universities established awakening colleges, the country began to collect resources and distribute them to major universities to systematically cultivate awakened talents. At this time, contradictions emerged. The awakeners of the Awakener Academy are called the Academy School. They use spirit balls to awaken, grow step by step, absorb spirit stones, and improve their strength. In society, ordinary people who awaken on their own are called Jianghu faction. After they awaken on their own, they rely on their own abilities to fight against alien beasts and assist relevant departments in dealing with alien beast crises, and have also made many contributions. The current Lin Su was once the so-called gang leader of the Jianghu sect and was very famous in the circle of the Jianghu sect in Shanghai. Therefore, the supermarket owner knew Lin Su. Today, Lin Su, under the arrangement of his superiors, serves as the dean and becomes an academic, training students. However, the people of the Jianghu faction are very dissatisfied. The mining of all spirit stones carries considerable danger. The degree of alienation of strange beasts near spirit stone mines is much higher than that of strange beasts in other places. To conquer a spirit stone mine, there are often many casualties, and most of these casualties are paid by the awakened people of the Jianghu faction. However, the spirit stone mines they had risked their lives to dig for were distributed by the higher-ups, and what they could get was not as much as what the students of the academy got. Of course, the above arrangement also has its own reasons. The awakened people in the Jianghu faction are of varying quality, and most of them do not have very good talents. The reason why it was able to produce such a great effect in the early stage was that the awakeners of the Jianghu school awaken autonomously, and their initial development degree was at least 10%. Their overall talent level is naturally not as good as that of the Awakener Academy of Magic City University. Sooner or later, they will be surpassed in the future. Therefore, in the view of the top management, these resources would be more appropriately used on the geniuses of the Awakening Academy. As these geniuses grow up, they become more capable of standing on their own 2 feet, increasing humanity's chances of defeating alien beasts. Considering the overall situation, there is nothing wrong with the above arrangement. It is precisely because of this arrangement that Daxia has remained standing for more than 20 years. One after another, academic geniuses grew up, guarded a city, and made great military achievements. Su Mingly was one of them. By that time, the awakened people of the Jianghu faction truly realized the foresight of the upper class and gradually stopped opposing the academic faction. But for the current martial arts sects, their resentment is not a problem. They shed blood and tears to build a spirit stone mine. But in the end, less than 1/10 or 1/12 of it was allocated to them. Most of it was allocated to the Awakening Academy for the growth of the students. Lin Su was also very clear about this. He also felt that it was understandable that the awakened people of the Jianghu faction had resentment. So now, a group of awakened people of the Jianghu faction came to the academy to challenge and set rules. Every time they won a game, they won a spirit stone. Lin Su, this ruthless man, had nothing to say and let them take away the spirit stones. At this time, Lin Su noticed that Yi Xian was walking over. He said directly, "Yi Xian, after this match is over, you go on stage. If you can defeat 10 of them in a row, I guarantee that you will be able to walk around freely in the academy from now on." After hearing what Lin Su said, Yi Xian asked directly, "Are you serious?" Lin Su patted his chest and said, "I, Lin Su, never lie." "Okay, leave it to me." Chapter 83 Strength. As a person who has been reborn, Yi Xian knows very well that there is nothing wrong with the above strategy. If these resources are really used on the awakened people of the Jianghu faction. In the future, if the geniuses of the academic school cannot grow up, then the only outcome for Daxia will be the destruction of the country and the extinction of the race. Good steel should be used on the blade. The awakened ones from the Jianghu school were not completely irrational. They just wanted to see whether any amazing genius could really be born from the faction of the academy school since they had occupied so many of their resources. If such a strong person can be cultivated, it will prove that the academic school is right, and they will be convinced. If they cannot prove it, they will come to challenge every day in the future, win a wave of spirit stones each time, and take back what belongs to them. On the ring, an A-level awakener from the Jianghu sect fought back and forth with Yun Mengyao, who was an S-level awakener. Although Yun Mengyao's ability level is high, the Jianghu faction awakened on its own, and the initial development degree was 10%. After that, there were opportunities and improvements, and now the ability development degree is as high as 30%. Moreover, the people from the Jianghu faction were much older than those from the academic faction and had more combat experience. Therefore, Yun Mengyao was gradually suppressed. Not long after, Yun Mengyao was kicked off the ring. Then, the challenger came to Yun Mengyao and asked, "Where is your spirit stone?" Yun Mengyao was also a straightforward person. She directly took out the spirit stone from her body. The other party snatched the spirit stone and said, "Give it to you. Giving the spirit stone to you would be a waste." At this time, Lin Su said, "Okay, Yi Xian, you go on stage." After hearing this, Yi Xian went straight to the ring. He looked at the Jianghu sect and said, "I know what you are thinking. You may think that it is a waste to use these resources on us. But I can tell you with facts that this is not a waste. Whoever wants to challenge me, come on." After hearing this, a middle-aged man went straight to the ring and said, "Young man, I hope you won't let me down." As the middle-aged man spoke, he shouted loudly. Then, the sound of rattling iron chains was heard, and two thick iron chains dozens of meters long extended from the palms of his hands. The iron chains seemed to have life, like two poisonous snakes, shooting towards Yi Xian, wrapping around and strangling Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian suddenly made a move and grabbed the chains with both hands. Then, the chains went directly along Yi Xian's wrists and began to wrap upwards in circles. In just a few seconds, Yi Xian's arms were tightly wrapped by the chains. Then, the middle-aged man said, "Let's go." He used his own ability and wanted to use the iron chain to throw Yi Xian away, but Yi Xian did not move at all, as if he had taken root. "Come here." Yi Xian exerted force suddenly, and the middle-aged man felt an unmatched force transmitted from Yi Xian through the iron chain. Then, his body involuntarily flew towards Yi Xian. When the middle-aged man's body flew closer, Yi Xian grabbed the other's collar and threw him off the ring. This time, most of the people arranged by the Jianghu sect have awakened on their own for about a year, and their ability development is between 20% and 30%. Therefore, ordinary students are no match for them. Unfortunately, Yi Xian is a cheater. His ability development degree exceeds 20%, and his ability level is S level, so the strength gap is naturally obvious. Yi Xian knew the importance of this challenge. This group of challengers did nothing wrong. Moreover, they had acted with restraint before. They had only taken a spirit stone. Naturally, Yi Xian would not use any harsh force. Among the awakened people of the Jianghu faction, there are many like Lin Su who can understand the strategies of the upper class and assist them in cultivating academic talents. These people have a big picture and deserve respect. As for some other incomprehensible things, they are not unforgivable either. Yi Xian's power should be used on strange beasts and real villains. The people in front of him are naturally not evil. After the middle-aged man was defeated, the Jianghu faction arranged for another awakener to take the field. This time, it was an elemental A-level awakener with the ability of Fiery Mire. This ability is very interesting. After the other party used the ability, a large quagmire appeared under Yi Xian's feet. The quagmire tightly bound Yi Xian's body. At the same time, flames appeared out of nowhere above the quagmire, burning Yi Xian's body. If Yi Xian simply had the dragon elephant prison body, although he could resist for a long time with his defense and eventually escape, his clothes would most likely be burned. There are so many female students in the audience. If Yi Xian's clothes were burned, he might not be able to continue fighting. After all, face is still very important. It's a pity that Yi Xian was equipped with a witch's cloak, and her resistance to spells was higher than the other party imagined. Yi Xian jumped up suddenly, and with a powerful burst of strength, he broke free from the quagmire and kicked at the other party. This kid wanted to embarrass himself, so Yi Xian naturally had to teach him a lesson. Yi Xian used a clever kick, and the other person flew backwards. In the air, force burst out, and there was only a muffled sound like a fart. The guy's clothes exploded in the air, turning into countless strips of cloth and flying around. The middle-aged man also froze for a few seconds, then covered his front with one hand and his back with the other, and ran away frantically. The male and female students in the audience burst into laughter. Some girls even covered their eyes and secretly observed through the gaps between their fingers. So, what does a man's private parts look like? It's really small and delicate. At this moment, Lin Su was secretly happy. He could understand the thoughts of these people from the Jianghu faction, but he hoped to change their minds. The crisis facing mankind was not small, and the resource allocation arranged by the country was only for the overall situation. Now, Yi Xian defeated the two people in a very short time, proving his own strength and also proving that there was no problem with the above arrangement. Of course, Lin Su looked serious on the surface. Yi Xian, be careful when you attack. These seniors are all worthy of respect. Don't be so reckless next time. If anyone wants to challenge you, go ahead. Afterwards, 5 or 6 more people came up, but the gap in strength was too big, and they were defeated by Yi Xian without any suspense. The number of awakened people in the Jianghu school is much smaller than that in the academy school, and the number of those above a level is even more limited. Therefore, after Yi Xian defeated 7 or 8 people, they had no one left to take on. The leader also looked at Yi Xian deeply and then said, "It seems that the arrangement above does make some sense. In such a short time, they have trained a person like you. I am convinced. Let's go." Yi Xian said calmly, "You're too kind. Our academy's true trump card hasn't been used yet. We are a group of people who are worthy of the country's training." Chapter 84 Dragon and Phoenix Pendant. Soon, the leader left, and Lin Su said, "Yi Xian, you did a good job. I will make you the little bully of our Awakener Academy. I won't care if you bully boys and girls or tease cats and dogs." Yi Xian was immediately unhappy and said, "Dean Lin, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person?" Lin Su smiled, walked onto the martial arts arena, and said with a serious expression, "Except for Yi Xian, all of you have performed very averagely. Everyone should be mentally prepared. Starting next month, your spirit stones may be reduced." Suddenly, a student asked, "Why? Didn't Yi Xian defeat those people just now? Why is he deducting our spirit stones?" Lin Su explained, "Because these spirit stone mines were won by those people at the cost of their lives, they even dared to challenge our Awakener Academy of Magic City University. Students from other places have also faced many challenges. Other Awakener Academies may not have a genius like Yi Xian, and there is also resentment among the Awakeners of the Jianghu faction. Starting next month, the Academy's overall spirit stone supply will likely be reduced. But that's okay, as your talents become more apparent, the spirit stone supply will gradually recover." Many students in the audience were quite dissatisfied, but when they heard that Ling Kwang was taken down by this group of people, they suddenly had nothing to say. At this moment, Zhao Lei suddenly said, "Dean Lin, why do we have to rely on others? Can't we attack the spirit stone mine ourselves?" Lin Su immediately poured cold water on him and said, "Wait until your ability development exceeds 10% before we talk about it." For a moment, everyone was a little discouraged. Improving the development of abilities was not easy in the first place, and next month the spirit stones would be cut. Everyone was a little confused about the future. At this time, Zhou Qian walked onto the stage, clapped his hands, and attracted the attention of a group of students. Then he said, "All right, don't be discouraged, everyone. Your talents are the most outstanding among the awakened ones, and you also represent the hope and future of the country. Even if the number of spirit stones is reduced, it will only be temporary. You have a heavy responsibility in the future and must not lose confidence." Zhou Chang's main job is a teacher at Magic City University. However, after his self-awakening, he was transferred to the Awakener Academy. He believed that Lin Su could give more encouragement to the students. As soon as Zhou Qiang said this, the expressions of the students in the audience became much better, and Lin Su was ready to return to the office. At this time, Yi Xian came to Lin Su and said, "Dean Lin, Mingly and I would like to ask for leave and go back to our hometown." Lin Su was stunned for a moment. "Go back to Zhongchen? What's going on?" Yi Xian said calmly, "I miss my mom, okay?" Lin Su waved his hand and said, okay, but please go and come back quickly. The round trip should not take more than a week." "I see." Afterwards, Yi Xian came to Su Mingli and said, "Mingli, I've asked for leave. Let's go back to Jiangcheng. I'm going to visit my parents. I've been away from home for a month. You want to go back and visit them too, right?" Su Mingli's eyes showed a hint of desire, and she said, "Well, I want to go back too." Yi Xian was not surprised by Su Mingli's reaction, because this morning, when he woke up, he saw that the system task had been updated. Paying homage to parents, the empress is worried. She wants to pay homage to her parents and put an end to this parent-child relationship. Mission reward, Dragon and Phoenix Pendant. Dragon and Phoenix Pendant. The dragon travels and the phoenix follows, dependent on each other for life and death. The holder of the Dragon and Phoenix pendant can call the other person's name with deep affection in his heart, and can be teleported to the other person immediately regardless of the distance. It can be activated once every 24 hours. Although Yi Xian doesn't like Su Mengli's parents, he respects Su Mengli's decision. Since she wants to pay homage to her parents and completely end this parent-child relationship, Yi Xian also supports her. Not to mention, the reward for this mission is very clear: the Dragon and Phoenix pendant. The ability of this Dragon and Phoenix pendant can be said to be quite powerful. It can teleport to the opponent regardless of distance. Think about it: when Yi Xian was carrying out an extremely dangerous mission and was about to encounter danger, he directly activated the Dragon and Phoenix pendant, ignoring the obstacles of space and distance, and returned directly to Su Mengli's side. He was able to escape from danger immediately. It was simply a life-saving skill. Su Mingly could also escape danger in the same way. As long as both of them were not in desperate situations at the same time, with the Dragon and Phoenix pendant, they would be almost invincible. Therefore, whether considering Su Mengli's feelings or for the sake of such a powerful item as the Dragon and Phoenix pendant, he must complete this task. That afternoon, Su Mingli and Yi Xian took the train back to Jiangcheng. Yi Shui also wanted to go back, but unfortunately, Lin Su did not approve her leave. After all, it was a full week. As a legal advisor, she couldn't be away from work for so long, so she could only send Yi Xian and Su Mingli to the train station and then left on her own. After Yi Xian and Su Mingli got in the car, they sat down leaning against each other. Su Mingli looked a little worried, and Yi Xian didn't say much, but just held her fingers together to give her strength. Other passengers also got on the bus one after another. Opposite Yi Xian and Su Mingli, first an elderly man got on, and then a beautiful woman with an 8-point appearance came on. After she took her seat, she said to the old man, "Uncle, my boyfriend and I didn't buy the same ticket. Can you change seats with my boyfriend?" The old man was old and seemed to be hard of hearing. His reaction was also slow. After 2 or 3 minutes, he turned to look at the beautiful woman and asked, "What did you say?" "I said, can you switch seats with my boyfriend?" The old man was stunned for a moment, then immediately waved his hand and said, "You want me to be your boyfriend?" No, I already have a partner." The beauty seemed a little impatient. "Uncle, are you kidding me? You are so old, is it appropriate to make such a joke?" The old man rolled his eyes and said, "You know how old I am? I can barely stand up now, and you want me to change seats? You're crazy." The beautiful woman was speechless for a moment, but she didn't seem to want to sit separately from her boyfriend. Her eyes fell on Yi Xian and Su Mingli, wanting to say something. Yi Xian glanced at her, raised his and Su Mingli's interlocked hands, and said, "My girlfriend and I are together, and we are not going to change seats." When the beautiful woman saw this, she had no choice but to take out her cell phone and send a WeChat message to her boyfriend to explain what was happening. "Honey, there's an unreasonable old man sitting next to me, and a young couple across from me. No one wants to change seats with me. What should I do?" Her boyfriend replied, "It's hard to do it here, so I'll go over there." In another carriage, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie stood up and cautiously said to the bald man next to him, "Brother, I have something to do. I have to go out for a while." The bald man glanced at the man and stood up impatiently. "What a lot of nonsense." The middle-aged man smiled carefully and left his carriage. The moment he entered Yi Xian's carriage, his temperament changed significantly. He looked awesome and had the demeanor of a successful man. Chapter 85 Train to Busan? He came to his girlfriend's side, looked at the old man, felt that the other party was not easy to deal with, and then looked at Yi Xian and Su Mingli. This is a young couple, probably college students, and they look like they are easy to bully. Thinking about it, the middle-aged man took out a pack of huazi from his pocket and handed it to Yi Xian. "Little brother, you look like you are still a student, right?" Yi Xian glanced at him. "What do you want to say?" "Give me a favor and let's switch seats, how about that? I work at Moto Technology and have some connections. More friends mean more paths, more enemies mean more walls, don't you agree?" As the middle-aged man spoke, he took out a business card and placed it on the table. The business card read, "By Zhongming, Human Resources Manager of Moto Technology Company." He looked down at Yi Xian with a sense of superiority in his eyes, as if he was certain that Yi Xian would give him his seat. Yi Xian stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyebrows, impatiently saying, "Get out." Bai Zhongming's face suddenly turned ugly. Not only did Yi Xian reject him, but he also didn't give him any way out. This made the cigarette he handed over hang in the air. He didn't know whether to move forward or backward, feeling extremely embarrassed. However, at this moment, an old hand reached out and snatched the box of cigarettes away. Bai Zongming and his girlfriend were both stunned for a moment, and at this time, the old man was holding the box of cigarettes. He looked very proud. If you had told me you had cigarettes, I would have traded seats with you guys a long time ago. Move aside, don't block the road. Then, the old man carried his suitcase and walked towards another carriage, looking quite energetic. Then, Bai Zongming's girlfriend pulled her boyfriend to sit down, rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, and then comforted him. Dear, don't be angry, don't bother with those uncultured guys. When Su Mingli heard this, her expression changed slightly, and then she snapped her fingers with her right hand. The woman sitting opposite Su Mingli suddenly screamed in pain. She felt as if her mouth was burned by a lighter, and several blisters appeared on her mouth. She quickly covered her mouth with a panicked look in pain. Bai Zongming hurriedly asked, "What happened? Are you okay?" At this moment, Su Mingli said coldly, "Be careful with your words, be careful of the harm caused by your words." Nowadays, the awakened have become an important part of society, and everyone basically knows about their existence. The man and woman immediately guessed that it was Su Mingli who was behind it, but they are both ordinary people. The next step in the plan for awakening the spirit ball is to promote it to the entire society and implement universal awakening, but it has not reached that stage yet. Therefore, they did not dare to act arrogantly in front of Su Mingli, and the two of them immediately became much more honest. The high-speed train was moving at a speed of more than 200 kilometers per hour. Yi Xian held Su Mingli's hand and looked at the scenery outside the window. Everything seemed beautiful and comfortable. However, at this moment, a woman's scream rang out, "Ah, rat!" Yi Xian and Su Mingli turned their heads and looked over, only to see a woman grabbing a mouse from her leg and throwing it hard into the distance. The mouse's body hit the carriage, then fell to the ground and stopped moving. Suddenly, there was another cry of surprise, "Oh my god, there are so many rats!" Su Mingli stood up immediately and saw a large group of rats emerging from somewhere at the bottom of the carriage, attacking the people in the carriage. These rats were extremely dense, filling the floor of the carriage and crowding together, forming a very terrifying rat tide. People with trypophobia would die on the spot if they saw it. Su Mingli immediately opened fire at full power, and a flame appeared above her head, forming a vermilion bird. The flaming vermilion bird burned towards the group of rats with scorching heat. The appearance of this group of rats was very strange, but their strength was very average. Facing Su Mingli's red lotus fire, this group of rats could not resist at all and were instantly burned to ashes. However, some rats broke away from the group, mixed into the crowd, and even ran onto other passengers' bodies and legs and bit them. Few people are not afraid of rats. There was chaos in the carriage again. After a few minutes of confusion, the few rats that escaped were completely eliminated. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Why are there rats in the carriage? These rats don't look like they are mutated. Yi Xian is very familiar with the mutated animals. After the mutation, these animals generally become larger in size, stronger and faster, and perhaps they even have some special abilities. These mice are the same size as normal mice, and their speed and strength have not changed. At most, they are braver than ordinary mice. After all, ordinary mice will just hide when they see people. These rats were like crazy, rushing directly into the crowd. They were very brave, as if they had drunk erguatu, and were holding kitchen knives to find the cat. Apart from that, there was nothing special. Su Mingli was also a little confused and was about to say something when suddenly, another scream was heard. The woman whose leg was first bitten by the rat had her eyes turned pure white. She bit the neck of an old lady next to her and ate her flesh and blood. The old lady let out a shrill scream, pushed the woman off her neck with all her strength, then struggled to stand up, ran forward a few steps, and then fell to the ground weakly. Blood seeped out quickly, staining the bottom of the carriage red. Men, women, young and old in the carriage screamed in fright. The scene was quite horrifying. At the same time, several people launched attacks on the people around them. All of these people had been bitten or scratched by rats before. Some of them were not prepared and were bitten directly. Of course, there were also several adult men who were attacked. They were strong and put up resistance at the first moment, and the scene was very chaotic for a while. Yi Xian and Su Mingli immediately rushed forward to stop the attackers. Yi Xian noticed that those who took the initiative to attack had all been bitten by rats. At this moment, their eyes were like the Byakugan in Naruto, pure white without a trace of black, which looked very strange. Although these people are terrifying, their strength and speed do not exceed the range of normal people. They have just lost their minds and are fearless of death. Yi Xian and Su Mingli took action and quickly subdued 7 or 8 infected people. However, the chaos in the carriage did not end so quickly, and everyone was scared to death.
What's going on? Why are they biting people randomly? Have they turned into zombies? Train to Busan? What should I do now? Can you please stop the bus? I need to get off. Where's the attendant? Why hasn't the attendant come? Am I going to die here? I need to call home and leave a suicide note. Chapter 86 Slap.
At this moment, some of the infected guys were burned to death by Su Mingly, while others had their limbs broken by Yi Xian.
The infected person's limbs were broken and he couldn't move his body.
He could only struggle continuously, opening and closing his mouth, trying to bite people.
It looked quite terrifying.
A woman in her 40s was furious when she saw her husband become like this. She stood up suddenly and slapped Su Mingly in the face.
She cursed, "Why didn't you burn the rats to death right away? Why did my husband get bit by rats? Why?" Su Mingly failed to react at first.
Although she was very talented, she was a little stupid in character. Otherwise, she would not have been bullied all the time in high school. If she faced a strange beast, she could burn it to ashes immediately, but facing this angry woman, she didn't know what to do. Moreover, her abilities are mainly reflected in the indestructible attacks of the Red Lotus Karma Fire, and her physical fitness is not much better than that of ordinary people. As a result, Su Mingly was slapped hard in the face, and her cheeks were slapped red. There was a hint of viciousness in the middle-aged woman's eyes. She suddenly pulled out a fruit knife from her body and slashed it towards Su Mingly's face. At this time, Yi Xian finally rushed over.
He grabbed the woman's arm with one hand and asked coldly, "What are you doing?"
As Yi Xian exerted force on his hands, the fruit knife in the woman's hand suddenly lost its grip and fell to the ground.
The middle-aged woman angrily shouted, "Let me go! You awakened, isn't it your duty to protect us? What are you doing? You hurt my husband like this? I want to complain to you."
Yi Xian listened to the woman's unreasonable words, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. "You want to complain, right?
Fine, I'll give you this opportunity."
As Yi Xian spoke, he grabbed the woman's neck with one hand and lifted her up. Then, he walked step by step towards the closed door of the carriage.
The woman struggled and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. "What are you doing? Let me go, let me go."
At this time, Su Mingly said, "Yi Xian, let's forget it." Yi Xian glanced at his girlfriend and said, "This incident is not a small matter.
This stupid and evil person will only harm us."
Yi Xian has realized the seriousness of the matter. Nothing serious happened in his carriage because Su Mingly took action immediately and killed most of the rats.
What about the other carriages?
If similar swarms of rats appeared in other carriages and no powerful awakeners took action immediately, I'm afraid that more than half of the people in the carriage would be bitten or scratched. At that time, those who were bitten and scratched by rats would directly attack other people around them, and it would only take a few minutes for the entire carriage to fall in an instant. This train has a total of 16 carriages. If all the other carriages are captured, Yi Xian and Su Mingly will be under great pressure even though they are extremely powerful. Yi Xian carried the middle-aged woman to the door of the carriage, ready to throw her out. At this moment, through the car window, you can see that the other car is covered in blood.
The carriage doors were filled with zombies with pure white eyeballs.
They were slamming their bodies against the doors, which looked very scary. The middle-aged woman was also shocked when she saw this scene.
She shouted, "Put me down, let me go, please."
Yi Xian said coldly, "Aren't you dissatisfied with our inability to save your husband? Your husband has now turned into a zombie and there's no hope of saving him. I'll send you over there and let them bite you too, so you and your wife can be reunited.
Isn't that good?" At this moment, a righteous voice said, "Young man, you've gone too far.
Hurry and put this lady down.
I'm recording this with my phone. As an awakened person, you are harming us ordinary people.
If I expose the video, you will be finished." The person who spoke was Bai Zhongming, the HR manager of the so-called Magic City Technology Company, who had been sitting opposite Yi Xian. Bai Zhongming had lost face in front of Yi Xian before, and he had been brooding over it ever since. However, he was just an ordinary person and could not compete with a pair of awakened lovers. Fortunately, now he had found an opportunity.
What if they were awakened?
Now was the information age, and public opinion could easily crush a person.
And what about Yi Xian? How could he have such a bad temper?
This old lady just slapped his girlfriend, and he wanted to hurt her.
Bai Zongming believed that as long as this video was released, Yi Xian would definitely be ruined. As soon as Bai Zongming started talking, the middle-aged woman became more confident. Go ahead, throw me over there and try. As long as that big brother releases the video, you're done. After hearing this, Yi Xian sneered, grabbed the carriage door and pulled it hard. The door opened, and 5 or 6 infected people with pure white eyes rushed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian kicked forward, and under the huge force, dozens of zombies flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Then, Yi Xian threw the middle-aged woman directly into the carriage and closed the door. The middle-aged woman crawled to her feet, banging on the tempered glass window with her hands, begging Yi Xian to let her pass. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was completely indifferent. Soon, the zombies that had been kicked away by Yi Xian rushed up from behind, and then a large group of people grabbed different parts of the middle-aged woman's body and started to eat them. There were too many zombies, and they didn't give the middle-aged woman any chance to transform into a zombie. Almost all her flesh and blood was eaten away. A bloody hand left a long trail of blood on the tempered glass, and finally fell to the ground powerlessly. At this moment, Yi Xian turned around and looked at Bai Zongming. Bai Zongming panicked. You lunatic! You're a devil! What do you want? Do you still want to deal with me? Yi Xian said calmly, you all saw what happened just now. The people in the other carriages have most likely turned into ghostly figures. The reason you're still alive is because my girlfriend burned those rats to death right away, saving you. Don't you know how to be grateful? Damn it! There are 16 carriages, and there are tens of thousands of zombies at this moment. It is very difficult for my girlfriend and I to protect so many of you. At this time, some ignorant fools need to be dealt with so that I can better protect you. Your destiny is in your own hands. Make your own choice and show me your sensible side. As soon as Yi Xian said this, the carriage suddenly became quiet for a moment, and Bai Zongming became even more panicked. He turned to look at his girlfriend and was about to say something. However, the moment he turned his head, his girlfriend hit him hard on the head with a full metal thermos. Chapter 87 I Want to Live. Then, Bai Zongming's girlfriend said with a guilty look on her face, Honey, I'm sorry, I want to live. She is much more sensible than her boyfriend. If something serious happens to the train, the only ones she can count on are Yi Xian and Su Mingly. The middle-aged woman just now was ungrateful. It was clearly the rat swarm that killed her husband, but she blamed Su Mingly for not protecting her well enough. She deserved to be thrown into the zombie swarm by Yi Xian. She really didn't expect that her boyfriend could be so stupid. What about this successful man? He didn't know the current situation at all. Isn't this courting death? After she smashed the thermos on Bai Zongming's head, others also took action. A young man hit Bai Zongming on the head with his laptop. Blood flowed down his head and through his eyes, dyeing his vision red. Another woman took action. She took off her high heels and smashed them hard. The sole of the high-heeled shoe directly pierced into Bai Zongming's temple. Bai Zongming was completely hopeless this time and fell heavily to the ground. Although Bai Zongming was dead, the others stepped forward to show their loyalty and began to whip the corpse, so that Yi Xian would not think that they were ignorant of the current situation and would not save them when they were in danger later. Someone else picked up Bai Zongming's phone and said, This old man's phone doesn't have internet. He just filmed the video with his camera and didn't upload it at all. You can rest assured. After hearing this, Yi Xian said calmly, I'm not afraid of him uploading any videos. In such a critical moment, laws and morals are meaningless. What I have to do is to save as many of you as possible. I will save those who are worth saving, and those who are not worth saving will die. Given the current situation, without my girlfriend and me, everyone in this carriage will die. So, whether it was the woman who just died or this Bai Zongming, I didn't kill them. I simply didn't save them, allowing them to follow their original fate. You're right, these two are really stupid. It's best if they die, otherwise they'll kill others sooner or later. That's right, they really deserve to die. The world is different now. Only smart people can survive. As for the idiots, they should just die and be reborn. You two have just spent quite a bit of energy. Come sit down for a while, rest, and recharge your batteries so you don't run out of energy to deal with this later. The people left in the carriage were all very sensible. They regarded Yi Xian and Su Mingly as saviors and treated them with great respect. Yi Xian then said to Su Mingly, Mingly, you see, right? As awakened ones, we are supposed to protect ordinary people, but we can decide for ourselves who to protect.
For example, today, there were 100 people in this carriage, including Bai Zongming and that woman, and only about 10 people died in total. We protected 90% of ordinary people and still made a great contribution. As for some casualties, that's inevitable. In the last days, human life is worthless. If some people want to cut in line on their way to see the King of Hell, we should satisfy them. Su Mingly nodded slightly. At this time, the collision sounds at the other end of the carriage were getting louder and louder. More and more zombies were piled up behind the door. It was only a matter of time before the train door was pushed open. Yi Xian looked at this scene and said to Su Mingly, "Mingly, it seems that I have to do something. Mingly, you guard the door on the other side of the carriage. I will go over here to clean up." Su Mingly's expression changed slightly. "How about we go together?" She was worried that something might happen to Yi Xian. Yi Xian shook his head. "It's okay. Although these zombies look scary, their actual strength is average. They can't hurt me." During this period, Yi Xian's ability development rate has increased significantly, reaching 23%, and his strength has reached 215 tons. With such a terrifying power, a body that can bear this power is naturally not bad, and dealing with these zombies is no problem. Then, Yi Xian opened the carriage and punched forward. There were hundreds of zombies crowded there. They were hit by Yi Xian's punch and flew backwards in all directions, like flowers scattered by a fairy, landing in different places in the carriage. The scene looked very shocking. Yi Xian walked forward step by step. Some of the zombies that were knocked away had countless bones broken under Yi Xian's terrifying force and lost the power to resist. But some of them were still able to move. Some of them crawled and some walked, and they rushed towards Yi Xian madly, looking quite scary. Yi Xian directly pulled out the black iron heavy sword from the system space, then swung the black iron heavy sword and chopped at the zombies. The weight of the heavy black iron sword is indeed a bit too light for Yi Xian now, but there is no other way. It is better to have it than not. The physical strength of these zombies was not very high. Yi Xian's punch went directly into their internal organs, leaving them bloody and uncomfortable. With the heavy black iron sword, he could cut the zombies in half with one strike. At least he wouldn't have to make things so disgusting on his hands. In a few minutes, Yi Xian emptied the entire carriage. Then, he opened the door of another carriage and faced a new wave of challenges. The carriage where Yi Xian and Su Mingly were was carriage number 10. There were 6 carriages behind it. Yi Xian emptied one carriage every 10 minutes on average. It took him an hour to empty all the carriages. Then, Yi Xian returned step by step to carriage number 10. His body was covered in blood and flesh, and he looked quite disheveled. Yi Xian was a little envious of Su Mingly's wide-sleeved fairy skirt, which had a built-in cleaning function. He wished he could get a set of clothes like this one someday so that he wouldn't be so embarrassed after every fight. After Yi Xian entered the car, Su Mingly immediately pulled Yi Xian's arm and said, "Are you okay?" Yi Xian shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Next, I'll clean up carriages 1 to 9, and there shouldn't be any major problems." Su Mingly's expression changed slightly, and she said, "Carriages 1 to 9 may be different from carriages 11 to 16. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. "What's the difference?" Su Mingly looked serious and said, "Since half an hour ago, as soon as we got to carriage number 9, we've been hearing very violent vibrations from time to time. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Don't go over there alone. Let's wait here." Yi Xian didn't want Su Mingly to worry about him, so he nodded and waited. Chapter 88 Insect King. After about 10 minutes, heavy footsteps were heard. There were originally many zombies on the tempered glass windows of carriage number 8, but at this moment, only horrible wailing and chewing sounds were heard, and the zombies on the glass windows quickly disappeared. And then, there was a loud bang, and the door between carriages 9 and 10 was kicked up and smashed towards everyone. Yi Xian suddenly jumped up and punched the door from top to bottom. The door was smashed to the bottom of the carriage by Yi Xian, and Yi Xian also saw his opponent. This is a guy with a very scary appearance. Its body is not huge compared to those strange beasts. It is much smaller than the previous Pig King, only about 3 or 4 meters tall. But its appearance is too terrifying. It is generally human-shaped, with a very large head and no hair. However, it has no facial features, or rather, it is covered with facial features. On its huge head, there are some facial features randomly dotted around, 20 or 30 eyeballs, 8 or 9 mouths, a dozen ears, and 5 or 6 noses. These facial features obviously come from different humans and are distributed chaotically on its head. As for its body, it was even more bizarre. Although it was roughly human-shaped, its arms were covered with hands. These hands belonged to different men and women, and they were grabbing the air randomly, which was very strange. Its legs are relatively normal, but they are several times thicker than those of ordinary people, and look very powerful. After it appeared, the mouths randomly installed on its head began to speak. Eat you. I'm going to eat you. This was the voice of a young man. I'm in so much pain, kill me quickly. This is the voice of a middle-aged woman. Hee, it's so delicious. I want to eat more. This is the voice of a little girl. After the little girl finished speaking, she suddenly opened her mouth and bit off the nose that also grew on her face, and then began to chew it. Yi Xian looked at this scene and felt a chill in his heart. What the hell was this? It looked so disgusting, didn't it? This thing. Yi Xian's expression was solemn. He finally remembered that the disgusting guy in front of him seemed to be that guy, the Insect King. At first, Yi Xian thought that the people on the train turned into zombies because the rats had mutated, and the people bitten by the rats were infected with the virus and turned into zombies. However, when Yi Xian saw this monster made up of countless human organs, he knew that it was not that simple. No matter how alienated a mouse becomes, it cannot escape its instincts. It can become bigger, stronger, and faster, but it cannot be so weird. This kind of alienation of the human body aggregate state can only be related to parasites. In the previous life, the top powerful among the strange beasts, the Insect King, seemed to be a similar human body aggregate form. Of course, Yi Xian had never seen the other person in person, but only in the video. Although the Insect King at that time was somewhat different from the current one, if you look closely, you can still see some similarities. Later, after the Insect King was besieged and strangled by two SSS-level powerhouses, his body was handed over to the Chinese Academy of Sciences for research. The research results show that the Insect King was originally a parasite that lived on mice. When the spiritual energy revived, the mice did not undergo alienation, but the Insect King did. At first, they spread among the rats like the zombie virus in the movies, turning all the rats in an area into zombie rats. These zombie rats roamed in groups in the wild, leaving no grass behind wherever they passed. They encountered the train that Yi Xian was riding and launched an attack. The speed at which the Insect King transformed was truly terrifying. After they controlled the rats to attack humans and parasitized the human body, they evolved again in just 1 hour and became the form we see today. The guy in front of me should be considered the larval form of the Insect King. According to the original historical process, it will parasitize all the people on the carriage and then merge into one. Afterwards, it continued on the road of evolution until it became a great threat to mankind, comparable to the world-destroying dragon whale, the amazing Kunping and other peerless beasts. However, since Yi Xian is here today, he naturally cannot allow it to continue growing and threaten human survival. This is a long story, but in reality, it went through Yi Xian's mind at an extremely fast speed. Then his resolute voice rang out, "Great and mighty heavenly dragon, the world-honored one, Ksitigarbha, the Buddhas of Prajnaparamita. As soon as he finished speaking, special effects began to appear on Yi Xian's body. His whole body was shining with golden light, and the dark iron heavy sword in his hand also turned into a golden form. The whole person looked like a super saiyan. The Insect King in front of him looked twisted and abnormal, and could be said to be the worst of all evils. The great and mighty heavenly dragon had the effect of breaking evil, and could be of great use at this moment. After Yi Xian activated the great heavenly dragon, the young Insect King in front of him seemed to feel the threat, and its body rushed towards Yi Xian rapidly. Then, the heavy black iron sword shining with golden light slashed down, and the Insect King raised his arm to block it. The countless palms growing on the Insect King's arms opened directly. These hands grabbed together and grabbed the blade of the black iron heavy sword. Yi Xian could feel that the power of this Insect King was even greater than his own. He tried his best to draw out the black iron heavy sword, but he couldn't do it. At this moment, Su Mingly also took action. Red lotus fire appeared around her body, and then a fire phoenix and a vermilion bird flew towards the Insect King. Although the Insect King is a larva, it has a strong sense of combat. It keenly feels that Su Mingly's fire is very dangerous. Therefore, it exerted force with its arms, and Yi Xian felt a sharp pain in the palm of his hand. The heavy black iron sword was grabbed by the countless hands on its arms and taken away directly. Its body also jumped up and avoided Su Mingly's flames. The fire phoenix and vermilion bird released by Su Mingly bombarded another carriage, melting 2 large holes in it. Next, the Insect King rushed directly towards Yi Xian, and then its arm full of hands smashed towards Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian punched it, and then the Insect King didn't move at all. However, Yi Xian couldn't help but step back a few steps.
This juvenile insect king was really not easy to deal with. At this moment, Yi Xian also understood why the threats facing mankind in the future would be so serious. Not to mention low-end combat power, just talking about high-end combat power, the insect king in front of us will grow to the level of a peerless beast in the future, and its future upper limit can be said to be similar to Su Mingly's. However, although the upper limit is the same, the growth rate is completely different. The insect king in front of him is just a juvenile, but he has such strength, which is much stronger than Su Mingly. In the future, as the recovery of spiritual energy intensifies, Su Mingly will make rapid progress relying on national resources, but her pace can only barely keep up with the insect king in front of her. The insect king grew completely naturally, but without Su Mingly, he had the support of the national power behind him. No wonder, as the recovery of spiritual energy intensifies, the pressure on humans will become greater and greater. The speed of human evolution cannot match that of these alienated creatures. Chapter 89, 8 Gates. The insect king at this moment is actually much worse than it was at its peak, but it is still not someone Yi Xian can defeat. When the insect king is at its peak, physical strength is only a tiny part of it. Its main abilities are reflected in parasitism, fusion, splitting, regeneration, etc. The body of the insect king is originally a fusion of countless parasites controlling the human body. Therefore, its body actually has no so-called weaknesses. Lin Su, the owner of the immortal demon body, went on a killing spree for 3 days and 3 nights after his head was chopped off, and finally died of exhaustion. As for the insect king, it would be useless even if you cut it into pieces, as it could always fuse together again. If you wanted to kill it, you could only use the power of the elements to leave nothing behind, and that would be considered its complete death. Therefore, to kill the insect king, one must rely on Su Mingly, but Su Mingly's current ability development is too low to achieve full-screen carpet bombing. Therefore, Yi Xian must take action to make the guy in front of him lose the power to resist within a certain period of time, so that he can completely kill him and eliminate a major threat to mankind. While Yi Xian was thinking about countermeasures, the insect king had already rushed up. It knew that its strength was superior to Yi Xian's, so it knew how to continue to use its advantages to expand the results of the battle. Its arm covered with palms collided with Yi Xian's arm again, but this time, Yi Xian was not knocked back. On the contrary, the countless palms on the insect king's arm suddenly opened, and the 5 fingers on them grabbed Yi Xian's arms, making it impossible for Yi Xian to escape. At the same time, its other arm also moved towards Yi Xian, with dozens of palms on it, locking Yi Xian's body, and then exerting force. Then, Yi Xian's body was lifted up directly by the insect king. Then, one of the mouths on the insect king's huge head opened, and then grew bigger and bigger. The entire head seemed to have turned into a giant mouth like a carnivorous plant, and this huge mouth was about to bite towards Yi Xian's body. From the huge mouth full of sharp teeth that looks like a carnivorous plant, it can be seen that even with Yi Xian's current body, he can't withstand such a bite. Su Mingly's face turned pale. Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was about to be buried in the giant mouth, said, "It's okay, Mingly, use your full strength to attack and kill this guy later." 8 Gates, open. The 8 Gates of Ninjutsu is one of Yi Xian's trump cards, which can increase Yi Xian's strength 8-fold within 8 seconds, reaching 9 times the original strength. Yi Xian's strength was already as high as 215 tons, which was already quite terrifying. It was precisely because of this that he was able to exchange a few moves with the insect king in front of him. The insect king in front of him has a strength of about 300 tons, which is still stronger than Yi Xian. However, once Yi Xian opens the 8 Gates, things will be different. The 8 Gates can directly increase Yi Xian's strength 8-fold to 1,900 tons. Such strength can completely crush the juvenile insect king in front of him. However, the 8 Gates can only last for 8 seconds. In 8 seconds, Yi Xian is able to tear the insect king into pieces. However, the body structure of the insect king determines that even if Yi Xian tears it into pieces, he cannot kill it completely. If he wants to destroy it, he must rely on Su Mingly. Only the Red Lotus Karma Fire can cause a fatal blow to it. Therefore, Yi Xian wondered what Su Mingly would do at this critical moment of life and death. As Yi Xian said the 4 words 8 Gates of Ninjutsu open, he, who was already shining with golden light, changed again. His body, in addition to the original golden light, now had a strong blood color, and blood was spraying all over his body. This strong blood turned the golden light into red. Then, Yi Xian exerted a little force with his arms and easily broke free from the countless hands on the insect king's arms. Then, Yi Xian grabbed the insect king's huge mouth, which had expanded to nearly 180 degrees, with both hands, and then exerted force with both hands. A terrifying force burst out, and the insect king's mouth and head were directly torn apart by Yi Xian.
At this moment, Yi Xian could feel the terrifying power filling his body, as if it was going to destroy everything. After tearing the Insect King's mouth and head apart, he gave the Insect King a passionate hug. The countless hands on the Insect King's arms were scratching and clawing at Yi Xian frantically. Unfortunately, such power was of no use to Yi Xian, who had unleashed the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Yi Xian held the Insect King in his arms and exerted force on his body. The Insect King in front of him suddenly exploded like a cheap inflatable doll that was squeezed hard, and turned into countless pieces of flesh and blood. At this moment, Yi Xian immediately said, "Mingly, hurry up." Su Mingly was prepared. She pushed her hands forward into the void. Next, a huge red lotus of karma fire appeared in front of Su Mingly. This karmic fire lotus was dozens of meters high, but it did not cause any damage to the carriage, nor did it burn Yi Xian. However, wherever the karmic fire red lotus passed, the flesh and blood of the Insect King was evaporated completely. There seemed to be countless insects struggling in the flesh and blood, making squeaking sounds. Unfortunately, the karma fire red lotus was too restraining for the Insect King. The insects hidden within the flesh and blood were all burned to charred corpses without exception. The future Insect King had completely perished before he could even step onto the stage that belonged to him. At this moment, the 8 seconds had just ended, and Yi Xian fell to the ground, feeling sore and weak all over. The 8 seconds of being a true man were over, and he fell into a weak state for 8 days. Su Mingly saw Yi Xian fall to the ground. She didn't care about her own weak state. She rushed over in 2 or 3 steps and picked up Yi Xian. "Are you okay?" Yi Xian shook his head and said, "It's okay. I just had a burst of power and now I'm very weak. I don't have any strength at all." At this moment, Yi Xian felt extremely weak all over, as if every bit of his strength had been drained out. He was like a seriously ill patient, unable to even walk, let alone fight. This 8 gates of ninjutsu is indeed strong enough, but its weakened state is also cruel enough to make Yi Xian become a useless person. At this moment, the war was finally over, and the survivors in the carriage all breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 90, Copycat Phones Are Cool. Next, several people helped to tidy up the seats in the carriage and let Su Mingly carry Yi Xian to the seat. At this moment, a passenger suddenly said, "Oh no! Now all the cars are in trouble. Doesn't that mean the conductor is also in trouble? Then how can we stop our train?" Yeah, the conductor also had an accident. This is a high-speed train, and something is bound to happen sooner or later. You two, please save us. We are all in this together. Su Mingly frowned after hearing this. "Yi Xian, what should we do now?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "This isn't a difficult task. Mingly, go and fuse the connection between our carriage and carriage number 9. Also, notify Dean Lin and tell him about the current situation of this train so that the corresponding train station can respond in advance to minimize casualties." Su Mingly responded, then let Yi Xian lie down for a while, and she walked to the carriage number 9. Then, a scorching flame was released from her palm. The red lotus fire could burn gold and break jade with ease. The several connections between carriages 9 and 10 were burned down by Su Mingly in just a few seconds. Then, the entire carriage shook violently several times and the speed began to gradually decrease. Su Mingly returned to her seat and frowned. "Yi Xian, my phone has no signal. What should I do now? Although the people in the car are safe now, the car will stop after traveling a certain distance due to inertia. However, the carriages 1 to 9 in front are still very dangerous. If Lin Su is not notified, there may be secondary casualties." At this moment, an old man came over with his cell phone. "Girl, please use my phone. I have a signal and I just called my daughter-in-law." Su Mingly took a look and saw that the old man was holding a domestically produced copycat mobile phone, a Zhonghua cigarette phone. The back of the phone looks like a Huazi cigarette box, with golden buttons on the front. The screen is not big, but for the elderly, they can see the numbers clearly. At this moment, neither Su Mingly's cell phone nor Yi Xian's cell phone, including most of the other people's cell phones in the car, had any signal at all. However, the old man's Zhonghua brand mobile phone has full signal bars, which can be said to be quite awesome. Moreover, this copycat phone can also light a fire and hold cigarettes, which is quite practical. Su Mingly took the phone and said, "Thank you, sir." Then, she used this phone to call Lin Su. After a moment, Lin Su's voice rang out, "Hello, who is this?" Su Mingly was immediately shocked. This copycat phone was really cool. She thought it was her own phone and put it directly to her ear to answer it. As a result, the sound was louder than the speakerphone volume of her mobile phone, making her head buzz. She quickly put the phone away and explained the situation here to Lin Su. Then, Lin Su's loudspeaker-like voice came. Okay, I got it. I'll have someone prepare things in advance at the train station. You and Yi Xian must pay attention to your own safety. You must understand your own potential and talents. Saving people is important, but your own safety is more important. When necessary, you can give up some ordinary people for your own safety. Because when you grow up, you will be able to save tens of thousands, hundreds of millions of people in the future. Therefore, whether for your own sake or for the sake of the country, saving your lives is more important than anything else. Su Mingly felt that Lin Su's words were like a speech. His words echoed throughout the entire carriage and everyone could hear them clearly. It always sounded weird. After all, except for Su Mingly and Yi Xian, everyone else in this carriage is the kind of ordinary people that Lin Su said, who can be given up when necessary. Therefore, Su Mingly hurriedly said, Dean Lin, I understand what you said. Let's do this for now. Then she immediately hung up the phone and returned the heavy Zhonghua phone to the old man. The old man took the phone and said, Little girl, don't be embarrassed. What the dean said just now was right. You are the hope of mankind. How many people died on this train just now? Thousands, right? If you weren't here, we would all have died. In the future, you can save many more people. Your lives are indeed more precious than ours. The old man's words made Su Mingly's expression a little better, but most people in the car were not so happy. After all, in the eyes of others, their lives are just those of ordinary people who can give up at any time. How can they be happy? At this moment, the train lost the pulling force in front, and its speed continued to decrease under the effect of friction. After another 7 or 8 minutes, it finally stopped completely. Su Mingly helped Yi Xian get out of the car, and the others also got out one after another. The surroundings were desolate and there was nothing. The 10th to 16th carriages were also in a mess. On the car window glass, one can see randomly splattered blood, white brain matter, and scattered limbs and arms. It is like hell on earth. Su Mingly looked at this scene and sighed. Is this the price of spiritual energy revival? If possible, I would rather continue to be a nobody like before. After hearing what Su Mingly said, Yi Xian held her hand and said, Don't sigh. No one has a choice in this matter. Your talent is not a mistake, but the hope of mankind. Su Mingly is very kind. Before the revival of spiritual energy, she was a little unknown and a little stupid, and was often bullied. After the revival of spiritual energy, she awakened her SSS level talent, was valued by everyone, and became a child of destiny. It can be said that the revival of spiritual energy changed her destiny, and she was very happy about it for a time. However, after seeing this scene with her own eyes today, she would rather her fate had not changed and her spiritual energy had not revived. In that case, although she might not be as glorious as she is now, at least so many people would not have died. At this moment, Yi Xian looked at Su Mingly with a complicated feeling in his heart. If the spiritual energy does not revive, Su Mingly will always be the ordinary Su Mingly. Then, after being reborn, will I try my best to help her, like a dog, to gain her favorability? Yi Xian knew the answer very well. As expected, compared to Mingly, he was just a mortal and could not be so noble. Chapter 91 Worship. Next, Yi Xian and his group waited for rescue. After all, there was no village or shop nearby. With so many people, it's impossible for them to leave on foot, right? Therefore, Lin Su had already said on the phone that he would arrange for rescue. At the Awakener Academy at Magic City University, Yi Shui came to Lin Su's office carrying Xiaohong. Because pets were not allowed on the high-speed train, Xiaohong was left behind by Su Mingly and asked to be taken care of by Yi Shui. Lin Su said, Advisor Yi, your brother and Su Mingly were attacked by a strange beast on their way to Jiangcheng. I've already spoken to them on the phone, so don't worry. Yi Shui's face suddenly became nervous, and her hands involuntarily grabbed Xiaohong's hair. Are they okay? Lin Su shook his head and said, They are fine. They are the 2 pillars of our Awakener Academy. How could something happen to them? I'm just telling you to inform your parents that if they don't arrive in Jiangcheng on time, don't worry, they'll arrive later. Yi Shui finally relaxed, and slowly smoothed Xiaohong's hair with her right hand. Xiaohong had a face full of resentment. Yi Xian and his group waited for more than 3 hours, and finally several buses drove over from the nearby provincial road. Everyone got on the train one after another, and then a smile of surviving a disaster appeared on their faces. After all, the crisis they encountered on the train this time was not small. The entire train has 16 carriages, and there are a total of 1,600 people, not counting the crew. There are only more than 80 people alive now, and the mortality rate of over 90% is quite high. Of course, they will say what needs to be said about everything that happened on the train, and let the things that shouldn't be said go. Not to mention others, just take by Zhongming's death.
Although it was Yi Xian's order, it was they who took action.
Some of them directly participated in the murder process, while others participated in whipping the corpse. None of them were much better.
No one wanted their evil deeds to be exposed to the sun. And when faced with such danger, who would care if 1 or 2 people accidentally died?
The buses were moving forward according to their different destinations. Because their speed was much slower than that of the high-speed trains, and coupled with the waiting time, they did not arrive in Zhangcheng until after 8 o'clock in the evening, which was supposed to be around 3 or 4 o'clock. It was already late, and it was not appropriate for Su Mingly to visit her parents at this time. Therefore, she first sent Yi Xian home, and she herself, as usual, lived with Yi Shui. Although she and Yi Xian have confirmed their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend, they are still in college and are still far from getting married, so it is naturally impossible for her to live in Yi Xian's house openly. In the Yi family villa, Yi Xian sat on the sofa with a pale face and weak body. Lin Xiaozhu looked at her son and said, "What's wrong with you? Why do you look so sick?" Yi Xian said weakly, "I ran into some trouble earlier. I was exhausted and a little tired. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." Lin Xiaozhu felt sorry for her son and said, "Then sit for a while. I'll make you some chicken soup. Drink it and go to bed early." Yi Xian nodded and said nothing. He knew very well that the weakened state of the 8 gates ninjutsu was mandatory, and even chicken soup would not have any effect. However, since his mother was worried about him, he might as well drink it. The next morning, Su Mingly came to see Yi Xian. "Are you feeling better?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I'm fine to begin with. I just overexerted myself. I'll be fine in a few days." Su Mingly nodded and said, "I'm going to the North Suburb Cemetery today. You're so weak, just rest at home." Yi Xian stood up and said, "I'm fine, I'll go with you." "But..." "No buts, help me walk." Yi Xian did not forget his mission. He accompanied Su Mingly to pay homage to her parents. Who knew if leaving Mingly alone would affect the completion of the mission? Besides, Yi Xian is not sick now, and he is not feeling uncomfortable. He just feels that he has no strength in his body. He can definitely accompany Su Mingly. In addition, Yi Xian went to the cemetery alone to visit his deceased parents. He hoped that with him by her side, she would not be so sad. Seeing Yi Xian's firm attitude, Su Mingly had no choice but to help Yi Xian out. As for Yi Xian's parents, they also had no objection to this. Although Yi Xian was weak, Su Mingly had lost her parents. Even though those parents were not worthy of being called parents, Su Mingly was very fragile at this moment and needed company. Half an hour later, Yi Xian and Su Mingly appeared at Nanshan Cemetery, and then Su Mingly saw the tombstones of Su Guodong and Zhang Xiulan. Although the two had a complete falling out and divorced during their lifetime, after their death, they were buried together after consultation with their relatives. On the tombstone, it is written, "Tomb of loving father Zhang Guodong and loving mother Zhang Xiulan." A line of small characters on the left side writes the time when the tombstone was erected, and 2 lines of small characters on the right side write the birth and death dates of Su Guodong and Zhang Xiulan. Su Mingly stared at the tombstone for a while, then slowly knelt down. "Dad, Mom, you gave birth to me and raised me. Now you have returned to dust. No matter what happened, it is all in the past. Your daughter is here to see you." Yi Xian sighed after listening to Su Mingly's words. He knew that Su Guodong and his wife were not Su Mingly's biological mother, but he did not tell Su Mingly about this. Su Mingly must have some guesses about the death of Su Guodong and his wife. In order to protect Su Mingly's growth, the Awakener Academy killed these 2 people. Although Su Mingly was a little sad, that was all. After all, the grace of raising her for more than 10 years would not be wiped out just like that. However, if Su Mingly knew that this couple was not her biological parents, she would probably feel sad and guilty. If you give birth to a child but don't raise him or, you can return it even if you cut off your fingers. If you give birth to a child and raise him or, you can return it even if you cut off your head. But if you raise him or before giving birth, it will be difficult to return it in this life. The kindness of adoptive parents to their children is indeed greater than heaven. Before their divorce, although Su Guodong and his wife were not particularly good to Su Mingly, they did fulfill their parental obligations, providing her with food, clothing, and education. This is undeniable. Because of this, even though Su Mingly's parents had been so excessive before, Yi Xian never thought of touching them, but instead solved the problem with money.
Even if someone really wants to do something to them, someone else has to do it.
He doesn't want to leave any flaws or stains in Su Mingly's heart.
Chapter 92 Accident.
The dead are the greatest. Now that Su Guodong and his wife have just died, Su Mingly no longer has that much resentment towards them. As time goes by, perhaps Su Mingly will forget the ugly side of her parents and only remember how much they loved her when she was a child. People's memories will gradually beautify the memories of some of the deceased. One day in the future, when it is late at night and everyone is asleep, she will suddenly miss her parents. Perhaps, she would blame the person who caused her to lose her parents. Then, naturally, Lin Su and the Awakener Academy would take the blame, and Yi Xian would not be blamed at all. At this moment, Yi Xian could also understand why Su Guodong and his wife had gone so far before. Su Mingly knelt in front of the tombstone with tears in her eyes, talking about some things from her childhood. After a while, she talked about some things that happened when she was in Shanghai University. She faced the tombstone, shared her joys and sorrows, and seemed to be much more relaxed. More than half an hour later, a system notification sounded beside Yi Xian's ears. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of worshipping parents and receiving the reward of the Dragon and Phoenix pendant. Yi Xian's mind moved, and the Dragon and Phoenix pendants appeared in his hands. These Dragon and Phoenix pendants, one is a dragon pendant, the other is a phoenix pendant. They look very beautiful, like flawless jade. Even without the teleportation function, it is still considered the best among jadeite, worthy of being a product of the system.
Then, Yi Xian stepped forward and said, "Mingly, it's almost time, let's go back."
After hearing this, Su Mingly wiped her tears and said to the tombstone, "I don't know if you will worry about me, I will just assume that you will. You can rest assured that with Yi Xian by my side, I will live a happy life.
I will come to see you next time."
After leaving the cemetery, Yi Xian took out the Dragon and Phoenix pendant and said, "Mingly, I have a gift for you."
Su Mingly looked at the pair of Dragon and Phoenix pendants and asked, "Are they a pair?"
Yi Xian affirmed, "That's right, and they also have very magical abilities. You will know later.
I will put them on for you."
Naturally, she would not refuse Yi Xian's gift. She lowered her head slightly and asked Yi Xian to help her hang the Phoenix pendant around her neck.
Yi Xian also hung the dragon pendant around his neck. This was the first pair of couple jewelry for the two.
Then, Su Mingly sent Yi Xian back home. Although the worship of his parents was completed, Yi Xian was still weak and not suitable for the long bumpy journey. Therefore, Su Mingly decided to stay in Jiangqing for a few days, wait until Yi Xian's body recovered completely, and then return to Magic City University. In the next 2 days, Su Mingly came to accompany Yi Xian during the day and went back to Yi Shue's place at night. That night, Su Mingly had dinner at Yi Xian's house and then returned to Yi Shue's large flat. She had just eaten hot pot at Yi Xian's house, and because she was not wearing a wide-sleeved fairy dress, she sweated a lot. So, after returning, she went to the bathroom and originally planned to take a shower. However, there is a huge bathtub in the bathroom, which Yi Shue bought for herself. It has a constant temperature function and looks very high-end.
Su Mingly had never tried this kind of high-end looking bathtub.
After she filled it with water, she saw some flower petals and other things in the bathroom. She filled the bathtub with flower petals, then took off all her clothes and lay down in the bathtub. The water temperature was very suitable, and there were beautiful rose petals all around.
Su Mingly lay in it, smelling the pleasant floral fragrance, and lying there happily.
She placed one hand on the phoenix pendant on her chest, with a comfortable expression on her face, and her mind began to wander. A young girl in love, while taking a bath, can't do anything else, except thinking about her lover. What else can she do?
She is thinking of Yi Xian, it can't be anyone else.
She wondered if, after they got married, they would bathe in this tub together.
Would they do anything else while bathing?
How many children would Yi Xian and she have in the future? Su Mingly, who was daydreaming, did not notice that the phoenix pendant in her hand gradually released a ray of white light, enveloping her body.
The next second, there was no one in the bathtub, only roses were floating in the water.
In Yi Xian's bedroom, he was lying on the bed, looking at his mobile phone, when he suddenly felt his arm sink. Then, he saw Su Mingly, naked, appear beside him.
This doesn't seem right.
Her body seemed to be dotted with a few rose petals, like mosaics in anime, covering some key parts. She was still wet, obviously having been in the shower just a second ago. Yi Xian was stunned. Mingly's figure was even better than he had imagined. Her whole body was as white and glowing as Snow White. Yi Xian could hardly take his eyes off her.
Su Mingly was also shocked.
She didn't know how this could happen. After being stunned for a few seconds, she let out a piercing scream, "Ah!" It's true that Su Mingli likes Yi Xian, but the two of them are far from that stage. Besides, she was not mentally prepared enough. How could she not scream when he suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian like this? Yi Xian was stunned for a few seconds, but before he could say anything, there was a knock on the door. Lin Xiaoju's voice rang out, "What's wrong with my son? What happened?" Su Mingli was also startled when she heard the knock on the door and looked at Yi Xian in panic. She didn't want to appear in front of Yi Xian's parents like this, that would be too embarrassing. Yi Xian also reacted and immediately said, "Come in quickly." Su Mingli reacted quickly and shrank into the quilt, hiding her snow-white and charming body inside. Then, Yi Xian said to the outside of the door, "Mom, I'm fine, come in." Although Yi Xian could not see the snow-white body of his beloved at this moment, the touch was more intuitive. In order to avoid being exposed, Su Mingli stuck close to Yi Xian, so that no one from outside could tell that they were two people. In this way, the soft flesh on Su Mingli's body naturally pressed tightly against Yi Xian, and Yi Xian could clearly feel the amazing elasticity contained in that softness. Then, the bedroom door opened and Lin Xiaoju walked in, looking worried. "Are you really okay? I just heard some screaming, and it didn't sound right." Seeing his mother trying to get to the bottom of the matter, Yi Xian could only defend himself. "Sorry, Mom, I was watching that kind of movie just now, and I got so excited that my headphones fell off." Lin Xiaoju suddenly understood after hearing this, and then she continued, "You're still young, why don't you learn something? Reading too much of this stuff is bad for your health. If you can't handle Mingly in the future, I wonder what you'll do." Under the covers, Su Mingli listened to her future mother-in-law's words with an embarrassed look on her face. What was she saying? It was as if she was finding it so difficult to cope with it. Chapter 93, Unable to Cope. Yi Xian immediately said, "Okay, I understand, Mom. Please go out. I'm tired and want to rest." Lin Xiaoju glared at Yi Xian and said, "I just remembered that you were so weak before, and you were still thinking about this. How come you are just like your father?" Lin Xiaoju cursed and then went out. The door closed again. Su Mingli, who was hiding under the quilt, stuck her head out and looked around. "Is your mother out?" Yi Xian nodded, "Go out." Su Mingli was no longer so panicked at this moment. After all, her body was already hidden in the quilt. Besides, she had already identified Yi Xian. She was just scared before, but now that she had calmed down, she felt that it was nothing. After all, this is something that will happen sooner or later, and there will be even more outrageous things in the future. What the hell just happened? How did I end up here? I remember I was clearly taking a shower. Yi Xian pointed to the dragon pendant on his neck and said, "Because of this jade pendant, they have magical effects. When we think of each other, we will be teleported to each other." After hearing this, Su Mingli looked a little unhappy. "So, you never thought about me, and I was the one thinking about you, right?" Yi Xian didn't expect Su Mingli's focus to be here. He immediately explained, "I'm too weak. Even if I miss you, I can't trigger this jade pendant." Su Mingli then turned from anger to joy and said, "From now on, you must miss me more than I miss you." Yi Xian immediately said, "I promise." Next, Su Mingli changed her position and lay in Yi Xian's arms, saying, "It's getting late, go to bed early." Yi Xian felt his girlfriend's soft body and his heart was moved. "You are not going back?" Su Mingli had already closed her eyes. "I'm not wearing any clothes now, do you want me to leave wrapped in a sheet?" "Then we." Su Mingli smiled slightly. "What do you mean by we? Have you forgotten what your mother said just now? Can you handle me in your current state?" Yi Xian also reacted immediately. He was so excited that he forgot one thing. He was still in the weak period of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. He had no strength in his whole body. Not to mention a real fight, it would be very difficult for him to turn over and press Su Mingli under him. He would not pose any threat to Su Mingli at all. No wonder Su Mingli would lie in his arms with peace of mind. In addition to the fact that she had determined Yi Xian, it was also because Yi Xian was powerless now. Therefore, Su Mingli was not worried at all. Of course, since Su Mingli was here, Yi Xian couldn't help but take advantage of her. He put his right hand on the big white rabbit. Although Su Mingli blushed, she didn't stop him. Yi Xian couldn't help but think of the nursery rhyme, "The little white rabbit is so white, with 2 ears standing up, jumping around. It's so cute, and it's so elastic, no wonder it can jump around." Yi Xian was extremely regretful at this moment. If he had known that something like this would happen today, he would not have used the 8 gates when facing the Insect King.
Wouldn't it be great if I could just use the max level experience card and kill the other party instantly? Now, maybe I can do what I should and shouldn't do. Wait, a max level experience card? I wonder if the effect of the max level experience card can cover the weakening effect of the 8 gates. Thinking about it, Yi Xian said in his heart, "System, if I use the full level experience card, can my body recover?" If the host uses the full level experience card, the weakening effect can be overridden. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Then what are you waiting for? Use the max level experience card immediately? The system said again, "Host, are you sure you want to use the full level experience card?" The full level experience card lasts for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, it will expire and the host will return to a weak state. When the system said this, Yi Xian felt as if he had been poured with a bucket of cold water. 10 minutes? What could he accomplish in 10 minutes? Mingly is still a girl, so for the first time, she must be gentle, right? She must have enough time to create the atmosphere, right? By the time everything falls into place and really begins, maybe 7 or 8 minutes have passed, leaving only 1 or 2 minutes left. After a minute or two, the effect of the full level experience card ended, and I fell into a weak state, unable to recover. If this was true, then my first experience with Mingly was too bad, right? Wouldn't that really prove what his mother just said, that he couldn't deal with Su Mingly? How could Yi Xian, a man of integrity, endure such humiliation? At this moment, Yi Xian had already imagined a scene in his mind. After the full level experience card ended, he collapsed there powerlessly. Su Mingly looked at him with disdain. "Auntie is right, you are really useless." The more Yi Xian thought about it, the scarier it became. He hurriedly put the scene behind him and comforted himself, "It's okay. It's mine. Sooner or later, it will be mine. Mingly can't run away. I'll find another opportunity later." Yi Xian completely let go of his lustful thoughts. Due to his weak body, he soon fell into a deep sleep. Su Mingly also closed her eyes. At around 5 o'clock, Su Mingly woke up. She looked at Yi Xian, who was still sleeping, kissed him on the face, then got up and started to get dressed. Of course, she came here when she was taking a shower, and there were no clothes of hers in the bedroom, so she could only wear Yi Xian's clothes first. There was nothing wrong with Yi Xian's clothes, except that they were too tight around her chest, making her feel a little uncomfortable. However, at this time, Su Mingly couldn't care less. If it was any later, Yi Xian's parents would come and call Yi Xian to get up, and then she wouldn't be able to leave. Therefore, she put on Yi Xian's clothes, sneaked out of the bedroom, and then tiptoed out of the Yi family villa. At around 8 o'clock, Yi Xian woke up and found Mingly was gone. Yi Xian felt a little lost. He had missed such a precious opportunity. He was so unlucky. Next time, Mingly will definitely not accidentally activate the teleportation while taking a shower. What a pity. He glanced at his phone and saw a text message from Mingly saying that he had returned to Yi Shue's large flat. He was so weak that he could do nothing but wait for food and clothing to be provided. At this moment, in a motel, 3 men and 1 woman were discussing something together, and one of them was Yizhen, whose hand had been chopped off by Yi Xian. Yizhen's hand was ultimately unable to be reattached. At this moment, a titanium alloy hook was embedded in the position of his right hand, which looked very domineering. Chapter 94 Revenge. Yizhen took a completely different path from his previous life. Because he had a broken hand, even though he had an A-level talent, his own value was greatly affected. On the other hand, the conversation between Yizhen and Yi Xian was also spread by Yi Shue. Yizhen, who had just awakened, no longer cared about the lives of ordinary people. He even said it openly and did it. As a result, no university dared to accept him. Therefore, Yizhen had completely cut off all connection with the Awakener Academy of the university, but when he was most desperate, someone found him. The spiritual energy revived, and the world changed. Since the revival of the spiritual energy, all kinds of evil demons have come out and made trouble. In Jiangcheng, there is such an organization, called Zenkamen. Zenkamen was established on the eve of the official announcement of the revival of spiritual energy, and its initiator was a self-awakened person. He gathered a group of people who had awakened on their own and established the Jinchi sect. His original intention was to fight against strange beasts. At the same time, he cooperated with the official to carry out some tasks in exchange for rewards. At the beginning, there was no problem with Zenkamen, but later, the founder of Zenkamen got into trouble, and Zenkamen changed its leader. From then on, the nature of the Jinchi sect gradually changed, and they became a group of lunatics who would stop at nothing for resources and interests.
Yizhen, a proud and conceited awakener, had one hand chopped off, was pessimistic and world-weary, and possessed the A-level talent of the heart of the earth. Such a person was the perfect fit for the Zhengqi sect. In order to gain Yizhen's loyalty, Zenkaman arranged several people to help Yizhen kill his enemies, Yixian's family. Today, they are planning how to act. The only woman among the four said, Yizhen, we in the Zhengqi sect never mistreat our own people.
Let's take action tonight.
Once we have them and their family under control, you can do whatever you want to them. I guarantee you'll vent your anger. After hearing what the woman said, Yizhen used his remaining left hand to stroke the titanium hook on his right arm and said word by word, I'm going to torture their whole family to death to vent my anger.
The woman smiled and said, that's absolutely no problem. I bribed their nanny and got a lot of information. Coincidentally, his son returned a few days ago, and he was reportedly injured and very weak, so he poses no threat to us. The only pity is that their eldest daughter is not here, so we can't send her off with him. Yizhen sneered and said, then let Yishui live a few more days. Sooner or later, I will not let them go. The woman continued, then let's take action tonight. I'll take action first, leaving them powerless to resist. Everything else will be easy to handle. This woman's nickname in Zenkaman is Black Widow. Her ability is poison, and her ability strength is B-level. When she activates her ability, she can release a strange fragrance. This fragrance can paralyze a person's body, making them unable to move and at the mercy of others. Even those who are awakened will be affected to a certain extent. It is very practical. As for the other two, they were just acting as thugs. One of them was muscle enhanced, and the other was a power king. Their abilities were reflected in pure strength, which was used to scout Yizhen's formation and ensure that this operation was foolproof. As night fell, Su Mingli lay on the bed in Yishui's large apartment, wearing pajamas. However, after lying alone for a while, she felt lonely. Sleeping alone was far less comfortable than sleeping in Yixian's arms. Or, teleport over and sleep with Yixian? If Yixian was alive and well, Su Mingli really wouldn't dare to go over so easily. She was afraid that Yixian would do something bad. There were some things she was not prepared for. However, Yixian is now weak and fragile, and has no ability to do anything bad. She can sleep with Yixian without worrying about being eaten. After making this decision, Su Mingli began to wait. It was a little early now. What if Yixian was in the living room? Wouldn't he be caught by his uncle and aunt? Wait a little later, after 10 o'clock, Yixian will definitely be teleported over alone in the bedroom, so there is nothing to worry about. Finally, at 10 o'clock, Su Mingli held the phoenix pendant in her hand, thinking of Yixian silently in her heart. The next second, she felt dizzy, and then the scene in front of her eyes changed rapidly. She also came from her bedroom to Yixian's bedroom. The moment Su Mingli appeared, Yixian and Su Mingli looked at each other. After a moment of hesitation, Yixian asked, "Why are you here again?" Su Mingli suddenly said with some displeasure, "You don't like me coming? Then I'll leave?" When Yixian saw this, he hurriedly grabbed Su Mingli's arm and pulled gently, and Su Mingli was immediately pulled into his arms. Su Mingli was just pretending, she didn't really want to leave. Otherwise, given Yixian's current powerless state, it would be impossible for him to pull her away easily. Then, Yixian hugged Su Mingli and said, "Of course I like it, but it's a little unexpected." After hearing this, Su Mingli put her head close to Yixian's chest and said, "I no longer have parents. I live alone in Sister Yishui's house. Without you by my side, I feel too lonely, so I came here." After hearing this, Yixian hugged Su Mingli tighter and said, "Don't worry, I'm here with you. I will always be with you and will never leave." Su Mingli nodded, and then her breathing gradually became steady and she soon fell asleep. Yixian looked at Su Mingli's beautiful face and the faint smile on her face, and said silently in his heart, "Mingli, I will protect the smile on your face." "I definitely will." Thinking about this, Yixian was about to fall asleep, but at this moment, he heard a loud bang. The sound came from the door of the villa, as if the door of the villa was knocked down by an armored vehicle, and the noise was very loud. Su Mingli, who had just fallen asleep, was suddenly woken up. She opened her eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" Yixian's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Something must have happened. Let's go out and take a look." When Su Mingli heard that something had happened, her expression changed. She immediately supported Yixian and they went out together to check the situation. Yixian and Su Mingli had just left the house, and the lights in the living room were turned on. Yi Qingzong and Lin Xiaozhua also came out to check the situation.
Yi Qingzong and his wife and Yi Xian, the young couple, suddenly stared at each other.
Chapter 95, Moderation.
Lin Xiaozhu looked at the beautiful and sexy Su Mingly in pajamas and asked in surprise, Mingly, why are you here?
Su Mingly's face suddenly turned red.
Although she and Yi Xian did not have any substantial relationship, sleeping in the same bed was something that couldn't be more real. Now that Yi Xian's parents had caught them, it was too embarrassing. Lin Xiaozhu saw Su Mingly's blushing face and immediately understood what was going on. She rolled her eyes at Yi Qingzong and said, as expected of your son, he's just like you.
Even though he's so weak, he still hasn't forgotten about this.
No wonder I can't make chicken soup for him every day, but it can help him recover. Yi Xian immediately said, Mom, it's not what you think.
I'm so weak right now, what can we do? Mingly is worried that I'll be lonely, so she came to keep me company. Not only Lin Xiaozhu didn't believe this, even Yi Qingzong didn't believe it.
Yi Qingzong smiled and said, all right, you don't need to explain anything.
We are all very satisfied with Mingly. We have nothing to say about you two being together. It's just that you are so weak now. Young man, you should be more restrained.
Yi Xian was also helpless. He had clearly done nothing.
Why should he be restrained? What was he restraining? He was about to explain something when he heard another loud bang, followed by a cold voice, Yi Qingzong, Yi Xian, get out here and die.
In the living room, Yi Xian's expression changed slightly, it's that little bastard Yizhen.
Lin Xiaozhu's expression changed, what should we do now?
Yi Xian said calmly, it's okay.
Mingly is here.
Even if Yizhen gets some opportunities, it's nothing.
Besides, I'm here. Yi Qingzong said, you? You can hardly even kill a chicken now. Just look at me. Yi Qingzong said this and went to his study.
A few minutes later, he came out with a sword.
Yi Xian was surprised and asked, Dad, you can also wield a sword?
Yi Qingzong danced a sword flower with his sword, and then said proudly, if I hadn't married your mother, you might have made it to the national martial arts team now. Lin Xiaozhu was not to be outdone.
She went to the kitchen and got a kitchen knife.
Then she looked at her husband, son, and daughter-in-law and said, let's go together as a family and fight this Yizhen.
If he dares to hurt my family, I'll chop him into pieces.
Next, the family walked out of the living room in a proud and heroic manner, and then came to the yard of the villa. The yard was brightly lit, just like daytime.
A nanny also came out.
She walked up to Yizhen and the others and said, I took your money and provided you with information.
I won't be involved in what happens next. Can I leave now?
Yizhen taunted, all right, go away. The nanny thought Yizhen would really let her go, as if she had been pardoned, and hurried out. However, she had only taken a few steps when the person with the muscle-strengthening talent suddenly caught up with her and punched the nanny on the head. The nanny's head exploded like a watermelon, and she fell to the ground, lifeless. Then, Yizhen taunted him, idiot, you know so much already. How could I possibly let you go? You're completely clueless. Yi Xian looked at Yizhen and said, I haven't seen you for a month, and you seem to have made some progress. But who gave you the courage to appear before me? Yizhen said coldly, Yi Xian, don't be arrogant.
I am no longer the same person I was before.
I brought 3 friends here today to make your whole family suffer a fate worse than death. Yi Qingzong said coldly, little beast, you are just like your father, a beast with a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs.
Let me teach you a lesson.
As Yi Qingzong spoke, he rushed forward with his sword in hand. However, he had not taken a few steps when he suddenly felt his body go limp and he fell to his knees on the ground. He could not hold the sword steadily and it fell to the side. Seeing this, Lin Xiaozhu cursed, you're completely useless.
Watch me.
Lin Xiaozhu also rushed forward with a kitchen knife. When she reached Yi Qingzong's side, she also suddenly felt weak all over, her limbs became limp, and she also fell beside Yi Qingzong.
Lin Xiaozhu was suddenly embarrassed.
She had just scolded her husband for being useless, and now she was following in his footsteps. Yi Xian's expression changed, Dad, Mom, are you okay? Yi Qingzong smiled bitterly and said, nothing's wrong, I just feel weak all over.
Maybe I'm scared.
After hearing this, Yi Xian looked at Su Mingly and said, Mingly, I leave these people to you. Su Mingly nodded, and with a thought, a red lotus of karma fire appeared around her body. Then, mythical beasts such as the vermilion bird, fire phoenix, fire qilin, and 3-legged golden crow appeared above the karma fire red lotus. The fire phoenix flew out and landed in front of Lin Xiaozhu and Yi Qingzong, protecting them both.
Su Mingly's move made the people from Zenkamen look pale. Black Widow frowned and asked, "What's going on? Why is there an awakener?"
Their target was Yi Xian's family, and they were sure that Yi Xian was in poor health.
As for Su Mingly, they knew nothing at all. After all, she was an SSS level awakener, so the level of confidentiality was still very high.
Except for Su Mingly's classmates at the time and the staff of the university admissions office, no one else knew about it. The current Su Mingly is not yet the future Red Lotus Empress, so very few people know her. After hearing what the Black Widow said, Yijin said coldly, "So what if she does?
Isn't it enough to just beat her to death?"
As Yijin spoke, he strode towards Su Mingly. The development of his abilities had also improved a lot, although his progress was not as good as that of the students at Magic City University. However, as an A-level ability user, his development level has exceeded 5% at this moment, and he can easily use some of the abilities of the Heart of the Earth. Yijin was seen running forward wildly, hitting the ground heavily. Several stones were knocked into the air and flew towards Su Mingly with great force.
Su Mingly directly controlled the fire Qilin and flew towards the stones.
The stone and the fire unicorn collided with each other, and then the fire unicorn disappeared into thin air. However, when the stones flew over, they turned into flints burning with blazing flames. They flew towards Yijin and others at a faster speed. Yijin was unable to dodge and was hit by a piece of flint. The power of the flint was not very great, but the flame burning on it was too terrifying. The scorching flames melted his clothes instantly, and then stuck to his belly.
Then, the flesh on his belly also melted quickly.
The flint embedded itself directly into his body, burning several of his internal organs in his abdomen before the flames finally died out. However, Yijin's internal organs were burned away, and stones replaced them and were embedded in his abdomen. The pain can be imagined. He struggled violently and wailed. After more than 10 seconds, he completely stopped moving.
Chapter 96 Awakener Forum. Black Widow and the other two awakened ones were all shocked. Their strength was not much stronger than Yijin.
Yijin was killed in an instant.
How strong could they be? Moreover, Su Mingly's ability is so overbearing, and her level is obviously very high. It is simply impossible for them to compete with her.
Therefore, the three of them looked at each other and decided to escape.
Unfortunately, Su Mingly was not going to give them this opportunity.
Su Mingly is sometimes indecisive, but at critical moments, she can be decisive and ruthless. Because these people threatened Yi Xian's safety and the safety of his future parents-in-law. It is impossible for her and Yi Xian to stay in Jiangcheng forever.
What if these people come back and hurt her parents-in-law after she and Yi Xian return to Magic City University?
Not to mention how she feels, her beloved boy must be very sad, right? Therefore, we must not let these people escape.
We must eradicate them completely.
Next, the vermilion bird, the three-legged golden crow, and the fire phoenix that had previously protected Yi Xian's parents, each chased after the three people at an extremely fast speed. The red lotus fire bombarded the three people and then suddenly burned.
There is no need to talk about the Black Widow.
Her abilities were completely defeated by Su Mingly. Her poison gas could not enter Su Mingly's body at all and would be eliminated by the red lotus karma fire. But she could not resist Su Mingly's flames, and her body instantly vaporized and disappeared completely. As for the other two ability users, one is muscle enhanced and the other is the king of strength. Although their physical strength is not bad, they are far behind the level of the red lotus karma fire. A strong physique only makes them more resistant to burning as fuel. Muscle enhancement burned for 5 seconds, and Power King burned for 8 seconds, and then they also turned into ashes and completely disappeared from the world.
Black Widow's ability is time limited.
It is only effective when she is alive. It will be ineffective when she dies. Therefore, once the Black Widow died, Yi Qingzong and Lin Xiaozhu both regained their ability to move.
They stared at this scene in amazement. "Mingly, is this your ability? It's really amazing."
Yi Xian said proudly, "Of course, Mingly's talent is among the best in the world." After hearing this, Yi Qingzong looked at him with disdain. "Look at Mingly, and then look at yourself.
Isn't the gap too big?"
Yi Xian was immediately dissatisfied and said, "Actually, I am also very strong, but I was injured these days and I am a little weak." Su Mingly also said, "That's right, Yi Xian is actually stronger than me, he is just injured."
Yi Qingzong smiled and said, "Okay, Mingly, you don't have to speak for him. As parents, would we despise our son even if he is weak? There's no need for you to flatter him."
Lin Xiaozhu also said, "That's right.
We are all very open-minded. In modern society, what's wrong with women being stronger than men? Isn't it normal?"
Anyway, we have decided on you as our daughter-in-law. From now on, we can live here openly. No need to be sneaky. Su Mingly had no way to defend herself in this matter. If she wanted to leave at this time, it would be really an attempt to cover up her guilt. Therefore, she could only say, okay, then I'll bother my uncle and aunt for the next few days. Yi Qingzong smiled and said, don't bother me, what's the bother? Lin Xiaozhu said, by the way, I'll clean up your room tomorrow. You can move to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. The bed there is bigger and the soundproofing is better. When these words were spoken, Su Mingly and Yi Xian were both embarrassed, but Lin Xiaozhu didn't care and went back to the room with her husband. Then, Su Mingly controlled a fire phoenix and pounced on Yi Xian. Yi Xian's body quickly caught fire and was burned to ashes after a few seconds, leaving no trace. Yi Xian watched this scene and said, Mingly, this is your second time killing someone, right? How does it feel? Su Mingly had carried out several missions at Magic City University and killed many strange beasts, but this was only the second time he attacked a human. Killing someone would make one feel somewhat uncomfortable, and Yi Xian wanted to comfort his girlfriend. However, Su Mingly said calmly, I don't feel anything. If they want to hurt you, I will kill them. After hearing Su Mingly's words, Yi Xian felt warm in his heart. It really was worth his efforts. Then, Yi Xian and Su Mingly returned to the room. Because Yi Xian was too weak and it was difficult for him to go upstairs, Su Mingly simply installed a pair of flaming wings on Yi Xian's back. She controlled her flaming wings and carried Yi Xian about half a meter in the air, slowly moving forward, allowing Yi Xian to experience the feeling of flying in the air. After returning to the bedroom, Yi Xian called Lin Su, Dean Lin, Mingly, and I were attacked. Lin Su was surprised, attacked again? Why are you so unlucky? Is it another strange beast this time? No, this time they are awakened ones. One of them is my former enemy, and I don't know the others either. I feel like they are an organization composed of awakened ones. Mingly and I don't have anything to worry about, as we've already taken out everyone who came. I'm just worried that this organization will attack my parents when we return to the academy. After hearing this, Lin Su said, is that so? If so, then I'll leave this matter to you to handle. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, let me solve it? How can I solve it? Lin Su replied, the Hidden Dragon Project is about to start. You and Su Mingly will both be part of the Hidden Dragon Project. You can also get in touch with some things in advance. Later, I will give you a website. The account number is your ID number, and the password is your student ID number. The same goes for Mingly. On that website, you can find a solution to this matter. This can also be considered a test. Yi Xian wanted to ask something, but Lin Su didn't say anything else and just hung up the phone. After a while, Lin Su sent a URL. Yi Xian and Su Mingly talked about it, and then they both logged into the website using their ID numbers and student numbers respectively. Before logging in, there was nothing on the page and nothing could be seen. After logging in, it suddenly became a forum page. At the top of the forum, there were 5 large characters, Awakener Forum. Below them were 3 sections, the task area, the communication area, and the recharge center. Yi Xian casually clicked on the task area and saw the tasks one by one. Lianqing's defense line is in crisis, and we are recruiting a large number of awakened people. There is no limit on their abilities, and rewards will be determined based on their military achievements. A group of mutant bats suddenly appeared in Yanqing, and we are recruiting 10 elemental awakeners. The reward starts from 10 spirit stones per person. There are people in the capital who have awakened their invisibility abilities and are causing chaos in the women's bathhouse and toilets. Looking for people with the ability to restrain them, and you will be rewarded with 30 spirit stones. Chapter 97, Release Mission. Yi Xian took a rough look at the mission area. Most of the missions were to resist strange beasts or deal with some unruly awakeners. Next, he clicked into the communication area. The exchange area seems much more lively, mainly some awakened people sharing their experiences in cultivation. Physical system versus elemental system, which ability is stronger in the later stage? This is the best of times, but also the worst of times. Awakening talent determines destiny. How can you give your child a head start? Unlock ancient techniques and give birth to an S-level genius with the Huangdi Classic Collection. Wang's Barbecue Restaurant is recruiting C-level Fire Awakener barbecue apprentices. We will teach you and assign you a job in 1 month. The communication area is a mixed bag. Some people share their awakened experiences, but most of them are advertising and selling things.
Yi Xian looked at it for a while and suddenly realized, isn't this the survivor forum of later generations?
In his previous life, Yi Xian came across this website many years later. At that time, this forum was no longer called the Awakener Forum. Because of the attacks of strange beasts, more than half of the world's human population has been killed or injured, and the situation is serious. Afterwards, this forum was open to the public and was called the Survivor Forum. The only purpose of the Survivor Forum was to enable more survivors to survive. Now, the situation is not so serious, and this forum seems to be only open to some awakened people with strength or potential. Therefore, Yi Xian and Su Mingly were able to access this forum in advance. Now it has not been renamed and the content is quite rich. Yi Xian also understood why Lin Su asked him to solve this problem.
There is a recharge center on the Awakener Forum.
The recharge center corresponds to spirit stones.
One spirit stone represents 1 point. Spirit stones and points can be exchanged with each other. If anyone wants to post a task, they can do so directly using points. As long as they give enough spirit stones, there will definitely be many people who are interested. By then, it will be easy for Yi Xian to find out the identity of the people who attacked him. Then, Yi Xian directly opened the recharge center. Since it concerned the safety of his parents, he could not afford any delay. At the recharge center, you can fill in the recharge amount at will, but the recharged points will not be credited to your account until 24 hours later. At the same time, after clicking on recharge, the relevant personnel will collect the relevant spirit stones within 24 hours. If you are unable to pay the spirit stones and maliciously impersonate someone, your account will be banned and you will not be able to log into the Awakener Forum in the future, eliminating the possibility of fraud. Yi Xian has the star ornament and has no shortage of spirit stones. Moreover, the points on the Awakener Forum are valuable before the human order completely collapses. Therefore, Yi Xian was not worried that the spirit stones would be wasted. He directly recharged 500 points and then left the forum. Before the points arrived, Yi Xian could not publish the task. At this time, Su Mingly said, "The dean asked us to use this forum to issue tasks to solve this problem?" Yi Xian nodded and said, "That's right, but the dean's purpose should not be just this. The Awakener Forum may also be related to the Qianlong project. Once the points arrive, we'll issue a mission to confirm the group's base and strength. If they can handle it, once I recover, we'll solve it together." Yi Xian's identity in his previous life was not high enough, and during this period of time, he had no contact with the Awakener Forum, let alone the Qianlong project. However, through some previous events, Yi Xian could roughly judge the purpose of the country's announcement of the Qianlong plan. Yi Xian casually flipped through the current Awakener Forum and could see that most of the people in the forum were self-awakeners. According to the batches of Awakened Spirit Ball Awakeners, their abilities are generally not developed to a high enough level, and they are not yet qualified to take on these tasks. Most of the resources these autonomous Awakeners obtained from completing their own tasks were distributed to the academic faction. They were quite dissatisfied in their hearts, but did not show it out due to the interests of the country. However, the higher-ups would not allow such emotions to accumulate. As for the Qianlong project, on the one hand, the top management will focus on training a group of elite core figures from the academic school. On the other hand, it will also allow the elites from the academic school to demonstrate their strength in this Awakener Forum. Let the awakened people of the Jianghu faction see how fast the core and elites of these academic schools are growing, and how limitless their future will be. In this way, both sides can live in harmony and jointly resist the monsters. Therefore, if the investigation is thorough this time and the strength of the people behind Yixin is within the controllable range, Yi Xian will personally take action to send them off. There was nothing going on at the forum, so Yi Xian said to Su Mingly, "Mingly, it's getting late, shall we take a break?" Su Mingly had been sleeping in the same bed with Yi Xian for 2 days. She had nothing to be shy about and just lay down next to Yi Xian, resting her head on Yi Xian's arm skillfully. Yi Xian hugged the soft body of the empress, feeling a sense of accomplishment. It was a good thing that Mingly could get used to sleeping with him. Although I'm in a weak state now, 4 of the 8 days have already passed. In another 4 days, I'll be back to full strength. Then, he. The next morning, a courier from Lulutong Express came to see Yi Xian. He was carrying a suitcase and said, "Mr. Yi, you recharged 500 points on the Awakener Forum yesterday. Please pay 500 spirit stones." Yi Xian didn't waste any words and directly handed the box of spirit stones he had prepared to the other party. The courier checked carefully and transferred all the spirit stones into the suitcase he brought with him. Then he left without any further ado.
Before the courier left the house, a notification popped up on Yi Xian's phone. Ding, the 500 points you recharged have arrived.
I wish you a happy life.
Seeing that the points had been credited to his account, Yi Xian immediately posted a task. Investigate the identity, background, strength, location, etc. of an awakened organization in Jiancheng. This is the title of the mission, and inside it are the details of the mission. Yi Xian briefly described the abilities and appearances of those people. The abilities of those people and that woman were poisonous. This was very simple. Yi Xian was also very clear about Yi Xin's abilities. Moreover, Yi Xin was missing one hand, and his left hand had a titanium alloy hook, which was a distinctive feature.
There are a limited number of awakened people in Jiancheng. These people form an organization, and other awakened people must know something about it. It is not difficult to find them.
In order to ensure that everything would go smoothly, Yi Xian, who was also very wealthy, offered a reward of 100 spirit stones. As long as you can provide the specific strength and location of this awakened organization, you will receive a reward of 100 spirit stones.
Chapter 98 Undercover.
In just 2 days, Yi Xian's reward received a response, and someone provided Yi Xian with the location and strength of this group of people. Yi Xian took a rough look and found that he could handle it by himself. As for the location, it was relatively remote, but it was also more convenient for him to take action. Yi Xian had 3 days to confirm the authenticity of this information. If Yi Xian cannot prove that the information provided by the other party is false within 3 days, the other party will receive 100 points, which can be exchanged for spirit stones. There are still 2 days left for Yi Xian to recover from his weak state, so Yi Xian can only wait until his body is fully recovered before he can take action. Another 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Yi Xian's body finally got rid of his weak state. His spirit and energy suddenly changed, and he became completely different. He looked refreshed and full of energy. It was noon, and Yi Xian came to Su Mingly. Mingly, my body has recovered.
Now, let's go find the Jingqi Gate. Su Mingly was also quite happy and said, "You've finally recovered. Let's go."
Then, Yi Xian said hello to his parents, then drove his father's car and took Su Mingly out. More than half an hour later, the car stopped a few kilometers away from a farmhouse. According to the information Yi Xian obtained from the Awakener Forum, all the current staff of this farm stay are members of the Jingqi sect, about 9 people in total. The strongest one, without a doubt, is the owner of this farm stay, who is also an A-level autonomous Awakener. The other party's awakened ability is a level Vajra indestructible body, and the degree of ability development is between 30 and 40%. If the information is true, Yi Xian can deal with it. However, Yi Xian was still cautious. What if the intelligence was not true? What if the opponent's abilities were too advanced and he couldn't handle it? Therefore, Yi Xian parked the car far away and asked Mingly to wait in the car. He walked to the farmhouse to check the situation. If Yi Xian can deal with it, he alone is enough. If he can't deal with it, even if Su Mingly is there, her ability is underdeveloped and she cannot determine the outcome of this battle. At that time, Yi Xian could simply use the dragon and phoenix pendant to teleport away. As for the Jingqi sect, he could only consume spirit stones and directly hire stronger awakeners to deal with them. A few minutes later, Yi Xian arrived at the door of the farmhouse. As soon as he arrived, he saw a young man standing at the door stealthily. When he saw Yi Xian, a look of surprise appeared on his face.
He immediately approached cautiously and said, "You were the one who posted the task on the forum, right?
Investigate the Jingqi sect."
Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. "You are?" "I took on this mission, and I was the one who provided you with the information. Our Jingqi sect was originally founded by the owner of a farmhouse. It's a decent organization of awakened people. Later the boss died fighting against the monster, and Zenkaman was taken over by our chef. This guy is not a good person. Not only did he take possession of our boss's wife, but he also made the Zenkaman a mess. I had been dissatisfied with him for a long time, and when I saw this task on the forum, I immediately accepted it." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian immediately said, "So that's how it is. It seems that this new sect leader is unpopular. Are you sure his ability development rate is between 30% and 40%? The other party affirmed, "I am his subordinate, I am very sure of this." Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "Are there any other threatening people around him? There shouldn't be any left. Besides, I've decided to join the light. My ability is a B-level ground spike, and I'm very good at sneak attacks. I'll attack with you and I'm sure we can take down this guy." "Okay, that's settled then. Afterwards, the trader from Zenkaman brought Yi Xian into the farmhouse.
After walking a few steps, a voice said, "Well, Liuzi, you really have betrayed the sect master."
Liuzi's face changed. Is he discovered by you?
"Brothers, let's work together to kill this guy."
The man hurriedly said, "Don't. I was just joking with you, and you took it seriously? I'm a spy planted by the Awakening Academy of Jiangcheng University."
The former leader of Jingqi sect was good friends with our vice president, but he passed away unexpectedly. After the new leader took over Jingqi sect, it became chaotic and turbulent. We at the Awakener Academy have already decided to wipe out the Jingqi sect, but we didn't expect someone to take action first.
Perfect. Let's all join forces and wipe them out.
Yi Xian felt strange after hearing this. Then how do you prove your identity?
The man pulled out his student ID and said, "This is the proof.
I always carry my student ID with me as a constant reminder.
If you don't believe me, you can call the Awakening College of Jiangcheng University to confirm my identity."
Seeing that the student ID card didn't look fake, Yi Xian said directly, "Okay, I believe you.
Let's go."
Not long after the three of them took a few steps, another person jumped out. Yi Xian recognized this guy.
He was Zhang Yi from Jiangcheng Police Station.
Yi Xian had saved him once before when facing the awakened king crab. Yi Xian looked at him blankly. "Brother Zhang, why are you here?"
Zhang Yi sighed and said, "Don't mention it.
I experienced the king crab incident before, and soon after that I awakened and started doing some awakening-related tasks for your Aunt Wei. Now that the new leader of the Zhengqi sect is suspected of murder, rape and other crimes, I began to go undercover around him, collecting evidence and looking for opportunities. I didn't expect this guy to be so cruel that he actually arranged people to attack you. Now that the evidence is conclusive, I don't have to continue undercover. Let's just attack him together. Even if he's indestructible, we'll beat him to death."
"You two are."
Yi Xian pointed at the two people beside him and said, "They are in the same business as you, both are undercover here." Yi Xian's uneasy feeling grew stronger and stronger. Sure enough, as Yi Xian and his group continued to go deeper, one after another the staff members of the farm stays turned to the light. Some of them came from other more righteous awakening organizations, and some were die-hard fans of the former leader of the Jinchi sect and were very dissatisfied with the new leader. In short, everyone had enough reasons to prove that they were undercover agents. When Yi Xian and his group arrived at the backyard and met the leader of the Jinchi sect, there were already 8 people following Yi Xian. The Jinchi sect originally had 13 people, but Yi Xian killed 4 of them, leaving 9.
And behind Yi Xian, there are already 8 people.
In other words, now the entire Jinchi sect, except for the sect leader, the rest are all undercover agents. What a pity for the sect leader. In the backyard, the current leader of the Jinchi sect was half lying on a recliner, sipping tea. He looked relaxed and contented. Seeing his fellow disciples suddenly come over, the sect leader said dissatisfiedly, "What are you doing? Don't you have anything to do? Wang Taizhu, your time of death has come. Someone like you is unfit to be the leader of the Jinchi sect."
"That's right. Look at the mess you've made of Zenkaman. You deserve to die."
"Master, you've been pretty nice to me since I came here, but excuse me, I'm a police officer." Behind Yi Xian, the 8 undercover agents stepped forward one by one and accused the sect leader Wang Taizhu of wrongdoing.
Wang Taizhu was stunned. "Are you all undercover?"
"That's right," the 8 people said in unison.
Wang Taizhu was furious. He shouted, "I'm going to kill you." Chapter 99 SS Level Heavenly Tyrant Body. Wang Taizhu directly activated his ability.
Suddenly, all the muscles on his body bulged, and his indestructible body was fully activated, and then he attacked the 8 people around him.
These 8 people are not as good as Wang Taizhu in terms of ability level or development degree, otherwise why would they be undercover agents?
They used all kinds of abilities to bombard Wang Taizhu, attacking him but only managed to tear his clothes. Wang Taizhu himself was fine, but instead he attacked the people around him brutally.
Several people were unable to dodge and were directly knocked away.
Fortunately, Wang Taizhu's ability focuses most on defense, and his strength is not very outstanding. Therefore, although he knocked several people away, none of them were seriously injured. Wang Taizhu had a fierce look on his face and was slapping his chest with both hands, like a violent chimpanzee. Activating his Vajra indestructible body, he punched his chest with his fist, making a clanging sound.
"Just a bunch of you losers, you think you can go against me? You're not even worthy enough to tickle me."
After Wang Taizhu Huagang finished speaking, he saw a figure punching towards him. Wang Taizhu was not afraid at all and met the opponent's attack head-on with a punch. The terrifying forces collided, and the shockwave spread out. The ground shook violently and dust flew. Yi Xian didn't move at all, but Wang Taizhu's body flew backwards like a cannonball. Then, Yi Xian jumped up, looked down at Wang Taizhu, and stepped heavily on him.
Wang Taizhu rolled over in a hurry to avoid the kick.
The next second, Yi Xian threw another punch, and Wang Taizhu hurriedly blocked it with his arm. However, Yi Xian's dragon elephant prison body was at a higher level than his, and the difference in development between them was not that big, so he was no match for Yi Xian at all. Wang Taizhu only felt that his body was indestructible, and his arms were numb and sore from the shock. Then, Yi Xian raised his fist again and smashed it down hard, once, twice, 3 times. Wang Taizhu's body was smashed into the ground by Yi Xian's punch after punch, like a piledriver. He looked horrible. His face turned the color of liver, his body was sore, and he could hardly move. Of course, even so, Wang Taizhu is far from death, and he is not even seriously injured. He has an A-level indestructible body and strong defense. Yi Xian is stronger than him, but it is very difficult to kill him. At this moment, Wang Taizhu had a bitter look on his face and said, "Stop fighting.
I admit defeat. Is that okay?"
Afterwards, the 8 people behind Yi Xian came forward with some chains and controlled Wang Taizhu. Wang Taizhu felt sore all over, and he saw that his 8 younger brothers were all acting like villains who had succeeded and were trying to control him.
He couldn't help but feel sad, tears streaming down his face. "I'm just a cook. Do you really need so many undercover agents? You're bullying an honest person." Woo woo woo. The tough guy wept, and everyone looked at him with awe.
Even Yi Xian felt that Wang Taizhu was a little pitiful.
He was just a cook, wasn't he? Sending so many undercover agents was too much of a bully. The Zhengqi sect has been completely destroyed. Except for the sect leader, all the others are undercover agents. Now that the sect leader has been arrested, there is naturally no need to worry about the others. Yi Xian also learned from several undercover agents that the sect leader had originally arranged for undercover agents to cooperate with Yi Xian in his revenge attempt. However, the undercover agents did not want to reveal their identities, so they found excuses to reject Wang Taizhu's arrangement. As a result, the 3 people who went to accompany Yi Xian on the mission were the only 3 who were not undercover agents. In addition, the undercover agents also leaked the actions of Yi Xian and others to the relevant departments in advance. That night, there were actually many awakened people lying in ambush outside. If Su Mingly or Yi Xian were not their opponents, other awakened people would immediately rush up and capture all these people. Therefore, the Zenkaman operation was impossible to succeed from beginning to end, and Yi Xian was just too tragic. If you want to become evil, then so be it. Why not join any other organization? If you join the Zenkaman, which is full of undercover agents, who will die if not you? Afterwards, Yi Xian controlled Wang Taizhu and took Zheng Yi into the car. Yi Xian was ready to hand Wang Taizhu over to the police. As for the others, there was no room on the bus, so they had to find their own way home. Half an hour later, Yi Xian sent Zheng Yi and Wang Taizhu to the police station, and then took Su Mingli home. However, after parking the car, Su Mingli did not get out. "Yi Xian, please take me to Sister Yi Shui." Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. "Why?" Su Mingli reached out and tapped Yi Xian on the forehead. "Your body has recovered. It's not appropriate for me to continue living here." Yi Xian was somewhat unwilling, but Su Mingli reached out and pinched Yi Xian's face. "But what? My birthday just passed, but your birthday hasn't passed yet." Yi Xian was immediately overjoyed. "You mean, after I turn 18? Yi Xian has been protecting Su Mingli all along. He has memories of his previous life and is indeed more mature, but in fact, he is younger than Su Mingli. He hasn't even had his 18th birthday yet and is still a virgin." After hearing what Yi Xian said, Su Mingli blushed and said insincerely, "I didn't say anything. I have something to do, so I'll go back first." After Su Mingli finished speaking, she picked up her bag and got out of the car as if she was running for her life. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was all smiles. It was his 18th birthday, his 18th birthday. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind. "Congratulations, host, your partner Su Mingli's favorability has increased to 90 points, and you have received a talent upgrade. Please keep up the good work, and when the favorability reaches 100, there will be a big surprise waiting for you. Today is really a double happiness for me. It's my 18th birthday, which means I can end my life as a virgin. At the same time, my favorability has reached 90 points, which can be increased again. It feels so good." Yi Xian said directly, promote.
Congratulations to the host, your talent has advanced from the S-level Dragon Elephant Prison body to the SS-level Sky Tyrant body.
Chapter 100 level.
Yi Xian was quite surprised to hear this rather domineering name.
He immediately looked at the information about Song Tian Bati.
Blue Sky Tyrant body, also known as Blue Sky Tyrant blood, its blood is purple and is a great medicine in the world, with the ability to prolong life and heal injuries. The Tyrant body possesses 9 divine forms at the same time, namely the True Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, White Tiger, Phoenix, Qilin, Kuanping, Divine Bell, and Ancestral Body. They are extremely strong and indestructible, and cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth.
They are the embodiment of blood and sin.
Remind the host, as the host's ability has increased, the degree of ability development has decreased.
Please check.
The degree of ability development has decreased, which is within Yi Xian's expectations. After all, the improvement of supernatural powers is equivalent to an increase in the upper limit of potential. However, the energy stored in itself does not change, so the degree of ability development will decrease accordingly. Yi Xian's original ability development rate reached 24%, but now, after his ability has been upgraded to the Heavenly Tyrant body, the ability development rate is only 8%, which is exactly 1/3 of the original rate.
Then, Yi Xian said, System, the development rate of S level and SS level is 3 times different? Yi Xian's strength in his previous life was too low.
As a C-level ability user, apart from some well-known things, Yi Xian didn't know much about many secrets of cultivation. After a moment, the system responded, Host, please explore on your own. Some of the host's props have changed.
Please check.
After hearing this, Yi Xian immediately checked the props. Then, his expression changed again. His own practice progress card was weakened as his own strength increased. The progress card that could originally increase the progress of cultivation by 5% can now only increase the progress by 2% each time it is used due to Yi Xian's improved talent.
Moreover, the restrictions are the same as before.
The practice progress card can only be used once in the range of 1 to 10 or 11 to 20.
This system really doesn't allow any loopholes to be exploited.
Originally, Yi Xian's progress in cultivation was already quite good, and his ability development had reached 24%.
Now, with the improvement of his talent, he has returned to the pre-liberation era in one move.
But then again, although Yi Xian's ability development has decreased, he can feel that his body is filled with some kind of explosive power, which is no worse than before. This Heavenly Tyrant body is indeed quite powerful, and it is worthy of being on par with the ancient holy body. It's a pity that Yi Xian's ability development is still too low, and he is not able to use his 9 divine forms according to Yi Xian's understanding of his own physique. For the Overlord body of the sky, every time the ability development degree increases by 10 points, one will randomly obtain a divine form other than the ancestral body. The ancestral body is the most powerful existence among the 9 divine forms and must be the last to be obtained. Like the Blue Sky Tyrant body and the Dragon Elephant Prison body, every 10% increase in ability will result in a major improvement. Yi Xian has always been envious of the flaming beast above Su Mingli's karmic fire Red Lotus. He believes that once his own abilities are developed, he will also be able to possess various divine forms. Of course, from this point, we can also see the gap between the Blue Sky Tyrant body and the Karma Fire Red Lotus. At least below 10%, Yi Xian cannot use any divine form, but Su Mingli's ability development is only a few percent, and he can already control various divine beasts formed by fire to attack. Improving talent is a good thing, but at the same time, the development of one's own abilities has decreased so much, which makes Yi Xian a little curious about the gap in talents at different levels. In his previous life, as an awakener at the lowest level, he knew too little about these things, so he decided to look for the classification of talent levels in the forum. Afterwards, Yi Xian opened the Awakener forum and started searching through it, ignoring the advertisements and promotional posts. After searching for more than 10 minutes, Yi Xian finally found something useful. This is a post about the power classification of Awakeners. This post has been officially featured, and it obviously makes sense. My name is Bai Xiaoshang, and I am one of the earliest self-awakeners. So far, I have come into contact with thousands of awakeners and sorted out the abilities of awakeners at various levels. Today, I will rank and grade all the awakeners. First, let us talk about the D-level ability awakeners. This level of awakeners is also called semi-awakeners. For an awakener of this level, if his physical abilities are awakened, the strength of his physical abilities may not even reach the limit of an ordinary human body. If it is an awakened elemental ability, such as fire ability, the flame will be difficult to light a cigarette, so the awakeners at this stage can be ignored. The second type is the C-level ability users, whose abilities are developed to 100%, can surpass the limits of the human body and can play their own role even when facing strange beasts. They are called combat soldier level. B-level ability users are the mainstream level of Jianghu awakeners and the backbone of the awakeners. They are numerous and can play a very strong role. When a B-level ability user's ability development reaches 30%, it is equivalent to the C-level limit. When the ability development reaches 100%, it is the general level. A-level ability users are the elites currently selected by the major awakening academies from among the high school students of Daxia. They will be the backbone of the awakeners in the next 10 to 20 years. When the ability development of an A-level ability user reaches 30%, it is equivalent to the limit of B-level. When the ability development reaches 100%, it is the working level. From S-level onwards, the number of awakened people is greatly reduced, and they can be called elites or core people no matter where they are, and each level is about 3 times stronger than the previous one. From S to SSS level, their abilities are developed to the limit and named as City Defense level, National Defense level, and World Savior level respectively. Yi Xian made a comparison and found that his previous S-level development degree was about 20%. In comparison, it should be roughly equivalent to an A-level ability user with an ability development degree of about 80%, barely close to the working level. Of course, Yi Xian also has various other means in trump cards, such as the Great Heavenly Dragon, the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu, etc. With these trump cards, it is not wrong to say that Yi Xian is at the working level. Afterwards, Yi Xian flipped through the pages, wanting to see whether everyone agreed with the ranking of this so-called know-it-all. The first reply was, City Destroying level? Nation Destroying level? World Annihilating level? So these awakeners above S level are here to destroy cities, nations, and worlds? Yi Xian looked at it and was stunned for a moment, then he understood. From S level to SSS level, Bai Shaoxing initially called them the 3 levels of destroying a city, destroying a country, and destroying the world, which were used to reflect the terrifying destructive power of these 3 levels. It's a pity that these 3 names are too ugly. Bai Shaoxing was probably warned by the authorities, so he changed them to defending the city, protecting the country, and saving the world. Chapter 101 Kunping Divine Form. There are also some comments below expressing dissatisfaction, saying that although they are only a level, they can still beat S-level players whose ability development is over 50%. Bai Shaoxing responded, what I said is just the majority of the time. Different people with different abilities have different strengths and weaknesses. If the strongest A-class user meets the weakest S-class user, and if their abilities are balanced, it's possible for the A-class to defeat the S-class, but this scenario is extremely rare and not universal. Yi Xian flipped through the pages again and found that although there were quite a few nitpickers, Bai Shaoxing's ranking and grading did make some sense and most people still accepted it. At this point, Yi Xian had a basic understanding of his own strength. Combined with various hidden cards and methods, he was basically at the working level. After figuring out his own position, the next step is naturally to improve his strength. Yi Xian's current ability development rate is 8%. Using a practice progress card, he can just increase it to 10%. But he doesn't know which divine form he will obtain first? Yi Xian closed the door to prevent anyone from disturbing him. Then, he said silently in his heart, use the ability progress card. Congratulations to the host, the ability progress card has been used successfully, the ability development degree has been increased to 10%, and the divine form Kunping has been obtained. When Yi Xian heard the system prompt, he immediately felt a little unlucky, but it was not that Kunping's divine form was not powerful. Among the 9 divine forms, Kunping is not weak. It is extremely fast, and when it spreads its wings, it soars into the sky. It is indestructible and extremely powerful. However, in the previous life, Su Mingly died at the hands of the amazing beast Kunping. Now, the first of Yi Xian's 9 divine forms happened to be Kunping, which made Yi Xian feel a little unlucky. At this moment, Yi Xian possessed the divine form of Kunping and could directly transform into Kunping, but he was in the room now and it was not suitable to use it. However, Yi Xian could feel that as he developed his first divine form, his own strength had improved significantly. After transforming into the divine form of Kunping, his strength should be enough to crush the average War King level awakener. It seems that his SS level Sky Tyrant body should be quite abnormal among the SS level abilities, otherwise it would not bring such a big improvement. Afterwards, Yi Xian thought of another point. According to the system, the blood of this Song Tian Ba Ti is purple and is a great medicine in the world that can prolong life and heal injuries.
Doesn't that mean that in addition to having powerful combat power, I can also be a nanny? If someone close to you is seriously injured, can you just take a sip of your own blood and recover? This ability seems to be very practical. Today can be said to be a very fruitful day.
When I turn 18, I can officially end my life as a virgin.
At the same time, I also obtained the SS level Song Tian Ba Ti.
Even though Yi Xian was reborn, he was still very excited and didn't fall asleep until very late. Early the next morning, Yi Xian found 2 bottles, put some blood in them, and then refrigerated them in the refrigerator at home. While Lin Xiaozhu was cooking, she saw the bottle of purple liquid and asked curiously, "Son, what is this?" Yi Xian said, "It is a very powerful blood of an exotic beast. This blood can heal wounds and prolong life. I will leave some for you. If you get injured in the future, just drink a few sips." After hearing this, Lin Xiaozhu picked up the bottle of purple blood and shook it.
She said with disgust, "Strange beasts? Aren't they just those awakened beasts?
These beasts are so weird, even their blood is purple.
I won't drink it. It's disgusting just to look at it."
After hearing what his mother said, Yi Xian showed a hint of embarrassment on his face.
"My mother, you are so rude. What's wrong with the blood being purple? Did I offend you?" Although Yi Xian was dissatisfied in his heart, he still said, "Mom, purple blood is purple blood?
It can save lives in critical moments, the kind that can bring bones back to life."
Lin Xiaozhu was surprised and asked, "Is it really that powerful?"
Yi Xian assured, "It's more powerful than you can imagine. It has surpassed the scope of modern medicine."
Lin Xiaozhu then said, "Okay, I'll keep it in case it comes in handy.
By the way, the matter in Jiangcheng has been resolved.
Mingly and I should be back to the academy in the next day or 2. When Lin Xiaozhu heard her son was leaving, she said with some reluctance, "Leaving so soon? Mom and Dad can't bear to see you."
And your sister, although she moved out a long time ago, she had always lived in Jiangcheng, but now she's gone to Shanghai.
She can't even see you if she wants to.
After hearing this, Yi Xian said, "Mom, now that the alien beasts have awakened, humanity is facing a significant threat. Mingly and I are also working for the future of humanity." Lin Xiaozhu had no choice but to say, "Mom knows.
I just can't bear to leave you. You are my flesh and blood. When you go out, you must protect yourself."
Yi Xian listened to his mother's concerned words and was deeply moved.
"I understand, Mom. Don't worry. Mingly and I will definitely be safe. Okay, enough talking. I'm going to go find Mingly first."
"Okay, go ahead." Lin Xiaozhu looked at her son with a sad face. Afterwards, Yi Xian strode out. Just as he was about to leave, he realized that he had forgotten to take his car keys, so he turned back. However, just as he reached the door, Yi Xian heard his mother Lin Xiaozhu's cheerful voice, "Your son is finally leaving, and we can go back to our world of 2 people. There's been no nightlife these past few days, so boring. Let's meet up with some old friends and go to KTV together tonight." Yi Chingzong was also quite happy. "Okay, after the singing, I will call a few brothers and go to the beer barbecue together. As for the company, I will take a day off tomorrow. Tonight, let's call some friends over and play cards all night at our villa. My son and future daughter-in-law are here these days, and it's boring every day." Yi Chingzong himself is the boss, so if he wants to ask for leave, it's just a matter of a word. At the door, Yi Xian, who was about to knock on the door to ask for the car keys, was suddenly stunned.
Where was the promised loving mother and filial son? Didn't she just feel reluctant to let me go and said that I was the flesh that fell off her body? How come in the blink of an eye, you're so excited to go to KTV, have beer and barbecue, and play cards all night long? It turns out that since Mingli and I came back these few days, we have missed so many of my parents' entertainment activities." Yi Xian sighed and shook his head silently. The world is not worth it, forget it, I won't drive your car, I'll walk by myself." Half an hour later, Yi Xian arrived at Su Mingli's side and said directly, "Mingli, let's go directly to the train station and return to the academy today. The Qianlong project will begin soon, and our home base is in Shanghai." Su Mingli was stunned for a moment. "Go now? Don't you want to tell your uncle and aunt?" Yi Xian said directly, "No need, just go directly. I'll call them and tell them when we get on the train." Su Mingli had no choice but to say, "Okay." Chapter 102 Dog. Soon, the 2 of them boarded the train. Yi Xian took out his phone and called his mother. "Mom, there's something important going on at the academy." Mingly and I don't have time to tell you in person, so we're getting on the train directly.
Lin Xiaozhu said with a rather reluctant tone, "You've only been back for a few days, and you're leaving again. You can't keep your son when he grows up. Take care of yourself out there, and remember to call home often." Yi Xian listened to his mother's words and suddenly said, "I see. By the way, my sister and I are not at home, so you can also have some entertainment activities of your own, such as singing at KTV or playing cards. Both are good for your physical and mental health." Lin Xiaozhu sighed and said, "We are so old, how can we have the time to play these games? When you and your sister are not here, your father and I are at home every day, looking forward to your return." Yi Xian rolled his eyes and said, "Mom, so you're so reluctant to leave us?
Transportation is so convenient now. How about my sister and I come back to see you every weekend?"
Lin Xiaozhu immediately said, "Don't.
Your studies are more important. What's the point of running around all day? As a mother, how can you ruin your children's future just because you miss them? Please don't come back. Leave it at that."
Next, the phone was hung up. Yi Xian shook his head and looked at his own Mingly. It seemed that his parents were also unreliable. They were the true love. He and his sister were just accidents. His own Mingly was still the best. Thinking of this, Yi Xian reached out and held Su Mingly's hands in his palms, then said softly, "It's great to have you by my side." After hearing this, Su Mingly gently leaned her head on Yi Xian's shoulder and said in the same way, "Having you here is my greatest luck." Yi Xian and Su Mingly leaned against each other intimately, showing their affection to each other, and opposite them sat a boy in his 20s who was wearing headphones and probably listening to music. Originally he didn't think much of it, but looking at Yi Xian and Su Mingly in front of him, the handsome man and beautiful woman, showing affection to each other, he gradually felt a little uncomfortable. "After a while, I felt so uncomfortable that I just lay down on the small table on the train and pretended to sleep." Because of the previous attack by the Insect King, the official on the Awakener Forum arranged some tasks to clean up the train route. Therefore, Yi Xian and Su Mingly had a safe journey back this time, and arrived in the Magic City smoothly at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At the train station, Yi Shui drove to pick up her younger brother and sister-in-law. As soon as Xiaohong saw her biological master, she immediately broke away from Yi Shui's arms and jumped onto Su Mingly's shoulders. Yi Shui immediately complained in dissatisfaction, "You heartless little thing, I've been feeding you all this time in vain." Xiaohong meowed twice, then squatted comfortably on Su Mingly's shoulder. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Sister, is there anything going on in the academy while we're away?" Yi Shui said directly, "During the past few days when you were away, nothing much happened in the academy. You two are the most influential people in the academy. What could have happened without you?" Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he said, "Okay, then let's hurry back to the academy and do something." After taking the train all the way, Yi Xian and Su Mingly felt a little tired, and they really wanted to go back to the dormitory and rest early. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the dormitory area of Awakening Car Academy. The three got out of the car and prepared to return to the dormitory. Woof woof woof. Hostile dog barking was heard. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a big white dog as big as a calf standing not far away from Yi Xian and the other three, growling at them. To be precise, the dog was growling at Xiaohong on Su Mingly's shoulder. Near the big white dog, there was a middle-aged woman wearing gold and silver jewelry. She watched her dog barking at Su Mingly and others without making any movement. Yi Xian's expression changed, "Watch out for your dog. This dog is obviously awakened, otherwise it would not be so big. It also seems that this dog has a certain degree of intelligence, otherwise its owner would have been torn to pieces long ago. However, such a big guy is too intimidating to others, and it is really a bit too much to not hold the rope properly. Walking a dog without a leash is like walking the dog alone." Yi Xian has always agreed with this point. For example, Xiaohong, although she looks like a cat, is an awakened pet after all, and her lethality is not small. Whenever Yi Xian and Su Mingly take Xiaohong out for a walk, they always keep her on a leash. Of course, although this dog is huge and is an awakened dog, it has nothing to do with Yi Xian. Even if it is not on a leash, Yi Xian will not interfere as long as it does not take the initiative to provoke. But now, this dog was obviously provoking him and others, so Yi Xian naturally had to speak up. Unexpectedly, after hearing Yi Xian's words, the middle-aged woman said confidently, "The college is run by your family? Who do you think you are?" When Yi Shui heard this, she immediately said in dissatisfaction, "What do you mean by that? Are you still being reasonable? What if it bites someone?" The middle-aged woman sneered, "Biting someone? Has it bitten you now? Even if it did, so what?
It's just money, right? I have plenty of money. I run a local Magic City banquet, tens of millions of dollars is a piece of cake. As soon as the middle-aged woman finished speaking, the big white dog beside her seemed to have received some encouragement. It bared its teeth and pounced towards Su Mingly. Yi Xian rushed forward and kicked out hard. The kick hit the big white dog's head. Dogs are like wolves, with copper heads, iron tails and tofu waists, so its skull is still very hard. In addition, Yi Xian did not use his full strength, so Yi Xian's kick only caused the big white dog's head to bleed and fall to the ground wailing, but did not cause its brain to burst directly. The middle-aged woman saw her beloved dog fall to the ground, its head broken and bleeding, and she immediately flew into a rage. You're not worth as much as my dog, how dare you touch my dog? Do you believe I'll have someone kill you? I can afford tens of millions in compensation. Chapter 103 Cleaning Up. When Su Mingly heard the middle-aged woman say that she wanted to kill her boyfriend, flames flickered in her eyes. Then, a fire phoenix appeared out of thin air, accompanied by a phoenix cry, and directly hit the fallen white dog. Su Mingly did not hold back like Yi Xian. With this strike, the body of the big white dog instantly caught fire. In just a few seconds, all the dog hair on its body was burned away, and the aroma of meat spread out. It was directly roasted by Su Mingly. Sprinkle some cumin on it and it can be eaten directly. The middle-aged woman watched helplessly as her dog turned into roasted dog meat. She was stunned for a few seconds, then screamed like crazy, "How dare you? You dare to kill my dog? I will fight you." The middle-aged woman bared her fangs and claws, rushing towards Su Mingly like a tigress. After experiencing the incident on the high-speed train, Su Mingly has become much more mature than before, and she is not unable to deal with this kind of shrew. She just waved her right hand lightly, and a beam of fire rushed towards the middle-aged woman. Then, the middle-aged woman felt a chill on her head. Her curly hair, which had been dyed yellow, was burned off in an instant by Su Mingly. Her entire head became bald and looked shiny. The middle-aged woman collapsed and screamed again, but the bald feeling on her head also made her realize one thing, that is, she was no match for these awakened people. So she collapsed and ran away. Yi Shuo watched the scene and sneered, this kind of shrew should be punished. She has a few filthy bucks and she doesn't even know her own last name. Mingly, well done. Yi Xian and Su Mingly were about to leave, but at that moment, Xiao Hong jumped down from Su Mingli's shoulders, licked her tongue, and rushed towards the roasted dog. On the other side, the proprietress of the Magic City banquet first rushed out of the Awakener Academy, bought a wig and put it on, and then found Lin Su in a threatening manner. Knock, knock, knock. This was the sound of the proprietress knocking on the door impatiently. Lin Su said calmly, "Come in." Then, the proprietress of the Magic City banquet walked in. She said in a stern tone, "Dean Lin, is this how your academy disciplines students? It's truly lawless." Lin Su was wearing glasses at the moment and holding a book in his hand, looking like a scholar, which completely concealed his desperado temperament. He put down the book in his hand and looked at the proprietress. "What happened? Tell me slowly." The proprietress said angrily, "I just brought my baby to see my son. I didn't expect that when I came back, someone would attack my baby." Lin Su was stunned for a moment before he said, "Wait, let's sort this out first. Your baby? Is he also your son?" The proprietress said angrily, "Of course, it's my family, just like my son, but it was attacked by two ignorant guys from your academy. There was a stinky bitch who burned my baby to death. What do you think we should do about this matter?" The proprietress said this with tears streaming down her face, looking very sad. Lin Su's expression suddenly changed. "Killing someone in the academy? This is outrageous. Where did it happen? Take me there." The proprietress immediately said, "It's near the dormitory building. I'll take you there. This matter must be dealt with severely." Soon, the proprietress brought Lin Su to the place where the dog was burned to death, and then her face changed drastically. Just now, her dog was just a pile of barbecued meat, but now it has turned into a pile of white bones. There is no meat left, only bones. The meat on the bones has been licked clean, leaving no meat at all. The proprietress suddenly knelt on the ground in grief, stroking the dog's bones and crying, "You bastards, not only did you kill my baby, you also ate it. You really deserve to die." Lin Su looked at the bones on the ground, stunned for a moment, and then said, "This looks like a dog, right?" The proprietress angrily said, "Yes, it's just a dog. What's wrong with a dog? Can't a dog be my family, my child? My child was killed in your academy. I must have an explanation, otherwise I will never let you and the Awakener Academy go.
When Lin Su heard what the proprietress said, he felt a little angry. However, she was the proprietress of Modu Banquet after all, and her husband had eaten several meals with Lin Su before. Therefore, Lin Su gave the other party some face and said, "A dog is just a dog after all.
It's not a big deal. Why don't you just let it go? If it doesn't work out, I'll make the decision and compensate you with a dog."
The lady boss was furious and said, "You're talking nonsense.
What's wrong with the dog? Our dog is my family.
I tell you, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation for this matter, I will handle it in my own way.
I have plenty of money. It shouldn't be difficult to buy the lives of a few students from your academy by spending tens of millions, right?"
Lin Su's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. "Are you threatening me?
Threatening the students of the academy?"
The proprietress was also a little wary of Lin Su, so she restrained herself a little. "My family member died, so what if I want to avenge him?"
"Dean Lin, if you can give me a reasonable solution, I can accept it."
Lin Su said slowly, "Okay, then tell me the characteristics of those students, and I will find a way to confirm their identities." The lady boss thought for a moment and said, "I encountered a man and two women. The man was very strong and kicked my dog. There was also a beautiful female student whose power was fire. She burned our dog. Oh, and there was also a strange cat on the woman's shoulder." If Lin Su was just suspicious in the previous few sentences, when the proprietress mentioned the cat on the shoulder, Lin Su was already certain that these people were Yi Xian, Su Mingly, and Yi Shui, and there could be no one else. Lin Su looked at the proprietress and said, "All right, you don't have to say anything."
"I understand. Let me ask what's going on."
Lin Su said, took out his phone and called Yi Xian. "What's going on?
Killing the dog is fine, but why did you eat it all?"
Yi Xian immediately said, "I didn't eat it.
Xiaohong ate it.
After all, it's an awakened dog, and its meat is very attractive to Xiaohong."
Lin Su frowned. "Then why would you attack a dog? It's not that serious, is it?"
Yi Xian explained, "I can't do anything about it. This dog attacked us first, and its owner didn't say anything and just kept yelling. He said his dog is worth more than our lives, and that he can afford to pay tens of millions of dollars in compensation."
"Dean Lin, do you think the Magic City allows such a powerful person to exist?"
Chapter 104 Hidden Dragon. Lin Su's expression changed. "Did she really say that?" Yi Xian laughed and said, "Dean Lin, do you think I need to lie to you? If its owner hadn't been too excessive, why would Mingly and I have to fight with a dog?" Lin Su thought about it and felt that it made sense. Yi Xian and Su Mingly were both chosen ones by heaven and had their own pride. They would not lie about such things. On the contrary, the proprietress of the Magic City banquet in front of him is an ignorant and fearless shrew. Because her husband's business was doing well, he became a nouveau riche and looked down on others. He thought money could solve everything, which was why he offended his two favorite students. Then, Lin Su said, "Okay, I know about this matter.
I'll handle it."
Lin Su said this, hung up the phone, and then came to the proprietress of Modu Banquet. He looked at the bones scattered on the ground, and then said, "Pick up the bones on the ground and go back." The proprietress was stunned for a moment. "Dean Lin, what do you mean by this? My baby is in trouble at your college, are you really not going to take care of it?" Lin Su looked directly at the other person and asked, "Did my students attack your dog first? Or were they attacked by the dog and fought back in self-defense?" The proprietress said with an unpleasant expression, "What difference does it make? Even if my baby attacks them, so what? Shouldn't they bear it? If they get bitten, I can pay for their medical expenses. So what if I bite them to death? It's just a life, I can afford tens of millions in compensation. Why do they fight back? Why do they hit my dog?" Lin Su finally lost his patience. His special ability was an SS-level immortal demon body. Because of his terrifying recovery ability, he often hovered on the edge of life and death. Although he was always patient with his students, it was different when facing this unreasonable shrew. He suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed the boss lady's neck, lifted her up, and said word by word, "I tell you, any of my students here, let alone your dog life, even your own dog life is not as valuable as theirs."
Tens of millions? Tens of millions is nothing. Get out of here right now. If you dare to play any tricks, I'll kill you.
Also, take your son of a bitch and your own son of a bitch and get out of our academy.
He has no right to stay in the Awakener Academy.
After Lin Su finished speaking, he threw the other person to the ground and turned away. The proprietress was stunned by the shock. When Lin Su was angry, the strong murderous aura on his body made her almost unable to breathe and even lost the ability to think. It was not until Lin Su walked away that she struggled to get up from the ground, and then recalled Lin Su's words. Lin Su not only let her leave with the dog's skeleton, but also directly fired her own son. The boss lady's biological son is a student at Magic City University. In the third wave of Awakening test, he tested out B-level ability and was originally not qualified to enter the Awakener Academy. However, her husband spent a lot of money and used up a lot of favors to arrange for her son to attend the Awakener Academy. But now, her son has been expelled. Doesn't that mean that all her previous efforts have been in vain? Although the boss lady was very domineering, she also knew what was important. After all, her dog's son was just a pet, and the turtle son that Lin Su mentioned was her real son. In addition, this boss lady is fearless, but the person she fears most is her own husband. If her husband knew that their son was expelled from the Awakener Academy because of her, she would be in big trouble. The proprietress realized this and hurriedly got up, wanting to find Lin Su to apologize. She could let the matter of the dog go, but at least her son must not be expelled from the college. The boss's wife wanted to go to Lin Su to plead for mercy, but unfortunately, when she arrived at the dean's office, she didn't see anyone. She could only wait near the office, waiting for something to happen. At this moment, Lin Su was in Zhou Chang's office. He was afraid that the shrew would come to bother him again, so he hid in Zhou Chang's office. In fact, if the previous incident had happened outside, he would have taken action directly to deal with the shrew. However, on campus, Lin Su had to restrain himself, so he did not take action. "Old Zhou, I won't go to today's practical class. You go over there. I'll talk to Yi Xuansu Mingly about the Qianlong project." After hearing this, Zhou Qiang said, "Well, it's not appropriate for them to participate in the practical class. It will only undermine the confidence of others." The practical class was conducted in the martial arts field. The members of the academy drew lots and then trained one-on-one. Yi Xian and Su Mingli were much stronger than the others. If they are allowed to participate, it will not only fail to train themselves, but will also undermine the confidence of others. As for letting Yi Xian and Su Mingli fight against each other, it goes without saying that if they fight and kiss each other, it will cause too much harm to those single people, so they should avoid this kind of course. Immediately, Zhou Qiang went to preside over the practical class. Yi Xian and Su Mingli also came to the office a few minutes later. As soon as Yi Xian and Su Mingli entered the room, Lin Su's eyes were fixed on them. He looked at Su Mingli for a few seconds, then said, "I heard that you two live together in Jiangcheng?" Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. "Dean Lin, why are you so nosy? Let's talk about the Qianlong project first." Lin Su said, "There's plenty of time for the Hidden Dragon project, but you don't look like those pretty boys with red lips and white teeth. How come you can't even do anything manly?" Yi Xian immediately asked, "Dean Lin, what do you mean by this?" Lin Su said confidently, "What do you mean by that? You two are not suitable for living together openly at the academy, but you both returned to your hometown and are still living together. But Mingli is still a virgin. How can you be her boyfriend?" As soon as Lin Su said this, Su Mingli's face turned red. Yi Xian said, "Dean Lin, as the dean of the Awakened Academy, wouldn't it be better for you to care about other things? Why do you have to care about these things? I think being the dean is a waste of your talent. Go work at the Women's Federation." Lin Su laughed and scolded, "You kid, do you think I'm too controlling? If you two weren't so talented, I wouldn't care about you. Okay, anyway, just do your best. Let's talk about the Qianlong project. The Hidden Dragon project should be related to the Awakener Forum, right?" Lin Su nodded and said, "The Hidden Dragon project will soon be announced on the Awakener Forum. When that happens, all members of the Hidden Dragon project will be able to log into the forum and communicate within it. At the same time, there will be a new section in the forum, that is the Hidden Dragon list. The Hidden Dragon ranking will be the stage for all of China and all awakened people to showcase themselves. The prodigies on the Hidden Dragon ranking will be the saviors of all mankind in the future." Chapter 105 Talent Improvement. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "How can I get on the Hidden Dragon ranking? Do I have to complete the relevant tasks?" Lin Su shook his head and said, "The mission is only one aspect. The more important thing is talent. After the Qianlong plan begins, everyone will have an initial score. The initial points depend entirely on one's own talents. At the same time, points can also be obtained by subsequently completing relevant tasks issued by the country. However, depending on one's own talent, the points earned for the same task are different.
The higher the talent, the more points one gets. Yi Xian's expression changed. How could this happen? Isn't that a bit unfair?
Lin Su said slowly, it is indeed unfair, but there is no other way. We want to cultivate truly top-notch experts. For those with poor talent and low potential, we can only let them suffer. For example, in Shanghai, the Shanghai authorities recently launched a task to clean up a group of mutated bats. The reward for this task itself is 100 points. If an S-level awakener completes this task, the reward he receives is exactly 100 points. If an A-level awakener completes this task, he can only get 50 points. If an SS-level awakener completes this task, the reward he will receive will be 200 points. The higher the total points you get, the higher your ranking will be on the hidden dragon list. At the same time, the points you get can be used to exchange for the most advanced and cutting-edge cultivation resources. At the same time, as long as you stay in the corresponding position on the list, you can get corresponding points rewards every month for different rankings. This time, the hidden dragon list is to select true talents and use the most precious resources to allow them to grow rapidly. After hearing this, Yi Xian's expression changed. The gap was huge. For the same task, out of 100 points, a level could only get 50 points, SS level could get 200 points, and for SSS level, it should be 400 points, right? In other words, the reward Su Mingly gets for completing a task is equivalent to an A-level awakener completing 8 similar tasks. It can be said that awakened people with low talents may be able to work hard to complete more tasks, but it is extremely difficult to surpass awakened people with higher talents and points. Such a setting also basically ensures one thing, that is, the awakened people who gain benefits must be SS or even SSS level awakened people. This setting is very cruel and unfriendly to people with low talents. But there is no other way. The threats facing humanity are too great, and we must use this primitive method of survival of the fittest to cultivate true elites. Of course, there may be one or two extremely extraordinary beings who have average talent but rely on their strength and perseverance to make it to the hidden dragon list and obtain resources. There must be very few people like this, but since they have taken the initiative, I believe the country will not go back on its word and will give them what they deserve. After all, sometimes even people with low talent can create miracles. Thinking about it, Yi Xian said, Dean Lin, has my talent been reported? Lin Su said directly, yes, is there any problem? Yi Xian immediately said, there is a problem, of course there is a problem. On the way home this time, Mingly and I were attacked by a strange beast. Witnessing so many people die before our eyes, my soul was deeply moved. I feel like my mind has grown, and my talent has developed again. My talent should be even higher than before. Lin Su looked at Yi Xian in surprise, you are not kidding, are you? Another growth spurt? Are you kidding me? Yi Xian spread his hands and said, is this just a joke? Just test it and you'll know. Lin Su was also a little excited. If Yi Xian's talent grew again, he would be at SS level. In this case, Yi Xian's talent coefficient on the hidden dragon list is only half lower than Su Mingly's. In this way, Yi Xian might also be among the top on the hidden dragon list. Of course, he was excited. Then, Lin Su took Yi Xian directly to the teaching and research office to test Yi Xian's talent, while Su Mingly followed beside Yi Xian. As soon as the three of them left, the proprietress of the Magic City Banquet immediately came to Lin Su and said, Dean Lin, I won't pursue the matter of my dog. Please don't fire my son. Lin Su was in a hurry to test Yi Xian's talent, so how could he have the time to talk nonsense with her? He slapped the proprietress and sent her flying, cursing, get out of here. I don't have time for you right now. Although Lin Su's slap was more restrained, it was still quite powerful. The proprietress was sent flying sideways, her head hitting the wall before she slid down, blood all over the floor. Soon, Lin Su and others arrived at the teaching and research office. Lin Su pointed at the large awakening spirit ball and said, Yi Xian, go up and try it. After hearing this, Yi Xian came to the awakening spirit ball and placed his hands on it. A moment later, a voice rang out from the awakening spirit ball, Student Yi Xian, your awakened ability is Heavenly Tyrant Body, the level is SS, and the ability development degree is 10%. Lin Su was stunned, holy crap. Has your talent really developed? Yi Xian said with a moved expression, of course, I have my own feelings, Dean Lin, you don't know. On that high-speed train, I watched helplessly as countless living beings turned into zombies in front of me, madly attacking their own kind. My young heart was deeply touched. I felt that we humans couldn't be so passive. I needed to be strong and protect humanity. Then I felt a magical power descend upon me, and my talent evolved. When Yi Xian spoke, he felt as if he had turned into the Virgin Mary, radiating holy light and exuding an aura of compassion. Next to her, Su Mingly wanted to laugh. She was right next to Yi Xian at the time, but she didn't realize that her beloved boy was so thoughtful and thought about so many things. But she also knew that it was wrong to expose her boyfriend at this time. She had to hold it in. She absolutely couldn't laugh. Lin Su looked Yi Xian up and down. Could it be that he had really misjudged him? Was this guy truly a man who would sacrifice his life for justice? Lin Su had some other thoughts in his mind. This kid, after seeing his fellow creatures being killed, was so grief-stricken that his talent was upgraded from S level to SS level. So, should he find a chance to let him experience it again? Of course, the people of Daxia certainly can't do that. A certain island country is under a lot of pressure now, and many people have fled to China. These people are not good people. Chapter 106 Senior. Thinking about it, Lin Su said, Yi Xian, do you think your talent can be improved again? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, there should be a chance, right? But it's not that easy. After hearing this, Lin Su said, how about I find you some documentaries? Since the alien beasts invaded, our great Xia has suffered quite a few casualties. Perhaps watching these documentaries can help improve your talent? Yi Xian waved his hand and said, that's useless. How can you be moved from the heart if you don't experience it yourself? Lin Su nodded and said, what you said does make sense. Besides, your SS level talent is indeed sufficient. I will report it for you and update your talent coefficient on the Hidden Dragon list. The Hidden Dragon Plan section of the Awakener forum should be open in the next 2 days. You and Mingly should recuperate for the next 2 days, and once the Hidden Dragon section is opened, you can start accepting the mission. I understand, Dean Lin. Lin Su smiled and said, why call me Dean? Call me Uncle Lin. I like you more and more. After hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly wanted to mock Lin Su. After all, when he first came to Magic City University, the dean did not have this attitude. But if you think about it carefully, Lin Su was a headless god of war in his previous life, and his life was quite tragic. Although he made some minor mistakes, he did not harm the greater good. Therefore, Yi Xian did not mock the other party after all, but said, I'd better call you Dean. It's too intimate. What if you don't return my spirit stones in a few years? Lin Su smiled bitterly and said, okay, kid, whatever you want. Lin Su finished speaking and left the teaching and research office. As soon as he walked a little further, Lin Su made a phone call. Old Zhou, where in Shanghai are the most Japanese people. Because of his own talents, Lin Su disregards life and death and does everything for the survival of mankind. Yi Xian said that he had witnessed many people die around him, and his talent had improved. Then Lin Su definitely didn't mind repeating it again to see if it was possible to upgrade Yi Xian's talent to another level. After a moment, Zhou Qiang said, where are the most Japanese people? That should be the Japanese style street, right? But besides the real Japanese people, there are also a group of fake ones, wearing kimonos and speaking a very twisted Japanese accent, pretending to be Japanese people. Lin Su was stunned for a moment and said, now that our great Xia is so powerful, especially after the revival of spiritual energy, all countries have fallen into chaos. Only our great Xia protects ordinary people the best and maintains order the best. Our great Xia can be said to be the most powerful country after the revival of spiritual energy, without a doubt. How could there still be people who envy the island countries and pretend to be from the island countries? Zhou Qiang sighed and said, yeah, I can't understand that either. But then again, what's the point of you, old Lin, looking for the Japanese? Lin Su had nothing to hide from Zhou Qiang and said directly, Yi Xian's talent has improved again. He said that he witnessed the death of his kind on the train, and his soul was touched and grew, and he developed again. Then, this kid's talent really improved and he became an SS-level heavenly tyrant. I'm prepared to give him another chance, but the people of Daxia definitely can't let anything like this happen. The most suitable people to deal with it are the islanders. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Zhou Qiang hesitated and said, why don't we look somewhere else? In the island-style streets, it's very likely that the real ones will be confused with the fake ones. Lin Su said, so what if it's mixed up? Do I need to tell them apart? You mean? Lin Su said calmly, since they like being Japanese, then treat them as such. Use their lives to help our great Xia's geniuses improve their talents. Zhou Chang's expression changed slightly. Will something go wrong if we do this? I'm worried about public opinion. Lin Su smiled mysteriously, don't worry, I guarantee it will be foolproof and there won't be any mistakes. The next morning, Lin Su found Yi Xian, the weather is nice today, why don't you accompany Mingly for a walk? Look at you, you are already living together, but Mingly is still a virgin. I think you need to learn from the Japanese. Go to the Japanese style street, buy some videotapes, and watch them carefully. Yi Xian immediately said, Dean Lin, I think you have something else in mind.
Is there a mission? Is there going to be trouble in Fengqing Street?
Lin Su said in surprise, you are quite clever, yes, according to our speculation, there will be an attack by strange beasts on Fengqing Street, and a fierce battle will take place.
But don't worry, I have made preparations. A powerful awakened organization will take action.
You will just go there to make a cameo appearance and gain some combat experience. Of course, on the battlefield, danger is everywhere, and you have to ensure your own safety before thinking about protecting others. Yi Xian listened and said, okay, I understand.
I will go there soon.
Lin Su laughed and said, by the way, the story about asking you to buy the videotape is also true.
You are so useless. Danger is everywhere on the battlefield.
Yi Xian thought about it and did not inform Mingly. Mingli's strength is still too weak. If there is danger on the battlefield, he will have nowhere to escape.
On the contrary, Mingly is in a safe environment.
If Yi Xian is in danger, he can use the Dragon and Phoenix pendant to escape at any time when Mingli's abilities are still underdeveloped. Yi Xian felt that it would be better for the two of them to avoid stepping into the same battlefield at the same time. This way, they could bring out the effect of the Dragon and Phoenix pendant, escape from danger at any time, and ensure their own safety. Near noon, Yi Xian came to the island country style street and found the Awakener organization. This organization had a lot of people, and they were all older. The leader was an old man who looked to be in his 80s or 90s. The old man's face was full of wrinkles, but he had a very tough temperament. He carried a big knife on his back and had a deep scar on his face. At this moment, the old man was frowning, looking at the island style street, with a hint of confusion in his cloudy eyes. Yi Xian looked at the old man and said, Old senior, I am Yi Xian, a student of the Awakener Academy.
Our dean asked me to come with you to carry out the mission. After hearing this, the old man looked Yi Xian up and down, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. You are Yi Xian?
A child of destiny, not bad, not bad. The future of Daxia depends on young people like you.
I don't know what to call you, senior.
The old man smiled and said, the name is just a code name.
You can call me Wang Wu.
A middle-aged man beside him explained, Yi Xian, Senior Wang, was a member of the Big Knife team back then, and his real age is over 100 years old. The great sword on his back has chopped off the heads of countless islanders. Now, in his old age, he has awakened his supernatural powers. He is still strong and has returned to the martial arts world. He uses the great sword in his hand to deal with those strange beasts and protect the people of Daxia. A hint of admiration flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. In your life, you have killed Japanese people and exotic beasts.
You have spent your whole life in the military. It is really admirable.
Tears welled up in Wang's cloudy eyes. I've already forgotten how many heads of Japanese people I've chopped off. I only remember that countless of my brothers and sisters died at the hands of the Japanese. Decades have passed, but my hatred for the Japanese has not diminished at all. I wish I could eat their flesh, drink their blood, and gnaw their bones. But now, I have to protect these islanders from attacks by strange beasts.
If I protect them, I'm afraid my dead brothers will come looking for me in the middle of the night. Chapter 107 Giant Jellyfish.
Yi Xian was also moved after hearing Wang Wu's words. He looked around and said, when alien beasts attack, casualties are inevitable. We just need to do our best. This is Daxia. As awakened people of Daxia, our duty is to protect the safety of the people of Daxia. As for people from other countries, what business is it of ours? After hearing what Yi Xian said, a middle-aged man patted Yi Xian on the shoulder and said, that's what we've been waiting for.
Our entire team will stand with Senior Wang.
This is a street of customs. There are many real Japanese people here, including some who come here to shop in kimonos, but there are also ordinary people who come here to shop. Yi Xian even saw people wearing Hanfu and Ming Dynasty Jinhui uniforms patrolling and demonstrating in this Fengqing street. These people are dressed so brightly and eye-catchingly that you can spot them at a glance. If there is really an attack by strange beasts later, Yi Xian is sure that Senior Wang Wu and other awakened people will first protect the group of people wearing Hanfu and Jinhui uniforms, and then the people in ordinary clothes. As for those guys in kimonos, whether they are real or fake, let them die.
Time passed little by little, and at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky suddenly darkened.
Everyone raised their heads and looked upwards. Yi Xian, Wang Wu, and others also looked up.
A huge translucent jellyfish with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared in the air. Countless small jellyfish were clinging to the translucent jellyfish.
In mid-air, the giant jellyfish emitted a faint blue light. At the edge of its outer umbrella, countless tentacles waved gently.
Then, countless faint blue light spots left the jellyfish's body and floated around. At the same time, countless small blue jellyfish also broke away from the giant jellyfish's body and floated towards the ground.
Light blue spots of light and light blue jellyfish floated down from the sky, illuminating the surroundings in blue, which looked very beautiful.
However, the blue light touched the hand of a woman in a kimono.
The woman immediately let out a shrill scream, and her palm was corroded with a big hole as if it had touched concentrated sulfuric acid. There was also a man in a kimono who was ridden on the face by a light blue jellyfish. The jellyfish used its tentacles to pry open the man's mouth, and then its entire body drilled directly into the man's stomach. The man had a ferocious expression on his face. He struggled for a moment, then fell to the ground and became motionless.
Ah!
Screams of panic were heard and people fled in all directions. It's a pity that the blue light spots and the falling jellyfish covered too wide an area and were almost everywhere, so there was no way for anyone to hide. At this moment, Wang Wu took action. He took off the big knife on his back, stepped forward, and shouted, "People of Daxia, hide behind me." As Wang Wu spoke, he roared, then held the big knife and slashed forward fiercely.
The sword energy formed a huge semicircular shield in mid-air.
Whether it was the blue light spot or the blue jellyfish, once they touched the sword shield, they were torn into powder by the sword and disappeared. When the people around heard Wang Wu's words, they all fled towards the side, and those guys in kimonos also shamelessly fled behind Wang Wu. It's a pity that Wang Wu's sword energy, like Su Mingli's red lotus fire, has the function of identifying friend and foe. In Wang Wu's eyes, the people of Daxia are the ones he needs to protect. Whether they are islanders or exotic beasts, they are all enemies.
A guy in a kimono was running very fast.
For his own safety, he pulled a little girl in Jinui uniform, causing her to fall to the ground. Then, this guy prepared to cross the sword energy and reach the safe zone like everyone else. However, the moment his body touched the sword energy, his body began to disintegrate, and under inertia, his body rushed through the sword energy area.
However, after rushing over, his body turned into a pool of black blood, and not even a piece of intact flesh could be found. This scene stunned everyone. Another fat man in a kimono asked, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Yi Xian was currently rescuing people in the chaotic crowd. He replied to the fat man, "We are the awakened ones of Daxia. We only protect the people of Daxia. The people of the island countries are not within our protection. What's more, the leader of this team is a veteran of the anti-Japanese war." When the fat man heard this, he was stunned. "I'm not from the island country, I'm from Daxia." Yi Xian sneered, "Are you from Daxia? Then why are you wearing a kimono? I think you are. You just speak a few words of Chinese, so you are pretending to be from Daxia?"
"I am from Daxia, I really am from Daxia."
The fat man kept explaining, but unfortunately, his explanation was weak. He couldn't explain why he was wearing a kimono. Daxia and the island country had a blood feud, so why should he wear a kimono? If it weren't for someone like him, Senior Wang Wu wouldn't have shed tears just now, right?
At this moment, the fat man was pounced on in the face by a small jellyfish. The jellyfish used its tentacles to pry open his mouth and drilled into his body. The fat man suddenly became speechless, his body twitched for a moment, and then he fell to the ground. The same scene was repeated countless times. This team of awakened people admired and respected the old senior Wang Wu very much. Naturally, they could not let this old senior who fought bloody battles bleed and cry. Therefore, everyone took action to protect the safety of people other than those wearing kimonos. At this moment, there were still people who saw that no one paid attention to those wearing kimonos, so in order to survive, they began to take off their clothes in public. Regardless of gender, they took off all their clothes just to get someone to save them. Unfortunately, no one still looked at them.
Wang Wu's sword energy lasted for about 20 minutes. Except for those wearing kimonos, everyone else gathered behind Wang Wu.
Then, Wang Wu said, "The safety of these people is in your hands.
I'm going to go meet that big guy."
Yi Xian immediately said, "Don't worry, senior, we will definitely protect everyone." Afterwards, Wang Wu collected his sword energy, held the sword in hand, and soared into the sky, slashing at the giant floating jellyfish.
Chapter 108 Poisoning.
In the air, a 400-meter-long blade appeared and slashed fiercely at the giant jellyfish. When the sword energy approached the jellyfish's body, a blue light emerged from the giant jellyfish. The blue light and the sword energy touched each other and then dissolved into each other. Wang Wu was in mid-air, slashing out with his sword one after another. The golden sword energy continued to fight against the blue light released by the giant jellyfish. The battle was very intense at this moment. The tentacles of the giant jellyfish also moved, like countless fine whips, lashing towards Wang Wu. Wang Wu roared, breaking edge sword technique. Wang Wu was seen hacking and slashing with great force and swiftness. His movements were simple and concise, and his sword energy was like a rainbow, cutting through the sky. The giant jellyfish's tentacles were also cut off in countless pieces, and the broken tentacles scattered on the ground. The scene was very spectacular.
The giant jellyfish was also a little panicked at this moment. Its floating translucent body gradually became transparent, and then it prepared to escape in stealth. How could Wang Wu possibly give it this opportunity? He raised his body again, and then, from top to bottom, slashed fiercely at the jellyfish's umbrella. The 400-meter-long golden blade energy split the jellyfish in two. However, at the moment the jellyfish's body was separated, a strong blue light suddenly released from the core of its body, and everything around it seemed to be dyed blue. Wang Wu's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Get up!" Suddenly, a ball of light with a diameter of about 10 meters appeared around Wang Wu, wrapping up Wang Wu in the core of the jellyfish's body. The strong blue light was blocked by the golden light and could not be released, but its concentration was increasing rapidly, and the light ball almost turned blue-black. Wang Wu's body was now surrounded by the blue-black light. His face gradually turned pale and his lips turned dark blue. The most amazing thing about jellyfish is their toxins, and this mutated jellyfish is no exception. And at the last second before it died, its venom sac exploded, releasing its most terrifying toxin. With Wang Wu's strength, a little poison cannot threaten him. He can retreat immediately, then he will be fine. However, Wang Wu did not do so, because if he dodged, the powerful poison would explode. By then, most of the people who had just been rescued by them and the other awakened ones would not be spared. After all, this was the ultimate move that the giant jellyfish used before dying. Therefore, in order to protect the safety of others, Wang Wu used his sword energy to block the spread of the poison, causing the poison to gather together and unable to be released. But at the same time, the density of the poisonous gas in the sword energy can be said to have reached a terrifying level. Even Wang Wu found it difficult to bear at this moment. His lips turned blue, his face was pale, and his body was shaking. However, Wang Wu still persisted. He gritted his teeth and used the last bit of his strength, concentrate. Then, countless blue-black toxins around condensed into shape under the pressure of the sword energy, and were finally compressed into a blue-black solid ball, thus ensuring that the toxin would not spread. However, after doing all this, Wang Wu, who was already poisoned, had lost his last bit of strength. He couldn't hold the big knife in his hand anymore and fell to the ground, and his body also fell straight down with his head down and his feet up. Yi Xian had been paying attention to the battlefield. When he saw this scene happening, he was about to rescue people. Among the awakened organizations, an awakened person with good speed suddenly rushed up and caught the falling Wang Wu. Unfortunately, Wang Wu's face was pale, his lips were blue, his eyes were closed, and he looked in very bad condition. The awakened one immediately said, "Senior Wang is in very poor condition. I leave this place to you. I'll take him to the hospital immediately. Go quickly, nothing must happen to Mr. Wang." Then, without any further ado, this speed awakened being, carrying Wang Wu on his back, turned into several afterimages and quickly disappeared. At this moment, the giant jellyfish has been dealt with, and the next are some scattered small jellyfish, which are not a big threat. Yi Xian and others cleaned up again, and the crisis in the Japanese-style street was completely over. Of course, although there were countless casualties in Fengqing Street, Wang Wu, Yi Xian, and others did a very good job, so the dead and injured were all people wearing kimonos, and the rest of the people were at most slightly injured, and there was not even a serious injury. However, Yi Xian was not in a good mood. Wang Wu was already very old, and when he was taken away from the battlefield, Wang Wu was in very bad condition. This old senior was probably in great danger. As soon as the battle was over, Yi Xian returned to the Awakener Academy. He originally wanted to go see Senior Wang Wu, but he didn't know which hospital or ward he was in. He couldn't go to see him for the time being, so he could only find out from Lin Su. As soon as Yi Xuanyi returned, Lin Su asked, "How was it? Did you witness the senior's methods?" Yi Xian sighed and said, "Old Senior Wang is indeed very powerful,
But it's a pity.
Lin Su smiled and said, by the way, considering Senior Wang's personality, a lot of those fake devils must have died, right? Seeing so many people die, did you feel moved again? Did your talent develop 3 times?
Yi Xian looked at Lin Su and complained, how is that possible?
How can it be so fast? I'm still young. I estimate that it will be almost done after I turn 18.
Lin Su was not surprised when he heard this.
He patted Yi Xian on the shoulder and said, it's okay. There will be another chance in the future. Yi Xian said, by the way, which hospital is Senior Wang in now? I want to go see him. Lin Su was stunned for a moment. Senior Wang is in the hospital? How is that possible? Is that jellyfish so difficult to deal with?
Yi Xian explained that jellyfish was no match for Senior Wang, but before it died, it exploded its venom sac, which was very dangerous at the time.
To ensure the jellyfish's poison gas wouldn't harm anyone else, Elder Wang sealed it off.
He himself was exposed to the high-density gas for a long time, resulting in severe poisoning.
Lin Su's expression changed and he said, okay, I understand. I have to go see the old senior.
After Lin Su finished speaking, he left in a hurry.
Not long after, Lin Su arrived at the hospital where Elder Wang was. He looked anxious and asked, what's going on?
A doctor shook his head and said, the old man has been poisoned.
This toxin is something our hospital experts have never seen before.
We have tried various medical treatments, but to no avail.
Chapter 109, Zulong's True Body. Lin Su's brows furrowed.
Jellyfish is one of the most poisonous creatures in the world.
Its toxicity is terrifying.
And the toxicity of an alienated jellyfish is even stronger, needless to say. Even though Senior Wang is a powerful awakener, facing this terrifying poison, he may not be able to withstand it on his own.
Since medicine is ineffective, we can only try the methods of the awakened ones.
Lin Su must definitely intervene in this matter to the end.
After all, he is the instigator of this matter.
Lin Su's original intention was just to see if he could try to further improve Yi Xian's talent in this way. He really didn't expect things to develop like this. If Wang Wu really died, then he, Lin Su, would be one of the culprits who killed Senior Wang Wu, and he would never give up easily. In the following 2 days, Lin Su was trying to find a solution for Wang Wu's problem, and even ignored the affairs of the academy. Finally, on this day, the Hidden Dragon List section was opened on the Awakener Forum. After the Hidden Dragon List was opened, Zhou Qiang immediately notified Yi Xian and Su Mingly, and the two immediately entered the Hidden Dragon List to check. Yi Xian also wanted to see where he and Su Mingly ranked on the potential dragon list. When Yi Xian clicked on the Hidden Dragon List, he saw that the people on the Hidden Dragon List were all strings of digital codes, with no photos or even names. Yi Xian took a closer look and discovered that this string of digital codes should be the digital accounts of the geniuses on the Hidden Dragon List on the Awakener Forum, because Su Mingly's account was ranked second. Seeing that someone was ranked above Su Mingly, Yi Xian became interested. He clicked on the digital code and entered another interface, which displayed a string of information.
Personal ability, Ancestral Dragon's True Form. Ability level, SSS. Points, 400. Mission, none.
After seeing the other party's ability, Yi Xian immediately confirmed the other party's identity. The other party was Long Hanjie, a peerless powerful man who would be no less powerful than Mingly in the future and was known as the Dragon Emperor.
Long Hanjie will be a famous person in the future.
His ability is to transform into the true body of the ancestral dragon, which is 1,000 feet long.
He is indestructible and has infinite strength. He can ride on clouds and make the clouds and rain.
His strength is very powerful.
It's a pity that Long Hanjie's reputation is much worse than Su Mingly's because he is too romantic. Long Hanjie is extremely talented and good-looking. With his SSS level talent, he naturally has no shortage of women.
Out of consideration for Long Hanjie's talent, the authorities also strongly encourage him to have more children. After all, as an SSS level awakener, the chances of giving birth to a genius are very high.
Long Hanjie did not disappoint everyone's expectations.
In his previous life, when Yi Xian and Su Mingly died in the battle in the Magic City, Long Hanjie had had relationships with more than 1,000 women and had over 500 children.
Among them, 3 children have talents reaching SS level, and 12 children have talents reaching S level, which can be regarded as the greatest contributors to the entire daxia.
If a parallel world existed in this world, in that world where Yi Xian and Su Mingly had already fallen, Long Hanjie and his descendants would definitely be the saviors of the entire world. Of course, although Yi Xian also admired Long Hanjie, he did not like him. Long Hanjie was a romantic and unrestrained man with countless women. Unfortunately, he had always had feelings for Su Mingly in his previous life. After all, he had fathered hundreds of offspring, but none of them could reach the SSS level. In his opinion, it might be due to the woman's poor physique. If he could join forces with Su Mingly, it would be very likely that he would produce SSS level offspring. The top leaders in his previous life had tried to bring them together once, but unfortunately Su Mingly rejected him.
Su Mingly herself is an SSS level super genius, and her attitude is very important.
Therefore, this matter eventually came to nothing. In this life, he met Long Hanjie again. He was still on the hidden dragon list, surpassing Mingly. This made Yi Xian very unhappy. He decided to take Mingly with him and step on this kid's head.
Ranked second is Su Mingly.
After clicking in, you can see that her ability is Karma Fire Lotus. Her level and points are the same as Long Hanjie, ranking second. Yi Xian was not in third place. The third person with the ability was already an SS level awakener, but his ability was the Thousand-Armed Guanyin, which could release the Guanyin Dharma image, with unpredictable power.
In the middle were several SS level awakeners. Yi Xian's Tsang Tianba ranked 7th with 200 points.
Yi Xian looked through the top 10 and basically understood the situation. At this time, Xin Hong and the other three came over side by side. Yi Xian, Su Mingly, you are all on the hidden dragon ranking, right?
Yi Xian asked in surprise, you are here too?
Xin Hong said, yeah, we were lucky and managed to get in. Of course, my ranking can't compare to Su Mingly's.
I'm ranked 86th.
Zhao Lei smiled bitterly and said, I was even lower. I was in 97th place. I almost didn't make the list.
Yun Mengyao said, I'm a little higher than you, 92nd.
It is impossible that all the people on the hidden dragon list are awakened people above SS level. There would not even be 100 of them in the entire Xia. Therefore, the best among the S-level awakeners have a certain hope of entering the hidden dragon list. It has been mentioned before that there may not be an S-level awakener among all the college entrance examination candidates in an entire city, but now, the scope of awakeners has expanded a lot. The third wave of awakeners are college students from various schools, and the fourth wave of awakeners are all men and women between the ages of 16 and 30. The number of people undergoing test awakenings is increasing significantly with each wave. Therefore, there can be at least one S-level awakener in each city, or even more. Looking at the entire Xia, there are more than 600 cities in the country, and the total number of all S-level awakeners should exceed 1,000, which can be said to be quite a lot. There are many talented people, but in the future, not many of them will be able to grow up successfully. The alien beasts evolved too quickly, the attacks came in waves, and resources were extremely scarce, so most people died before they could grow up. Among these S-level awakeners, I am afraid that only 1 out of 10 will be able to develop their abilities to more than 80% in the future.
This is the problem.
At this time, Xin Hong was heard saying, the one ranked first is too powerful, isn't he?
The true form of the ancestral dragon sounds very domineering.
Yun Mengyao said, that's just how it is.
I think Mingly's Red Lotus Karma Fire is no worse than his. Mingly, what mission are you going to take? Let's act quickly. We can't let that ancestral dragon's true body overpower you. Chapter 110 Cows.
Su Mingly said directly, I will follow Yi Xian's arrangements on this matter.
After hearing this, Yi Xian said, Mingly, let's carry out the mission separately. It will be more efficient.
As for the three of you, for safety's sake, it's best to act together. When Su Mingly heard that they were going to separate, her brows furrowed slightly. Seeing Su Mingly's expression, Yi Xian reached out and stroked the dragon pendant on his chest, and said slowly, we are all the hope and future of mankind.
The Qianlong project is for us to show our strength, not to take risks. Mingly, we will carry out the mission separately. At the same time, each time we choose a mission, we will choose one difficult and one easy.
This will ensure that one of us will not be in danger, and then the other will definitely be safe.
You don't want any of us to get into trouble, right?
Although Su Mingly didn't want to be separated from Yi Xian, she also knew the importance of the matter and safety was the most important thing. So, she nodded and said, that's settled then.
Xin Hong listened to the conversation between the two, somewhat confused. What are you talking about? So you are planning to abandon all of us?
Yi Xian said helplessly, brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, our ranking this time not only determines the resources we can obtain. The resources for the next semester at our Moda University Awakener Academy also depend on your ranking on the Hidden Dragon list.
You don't want to cause a reduction in the Academy's resources because of your lagging behind, do you?
Xin Hong had no choice but to say, alright, Lei Zi, Yao Yao, the three of us have to work harder and try to catch up with them.
Zhao Lei said confidently, come on? Do you think cheering is useful? It's okay that we are not as strong as them, but haven't you seen how the points on the Hidden Dragon ranking are calculated?
Su Mingly completed a task of the same difficulty and received 400 points, while we only received 100 points.
How can we catch up? Yun Mengyao also patted Qin Heng's shoulder and said, Zhao Lei is right.
I think there is no comparison between us and those two perverts.
Maintaining our current ranking is good enough.
Yes, I heard that if you drop to 100th place and stay there for 3 consecutive days, you will be kicked off the Hidden Dragon ranking and replaced by someone else. Xin Hong and the other three basically gave up hope of catching up with Su Mingly and Yi Xian, but they still had to work hard to stay on the potential dragon list.
Then, the three of them left immediately.
They wanted to discuss and choose a task of moderate difficulty.
After they left, Yi Xian and Su Mingly also searched the task section, looking for suitable tasks.
After a while, Yi Xian said, Mingly, you should accept this mission. The task that Yi Xian recommended to Su Mingly was about an incident that occurred in a high school in Shanghai. Recently, students would disappear from the dormitory building of this high school every other day. According to the surveillance footage, the attackers seemed to be a group of awakened bats. These mutated bats are huge in size, with wings that are 3 or 4 meters long and claws that are extremely powerful.
They can easily kidnap a student.
Moreover, there are quite a lot of them, densely packed. For Yi Xian, dealing with such opponents is not difficult, but it is time-consuming and laborious.
But Su Mingly is different.
Her Red Lotus Karma Fire is most suitable for dealing with this kind of opponent. No matter how many there are or how high they fly, she can turn them into ashes in seconds with just one Fire Phoenix. The difficulty of this task is not high, and the reward is only 50 points.
For Su Mingly, it can only be regarded as a practice.
Of course, this task was completed by Su Mingly, and the reward she received was 200 points, which was already a generous reward. Su Mingly looked at it for a while, then agreed directly and said, so what mission are you going to take? Yi Xian pointed to another task and said, I'll take this Bull Demon King task.
The target is an awakened cow in the dairy farm.
This awakened cow is quite powerful.
3 A-level awakeners have already tried to defeat it, but unfortunately all failed.
It has not returned yet, and its life or death is unknown.
Su Mingly asked worriedly, isn't this Bull Demon King too strong?
Yi Xian smiled and said, don't worry, I'm not weak either. Besides, if I really can't beat them, I'll teleport over and we can take care of those mutant bats together.
Su Mingly nodded, and then the two of them looked at the detailed information of the 2 tasks respectively to prepare for the action.
An hour later, Yi Xian arrived at the Daxing Dairy Farm, which is a relatively large dairy farm in Shanghai with a high annual milk production. Now a dairy cow on the breeding base has turned into the Bull Demon King, and the price of fresh milk in Shanghai has increased a bit. At this moment, warning signs have been set up around the breeding base to prevent people from approaching. Yi Xian came here to solve this matter. He ignored the warning signs and strode into the breeding base. After entering the base, Yi Xian saw cows one by one. These cows were all alive and well, and it seemed that they had not been attacked by the Bull Demon King. Yi Xian continued to go deeper into the breeding base, and finally, he saw the awakened cow on a green lawn. This awakened cow is huge, looking much bigger than an elephant. It is black and white in color, half lying on the ground, swinging its tail. Next to the cow, 2 guys with greasy faces were lying on the ground. They looked like they had round bellies, and there was some white liquid at the corners of their mouths, which should be milk or something. There was another person, who was lying under the cow's belly, drinking milk diligently. Not long after, the man lay on the ground with a bloated stomach, saying, Sister Nil, I really can't drink anymore.
I can't take it anymore.
Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the scene. What's going on with you guys? After hearing Yi Xian's words, the man was immediately surprised and said, you came just in time.
Brother, are you thirsty?
Come and help Sister Nio share her milk. Another person also hurriedly said, these past few days, we have been drinking milk every day and are about to vomit. The awakened cow also slowly stood up, mooing, and stared at Yi Xian with its big eyes.
Yi Xian was surprised and asked, you were captured and forced to drink milk here? Chapter 111 Awesome.
The awakened one who had just finished drinking said, that's right, it's all the fault of the dairy farm owner. When he saw his cows grow so big, he ran away without thinking.
This big cow didn't have any malicious intentions after awakening.
It just became bigger and produced more milk, and the milk was more nutritious and more delicious. But you know, cow's milk needs to be squeezed out regularly. After this big cow woke up, it produced too much milk. There was no professional to help, so it wouldn't let us leave and forced us to drink its milk.
You don't have to do anything, just call the farm owner and ask him to come over, find a milker, and take good care of the cow. They were also unlucky.
When they received the task, they came here in a hurry and started fighting without thinking twice. As a result, they were easily defeated by the awakened cow and their cell phones were even broken into pieces. By the time they understood the purpose and difficulties of the awakened cow, they were no longer able to seek help from outside. Moreover, Sister Cow would not let them leave at all and forced them to drink milk every day. The milk of awakened cows is very delicious and nutritious.
Drinking it can even help develop their abilities.
However, no matter how delicious something tastes, you will feel sick if you drink too much. For 2 days, drinking milk, sleeping, drinking milk, sleeping.
How can you bear this way of drinking?
After hearing what the awakened person said, Yi Xian immediately took out his cell phone and contacted the relevant personnel. It was not difficult to find a milker. At this moment, Sister Niu lowered her head slightly, and then rushed towards Yi Xian.
It had been attacked by an awakened person for no reason before.
Now that it saw Yi Xian, it was ready to knock Yi Xian down and let him help it solve the problem of breast engorgement. The huge cow charged and crashed into him, making the ground buzz. Yi Xian felt that the strength of this cow was no less than that of the previous pig king.
It's a pity that Yi Xian is no longer the same as before. He stretched out a hand while talking on the phone.
The cow's huge horns touched Yi Xian's hand, but Yi Xian still stood there motionless. The body of the huge cow was like a train that suddenly stopped. With its horns as the center, its entire body was suspended in the air, turned 180 degrees, and then fell to the ground. The other 3 awakened ones all had pale expressions. Damn, you're so powerful.
Are you okay, Sister Niu?
I'm tired of drinking it now, but if I have the chance in the future, I still want to taste the milk of the awakened cow. At this moment, the huge cow shook its head slightly and slowly stood up. It was obvious that it had thick skin and flesh and was fine. Of course, this also has something to do with Yi Xian holding back. Yi Xian also thinks that this awakened cow is quite interesting and is not planning to deal with it. Thinking about it, Yi Xian said, I didn't use any force at all, it's fine, don't worry, the professional milker will be here soon, and you don't have to worry about selling your milk in the future. The huge cow mood stared at Yi Xian for a while, then slowly turned around, pointed its huge butt towards Yi Xian, and slowly knelt down. Then, its bull tail swung restlessly, almost hitting Yi Xian's face.
Yi Xian took a step back. What does this mean? An awakened one looked at it for a while and said, Sister Niu, have you surrendered to me? Another awakened one said, this isn't just about submission. When a female animal turns its butt toward you, it's saying that you have the right to mate with it and that your strength is recognized by it.
Holy crap, that's awesome.
Is your bullshit serious or not?
Yi Xian felt a chill when he heard this and quickly took several steps back, away from the cow sister. The awakened cow looked back at Yi Xian, and when it saw Yi Xian avoid it, a hint of loss flashed in its eyes. Then it continued to half lie on the ground, waiting for the so-called milker Yi Xian was looking for. This task was not difficult and it came to an end. Yi Xian looked around and saw that it was getting late. He and Su Mingly did not have time to complete the second task. So he decided to go to Mingly to see what was going on. Thinking about it, Yi Xian said, okay, the milker will be here soon, and you guys don't have anything else to do, so I'll leave first. Yi Xian was quite lucky. Because this mission cost the lives of 3 A-level awakeners, the reward for the mission was a full 200 points. As a result, Yi Xian completed it without any effort. Half an hour later, Yi Xian arrived at the high school. At this moment, night was about to fall and everyone on campus was in panic. Su Mingly stood on the top floor of the girls' dormitory building, looking up at the moon in the sky. The moonlight sprinkled on her body, highlighting her extraordinary appearance and temperament. Not far behind Su Mingly, a tall high school student stood there. He is the president of the student union of this high school, and this time he assisted Su Mingly in dealing with the mutated bats. Sister, you are so beautiful, you must have a boyfriend, right? Said the boy. Su Mingly glanced at the other person and said calmly, I got it. Besides, I don't like this name. Just call me by my name. The boy was a little displeased, but he still said, Sister's boyfriend really doesn't cherish her, does he?
Facing such terrifying mutant bats, he actually let her come here alone. Isn't he worried at all? The student union president has a slender figure, red lips and white teeth, and speaks nicely.
If she were an ordinary girl, after listening to his tea-like words, she might really think that her boyfriend is not a good person.
Unfortunately, Su Mingly is not an ordinary person.
She said coldly, "Get lost."
The boy's face turned pale and blue, and he couldn't utter a word.
At this moment, a group of huge mutated bats appeared in the sky. They came in groups, with at least hundreds of them, and flew towards the dormitory building. The boy was startled. "Sister, I'm scared, you have to protect me." As the boy spoke, he ran towards Su Mingly, as if wanting a hug.
However, at this moment, a big hand grabbed the boy's shoulder, and then a teasing voice sounded, "Are you scared? It's okay, I'll still protect you."
As Yi Xian spoke, he directly gave the boy a love hug. Under the huge force, the boy's face turned red, his bones were sore all over, and he coughed several times.
He was held by Yi Xian like a little bottom.
Su Mingly was originally planning to let Xiaohong take action, but after seeing this scene, she smiled and began to deal with the mutated bats.
Chapter 112 White Snake.
Although Su Mingly's ability development has not improved much, her control over her own abilities has become more and more proficient, and she has developed new abilities. She just gently swept her hand across the air, and then, a flaming bow and arrow condensed out of the void. Then, Su Mingly drew the bow with one hand and pulled the string with the other. The flaming bow and arrow in her hand was pulled into a full moon shape, and then she suddenly let go. Hundreds of fire crows appeared out of thin air, and then shot towards the densely packed mutated bats like a rain of arrows. The mutated bats dodged one after another, but unfortunately, the fire crows were extremely fast and there were many of them. Most of the mutated bats were unable to dodge the fire crows and were shot by them. Then their bodies quickly caught fire and fell from the sky. Of course, there were quite a few mutated bats, and they were not killed all at once by Su Mingly.
The few remaining survivors flew away in all directions.
Su Mingly pulled the bowstring again, and the fire crows attacked. These fire crows were like tracking missiles with built-in tracking functions. With this attack, all the mutated bats were directly cleared out, without a single one left. At this time, Yi Xian let go of the boy's body and said, "How is it?
The mutant bats have been cleared out. Are you not afraid now?"
The boy showed a smile that was uglier than crying. "I'm not afraid anymore, I'm not afraid anymore, thank you, big brother." Yi Xian smiled, let go of the other person, and then came to Su Mingly and asked, "How do you feel about the mission?"
Su Mingly smiled and said, "It's quite simple. It would be even better if there weren't flies buzzing around. How are things going over there? Is the Bull Demon King easy to deal with? It's not difficult. By the way, Mingly, do you like drinking milk?
I heard that the milk of the awakened Bull Demon King is of high quality and good quality, and it is also beneficial to one's own abilities."
"It's very good." Su Mingly was stunned for a moment. "Milk? Is it okay?"
Yi Xian smiled and said, "Then you will have a treat in the future."
"I have already informed the academy about this matter. The cow should have been taken back to the academy by now.
If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you are a bastard. The milk of this Bull Demon King is almost equivalent to a resource for cultivation.
Since Yi Xian has discovered it, he naturally cannot miss it. As for the owner of the farm, he was scared away by the Bull Demon King and had to hire someone to solve the problem. The Awakener Academy of Magic City University helped him take the awakened cow away, which was also helping him solve the problem. At worst, they could give him a subsidy of tens of thousands of yuan afterwards. In the Awakener Academy, in the grove, Zhou Qiang was holding the rope, leading the Bull Demon King, with several professional milkers following behind him.
Afterwards, Zhou Qiang said, "Sister Niu, I know you have a certain amount of wisdom.
You can live here from now on. Just don't scare the students. As for your milk problem, we will also solve it.
There are hundreds of students in the college who need it every day, so we will definitely give it to you and not waste any of it." The Bull Demon King mooed, then lay down on the ground obediently in a comfortable position. Several milkers immediately stepped forward, took the milk with buckets, and began to milk it with professional techniques. The Bull Demon King also showed a comfortable expression on his face.
Zhou Qiang looked at the Bull Demon King and nodded with satisfaction. Then he called Lin Su and said, "Dean, what are you busy with?"
"Our college has a new staff member in the kitchen."
Over there was only a loud bang, and Lin Su panted, "I'm fighting over here. We can talk later if there's anything else."
Then, the call was hung up.
Zhou Qiang had nothing to worry about. Lin Su's ability was that he could not die even if he tried his best. There was no need for him to worry about it. The Tianshan Mountains were covered in white snow and it was freezing cold. A figure was seen falling heavily to the ground, with countless broken bones and a bloody mess all over his body. The person on the ground was none other than the Dean of the Awakener Academy, Lin Su. He had not yet fully grown up. Although his progress is much higher than that of ordinary awakeners, it is only about 50%. He is not invincible now. Lin Su, a mangled mess of flesh and blood, slowly stood up. His injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, his aura grew even stronger. He said coldly, "White Snake, I must take this Tianshan Snow Lotus today." A cold voice sounded, "You can try again." In the vast expanse of white snow, a gigantic white snake 1,000 meters long was entwined there. The white snake has a pair of dragon horns on its head. Although it is a snake, it gives people a sense of charm. It is the master of Tianshan Mountain, the white snake. The reason why Lin Su found this place was because he heard that there was a precious medicine in Tianshan Mountain called Tianshan Snow Lotus. This Tianshan Snow Lotus is a mutated snow lotus that can cure all kinds of poisons. He came here for Senior Wang Wu. Unfortunately, this white snake is not easy to deal with. It has existed for a very long time. Scientists now even suspect that this white snake may have awakened thousands of years ago. The legend of the white snake was also created because someone was inspired by seeing a white snake. Moreover, this white snake seems to have nothing to do with the alienated awakening of other creatures. At least none of the other alienated creatures can speak at the moment. If Lin Su had no choice, he would not be willing to go against the white snake. Lin Su relied on his immortal demon body and rushed forward again. However, a snake's tail hit Lin Su and directly knocked him out. Lin Su fell to the ground again, his flesh and blood a mess. While recovering from his injuries, he said, "White Snake, I need this Tianshan Snow Lotus to save my life. Please give it to me." "Help? What do your human lives have to do with me? This Tianshan Snow Lotus is born with a spirit, and it is also waiting for its destined person." Lin Su said angrily, "I don't believe this. It's just a little white snake. Die." Lin Su rushed forward again, but this time, the white snake lost its patience and its tail hit Lin Su again. This time, Lin Su did not fly towards the ground, but flew into the air, like a meteor, flying out with a whoosh, flying farther and farther. The white snake's cold voice rang out, "Go back to where you came from." The language of the white snake, with a mysterious power, blessed Lin Su's body. Lin Su's body flew out, flying farther and farther uncontrollably. He tried to stop several times, but failed. A few hours passed, and Lin Su flew back from Tianshan to the sky above the Awakener Academy in the Magic City in one breath, and then landed with a whoosh. In the grove, the Bull Demon King was lying there to rest. Not far from the Bull Demon King, a boy and a girl couldn't bear the loneliness and were snuggling together. The distance between them was about to become negative. However, at this moment, there was a loud bang, and Lin Su fell from the air. The Bull Demon King, who was sleeping soundly, was startled, mooed, and looked ahead with puzzled eyes. The wild mandarin ducks were also startled and screamed, and the girl immediately ran away as if for her life. Chapter 113: The Empress's Pride. The boy was quite angry that his good time was interrupted. He strode forward and kicked Lin Su, cursing, "You bastard, you dare to interrupt my good time? Are you doing this on purpose? Damn it!" With Lin Su's strength, it would have been impossible for him to be kicked by an ordinary student. However, after the white snake blew him away, a mysterious force controlled his body, making him unable to move at all. Even after he landed on the ground, this force did not disappear, which caused him to be kicked. At this moment, the boy slapped Lin Su again, directly on the face. Although the slap did not hurt much, it was extremely insulting. Lin Su was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The boy was not willing to give up and was about to pick up his gun and mount his horse, but was interrupted. He was furious and punched down again. Finally, Lin Su regained control of his body. He grabbed the boy's fist and said coldly, "You little bastard, you even dare to hit me?" Lin Su's voice frightened the boy so much that his face turned pale. "Dean Lin, why are you here?" Lin Su said coldly, "You're asking me? The entire Awakener Academy is my territory. I can go wherever I want. But you, in the middle of the night, why aren't you sleeping? How dare you hit me?" Lin Su had just been beaten up by the white snake and failed to snatch the Tianshan Snow Lotus. He was furious, and then this boy showed up,
which really gave Lin Su another vent. He stood up immediately and dragged the boy to the academic affairs office. He planned to teach this kid a lesson and hold a school-wide meeting tomorrow to criticize him so that he could know how powerful he was. The next day, Yi Xian and Su Mingly both looked at the hidden dragon list. A day passed, and their rankings not only did not go up, but instead went down. Especially the first-ranked ancestral dragon's true body, Long Hanjie, whose points directly exceeded 10,000, which is much higher than Yi Xian and Su Mingly. In addition, many other SS-level players have surpassed Yi Xian and Su Mingly. The two of them are too cautious and the tasks they accept are not difficult. Even though Su Mingly's talent coefficient is 4 times higher, he is still lagging behind in the standings. Su Mingly frowned. Are they all working so hard? Yi Xian sighed and said, yes, they are geniuses of the same level as us, and they work so hard. We are too lazy and picky when accepting tasks. It would be strange if we didn't fall behind. From now on, we both have to cheer up. Even if we can't get first place, we have to at least ensure a top 10 position. Su Mingly nodded slightly and clenched her fists. I understand. Yi Xian knew very well that Su Mingly, who was in the top 10, was working as hard as anyone else on the list. In this life, because of him, Su Mingly did not have too much pressure. Her goal is no longer to improve her strength, serve the country, and protect humanity, but to kiss and hug each other every day and marry Yi Xian and have children in the future. The life tone of the genius Su Mingly changed from defending the country to romance, and his motivation was naturally much worse than in his previous life. As Su Mingly finished speaking, the system prompt sounded, "Congratulations host, the mission has been triggered, the pride of the Empress." Empress's pride, as the Red Lotus Empress, how could she be outshined by a mere scumbag? Help the Red Lotus Empress reach the top of the hidden dragon rankings and be rewarded with Thor's hammer. Thor's hammer, the weapon used by Thor, the god of thunder. The hammerhead is made of a decaying star, and the handle is made of the wood of the world tree. It carries the power of Thor, is extremely hard, and is indestructible. When Yi Xian saw this reward, he was immediately attracted. Up to now, Yi Xian actually did not have a suitable weapon. The original butcher knife had long been eliminated by Yi Xian and given to Qin Hang. The sharpness of the butcher knife was useless to Yi Xian, who was known for his strength. And the subsequent black iron heavy sword, although slightly more suitable than the butcher knife, but with the improvement of Yi Xian's strength. The weight of the 80 gene heavy black iron sword is negligible to Yi Xian, so he rarely uses weapons in combat. I didn't expect that now, after accidentally triggering the Empress mission, the reward would be so suitable. Yi Xian is known for his strength, and Thor's hammer is made of a decaying star, making it extremely heavy. At the same time, it also has the power of thunder and lightning. Thor's hammer not only can unleash Yi Xian's terrifying power, but also allows him to master the power of Thor. It can be said to be quite powerful. Of course, the reward is indeed very tempting, but the task is also difficult. After all, if Yi Xian wants to obtain Thor's hammer, he has to help Su Mingly become the number 1 on the hidden dragon list. However, it is not an easy task to surpass the true body of the ancestral dragon, Long Hanjie. Yi Xian has to use all his trump cards. The next morning, Yi Xian heard that Lin Su, who had been missing for several days, had returned. After hearing this, Yi Xian immediately found Lin Su. "Dean Lin, what have you been doing these days?" Yi Xian came to Lin Su's office. Lin Su's immortal demon body has a very strong recovery ability. Although he was beaten like that by the white snake before, it seems that there is no abnormality at all now. Lin Su said calmly, "I went to find a way to help Elder Wine, but unfortunately, I didn't get much." After hearing this, Yi Xian took out a bottle containing a purple liquid. Then, Yi Xian said, "This may help with the old senior's injury. Why don't you try it?" Lin Su looked at the purple liquid, opened it and smelled it, and said, "Blood? Where does this blood come from?" Yi Xian shook his head, "Don't worry about this. Anyway, it will definitely help the old senior's injuries. Perhaps you can try it yourself?" After hearing this, Lin Su took a sip without hesitation. Although he trusted Yi Xian very much, it was related to the health of Senior Wang Wu after all, so he had to test it himself. As the purple blood entered his stomach, Lin Su felt a strong life energy spreading throughout his body, which invigorated him. His body was also filled with strength, and his cells seemed to be more active than usual. Lin Su was very familiar with this state. After he was injured, the energy of the immortal demon body would help him recover quickly. When he recovered, although the mechanism was different from now, his physical condition was very similar. Of course, the energy in this blood is much weaker than the power of his immortal demon body, but it is certain that it will be able to help with the injuries of Senior Wang Wu. Thinking about it, Lin Su immediately said, "Good boy. Elder Wang has a special status. If your blood can really help him a lot, I will record a great merit for you." After Lin Su finished speaking, he took the bottle of blood and went to find Wang Wu. Chapter 114 Invalid. Not long after, Lin Su arrived at the hospital. In the intensive care unit, a nurse was taking care of Wang Wu. Wang Wu was attacked by the toxin at this moment, and all the skin on his body turned blue, which looked quite scary. Lin Su slapped himself in self-blame, then took out the bottle of purple blood and said to the nurses, "Inject this into Elder Wang's body." The nurses' expressions changed. "What is this? How can you just give me in for?" Lin Su said directly, "This is a life-saving device. Don't worry, if anything happens, I, Lin Su, will take full responsibility." Several nurses hesitated. At this moment, an expert came in and said, "Do as he says. This person is a powerful person in the realm of awakeners. Our modern medicine is no longer effective, so we can only try the methods of the awakened. Furthermore, the current situation cannot get any worse, so we have to try our best to save the situation." After hearing this, the nurse had no choice but to do as Lin Su said, put the bottle of purple blood into the injection bottle, and then gave Senior Wang an infusion. Song Tian Ba Shui is a great medicine in the world, possessing powerful vitality. With the input of purple blood, the blue poison in Wang Wu's body faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, when the blue poison became diluted to a certain degree, it remained motionless. After a while, a hint of redness appeared on Wang Wu's face, his heartbeat and pulse became stronger, and his breathing became much stronger. Finally, Wang Wu slowly opened his eyes. "How can I, an old man like me, not be dead yet?" Lin Su looked at Wang Wu and said, "Senior, I shouldn't have asked you to deal with that awakened jellyfish. It's my fault." Wang Wu laughed and said, "I'm already this old. Even if I don't die in battle, I'll die of old age. To be able to die on the battlefield defending my country is a blessing for me." Lin Su said, "You are an awakened person. Your life force is much stronger than that of ordinary people. You can live for at least another 30 years. Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to save you." Wang Wu waved his hand and said, "30 years? No, I'm too tired. I'll rest for a while." After Wang Wu finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. Then, the blood color on his face gradually disappeared, and the blue color on his skin gradually deepened. Lin Su's expression changed. "What's going on?" The expert examined Wang Wu and then sighed, "Dean Lin, the thing you brought back is indeed useful, but it only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. It can replenish life energy and improve Mr. Wang's condition, but it only treats the symptoms and not the root cause, and it cannot detoxify. Mr. Wang's body is like a leaky bucket because of the toxins. Once the water in the bucket runs out, he will die. The medicine you brought was just adding some water to the bucket, which helped Mr. Wang regain his spirits for a while and allowed him to last a few more days. However, as long as the toxins are not eliminated, the fundamental problem cannot be solved." Lin Su said with a sullen face, "How long can Mr. Wang's body last?" After checking Wang Wu's physical indicators again, the expert said, "Originally, he could have lasted about 25 days, but now, he's only lasted about one more day." Lin Su murmured to himself, "Only one day? I know." After Lin Su finished speaking, he left the ward and went to find Yi Xian again. "How is it? Is it useful?" Yi Xian asked immediately when he saw Lin Su. He also has great respect for this highly respected senior and hopes to do his part to help. Lin Su said, "Do you still have that purple blood? It's certainly useful, but the quantity is too small. It would be best if I could get a bucket." Yi Xian's face suddenly changed after hearing this. "A bucket? Where can I get so much blood?" Although Yi Xian respected his seniors very much, he couldn't let himself be ruined for them, right? Yi Xian still had his parents to take care of, and the empress to accompany him. Therefore, Yi Xian immediately said, "There is not even a bucket left. If you can get a few more bottles, that would be fine." After hearing this, Lin Su suddenly asked, "Where did that purple blood come from?" "This." Yi Xian hesitated and didn't say anything. However, Lin Su suddenly made a move. He grabbed Yi Xian's right arm, then used his hands as a knife and slashed across Yi Xian's arm. Lin Su's strength was far superior to Yi Xian's. His hand knife easily cut through Yi Xian's skin, and a trickle of purple blood seeped out. Lin Su dipped his hand in some purple blood and smelled it. Then, his expression changed. "Is this blood your blood?" Yi Xian nodded and said, yes, after my superpowers advanced, I gained this ability.
My blood can be used to save people.
Lin Su was silent for a moment, then said, I understand.
Don't tell anyone about this easily.
Yi Xian immediately said, of course I know this. If it weren't for Elder Wang, I wouldn't tell you, even to Dean Lin.
I really don't have a bucket.
I'll try to get a few more bottles. Lin Su said, no, your blood isn't very useful.
Elder Wang's biggest problem right now is detoxification.
Your blood can't do the job, and it's only a temporary solution.
Let me think of other solutions.
If this purple blood was obtained through other channels, Lin Su would definitely try his best to get as much as possible to keep the old senior alive, so that he would have time to find more ways. It's a pity that this thing is actually Yi Xian's blood.
What is blood? Blood is the essence of life. For awakened ones, bleeding will definitely affect their own practice.
If too much blood is lost, it will even affect their potential and lifespan. To waste the cultivation and lifespan of a genius to maintain the life of a dying old man, and still not be able to substantially solve the problem, what is this?
This is like burning the piano and cooking the crane.
Not to mention that Lin Su disagrees with doing this, Senior Wang Wu himself would not agree to it either. If he knew that he was still alive because a young genius was extending his life, he would probably have thrown all his efforts into committing suicide on the spot. Therefore, Lin Su immediately dismissed Yi Xian's idea. He would continue to think of a way himself, and Yi Xian's blood was not within his consideration. Of course, this does not mean that Senior Wang Wu's life is not important. If Yi Xian's blood can detoxify and allow the old senior to recover completely, then Lin Su might consider letting Yi Xian release a few more bottles of blood. The most crucial thing is that Yi Xian's blood only treats the symptoms and not the root cause, and it also hurts himself. It can only delay Senior Wang's time, which is not worth it. After hearing what Lin Su said, Yi Xian knew that his blood might not be of any help.
Chapter 115 Father-in-Law Group. Then he said, tell me, is there any way to get Mingly to the top of the hidden dragon ranking? Lin Su looked at Yi Xian and said, do you want Mingly to reach the top?
That's right. Lin Su shook his head.
This isn't an easy task. The ancestral dragon's true form is highly regarded in Daxia.
He has a professional team around him who screens tasks for him, saving him time and allowing him to earn points as quickly as possible.
Yi Xian's expression changed slightly, and he said, so powerful? Why doesn't Mingly have the same treatment?
Lin Su explained, this kind of treatment was something he fought for himself.
You and Su Mingly can't replicate it. Yi Xian said, how did he do it? I want to try. Lin Su shook his head and said, you want to try? You really can't do it. You can't even handle Su Mingly, and you don't even have a child, and you're trying to compete with Long Hanjie? Yi Xian was surprised. What do you mean?
Lin Su explained, according to current research, talent is closely related to genetics, and Long Hanjie SSSS level talent is very popular.
Now is a special period. For the sake of human development, we no longer care about monogamy.
The superiors hope that Long Hanjie can have more children and contribute to the country.
Long Hanjie himself also agrees.
He has had many girlfriends, and the father-in-law he chose was either the dean of an Awakener Academy like me, or the leader of an Awakener organization, or a powerful Awakener. In short, when he chooses people, he basically doesn't choose women, but only chooses fathers-in-law. This group of his fathers-in-law are all people with certain strength in the field of Awakeners. Since they recognized him as their son-in-law, they naturally formed a certain alliance.
Moreover, 13 of this guy's girlfriends were already pregnant.
With the child in the woman's belly, the alliance between them is quite solid. With the help of so many powerful father-in-laws, providing him with intelligence and helping him clear obstacles, he can complete the task better and faster. I'm afraid that you and Su Mingly combined can't compare to him. Tell me, can you and Su Mingly imitate his tactics? Will you go find a new batch of girlfriends? Or will Mingly go find a new batch of boyfriends? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. He had never expected that Long Hanjie already had so many girlfriends, and 13 of them were pregnant? This efficiency was truly fucking high. This is truly a powerful and respectable opponent. It will not be easy for me to complete my mission as the Empress this time. No wonder the reward this time is so awesome, Thor's hammer. This Thor's hammer is not easy to get.
The hidden dragon rankings are ranked monthly, right? Lin Su nodded and said, that's right.
At the end of this month, there will be a grading process, and you will receive certain rewards based on your ranking.
At the same time, the hidden dragon treasury will be open for 1 day.
At that time, you can use your own points to exchange for some precious resources. After 1 day, the hidden dragon treasury will close, the points will be reset to 0, and a new round of competition will begin.
Yi Xian frowned.
If that was the case, then a lower rating in the first month would be crucial. After all, in the competition of cultivation, if you fall behind 1 step, you will fall behind step by step.
What exactly is in the Qianlong treasure house?
With Yi Xian's qualifications in his previous life, he certainly has no qualifications to touch it, but he can be sure that it must be very precious.
The person who ranks first in the first classification will get much more benefits than others. Relying on this treasure, one's own strength will be greatly improved.
Then in the second and third rounds of grading, the advantage will continue to snowball and the gap will become larger and larger. Yi Xian himself is using cheats, so there is no need to worry about his progress, but at present, his cheats are of limited help to Su Mingly's practice progress. Therefore, we must fight for the first place on the hidden dragon list in the first month.
Dean Lin, what do you think are the chances for Mingly and me? How can we possibly surpass him?
Lin Su said directly, unless you take on those extremely difficult missions. These missions are very difficult and the points rewards are also exaggerated. It's just that this kind of mission is difficult for me to complete, let alone you.
Don't let your imagination run wild. Your life is more important than anything else.
Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I understand.
Don't worry. I cherish my life more than anyone else. If something happens to me, what will happen to Mingly? Lin Su smiled and said, that's true. You are indeed a person who cherishes your life. I have also seen the mission records of you and Mingly.
The difficulty is not high and the rewards are also average.
This is fine.
You don't have to worry too much about competing with Long Hanjie. Grow up step by step, and you will also be the pillars of the country, able to defend your homeland.
Yi Xian nodded, then left Lin Su's office. As soon as he left, Yi Xian opened the Awakener Forum and looked at those extremely difficult tasks. Yi Xian is not without solutions for these extremely difficult tasks.
Don't forget, he still has a trump card, the full level experience card. The full level experience card can increase Yi Xian's ability development to 100% and lasts for 10 minutes. After Yi Xian's talent was advanced to the SS level Song Tian Bati, Yi Xian's practice progress card was weakened, and his own progress was also weakened. However, the effect of this full level experience card has not been weakened at all. It can increase Yi Xian's strength to 100% SS level in a short period of time. The effect can be said to be quite powerful. Yi Xian estimated that Lin Su's current ability development was around 50%, which meant he could already travel around. If Yi Xian used the full level experience card, although he might not be able to kill Lin Su, it should take less than 3 seconds to defeat Lin Su. As for the SS level Song Tian Bati, its capabilities have been fully developed, and Yi Xian can easily complete those so-called super difficult tasks. Yi Xian guessed that once he used the full level experience card, he would be the most powerful existence in the current human camp, without a doubt. Long Hanjie has a powerful group of father-in-laws to support him, so Yi Xian will cheat and compete with him to see who is more powerful. Of course, Yi Xian also has to screen these extremely difficult tasks.
First of all, the task reward points must be sufficient.
After all, he has to use a trump card like a full-level experience card, and he must ensure that Mingly can reach the first place. Secondly, the full-level experience card must play its due role and eliminate a major threat to the future of mankind. After all, the full-level experience card only comes once, and the chance of winning is not high. Yi Xian didn't know if he could draw it again in the future.
This trump card must be put to great use. At least he had to eliminate an existence like the Insect King to be worthy of this trump card, right? Chapter 116 Gap.
On the other hand, Yi Xian felt that he had to find a way to get in touch with some other geniuses. At present, the favorability of the geniuses in the Awakener Academy of Magic City University is basically above 30. To raise it to above 50, it will take a lot of time, and Yi Xian is not sure what he will get. Yi Xian didn't have that much time to waste, so he might as well find a way to get in touch with other geniuses. After all, it was relatively easy to gain a favorability level of 30. Yi Xian took a look at these extremely difficult tasks that had been pinned to the top, paid attention to a few of them, and then temporarily withdrew. Yi Xian decided to wait until the last day of ranking at the end of the month before taking on this task. The points rewards for these extremely difficult tasks range from 50,000 to 1 million. This score is exaggerated, but if Yi Xian completes the task now and reveals his trump card, Long Hanjie will probably not give up easily. Long Hanjie has a powerful group of father-in-laws to support him, and his own strength is also not bad. If he worked day and night, desperately trying to gain points, and Yi Xian completed an extremely difficult task early on, he would not necessarily be able to guarantee his first place. However, if Yi Xian only carried out the task on the last day, the gap between everyone would instantly widen, with a difference of hundreds of thousands of points.
It would be the last day by then. Even if Long Hanjie worked day and night, he would not be able to make up such a huge gap, right?
Of course, Yi Xian wanted Su Mingly to top the list, so if he accepted the task, he had to do it with Su Mingly as a team. As for the points reward, the two will split it in half, so the reward for this task must be high enough. Yi Xian searched among these extremely difficult tasks and then saw a task whose reward was not too exaggerated: the Heavenly Snow Lotus.
Tianshan Snow Lotus Mission. On the top of Tianshan Mountain, there is a mutated Tianshan Snow Lotus that can cure all kinds of poisons.
However, the Tianshan Snow Lotus is guarded by a mysterious white snake, making the mission extremely difficult.
It is not recommended to confront the white snake head-on.
It is recommended to steal the Tianshan Snow Lotus directly.
The mission rewards 50,000 points.
The reward for the Tianshan Snow Lotus mission is very ordinary, only 50,000 points, which does not match its difficulty.
However, this Tianshan Snow Lotus can cure all kinds of poisons.
In addition, seeing the time when this task was released, Yi Xian immediately guessed that this Tianshan Snow Lotus task should have been released for Senior Wang Wu. Wang Wu was poisoned by the mutated jellyfish in front of Yi Xian and fell to the ground. Yi Xian admired the senior very much. If possible, Yi Xian hopes to help the senior, but if the reward of 50,000 points is divided in half, it will only be 25,000 points. Based on the talent coefficients of the two, Yi Xian will eventually get 50,000 points and Su Mingly will get 100,000 points out of these 25,000 points. In just 1 month, the points gap between Su Mingly and Long Hanjie is definitely not just 100,000 points. The points from this task could not meet Yi Xian's requirements, but there was only one full-level experience card. For a moment, Yi Xian was a little conflicted. After thinking for a long time, Yi Xian still couldn't make a decision. Senior Wang's life was important, but the growth of his own empress was equally important. Since Yi Xian is capable, he doesn't want Su Mingly to fall behind others. Why is Su Mingly treated much worse than Long Hanjie even though they are both SSS? Is it just because Long Hanjie has a super strong team of father-in-laws? Yi Xian wanted to prove that the help he could bring to Su Mingly alone was no less than that of the father-in-laws behind Long Hanjie. The reason why Yi Xian didn't want to fall behind others was because of the memories of his previous life. In his previous life, Yi Xian himself was a sea-level cannon fodder, and Su Mingly was high above him, the peerless Red Lotus Empress. The gap between the two was like an insurmountable chasm. Therefore, in this life, even though Yi Xian is more evil than Su Mingly, after having Su Mingly, Yi Xian always worries that he is not giving her the best, and his existence is delaying her strength improvement. At least in the previous life, Su Mingly, after awakening, devoted himself to nothing but cultivation. But in this life, Su Mingly talks about love with Yi Xian every day. Even with the double training card, her growth rate is not necessarily faster than in her previous life. If Su Mingly's strength is not even as good as in her previous life, how will she deal with the stunning Kuanping in the future? Yi Xian came back only to let the future empress enjoy 20 years of happiness before dying at the hands of the astonishing Kuanping? Wouldn't that be ridiculous? Of course, in the future, Yi Xian himself will definitely not stand idly by, but the strength of the empress must not be too bad. Therefore, Yi Xian thought about helping Mingly get the first place on the potential dragon list to prove that being with Mingly would not hinder her at all, but would only make her better. Since he couldn't make a decision, Yi Xian put it aside for the time being. There were still more than 20 days left. What if he could find a way to have the best of both worlds? Putting aside these concerns, Yi Xian found Su Mingly. The two of them screened suitable tasks on the Awakener forum, then accepted and went to carry out the tasks. The difficulty of the mission itself is actually not that great for Yi Xian or Su Mingly, but a mission does not mean that you can just go to the destination and kill the monster with one sword. Many tasks require waiting. For example, when Su Mingly dealt with a group of mutated bats before, he waited for several hours at the university before the mutated bats arrived, and many tasks inevitably wasted time. But it's different for Long Hanjie, who has a group of father-in-laws. His powerful father-in-law team directly helped Long Hanjie to screen out the most cost-effective tasks, and then arranged for the awakened ones to collect clues for the investigation tasks, master all the intelligence of the tasks, and then arranged for Long Hanjie to carry out the tasks. If Long Hanjie went to carry out the mission of the mutated bats, one of his father-in-laws would arrange a helicopter to take Long Hanjie to the destination directly 1 minute before the mutated bats attacked.
Then Long Hanjie took action, spending 3 minutes beheading the bats.
Afterwards, he boarded the helicopter again and departed gracefully.
Half an hour later, he appeared at the scene of the next mission and continued to complete the task. In comparison, Yi Xian and Su Mingly were acting alone. Neither the instructors nor other students at the Awakener Academy could do this kind of logistical work for them.
Naturally, their efficiency could not compare with Long Hanjie's.
A week passed quickly.
Yi Xian and Su Mingly had been working hard to complete the tasks, but the gap between the two sides was widening further. Currently, Long Hanjie is ranked first on the potential dragon list with a score of 140,000, while Yi Xian and Su Mingly have less than 30,000 points combined.
Fortunately, the two of them have relatively high talent coefficients.
Although they cannot be compared with Long Hanjie, they have at least maintained their top 10 rankings.
Chapter 117 Decision.
In the evening of that day, Yi Xian and Su Mingly completed the tasks they had received and returned to the Awakener Academy together. Su Mingly felt helpless. We work so hard every day, and even if we're lucky and can complete 2 or 3 tasks, we only earn 3,000 points.
How did Long Hanjie do that?
Yi Xian explained, I heard from the dean that Long Hanjie has a powerful group of fathers-in-law to help him. He has more than 10 girlfriends, and each of their fathers is powerful and can help him a lot.
Su Mingly clenched her fists and waved them in dissatisfaction. Isn't he bullying me? If I get the chance in the future, I will definitely beat him up.
Su Mingly herself actually doesn't have such a strong competitive spirit, but she always feels that her boyfriend is invincible, and even she cannot compare to him. But now, her boyfriend was suppressed by this Long Hanjie, which made Su Mingly very unhappy. In addition, the reason why Long Hanjie can crush his boyfriend is because Long Hanjie has more than 10 girlfriends and more than 10 powerful father-in-laws.
And what about Yi Xian? What kind of father-in-laws did Yi Xian have?
The only father-in-law and mother-in-law he had were not good people. He was too demanding at first, and was finally sent away by Yi Xian for 4 million. After that, he dug his own grave and set off in an orderly manner. It can be said that Su Mingly's parents, from their lifetime to their death, only caused trouble and could never help Yi Xian. This made Su Mingly feel a little sorry for her man.
How could he be so unlucky to meet such a father-in-law and mother-in-law?
She was very dissatisfied with the fact that Long Hanjie took advantage of his father-in-law's older brother to bully her man. After hearing what Su Mingly said, Yi Xian grabbed Su Mingly's hand and said seriously, Mingly, don't worry, no one can bully us. I've reserved the first place on the hidden dragon list for you, and no one can take it away from you. Yi Xian finally made a decision. Helping Mingly to top the potential dragon list was the most important thing.
As for Senior Wang's health, there might be other ways to deal with it.
If it really doesn't work, he will give up a little more blood to help old Wang prolong his life, and then think of other ways. However, Yi Xian will definitely take the first place on Su Mingly's potential dragon list.
Su Mingly said with some concern, Yi Xian, you don't want to take those extremely difficult missions, do you?
I know you are very strong, but those missions are too dangerous.
I don't want you to take risks for me.
Yi Xian said, I won't take any risks. Besides, we have the dragon and phoenix pendant.
If it's really dangerous, I will teleport to save my life.
Su Mingly nodded and said, your safety is 1,000 times more important than being number 1 on the hidden dragon ranking.
I absolutely don't want you to take risks for me.
Yi Xian smiled and said, don't worry, I haven't lived long enough.
At least I've passed my 18th birthday. I'm still waiting for your birthday present.
Su Mingly's cheeks immediately turned red. Bad guy. After returning to the college, Lin Su informed the two to go to his office.
The two did not waste time and went straight to the office.
Lin Su was sitting in his office chair, looking at the two of them, and said, you have been doing too smoothly in the Awakener Academy all along, without encountering any setbacks.
It's good now to let you know that there is always someone better than you.
Long Hanjie may be as talented as you too, but in terms of social skills and judging the situation, he is much better than you. He knows how to leverage opportunities, manage his personal connections, and utilize his own strengths to follow the general trend.
He has made numerous girlfriends, secured powerful fathers-in-law, and fathered many sons and grandsons.
This is how he has been able to stay so far ahead on the hidden dragon rankings. Yi Xian said helplessly, Dean Lin, I know this, what exactly do you want to say? Lin Su spread his hands and said, actually, you also have this advantage, but you just haven't used it.
Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. What advantage?
If it's a stupid idea like asking me to find a few more girlfriends, or asking Mingly to find a few more boyfriends, then there's no need to talk about it.
Lin Su said directly, of course not, what I mean is that you can have more children.
Although Lin Su has found many girlfriends, the quality of them is not very good.
Even if he had 12 children, they wouldn't be as good as one born to you too.
After your child is born, if the test shows extremely high talent, then you can just find a group of godfathers and godmothers and follow Long Hanjia's path.
Isn't that very creative?
Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and said, stop.
Don't say we won't have a baby so soon. Even if we do have a child, we won't recognize any godfathers or godmothers.
Lin Su sighed and said, oh, you're not smart at all.
Forget it. After all, I'm your dean.
Let me tell you, starting next month, Long Hanjia's father-in-law group won't be that important anymore.
Yi Xian asked curiously, what happened?
Lin Su explained, you and Mingly are both geniuses from our Magic City University Awakener Academy. Your previous combat performances were also outstanding, but now you have been suppressed to this extent.
I've already reported this to my superiors. Long Hanjie is relying on his connections to complete missions relentlessly. It's totally unfair.
The ranking of the Hidden Dragon ranking will be changed next month.
So what's the new sorting method?
Lin Su said calmly, next month, a nationwide exchange competition for awakened colleges will be held. Each major college will arrange 5 to 10 elite talents to go to the capital to participate in the exchange competition.
For each victory, you will receive corresponding points as a reward. For each defeat, corresponding points will be deducted. If you lose 3 games or more, you will be eliminated directly. After the game, the ranking will be determined based on the total points. Because the Awakener exchange competition is time-consuming and laborious, it is impossible to carry out tasks and eliminate strange beasts during the exchange competition. Therefore, although the application for the competition was approved, the exchange competition will only be held once every 3 years.
In other months, the normal task points system will still be used. Therefore, next month is your only chance to surpass Long Hanjia, so you must seize this opportunity.
Yi Xian heard Lin Su's words, but a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Awakener Academy Exchange Competition? I like it.
The college exchange competition is attended by elite talents from various schools. Naturally, the talents of these people are S-level or above. If Yi Xian could raise the favorability of these people to above 30, wouldn't he be able to draw another wave of rewards? Yi Xian currently has too few trump cards in his hand. If he could draw a full-level experience card or something like that, he would be more confident in doing anything. Of course, these people are all Yi Xian's opponents. It is not an easy task to raise the opponent's favorability to above 30. After all, he was a student from the same college, and they had been together for more than a month before the favorability level gradually increased to over 30. It is extremely difficult to raise the favorability of these geniuses from other academies to over 30 just by meeting them once at the competition venue, unless some preparation is made in advance.
So, how can I make these awakened people from other academies feel good about me and recognize me? Chapter 118 Target Joeying. Strength. Spiritual energy has revived, and strength is paramount.
Only with strong strength can we defend the human race and resist the monsters. Yi Xian, who possesses a full-level experience card, seems to be able to show his prowess in front of people once, kill a future top-level alien beast, and eliminate the threat to humans. At the same time, he obtained a large number of points to help Mingly get first place on the Hidden Dragon list. Finally, he used this divine manifestation to increase the favorability of the genius and lay a certain foundation for favorability. When the exchange competition begins, you only need to put in a little effort to raise your favorability to 30. The more Yi Xian thought about it, the more feasible it seemed to him. However, to do so, he would still need the support of the academy. After all, there is no better way for Yi Xian to show off in front of others. The most direct way is to do a live broadcast or something like that. If they want the live broadcast to be seen by geniuses from other colleges, Lin Su's help is indispensable. Dean Lin, I saw on the forum that a 9-headed monster snake was born in the Beatty Fiercewater.
It's called the 9 Infants. If you can hunt down the 9 infants, you'll get a reward of 1 million points, right?
With these 1 million points, even if Mingly and I split them in half, if we take into account the talent coefficient, I can get 1 million points and Mingly can get 2 million points.
We can occupy the first and second places on the hidden dragon ranking respectively, so it won't be a big problem, right? Lin Su's face changed. Are you crazy? Is it that easy to get 1 million points? That 9 infants thing is not easy to deal with. Didn't you read the mission instructions?
Joeying is a 9-headed monster snake that grows in dangerous water.
It is a monster of water and fire.
5 of its heads can spit out poisonous fire, and 4 of its heads can spit out poisonous water. The poisonous fire and water are extremely powerful and difficult to deal with. Of course, this is not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing is that every time one of Joeying's 9 heads is chopped off by a certain force, this force will no longer cause any harm to it.
And the head that was chopped off will grow back after an hour.
Of course, if one possesses extremely powerful strength, it would be no problem to completely kill Joeying with one blow and smash it to pieces. However, this 9 infants beast can spit out poisonous fire and water, is huge in size, and has outstanding defense.
So far, no awakened person has been able to kill the 9 infants beast with one blow. But if you just chop off its head, it will be meaningless.
Therefore, even though Joeying rushed out of the evil water after awakening and slaughtered several surrounding villages, there is still no way to deal with it. In the previous life, until Yi Xian and Su Mingly died, Joeying was still alive and well. Although its destructive power is not as great as that of the stunning Kuanpeng and the world-destroying dragon whale, it is still more difficult to deal with and kill than these 2 peerless beasts. So far, among those extremely difficult tasks, Yi Xian has discovered that the most difficult one in the future is the strange beast Joeying, and its task points are as high as 1 million. It will definitely not be a waste of Yi Xian's full-level experience card to take action against Joeying. Doing this would indeed not save Elder Wang, but at the same time, Yi Xian also eliminated a major threat to the human race in the future. Yi Xian knew very well that in the future, even if Senior Wang was still alive, he would definitely be willing to die together with the 9 infants beast, but he just couldn't do it.
Now, there is only one experience card and only one chance.
Whether Yi Xian considers it from a selfish point of view or from the perspective of human justice, he should choose Joeying instead of going to Tianshan to fight with the white snake and then snatch the Tianshan snow lotus.
I've read the mission description. I'm confident I can deal with this guy.
Yi Xian said confidently.
Lin Su was shocked and said, "Am I crazy or are you crazy? Can you deal with Joeying? Try to deal with me first."
Yi Xian had no way of hiding his trump card, so he could only ask, "Dean Lin, if I develop my abilities to 100%, can I deal with Joeying?" Lin Su thought for a moment and said, "Your ability is among the SS level, and it should be considered a powerful ability.
If it is developed to 100%, it will be enough to wipe out Joeying.
However, it is only developed to 10% now."
"Do you think I don't know?"
Yi Xian said slowly, "You also know that I am different from ordinary people. I have a trump card that can increase my ability development to 100% in a short period of time. Of course, I only have one chance to do this, and it only lasts 10 minutes, but I believe that 10 minutes is enough for me to kill Joeying."
Lin Su was shocked and said, "Are you kidding me? Do you have such a trick?" Yi Xian laughed and said, "Do you think I would joke about my own life? I cherish my life more than anyone else. Who will guard Mingly?"
At this moment, Su Mingly also said, "Dean, Yi Xian would not joke with you like this.
You can trust him completely. He has always been good at creating miracles."
After Su Mingly finished speaking, she added in her mind, "Because he has created countless miracles." Lin Su stared at Lin Su for a few seconds before saying, "There is a Tianshan snow lotus in Tianshan. The Tianshan snow lotus can save Elder Wang's life, but there is a white snake guarding it, and I can't beat it." Yi Xian frowned slightly and said, "How long can Senior Wang hold on?" Lin Su said slowly, "At most half a month."
"My blood can help Elder Wang prolong his life, right?"
"That's all right, but..."
Yi Xian said directly, "It's okay, I know my body well.
In the next 2 days, I will prepare some blood to extend Elder Wang's life for more than a month. I will continue to find ways to take care of Senior Wang's body, but I only have one chance to cheat this time, and I want to use it in a more appropriate place."
Lin Su sighed and said, "You're right.
From the perspective of human righteousness, killing a ferocious beast, Joeying, is far more valuable than snatching the Tianshan snow lotus and saving Elder Wang's life.
Moreover, offending the white snake is not worth the loss.
The Tianshan white snake is not a strange beast, and is completely different from other awakened and alienated animals. According to some information currently obtained, the white snake has killed strange beasts and protected humans several times. Yi Xian killed Joeying, eliminating the threat from humans without offending the white snake. However, he snatched the Tianshan Snow Lotus, and Zhou Ying continued to live well. At the same time, the white snake, which originally leaned towards the human camp, may also change its attitude directly. If Yi Xian chose to save people during this in and out, it would directly add 2 more powerful enemies to the human camp, which would be really not worth it. Yi Xian said seriously, "Don't worry, Dean Lin. I also want to help Elder Wang. I will use my blood to prolong his life first, and then we can think of other ways. I believe that there is always a way out." "Okay, let's do as you say." Chapter 119 Devour. By the way, I plan to make a move at the end of this month, the day before the Hidden Dragon ranking is determined. I'll catch Long Hanjie off guard and make it impossible for him to overtake me. Also, I'd like you to find a way to broadcast my move live. Lin Su asked in surprise, live broadcast? What's the point of live broadcasting? Yi Xian made an excuse, I want to let these geniuses, especially Long Hanjie, know who the real evildoer is. Lin Su laughed and said, you want to show off? Okay, I'll take charge then. I'll ensure that the process of you killing Zhou Ying will be broadcast live in the Awakener colleges of major universities. This is actually a kind of encouragement, and it also gives the awakened people of the Jianghu faction a look. The academic school has already regarded it as such a terrifying monster, and the decision made by the upper echelons is correct. If you want a live broadcast, it will benefit the overall situation and the country will help you promote it. That's great. With Lin Su's guarantee in this regard, one of Yi Xian's goals, to improve the favorability of other geniuses, has basically been achieved. When you are a little better than others, others will be jealous of you. When you are much better than others, others will only admire you. The reason why Yi Xian held this live broadcast was to demonstrate his own strength. This is already too much excellence. Others have no right to be jealous. They can only worship and admire, and this emotion will turn into favorability. In the following days, Yi Xian and Su Mingly continued to carry out their tasks. At the same time, Yi Xian also shed blood several times to help Senior Wang Wu prolong his life. The days passed one by one. In the Blue Moon Bar in Shanghai, a tall and sexy beauty with big wavy hair was sitting with her legs crossed, drinking elegantly. She rejected several men who approached her without hesitation. After a while, a tall and thin man came up and started a conversation. He deliberately showed off the Rolex on his wrist and said with a smile, "Beautiful lady, are you interested in having a drink together?" The beautiful woman saw the Rolex on the man's wrist, which symbolized his strength. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches, and she was moved. Sure. Afterwards, the man and woman started drinking together. The man told some dirty jokes from time to time, making the beautiful woman laugh. Not long after, the beauty seemed to be unable to handle the alcohol and collapsed in the man's arms. With a smug smile on his face, the man left the bar with the beauty and went to a nearby hotel. Inside the hotel, a man and woman were having a passionate sex. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on the beautiful woman's face. You stabbed me so many times, how about I stab you once too? The man was in high spirits, so he said directly, okay. At this time, no matter what the woman said, he would agree. The next second, the man's body suddenly hung in the air. His body was pierced by a 3 or 4 meter long sword and then nailed to the ceiling. The long sword that pierced his body was actually the arm of this beauty. At this moment, the upper half of this beauty's arm was normal, but the lower half was completely in the shape of a long sword. Blood flowed down the sword. The man's eyes were wide open, and he seemed to not understand why this happened. Then, the man nailed to the ceiling gradually became lighter until he became transparent and disappeared. This was his ability, invisibility, a B-level ability. Although it wasn't very strong, it was very practical. However, this time, his ability was completely meaningless. After remaining invisible for 2 or 3 minutes, he died from excessive blood loss and his body reappeared. Before he died, he saw that the woman who had been passionate with him just now had turned into an ugly, fat, black man. The fat black man still had a hint of unsatisfied expression on his face. It turns out being a woman is so comfortable, let's have more fun next time. Then, he pulled back the 3 or 4 meter long sword that his arm had transformed into, causing the invisible man's body nailed to the ceiling to fall down. The fat black man's hand changed again, becoming the size of a scalpel. Then, he controlled the scalpel, cut open the invisible man's heart, stabbed it, and blood splattered everywhere. The fat black man immediately put his mouth close to it and began to suck. During the blood-sucking process, the fat black man showed a comfortable expression on his face. After 3 or 4 minutes, he threw the invisible man's body aside with a satisfied expression on his face. Then, the fat black man slowly closed his eyes, and after a moment, his body gradually faded and disappeared. After remaining invisible for a few seconds, the fat black man reappeared. He said slowly, transformation, flight, invisibility, charm, swordplay, I already have 5 abilities. It's time to go big. The fat black man, named Zhao Baozhen, had always been an ordinary person, but he awakened a very special ability on his own, devouring. He had never tested the awakening spirit ball, so he didn't know the level of his own ability, but he knew very well that he was definitely not weaker than those geniuses. His ability is that after killing other people, he can gain their abilities by drinking their blood. The chance of getting it is 100%, at least so far, he has never failed. Zhao Baozhen already possesses 5 abilities, but these abilities are all average, and they were obtained by finding low-level awakeners from the Jianghu sects. After all, Zhao Baozhen's own ability is just devouring. He doesn't have many abilities. It can be said that Zhao Baozhen spent a lot of effort to acquire the previous abilities. It wasn't until he accidentally obtained information about a person with the ability to transform, tracked, and killed him, that Zhao Baozhen's life became much smoother. He only needs to investigate and collect some information in advance, find out the other party's preferences, and then cater to the other party's preferences, become the person the other party likes, and get close to the other party. Then, you can strike at the moment of bliss and easily kill the opponent, thereby gaining his abilities. Up to now, although Zhao Baozhen has 5 abilities, these abilities are basically B level or C level, which is too weak. He wants to do something big and devour the super geniuses of the Awakening Academy. Chapter 120, Knock. Then, Zhao Baozhen hid the invisible man's body under the bed, turned on the computer, put on glasses, and started operating it. After Zhao Baozhen put on glasses, his temperament was completely different and he became a fat, dark, tech geek. His 10 fingers were dancing on the keyboard, and the computer screen also showed a sci-fi picture composed of countless characters. This was a senior hacker. This is Zhao Baozhen's true identity, a hacker with very advanced skills. He was able to easily investigate the information of those with the ability to transform, become invisible, fly, etc., relying on his own technology. This time, his invasion was also very smooth. He invaded the database of the National Awakener Academy, stole some data, quickly sacrificed some broilers, and then escaped from pursuit. Then, he began to read the data. The only 2 awakeners with the highest talent he could find in the database were SSS level, Long Hanjie and Su Mingly. After checking Long Hanjie's information, Zhao Baozhen gave up. Don't be fooled by the fact that this guy is suave, has many women and children, and seems easy to approach. In fact, this guy is not interested in women at all, he doesn't care about women at all. What he cares about are his fathers-in-law. As long as he succeeds in making a woman pregnant, he will never touch her again. Moreover, Long Hanjie's power was too great, and Zhao Baozhen was terrified by the sight of so many powerful fathers-in-law. But Su Mingly is different. She doesn't have a strong background, so Zhao Baozhen is less wary of her than Long Hanjie. In addition, Su Mingly also has a boyfriend, and they have a very close relationship. This makes it easier for Zhao Baozhen to take action. He just needs to change into the appearance of the other person's boyfriend and successfully approach the other person, right? Of course, Zhao Baozhen's transformation ability is limited. He can only transform once every 24 hours. This is why Zhao Baozhen needs the ability to become invisible. He wants to sneak into the Awakener Academy of Magic City University, transform into Yixian, get close to Su Mingly, kill the other party to gain his abilities, and then he will not be able to transform into anyone else in a short period of time. At this time, the invisibility ability can be used to escape. With the combination of invisibility and transformation, Zhao Baozhen is now quite difficult to deal with. After reading some information, Zhao Baozhen hacked into the internal website of Magic City University to learn about the dormitory arrangements of the Awakening Academy. At the same time, he sampled some of the Academy's surveillance footage. He had to use these surveillance videos to imitate Yixian's posture when walking and talking, his voice and tone, as well as the state of Yixian when talking to Su Mingly, etc. All these things needed to be learned. In fact, Zhao Baozhen had thought about attacking those awakened ones in stealth mode, killing them with one blow, and then seizing their abilities. However, after considering it again and again, he gave up. He was proficient in hacking technology and had hacked into the Awakener forum. He knew a lot of information about the Awakeners. The ability to be invisible is an excellent skill for saving lives. It is not easy to find someone if you want to escape. However, it is not as effective as the ability to transform when used for assassination. Because most awakened people have the so-called sixth sense, and the higher the talent, the stronger the sixth sense. Ordinary people may not be able to react when approached by an invisible person, but it is different if it is an awakened person with extremely high talent. Their extraordinary talents and perception abilities make it very likely that they can perceive crises in advance and respond accordingly. Therefore, Zhao Baojian had already had a thorough plan. He used his transformation ability to get close to these people, dispel their vigilance, and suddenly made a move. After obtaining the heart blood, he became invisible and escaped. From then on, he soared into the sky, as high as a bird can fly. One day later, when Zhao Baojian's transformation ability had cooled down, he used his ability to transform, then watched the surveillance video of Magic City University and began to imitate it. Zhao Baojian imitated him while cursing in a low voice. "This kid is so arrogant. This expression is so arrogant all the time. It's so damn hard to learn." 2 days later, Zhao Baojian finished his studies. He transformed himself into Yi Xian and swaggered to the Awakener Academy. According to the information Zhao Baojian obtained from his investigation, Yi Xian should be in his dormitory at this time, so he doesn't have to worry about bumping into Yi Xian. The awakened ones all live in single dormitories. Although the male and female dormitories are not in the same building, they are not prohibited from interacting with each other. After all, in the entire academy, except for Yi Xian and Su Mingly, the other S-level talent awakeners are not bad either. There is nothing wrong with them being able to fall in love and have children. Having 3 children is now being promoted, and it is normal to encourage these awakened people with outstanding talents to have children. Therefore, Yi Xian, transformed by Zhao Baojian, swaggered into the girls' dormitory and came to Su Mingly's door. Then, Zhao Baojian knocked on the door. "Mingly, are you there?" I have to admit that Zhao Baojian's time over the past 2 days was not wasted. His imitation was quite good. The voice and posture were about 80% similar, and Su Mingly couldn't tell the difference. Inside the door, a clear voice sounded, "Come in." Then, Zhao Baojian entered the room and his eyes fell on Su Mingly. Su Mingly is very beautiful, more beautiful than any of the beauties he transformed into. It's a pity that Zhao Baojian doesn't have any interest in her. After gaining the ability to transform, he has come to like the feeling of being a woman, and naturally has no interest in women. Su Mingly was sitting in front of the computer, browsing the Awakener mission. After Zhao Baojian came in, Su Mingly's eyes fell on him. In just a moment, Su Mingly's eyes, which were originally full of love, became cold and vigilant. She knew her man better than anyone else. Although they had never actually had sex, they had been lying in the same bed for several days, so she was very familiar with Yi Xian. The guy in front of her didn't have the unique temperament and flavor of her own man at all. For Su Mingly, her own man is the coolest man. No matter where he is, Yi Xian is like a firefly in the darkness in her eyes, so bright and outstanding. Although the guy in front of him had Yi Xian's appearance, he did not have Yi Xian's inner qualities. Su Mingly saw through the fakeness of the other party at a glance. What's more, the other party was not wearing a dragon pendant. Su Mingly knew very well the function of the dragon and phoenix pendant. It was a life-saving artifact for both of them. Neither Yi Xian nor Su Mingly would take it off even to take a bath. The guy in front of me is not wearing it, how can it be authentic? At this moment, Xiaohong was also looking at Zhao Baojian with confusion. It jumped to Zhao Baojian, sniffed him, and then returned to Su Mingly, meowing. Su Mingly became more and more certain of her judgment. "Kneel down." Su Mingly looked at the guy in front of her, her voice domineering and cold. Zhao Baojian was stunned. "What the hell? What does it mean?" Su Mingly said calmly, "Isn't this how we usually get along? Kneel down and kowtow to me." Chapter 121 Whipping. Zhao Baojian's face changed. Are young men and women nowadays having so much fun? Is he too old to keep up? He was very reluctant. After all, a man's knees are made of gold, but he was also afraid that his identity would be exposed. Now his abilities are mainly used for escaping and ambushing others. If he fights Su Mingly head-on, he will not be her opponent. Therefore, Zhao Baojian knelt down obediently and knocked his head to the ground. "Is this okay?" Su Mingly laughed and said, "What did you say? How can this be possible? Are you a fake? You even forgot our daily routine?" Zhao Baojian's heart skipped a beat. "Our daily life? I haven't forgotten it, how could I have forgotten it?" Su Mingly said with satisfaction, "It's good that you haven't forgotten. Your ability is the heavenly tyrant body, which emphasizes breaking down and then rebuilding. The other people in our academy are too weak, and they can't practice with you at all.
So, every time you come to me, isn't it just to let me whip you, to help you break down and then stand up again, to hone your abilities, right?
As Su Mingly spoke, a flaming whip appeared in her hand with a thought, and she gently waved it in her hand. The scorching flame whip formed waves of heat in the air, raising the temperature of the air a lot. Zhao Baojian was so frightened that his face turned pale. I feel a little unwell today.
I want to talk to you about something else. How about we continue next time? Su Mingli said, how can that be possible? What could be more important than cultivation? Look at the whip.
Su Mingli swung her right hand, and the flaming whip hit Zhao Baojian fiercely.
Zhao Baojian was not Yi Xian.
The flaming whip instantly burned off a piece of his clothes, and his flesh and blood were also burning, making him look miserable. Zhao Baojian let out a shrill scream and shouted, "Auntie, I was wrong.
I'm a fake. Please let me go." Su Mingli sneered and whipped Zhao Baojian again. This time the whip was even harder.
Zhao Baojian was whipped back to his original form and rolled on the ground in pain.
Su Mingli watched the scene and became even angrier. Such an ugly guy dared to become her man? This was simply an insult to her own man. This guy deserved to die. After several lashes of the flaming whip, Zhao Baojian's entire body was ignited by the red lotus fire and turned into a ball of flame.
He wanted to resist and tried various abilities, such as transformation, invisibility, swordplay, etc.
Unfortunately, none of them worked.
After 20 or 30 seconds, his body was completely burned, leaving only a pool of ashes. When Su Mingli saw this, she picked up the broom and dustpan in the dormitory, swept the ashes, and prepared to pour them into the trash can. However, Su Mingli saw a black bead in Zhao Baojian's ashes. This bead is dark and shiny, just like a black pearl, but it has not changed at all under the burning of the red lotus fire, which surprised Su Mingli. After hesitating for a while, Su Mingli put the black bead away, ready to wait for an opportunity to ask Yi Xian and the dean what it was. As for Zhao Baojian's ashes, Su Mingli felt it was unlucky to keep them in her room, so after cleaning them up, she poured them into a garbage bag and tied the bag tightly.
Afterwards, Su Mingli touched Xiaohong's head and said, "Xiaohong, you've worked hard."
Xiaohong reluctantly picked up the garbage bag with his mouth, then walked out with his tail raised. His biggest role in this dormitory is to throw away garbage. In the evening, Yi Xian and Su Mingli had dinner together.
Su Mingli also took out the black bead. "Yi Xian, look at what this is."
Yi Xian took the bead, looked at it for a while, and said, "Where did this come from?"
Su Mingli explained, "Today, a guy pretended to be you and came to see me. I burned him to death. This is what he left behind. Is it considered a relic?" Yi Xian was immediately furious. "What? You dare to pretend to be me? Well done. This kind of stuff is not worthy of leaving behind relics. It should be something like ox treasure or dog treasure." Su Mingli said, "There are very few things that my fire can't burn. Why don't you find a chance to ask the dean?"
Yi Xian nodded and said, "Well, I'll find a chance to ask. By the way, Mingly, there's no need to tell the dean about that matter. He's just a clown. Just burn him to death."
"I know."
The next day, Yi Xian found Lin Su with a bottle of purple blood and said, "Dean, please give this bottle of blood to Senior Wang." Lin Su sighed and said, "It's all our fault for being useless.
A junior like you has to bleed us."
Yi Xian said calmly, "I'm fine, this amount is still within the control range. There's nothing serious wrong with my body.
I can make up for it by eating more."
Lin Su patted Yi Xian's shoulder and said, "I thank you on behalf of Senior Wang." Yi Xian said, "Senior Wang, you don't need to take my place. Besides, I respect the old hero.
This is what I should do. By the way, Dean, do you know what this is?"
Yi Xian said as he took out the black bead. Lin Su took the black bead and looked at it for a while. His expression became slightly serious.
"Do you know how the Awakening Spirit Ball came about?"
Yi Xian said as a matter of course, "Isn't it researched by the Chinese Academy of Sciences?"
Lin Su shook his head and said, "What the Chinese Academy of Sciences did was actually just imitation and replication."
Before the announcement of the spiritual energy revival, many autonomous awakeners hid themselves and kept a low profile.
I was one of them.
Scientists had not made much progress in their research on the revival of spiritual energy until a few months before the announcement of the revival of spiritual energy, when the country discovered a mysterious relic. The awakening spirit orb was found in that relic.
Yi Xian was surprised and asked, "Ruins? What kind of ruins are those?" Lin Su smiled and said, "That is the world's top secret. Although I know it, I cannot reveal it to you. I can only say that the ruins are simply a miracle and are simply beyond the reach of human science and technology. It may be the relic of the last peak civilization, or it may be a masterpiece of aliens. In short, our ancestors were unable to do this. My intuition tells me that this bead, like the awakening spirit ball, must have come from that ruin. Where did it come from?" Yi Xian could only say, "Today, a guy transformed into my appearance and went looking for Mingly. However, he underestimated how familiar we were and was burned to death on the spot. This bead was found in that guy's ashes." Yi Xian originally didn't want to talk about this, but since it involved such an important matter, he had to say it, otherwise it would only cause trouble for himself and Mingly. Lin Su took the bead, examined it carefully for a moment, and then said, "I've been into the ruins before, and if my guess is correct, this should be the egg of some kind of creature from the ruins. This kind of thing can be very dangerous if not properly controlled. The best solution is to hand it over, and I will exchange it for the corresponding cultivation resources for you." "No problem. If it's a cultivation resource, it would be best if Mingly could use it. Yi Xian's own cultivation progress is helped by progress cards, idle cards, etc. Compared with Su Mingly, who only has the support of dual cultivation cards, the speed is much slower. Therefore, if there are resources, Yi Xian will naturally fight for them for Su Mingly." "No problem, don't worry, I, Lin Su, will never let my students suffer any loss. I promise you will gain a lot." Chapter 122 Sword God. Seeing that Yi Xian trusted him so much, Lin Su was in a good mood. Yi Xian was also not dissatisfied. Yi Xian's system did not have an identification function. Yi Xian had no idea what this black bead was. What was the point of keeping it in his hands? It's impossible that Yi Xian doesn't even know what it is and just eats it or grinds it into powder and drinks it with water, and then sees what effect it has, right? Even if it really has some special effects, in Yi Xian's opinion, it is still incomparable to his own plug-in. What's more, Lin Su guessed that this was the egg of some kind of relic creature, and it was even more impossible for Yi Xian to take the risk and make any attempt. Yi Xian is growing by himself and has no worries about the future. He might as well exchange it for resources to help Mingly grow faster. After leaving the office, Yi Xian prepared to receive the task, but halfway, Yi Xian saw Qin Hong and others. At this moment, Qin Hong had a plaster on his arm and seemed to be injured, while Zhao Lei was walking with him. Seeing this, Yi Xian asked, "What's wrong? Did you encounter any trouble with the mission?" Qin Hong raised his arm and said, "Yes, we encountered a group of very difficult beasts. My butchering sword was almost bent." Yi Xian looked at Qin Hong and said, "Old Qin, it seems you've had a hard time. I'll give this to you." As Yi Xian spoke, he stretched his hand to his waist, as if he was pulling something out, but in fact, he was taking out his own heavy black iron sword from the system space. The moment the black iron heavy sword was taken out, Zhao Lei was surprised. He took a few steps forward, walked around behind Yi Xian, stared at Yi Xian's buttocks for several times, and seemed quite surprised. Zhao Lei had seen it clearly just now. Yi Xian didn't have the Shintai heavy sword hanging from his waist at all, yet he had pulled it out like this. Where did he pull it out from? This was a question. "Old Qin, this heavy black iron sword is for you. Although it's not as sharp as a butcher knife, it weighs a full 80 kilograms and is more powerful. It should be useful to you." Qin Hong looked at the black iron heavy sword, then slowly said, "Rise." The heavy black iron sword remained motionless and was still in Yi Xian's hand. Qin Hong quickly said, "Put it down. You're affecting my performance." After hearing this, Yi Xian placed the heavy black iron sword flat on the ground and watched Qin Hong's performance. "Rise." The heavy black iron sword remained motionless, while Qin Hong was sweating profusely in anxiety. Yi Xian was surprised. "What's going on? How could this happen?" Qin Hong spread his hands and said with a wry smile, "Isn't it all your fault? Ever since I got that butcher knife, I have been hypnotizing myself every day. This is a sword, this is a sword. Other swords are indeed much less powerful than your butcher knife, so I have always used this butcher knife. Until now, I can no longer control any other sword except the butcher knife." Yi Xian was stunned. How could this happen? He had thought those words would diversify Qin Hong's abilities, but he hadn't expected them to be completely useless. He couldn't control any other sword besides the butcher knife. How could this still be called sword control? You know, after Qin Hong's abilities grew, he controlled countless divine swords and used cool and powerful moves such as 10,000 swords returning to the origin, flying swords, and man and sword becoming one.
Therefore, he has many female fans and is known as the sword god of Great Xia. He has countless female fans following him, and his popularity is only slightly lower than Su Mingly. But now, controlling the sword has become controlling a butcher knife, and the level of elegance and beauty has dropped 8 levels. The dignified sword god of Great Xia has turned into a butcher knife god. It can be said that he has lost all his grace.
Isn't this too miserable? How about you try again? See if you can bend it back together?
Qin Hong said helplessly, "It's impossible now, but your heavy black iron sword is really good.
Why don't you melt it and make it into a large pig killing knife? Then I should be able to control it."
Yi Xian stared at Qin Hong and said, "There's nothing wrong with Rome, but don't you really want to find a way to get it back?"
Qin Hong said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter.
Strength is the most important thing.
What's the use of demeanor in the face of life and death crisis?"
Yi Xian could only say, "All right, I'll find the dean later that evening and ask him to arrange for someone to melt the black iron heavy sword for you." The Xiantai heavy sword is different from the pig slaughtering knife.
The pig slaughtering knife is Ganjiang and Moi's personal sword.
The sharpness of the pig slaughtering knife is not only due to the fact that it is made of Tianshan cold iron, but also largely due to Ganjiang and Moi's forging skills. As for the black iron heavy sword, there is no special forging effect. It is simply because the material itself is black iron, so it is extremely heavy and hard. There is no problem in forging it into other shapes. In the Return of the Condor Heroes, Wu Jing split the heavy black iron sword into 2 and made them into the hollow dragon slaying sword and the heavenly sword. With modern science and technology, it is not difficult to make this heavy black iron sword into the shape of a large pig killing knife. In fact, it is not surprising that Qin Hong encountered such a problem. People's abilities will gradually increase with their continuous use and the improvement of their ability development. If Qin Hong has been developing his sword controlling ability for more than 10 years, the degree of development of his ability has exceeded 50%, and he has already used it very skillfully. At this time, Yi Xian instilled the concept of swords and knives into him and let him control the butcher knife. Then Qin Hong would not have any problems and would be able to control the swords and knives as he pleased without any problems. Unfortunately, when Yi Xian asked him to wield the butcher knife, his ability had just begun to develop, and he was not proficient and his development level was low. At this time, Qin Hong was forced to wield the butcher knife. He envied the sharpness of the knife and was eager for quick success, which led him astray. The great sword god of Great Xia degenerated into a butcher knife god. The next day, Lin Su handed the heavy black iron sword to the forging master. It took 7 days to melt it and recast it into a butcher knife. After Qin Hong had the large-sized butcher knife, he made up for the lack of his own attack power and completed the task like a fish in water. Of course, it is said that the forging master was sighing while forging the butcher knife.
Young people nowadays have very special preferences.
They don't like good big swords, but prefer butcher knives. At the same time, Lin Su also handed over the mysterious black bead in exchange for the corresponding reward. Lin Su called Yi Xian and the others to his office.
Mingly, this bead is called the Liuwa bead. It has an extraordinary origin.
Wearing it can speed up the cultivation of those who awaken the fire element. It can also increase their own abilities.
Try it.
Su Mingly took the crimson-looking Liuwa pearl, which was emitting a red light.
Su Mingly held the lihuzu in her palm.
She could feel a warm energy being released from the lihuzu and absorbed by herself.
"Thank you, Dean."
Lin Su smiled and said, "No need to be so polite."
"All right, hurry up and complete the mission.
Although we have a trump card, try not to make the points gap too big during this period."
"Okay, Dean."
Chapter 123 live broadcast begins.
In the following days, Yi Xian and Su Mingly also completed tasks day by day.
Before he knew it, it was the day before the ranking of the potential dragon list. During this period, Long Hanjia was like a madman, relying on the full support of his father-in-law's team, plus his own talent coefficient of up to 4 times.
So far, Long Hanjia's personal points have reached more than 700,000.
The second-ranked SS-level Awakener had only 180,000 points, nearly 4 times less. As for Yi Xian and Su Mingly, they have been squeezed out of the top 10 because they did not work hard enough and were busy talking about love every day. Su Mingly scored 120,000 points, ranking 11th, and Yi Xian scored 110,000 points, ranking 18th. In fact, apart from the huge gap between the first and the second, the points of the subsequent people did not widen too much, and the gap was not that big. Of course, Su Mingly has a talent coefficient that is 4 times higher, and she ranks 11th, which is indeed relatively far behind. Today, when Yi Xian went to Xiangshui to eliminate Zhou Ying and became famous, the Magic City Awakener Academy arranged a car to take Yi Xian, Su Mingly, and Lin Su straight to Xiangshui. 5 or 6 hours later, the bulletproof car carrying Yi Xian stopped outside a ruined village.
The driver said, "This is the only way we can go. You guys have to walk the rest of the way on your own."
Yi Xian and the other 3 got out of the car.
Lin Su was not here to join the battle, and he could not deal with Zhou Ying.
At most, he could not die. He came here this time to act as a full-time cameraman, helping Yi Xian with live broadcasts and making Yi Xian famous in the field of awakeners.
In addition, he was also responsible for Su Mingli's safety.
Yi Xian and Su Mingly took on the mission of the Evil Water 9 infants together. However, to complete the mission, both of them had to be present at the same time for it to be considered as a joint mission. Therefore, even though it is quite dangerous to face this Hydra, Yi Xian must bring Su Mingly with him.
Fortunately, with Lin Su here, it should be enough to ensure Su Mingli's safety.
The 3 continued to move forward. In the nearby village, there were only broken walls and some bloodstains that had dried for a long time.
This is a village near the Evil Water, and all of them were slaughtered by Zhou Ying.
Yi Xian watched this scene and clenched his right hand into a fist. "This strange beast deserves to die."
Lin Su said calmly, "War is bound to bring casualties.
As long as you can kill Zhou Ying this time and avenge the dead, the people in these villages can finally rest in peace."
Su Mingly looked at Yi Xian. "I believe you can do it."
Yi Xian nodded, his expression firm and the murderous intent on his face even stronger. The 3 of them advanced for a moment, getting closer to the dangerous water. Lin Su said, "Yi Xian, I'm about to start the live broadcast.
Please pay attention to your demeanor and walk gracefully. Let's show the aura of our Awakener Academy of Magic City University."
Yi Xian walked forward step by step, while Lin Su turned on his mobile phone and pointed it at Yi Xian. Then he started the live broadcast. "The wind is whistling and the E River is cold. The warriors will never return once they leave.
Hello everyone, I am Lin Su, the Dean of the Magic City Awakener Academy.
What you are seeing now is Yi Xian, the super genius of our academy.
Today, Yi Xian is going to challenge the 9-headed monster Zhou Ying, known as the Immortal Snake. Currently, no one among us awakened humans can kill this monster.
At the same time, scientists have conducted simulations and found that even if a nuclear weapon is detonated, it can only seriously injure Zhou Ying, but cannot kill it completely.
So this time, can our school student Yi Xian create a miracle and kill this undead vicious snake? Please wait and see.
Lin Su's live broadcast was broadcast simultaneously in all major Awakener academies and Awakener forums. Therefore, almost all Awakeners could see the scene, and countless people were shocked by it.
Are you crazy? Even the early autonomous Awakeners couldn't handle Zhou Ying, and you let a student deal with it? Is this Lin Su seriously ill? Is Magic City University trying to attract attention? This is hilarious.
I'm afraid Yi Xian is in grave danger.
What a shame. He was an SS-level Awakener, and he died like this? Lin Su is really a lunatic. He's always been a lunatic, otherwise why would he do something so suicidal?
But now, not only is he committing suicide himself, he's also instigating those around him to do the same. This brat Lin Su has always been a ticking time bomb. I knew he would explode sooner or later.
Just wait and see.
When this genius is torn to pieces by Zhou Ying, we'll see how Lin Su will explain it to the public.
After all, he's the Dean of the Awakener Academy. Lin Su should know his limits, right? What if this Yi Xian can really create a miracle? If Yi Xian kills Zhou Ying, that's not a miracle, that's a miracle. That's simply impossible.
In the capital, in a luxurious courtyard, Long Hanjie was also watching the live broadcast in front of him. This courtyard house in Beijing is worth over 100 million yuan. It was given to Long Hanjie by one of his father-in-law after he learned that his daughter was pregnant.
Today is the last day of ranking and grading. Long Hanjie decided to relax.
After all, his more than 800,000 points on the potential dragon list are already set in stone, and no one can surpass him.
Of course, Long Hanjie is still very busy. He can barely take a rest during the day. As for the night, there are 7 or 8 bedrooms in this courtyard.
In every bedroom there is a girlfriend who is not yet pregnant waiting for his favor, even though Long Hanjie's supernatural power is the true body of the ancestral dragon. He has been suffering from back pain these days, so while watching the live broadcast, he has to soak wolfberries in a thermos. Watching this scene, Long Hanjie shook his head in disappointment. Isn't this a waste of talent? A freshman is going to deal with Zhou Ying.
It's such a pity. These veterans are really capable of making trouble.
At this time, one of Long Hanjia's father-in-law came to the living room and said, "Hanjia, don't underestimate us old seniors, especially this kid Lin Su. He is a man of great importance and will never mess around."
Long Hanjia said, asking a student to deal with Zhou Ying, isn't that just nonsense? You don't think that Yi Xian can really deal with Zhou Ying, do you?
His father-in-law said, "You'll know if you keep reading. I think this Yi Xian must have some unknown trump card that could potentially kill Zhou Ying. Even if he couldn't kill him, at least he was evenly matched with him and could escape unscathed, otherwise he would not have done that.
I think you should worry about your number 1 position.
Zhou Ying's points are a full 1 million, and when you add his talent coefficient, that's 2 million, which means he's surpassed you in one fell swoop."
Long Hanjia laughed and said, "If he can really surpass me, I will be so happy. Then I won't have to feel so stressed.
You old people all regard me as your savior. I have to do it 7 times a night, and I really can't stand it. If such a super genius really appeared, I would be able to do it less often in the future."
As Long Hanjia spoke, he picked up the thermos and took a sip of wolfberry water. "You kid, you're taking advantage of me.
Let me tell you, although my daughter is pregnant, 1 baby is not enough.
After the older one is born, I have to let my daughter get pregnant with at least 1 more child. Let's talk about this later. Let's watch the live broadcast first. Zhou Ying should be coming out soon." Chapter 124 True Dragon Dharmakaya.
At this moment, Yi Xian was approaching the evil water step by step. His expression became alert, and he was ready to use the full level experience card at any time.
If he used it too late, he might be killed instantly.
Because of the presence of Zhou Ying, the evil water turned yellow-brown in color, with turbulent waves and rapid currents. When Yi Xian came to a distance of more than 10 meters from the evil water, the water surface exploded, and then Zhou Ying appeared.
Not far away, Lin Su held up his phone, pointed it at Zhou Ying, and said loudly, "Look everyone, this is the famous Zhou Ying. Look, it has 9 heads.
The 4 black heads can spray poisonous water, and the 5 red heads can spray poisonous fire.
They are very powerful.
Let's see how our genius Yi Xian will face this extremely ferocious 9 infants."
Yi Xian also looked at Zhou Ying in shock. Zhou Ying was too huge.
At this moment, its lower body was still in the water, with only its upper body exposed. Its upper body is composed of 9 snakes over 50 meters long, 5 red and 4 black, with huge scales on its body, looking more like a dragon than a snake. At this moment, 9 heads, with a total of 18 eyes, were staring at Yi Xian coldly. Then, one of its black heads sprayed a large amount of poisonous water directly towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian said silently in his heart, "Activate the full level experience card." Next, a terrifying force filled Yi Xian's body, and Yi Xian couldn't help but shout, "True Dragon Dharmakaya." The next second, a long and distant dragon roar was heard, and Yi Xian's body changed in an instant, turning into a huge real dragon with a body length of hundreds of feet. Yi Xian, in the form of a true dragon, ignored the poisonous water sprayed out by Zhou Ying and rushed directly towards Zhou Ying, grabbing it with his dragon claws. One of Zhou Ying's huge snake heads was caught in the dragon's claws and instantly crushed, with dark green blood splattering everywhere. Zhou Ying also let out a shrill scream, and the other 8 heads entangled with each other frantically, spewing poisonous water and fire, invading Yi Xian's true dragon body. Then, Yi Xian roared again, and then swung his dragon claws. Zhou Ying's body was easily pulled up, and its huge body was brought out of the evil water, revealing its huge snake tail that was hundreds of meters long. Yi Xian slapped Zhou Ying with another dragon claw, and his body was heavily knocked into the ruins of the village next to him, raising countless dust. Lin Su watched in shock. This kid, with his abilities fully developed, was actually this powerful?
He'd transformed into a true dragon. Even at the SS level, this kind of destructive power was truly exceptional, right? This kid wasn't exaggerating.
Su Mingly stared at Yi Xian with her beautiful eyes, a look of pride on her face.
"See? This is my man."
At this moment, she was watching Yi Xian's live broadcast showing his divine power and displaying his strength, and her heart was filled with pride. At this moment, the people watching the live broadcast were also stunned.
Holy crap, is it true that a student can be so fierce nowadays? He destroyed Zhou Ying's head with just 1 claw. Isn't that too powerful? My mom asked me why I was kneeling down looking at my phone. That's amazing. We're both students of the Awakener Academy. He punched Zhou Ying, but I'm not strong enough to fill Zhou Ying's teeth. Ordinary people think that Yi Xian is too awesome and can easily crush Zhou Ying.
However, some people who know Zhou Ying's background know that Lin Su's students are likely to fail this time. Experienced self-awakeners all know that the reason why Zhou Ying is difficult to kill is not because of its poisonous water or poisonous fire. This is because, every time one of its heads is killed, the next 8 heads will become immune to the corresponding power and will no longer be able to cause harm to it. Therefore, to kill Zhou Ying, one must either destroy it to ashes in one go. Alternatively, find 9 awakened beings who are above SS level and have a high enough level of development, and use 9 kinds of extremely powerful powers to blow up its 9 heads. But now, there are only Yi Xian and Lin Su at the scene. Where do the 9 kinds of power come from? Long Hanjie was also aware of this. He exclaimed in admiration, "This kid is quite talented. Not bad at all. The real dragon he transformed into is only slightly inferior to my ancestral dragon. It's a pity that he can't kill Zhou Ying." Long Hanjie's father-in-law said, "If you can think of this, how could Lin Su not think of it? Let's wait and see." At this time, Lin Su shouted to Yi Xian, "Don't forget what I told you, every time Zhou Ying loses a head, it will become immune to the corresponding power." As soon as Lin Su said this, the style of the comments in the live broadcast room also changed. Isn't Zhou Ying's ability too tricky? Doesn't that mean it takes 9 top-notch awakeners to kill him? How could a person with superpowers possess 9 powers? Look, the 9 infants that was thrown out has risen again. Aside from its head that was crushed earlier, it has no other injuries. Yi Xian's power has been immuned. This is terrible. Isn't this equivalent to one person being invincible and the other being able to passively take the beating? How can we fight them? There's something even more troublesome. Yi Xian is now displaying such terrifying strength. It's definitely not his own strength, but some kind of secret technique or a one-time trump card. This ability must have a huge time limit. Once the time is up, his strength will be directly reduced to its original state. At that time, let alone killing Zhou Ying, even escaping will be a problem. Lin Su was too impulsive. He killed such a super genius. What a pity. While everyone was lamenting, Yi Xian took action again. He was now a true dragon Dharmakaya, and he let out an earth-shattering roar, Kuanping divine form. The next second, Yi Xian's body changed rapidly. His true dragon body, which was originally 100 feet long, turned into a huge Kuanping within a few seconds. There was a fish in the North Sea, whose name was Koan. It transformed into a bird, whose name was Pang. At this moment, Yi Xian was in the form of Kuanping, half fish and half bird, huge in size and incredibly fast. Yi Xian appeared in front of Zhou Ying in an instant, and then bit it with his huge mouth. Zhou Ying's second head was bitten off, chewed a few times, and swallowed directly. Zhou Ying let out a shrill scream again and kept twisting his body. Chapter 125, 9 Divine Forms Killing 9 Infants. However, this was just the beginning. After transforming into Kuanping and eating one of Zhou Ying's heads, Yi Xian said again, "De Zhong Dao Body." Accompanied by a melodious bell sound that rang through the heavens and the earth, Yi Xian's figure turned into a huge bell that seemed to have existed since ancient times. This big bell is made of bronze, and the sun, moon, stars, earth, fire, wind and water are engraved on the bell body, which looks extremely magical. Transforming into a giant bell body, Yi Xian moved his mind and a loud bell sound came from the giant bell. The terrifying energy bombarded one of Zhou Ying's heads, and Zhou Ying's third head exploded again. Next, the De Zhong Dao body transformed into the fourth form, the feathers of the immortal phoenix. The immortal phoenix spit out the scorching fire of the phoenix from its mouth, which withstood the poisonous fire and water of Zhou Ying and burned Zhou Ying's fourth head to ashes. Afterwards, Yi Xian transformed into 4 divine forms, namely, Suzaku, White Tiger, Black Tortoise and Qilin, and easily killed the other 4 heads of Zhou Ying. At this point, only one of Zhou Ying's 9 heads remained. It's a long story to explain all of this, but in fact, each of Yi Xian's divine forms only lasted for 10 to 30 seconds before changing into another divine form. His divine form was too powerful. Although he couldn't kill Zhou Ying instantly with one strike, just destroying one of its heads could be considered an instant kill. The 8 divine forms were displayed in turn, which made everyone feel relaxed and happy and unable to extricate themselves. The 8 divine forms and 8 kinds of powers killed the 8 heads of the 9 infants. All the audience, including Lin Su and Su Mingly, held their breath and stared at Yi Xian. They all wanted to know if Yi Xian had a 9th form. Yi Xian did not disappoint them. The next second, Yi Xian's body changed again. This time, he did not transform into a known form of divine beast or holy beast, but instead combined the strengths of many divine beasts and holy beasts into one. Suddenly, a dragon roar was heard, and a green dragon flew out and merged with Yi Xian's head, and Yi Xian's head turned into a dragon shape. There was another tiger roar, and a white tiger fell from the sky and combined with Yi Xian's limbs. Yi Xian's limbs turned into the shape of a white tiger. Then, a phoenix cried out, and a fairy phoenix that covered the sky and the sun flew out, landing on Yi Xian's back. It transformed into a pair of fiery red wings, which danced gently there. Soon, Yi Xian transformed into the tyrant body ancestral body form, with a dragon head, white tiger claws, phoenix wings, unicorn armor, and black tortoise back. It combines the advantages of many mythical beasts and sacred beasts in one, and is the most powerful among the 9 divine forms.
At this moment, Zhou was completely panicked.
With only its head left, it fled madly towards the evil water, trying to save its life.
Unfortunately, it was too late now.
The phoenix wings on Yi Xian's back waved gently, and almost instantly, he appeared in front of Zhou, who was about to escape. Then, the white tiger claw grabbed Zhou's broken body, and the green dragon head opened its mouth wide and bit it. The last head of Zhou that was left was a red head, madly spewing poisonous fire, baking the surrounding earth into black and causing the ground to crack. Unfortunately, its attack landed on the Qilin armor and the black tortoise back of Yi Xian, and it was not even as good as a tickle, and had no effect at all. Yi Xian's dragon head tore off Zhou's last head fiercely, shoot it for a few times, and spat it on the ground. After losing its last head, Zhou, the future peerless beast, completely lost its life and could no longer change.
But after his death, the poisonous water and fire in Zhou's body flowed out.
The poisonous water soaked the corpse and caused it to rot, while the poisonous fire burned the corpse to ashes. In the end, nothing was left at the scene, and Yi Xian couldn't even pick up the corpse. Only 5 minutes had passed from the time Yi Xian used the full-level experience card until now. The process of Yi Xian killing Zhou was also witnessed by the geniuses of various awakening academies through Lin Su's live broadcast. Beside Yi Xian's ears, the system prompt sounded continuously, "Congratulations to the host, your friend Long Hanjie's favorability has increased to 35 points, and he can participate in the advanced lottery once. If your friend Chen Kai's favorability increases to 30 points, you can participate in a regular lottery once. If your friend Lu Weiman's favorability increases to 30 points, you can participate in a regular lottery once." The system prompt sounded 4 times in a row, one for the advanced lottery and the other 3 for ordinary draws.
Yi Xian was quite surprised and asked, "System, what does this advanced lottery mean?" After the friend's sensitivity reaches the required level, the lucky draw will be held at different levels depending on the friend's talent.
S-level friends can participate in ordinary draws, SS-level friends can participate in intermediate draws, and SSS-level friends can participate in advanced draws.
The higher the draw level, the richer the rewards.
All of Yi Xian's previous friends, except for his main friend Su Mingly, were only S-level.
Now he finally has his first SSS-level friend other than Su Mingly.
Therefore, this opportunity to participate in this high-level lottery was an unexpected surprise for Yi Xian. Of course, now is not the time for Yi Xian to draw the lottery.
The next second, Yi Xian transformed into his original form and said to Lin Su, "Dean Lin, have we completed the mission my girlfriend and I took on?"
After hearing this, Lin Su suddenly woke up and said, "Your mission is indeed completed, but you were the one who contributed to this mission from beginning to end.
How can it be considered a joint mission?"
Yi Xian said seriously, "Dean, have you heard of the legend of Sword and Fairy? Li Xiaoyao used the move Infinite Love to instantly kill the invincible moon-worshipping sect leader. The reason why I can unleash my full potential is because of the love between us. If my girlfriend hadn't been here today, I would never have been able to display this kind of strength.
So, it wasn't me who defeated Zhou, but our love that defeated Zhou. It's totally fine to say that we completed this mission together."
The live broadcast was still going on at this moment. Su Mingly's face turned red when she heard Yi Xian's cheesy love words. Many geniuses who were watching the live broadcast were speechless at this moment. Yi Xian, it's okay that you are so powerful, and we all admire you, but why do you have to show off your affection? It's clearly some kind of one-time trump card, but they insist on saying it's the power of love and feeding us a mouthful of dog food. The key point is that Yi Xian's girlfriend is so pretty, everyone is so envious and jealous. Lin Su was very clear that Yi Xian had to say this. After all, Yi Xian's goal was to let his girlfriend top the potential dragon list. If these words had not been spoken, this task would probably have been judged to have been completed by Yi Xian alone.
Su Mingly couldn't get any points either.
Yi Xian just wanted to shut other people up in advance.
Chapter 126 Tianshan Snow Lotus.
At this moment, with more than 4 minutes left before the transformation was complete, Yi Xian said, "Dean Lin, this time the killing of Zhou is over."
the live broadcast can be turned off.
After hearing this, Lin Su pointed his phone camera at himself and said, "Dear viewers, this live broadcast of killing Joeying has ended.
See you next time."
Afterwards, the phone turned off, and Lin Su said, "Yi Xian, there are still more than 4 minutes left.
What can you do?"
Yi Xian said calmly, "Go to Tianshan and ask for the Snow Lotus."
Lin Su's expression changed, and he said, "It's too late, right?
This place is thousands of kilometers away from Tianshan Mountain."
Yi Xian said, "No time to explain, get in the car."
After Yi Xian finished speaking, he instantly transformed into the form of a fairy phoenix, and then a gentle force acted on Su Mingly. Su Mingli's body suddenly lifted off the ground and flew onto Yi Xian's back, looking at the scene with curiosity.
Then, Yi Xian said, "My immortal phoenix feather form is even faster than Kunpeng. I can travel 1,000 miles in an instant. I can reach Tianshan in 10 seconds. Let's see if I can pick a Tianshan Snow Lotus for Senior Wang."
As Yi Xian spoke, he attacked again, and his fairy phoenix claws also grabbed Lin Su in his hand. Then, Yi Xian's entire body turned into a beam of fire and disappeared. His speed was so fast that he almost cut through the space. Su Mingly was on Yi Xian's back, protected by an energy similar to a superhuman biological force field around Yi Xian. She felt that everything around her was rapidly moving away, and the experience was very novel. But Lin Su, who was caught in Yi Xian's claws, was not so lucky. Such a huge speed requires a strong ability to withstand. His body was not strong enough to withstand such a speed, and his clothes were torn to shreds under such a rapid speed. The body was constantly torn apart due to the tremendous pressure, and was constantly repaired under the effect of the immortal demon body. His whole body seemed to be soaked in blood, and he looked quite disheveled. A few seconds later, the fairy phoenix transformed by Yi Xian arrived at Tianshan. Su Mingly stood on Yi Xian's back with an elegant posture, and nothing happened.
Lin Su was in a miserable state.
All his clothes were stained red and torn. Fortunately, there was a mysterious harmonious force protecting Lin Su, and the key parts of his clothes were intact. Otherwise, the dean would have been embarrassed today. After Yi Xian appeared in Tianshan, the huge white snake also appeared. The white snake's body was even larger than the immortal phoenix that Yi Xian had transformed into. She looked at Yi Xian and asked, "Are you here for the Tianshan Snow Lotus?" Yi Xian looked at the white snake. He could feel that even for his current self, it would be difficult to deal with the white snake. Perhaps if he could transform into his ancestral body, he could suppress the other party. However, the time for his full-level experience card is less than 4 minutes. Even if he is in the ancestral form, he can only suppress the opponent for a period of time, but it is impossible to defeat or kill the white snake. Moreover, the white snake's camp can be considered a good and lawful camp, so it is not suitable to take action. Thinking about it, Yi Xian said, "Senior, I asked for the Tianshan Snow Lotus only to save a highly respected old senior.
I hope you will help me."
Suddenly, a mobile phone appeared in front of the white snake, and the video playing on the phone was the live broadcast that Yi Xian had just had. Lin Su was stunned when he saw this scene. "White snake, you still look at your phone?"
The white snake rolled its eyes at Lin Su. "Is there any problem with this?"
Lin Su said in surprise, "Yes, the Tianshan mountains are covered with snow."
"How do you charge? So aggressive."
As the white snake spoke, it summoned a bolt of lightning, which struck Lin Su, directly splitting his entire body into a charred black, making him look extremely miserable.
Then, the white snake said, "Yi Xian, right?
You just need to transform into your previous true dragon Dharmakaya form, and then leave your blood, and I will offer you the Tianshan Snow Lotus with both hands."
Lin Su was struck by lightning and was still uneasy. "Offer it with both hands? Senior, you are indeed very powerful, but do you have hands? How can you offer it with both hands?" The white snake seemed a little angry.
A burst of white light was released from above her huge snake body, and then a human figure emerged in the white light. The figure was dressed in white, her skin was as white as snow, and her appearance was as pretty as a fairy, not inferior to Su Mingly. She held an awakened Tianshan Snow Lotus in her hands and said, "Now, can I offer it to you with both hands? Where's the blood I want?" Yi Xian didn't waste any time. He instantly transformed into a true dragon body, then used his dragon claws to cut through his body, and a large amount of purple blood flowed out. The human figure transformed from the white snake waved her hand, and the ball of purple blood flew towards her. At the same time, the Tianshan Snow Lotus also flew in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the Tianshan Snow Lotus and said, "Thank you, senior." The white snake said calmly, "You're welcome, Tianshan Snow Lotus, I have a connection with the girl on your back."
Even if I don't have the blood of the real dragon, I will give it to you. Yi Xian's eyebrows twitched suddenly. This white snake senior, her words were too hurtful, weren't they? She could have asked Yi Xian and Lin Su to do her a favor, but she insisted on saying this. She really didn't give them any face at all. Although Yi Xian was somewhat dissatisfied, he still said, "Senior, if you want to use my blood, you'd better hurry up. After a few minutes, it will be ineffective." At this moment, Yi Xian's abilities were fully developed, and the blood of his true dragon Dharma body was also quite powerful. However, this effect is only valid for a few minutes. Once the full level experience card time is over, the powerful blood of the real dragon will become ordinary blue sky tyrant blood. Although it also has a certain recovery ability, the effect is definitely not comparable to what it is now. The white snake didn't waste any words. The white mist above her head disappeared, and the female figure also disappeared. The drop of purple dragon blood was swallowed into the stomach by the white snake. It closed its eyes and felt the power in it. Yi Xian and the other three have finished their business here and can also leave. At the same time, the Awakener Forum was in an uproar. The video of Yi Xian, an Awakener student, killing the great threat to the human race, Zhou, had been pinned to the top of the forum. Countless awakened people saw the scene. Whether they were awakened from the Jianghu sect or geniuses from universities, they were all extremely shocked. Everyone knows that the strength Yi Xian displayed is not his true strength, but no matter how he did it, the killing of Zhou really happened. Yi Xian is definitely a great contributor to mankind. The awakened members of the Jianghu faction, who had been dissatisfied with the allocation of resources, now understood the intentions of the top leaders. After all, even if the awakened people of the Jianghu faction were grouped together, they would not be able to do anything to Zhou. In the courtyard of the capital, Long Hanjie was also stunned. How could this SS-level Tson Tian Bati be so powerful? There are 9 forms in total. Although Long Hanjie believes that he is not inferior to anyone, he is still shocked by these 9 divine forms. Chapter 127 Evolution of Tai Sui. One of Long Hanjie's fathers-in-law even sighed, "This Yi Xian is truly remarkable. I have a daughter. Why don't I let her get in touch with Yi Xian?" Long Hanjie said directly, "Father-in-law, you are a little bit fanciful. They are a talented couple and a beautiful woman. One is amazingly powerful, and the other has unparalleled potential. His girlfriend is Su Mingly, who is on the hidden dragon list and possesses the SSS-level Red Lotus Karma Fire. Moreover, this task was obviously completed by him alone, but it was made to be completed by 2 people working together. Originally, the first place on the hidden dragon list belonged to him, but now it is in the hands of his girlfriend. How good do you think their relationship is? Your daughter can't participate at all. Besides, she might even harm my child." Long Hanjie's father-in-law immediately said, "That's true. However, how could I let my daughter be so fickle? I'm talking about my youngest daughter, not my eldest." Long Hanjie muttered in a low voice, "I'm also talking about your little daughter." Long Hanjie's father-in-law frowned, "Have we forgotten something? I don't think something is right." After hearing what his father-in-law said, Long Hanjie also felt that something was wrong. The two looked at each other for a few seconds, then said in unison, "Hidden Dragon List." Long Hanjie's expression also changed. "I am currently on the Hidden Dragon ranking with over 800,000 points, and a 9 infants has a score of 1 million, although the mission was completed by Yi Xian and his girlfriend together. But taking into account their talent coefficients, Su Mingli can get 2 million points and Yi Xian can get 1 million points. Wouldn't that mean I'll be directly squeezed into 3rd place?" Long Hanjie's father-in-law said, "In fact, the gap between you and Yi Xian is not that big. If you think of a way, it is possible to catch up. But you can never catch up with Su Mingli's more than 2 million points, and does 2nd or 3rd place make any difference to you?" Long Hanjie smiled bitterly and said, "There really is no difference. Apart from the special reward for 1st place, you can get everything else for me. The 1st place on the Hidden Dragon list will receive a very special reward, the Evolved Tai Sui. Tai Sui, also known as meat Ganoderma lucidum, is recorded in Compendium of Materia Medica that Tai Sui is shaped like meat and can be eaten and used as medicine. Long-term consumption can make one light and young, and prolong life. Ordinary Tai Sui has the effect of prolonging life and was considered by the ancients to be an elixir of immortality. So the evolved Tai Sui is naturally more effective. This evolved Tai Sui is more magical than ordinary Tai Sui. After taking it, in addition to prolonging life, it can also enhance the development of abilities. At the same time, Tai Sui has another characteristic.
Every time a piece of it is cut off and eaten, another piece will grow. It can be said that it is endless and can continue to grow to provide for spiritual practice. The upper limit of SSS level talents is too high, and the resource requirements are extremely high in order to grow quickly. Long Hanjie and his father-in-law's team worked hard and got more than 800,000 points just for the evolution Taisui, the first reward on the hidden dragon list. But now, the first place was taken away by Su Mingly, and he couldn't even keep the second place. Naturally, Long Hanjie was very disappointed. His father-in-law had seen a lot of the world, so he patted Long Hanjie on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, although evolving Taisui is rare, there will be some in the future. Next month, the ranking will be changed to the college exchange competition. Yi Xian's trump card will not be used again. When the time comes, show the true strength of your ancestral dragon body." Long Hanjie was not discouraged. He clenched his fist and said, "That's right, if the world were full of mediocre people, it would be too boring. Moreover, the future hopes of humanity rest on me alone, which is a huge burden. Now that I have a few geniuses to share this honor and responsibility with me, it is actually a good thing. It's good that you think so, but next time I will have to settle the score with you about my little daughter." At this moment, Yi Xian and Lin Su had already arrived at the ward where Wang Wu was. Wang Wu was lying on the hospital bed, his skin turned blue, just like Avatar. Lin Su took the Tianshan Snow Lotus, directly opened Wang Wu's mouth, and then stuffed the Tianshan Snow Lotus into Wang Wu's mouth. The Tianshan Snow Lotus seemed to be made of ice and snow, melting in the mouth. Soon, the Snow Lotus turned into liquid and flowed into Wang Wu's throat. The Tianshan Snow Lotus can cure all kinds of poisons. As the Tianshan Snow Lotus melted, the blue color on Wang Wu's body faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. This time, it did not stop after fading to a certain extent like last time, but completely faded until it disappeared completely. Lin Su watched this scene and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Yi Xian and said, "Yi Xian, thank you. If something really happened to Senior Wang, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life. Don't thank me. I took action not because you asked me to, but because I also admire our veterans and heroes. Okay, everything is fine here. You can go back and be with your girlfriend. Also, I'll factor the Tianshan Snow Lotus into your mission. It should be worth 100,000 points." Yi Xian nodded and prepared to leave. At this time, Lin Su continued, "Oh, there is one more thing I need to tell you. The relevant scientific researchers have studied the black bead and discovered something remarkable." Yi Xian asked curiously, "Oh? What did you find?" Lin Su explained, "After we had the death row inmate swallow the black bead, we used hypnosis to learn that the person who swallowed the black bead discovered they had a special ability. By killing another person with special abilities and consuming their heart blood, they would gain their special abilities." Yi Xian was surprised and said, "So powerful? Then I am at a disadvantage, right?" Lin Su said, "Suffer a loss? Luckily you were smart and handed the things over. Otherwise, you would have suffered a great loss." "What's the meaning?" Lin Su continued, "The researchers found several awakened prisoners on death row and had the prisoner who ate the black bead kill them and devour their heart blood. That person did successfully gain the ability at first. However, every time a prisoner gains an ability, his body will age to a certain extent. At the beginning, it was okay for the C-level and B-level ability users. Every time he devoured one, his body functions only aged by 1 or 2 years. When he gained an A-level ability, he aged 20 or 30 years. If he had absorbed an S-level ability, he would probably have died of old age. Afterwards, the researchers studied his body again and found that the man's genes had not changed at all. It was not he himself who gained the ability, but the bead. The reason why he was able to use supernatural powers was that he temporarily borrowed the power of the black bead. Finally, the researchers executed the death row prisoner, took out the black bead, and found that the magnetic field on the black bead had been greatly enhanced. We suspect that the black bead may be some strange form of life. The way they grow is to parasitize the human body, acquire human superpowers, absorb human vitality, and eventually grow. My previous intuition was correct. This life form is indeed related to the ruins. It must be an alien life form, or a relic of a previous civilization." After hearing Lin Su's words, Yi Xian's expression changed slightly, and he thought of a terrifying existence in the future. Chapter 128, Myriad Spider Emperor. Lin Su didn't notice anything unusual about Yi Xian, so he said directly, "Don't think too much about it. This kind of thing should be very rare, maybe even unique. It's been sealed up now, so it's nothing serious." Yi Xian nodded and left with a heavy heart. At this moment, there were only 4 words in his mind: 10,000 Spider Emperor. In his previous life, Yi Xian was just a cannon fodder. He didn't know much about many confidential matters, and he had only heard of some sensational events. At this moment, listening to what Qin Heng said, Yi Xian inexplicably remembered that it seemed that in the near future, a strange thing would happen in the capital, and the 10,000 Spider Emperor would cause chaos in the capital. The Myriad Spider Emperor, as the name suggests, is ever-changing and mysterious. At the same time, the Myriad Spider Emperor possesses dozens of abilities, not to mention the other abilities. The most difficult thing about it is that it has 5 major abilities at the same time: clone, invisibility, transformation, substitute, and instant body, plus many other miscellaneous abilities, which makes it very difficult to deal with and has caused great damage in the capital. The Myriad Spider Emperor wreaked havoc for a long time, but was eventually killed by an SS-level psychic who destroyed his soul. The Myriad Spider Emperor caused great damage to the capital city. Therefore, after the Myriad Spider Emperor was killed, Daxia held a celebration party and reporters also interviewed the psychic ability user. The psychic described in detail the process of killing the Myriad Spider King, and said that the Myriad Spider King was originally a parasite in the human body, obtained various superpowers through the human body, and eventually grew up to become the great threat it is today. Fortunately, although the Myriad Spider King was ever-changing, he was restrained by the psychic ability user and was therefore killed. If that were all, Yi Xian would have nothing to worry about, because if the black bead was the larval form of the Wanxiang Spider Emperor, it would now be under the control of scientific researchers and no longer be dangerous. The most important thing is that in his previous life, after the psychic held a celebration banquet, a beautiful woman invited him to spend the night with her. Living in the end times, everyone is under great mental pressure, so it is normal to relax a little. The psychic ability user accepted the invitation, and then nothing happened. That beauty was transformed from another Myriad Spider King, and the other party was more evolved. The psychic ability user did not notice anything unusual. In the hotel, after he was injected with venom, he was cut into pieces and all his flesh and blood was eaten. After the second Spider King avenged his own kind, it mysteriously disappeared. This Spider King was much more cunning than the first one. It might be hiding among the crowd, showing its sharp fangs from time to time, killing and devouring some humans, because the crisis faced by humans at that time was too great, and this Spider King was too good at hiding. Therefore, it continued to lurk like that until Yi Xian and Su Mingly died in battle. The 10,000 Aspects Spider King was still alive and well. The reason why Yi Xian thought of the Myriad Spider Emperor was because this bead was burned out after Mingly burned to death a guy who turned into himself. In addition, Lin Su said that after swallowing this black bead, one can obtain the other party's supernatural powers. The Myriad Spider King is mysterious and unpredictable. It possesses at least 50 abilities that are ever-changing. This is very consistent with the 10,000 Spider Emperor. Yi Xian is almost certain that the black bead is the egg of the 10,000 Spider Emperor. Of course, it is understandable that the Red Lotus Karma Fire failed to burn the eggs of the Myriad Spider Emperor. First, Su Mingly's ability development is relatively low and does not have that strong lethality. Second, the eggs of the Myriad Spider King have relatively strong defensive capabilities. If this Myriad Spider King were to hatch, it would definitely not be able to withstand Su Mingly's flames, but the spider egg's form is different. The spider egg shape is similar to an unhatched egg, and Su Mingly's fire can be compared to a lighter. If you use a lighter to burn a newly hatched chick, it will definitely be a mess and very uncomfortable. But if you use a lighter to roast the eggs, the eggshell can protect the chick inside, at least for a short period of time. Yi Xian was now very curious about which spider egg the currently controlled spider egg would become in the future. Would it be the impulsive and violent one that wreaked havoc, or the cautious and low-key one that would lurk deep within the spider? The former causes greater damage in a short period of time, but is relatively easier to deal with. The latter will not kill people indiscriminately or cause a sensation, but it hides deeper and is nowhere to be found, posing a huge hidden danger. Although Yi Xian guessed the identity of the spider egg, he really had no good solution at the moment. He didn't know where the other spider egg was, nor did he know when it would hatch. He could only worry. After leaving the office, Yi Xian shook his head and temporarily put the matter of Wanxiang Spider Emperor behind him. This live broadcast of killing Zhou was quite fruitful. Mingly had already topped the hidden dragon list, and he himself had reached second place. As long as he waits until tomorrow when the ranking of the hidden dragon list is determined, Yi Xian will be able to receive Thor's hammer. This is a very handy weapon that will greatly enhance Yi Xian's strength. In addition, Yi Xian directly won 3 ordinary draws, plus the first advanced draw brought by Long Hanjie. Yi Xian really wanted to know what was different about this advanced lottery and what kind of surprises it could bring him. The feast must be saved for last, so Yi Xian said silently in his heart, "Let's do 3 ordinary draws first."
Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a double training card, Venom, and an idol card.
Yi Xian had drawn these 2 cards before. They are valid for 7 days after activation, so there is nothing much to say. This time, the Venom was a surprise to Yi Xian. Venom, from the Marvel Universe, a magical symbiote that can cover the host's entire body, providing the host with comprehensive strength, defense, speed, and endurance bonuses, but will amplify the user's emotions.
Note, products produced by the system must be of high quality.
The negative effects of the Venom on the host have been removed by the system and will not have any impact on the host. With Yi Xian's current physical condition, the bonus in strength and speed that the Venom can provide can be ignored. Only its defensive ability may have some effect. The reason why Yi Xian felt surprised was mainly because he felt that Venom's ability to transform allowed him to be covered in black venom, which looked quite cool. At the same time, when fighting, you don't have to worry about your clothes accidentally getting exposed, which could lead to indecent photos being leaked. Yi Xian completely treated the Venom as a piece of clothing. Although it was not as beautiful as the wide-sleeved fairy skirt, at least it also had the ability to clean itself. In the future, he would not be so embarrassed after a fight. In addition, I got Venom in 3 ordinary draws this time, so it seems that my luck is still good.
Well, I guess today's advanced lottery 1T disappoint me, right?
Chapter 129 Dog Talisman, Immortality. Thinking about it, Yi Xian said silently in his heart, "Hold the advanced lottery."
Congratulations to the host, you won the dog charm.
Dog Talisman, from Jackie Chan Adventures, one of the 12 talismans. It is the magic power of the Fire Demon Lord, which can make the holder immortal and stay young, and can also make the holder immune to death and all fatal attacks. When Yi Xian saw the reward for this mission, he was stunned. Immune to death and all fatal attacks.
In other words, from now on, Yi Xian has similar abilities to Lin Su?
No, Lin Su's head was chopped off. Although he fought bloody battles for 3 days and 3 nights, he died in the end. As for the dog talisman, as long as Yi Xian has not lost it, he can come back to life even if his head is chopped off. After all, wearing the dog talisman can make one immune to death.
Of course, the dog talisman is not invincible.
Compared with Lin Su's immortal demon body, it actually has its own advantages and disadvantages. First of all, Lin Su's immortal demon body recovered quickly after being injured, and at the same time, it improved his combat effectiveness in all aspects.
Obviously, the dog talisman could not even recover from injuries, let alone improve combat effectiveness. The dog talisman cannot give Yi Xian the ability to recover.
It has no effect on ordinary injuries and is only effective when facing fatal injuries. If Yi Xian had one arm chopped off during a battle but did not die, the dog talisman would not be effective. Unless Yi Xian cuts off his own head and triggers the resurrection ability of the dog talisman, Yi Xian will recover to full health and full condition. In addition, although the dog talisman has an incredible effect, it cannot make one immune to pain. If Yi Xian really chops himself into pieces, the pain at that moment will obviously be very painful. Finally, the biggest drawback of the dog talisman is that although it is very powerful, it can be taken away by others. If the opponent is aware of the effect of the dog talisman and is stronger than Yi Xian, after suppressing Yi Xian, he can take away the dog talisman, and then his immortality will be gone.
Of course, despite its various flaws, the resurrection effect of the dog talisman is still incredible. However, we must ensure that the dog talisman is not taken away by anyone. Thinking about it, Yi Xian said, "System, the dog talisman is in the system space, does it count as being worn?"
Host, the dog charm must be in direct physical contact with the host to be considered worn. Yi Xian was a little disappointed when he heard this answer. If he had to wear it, there was a possibility that it would be stolen.
How could he guarantee that it would not be stolen?
Yi Xian moved his mind, and the dog talisman appeared in his hand. The dog talisman was about the same size as a chess piece, and was carved with the shape of a dog.
It looked unremarkable.
Yi Xian looked at it for a few seconds, then resolutely stuffed the dog talisman into his mouth and swallowed it hard. Due to the size of the dog talisman, it cannot be excreted through the intestines.
After Yi Xian swallowed it, the dog talisman will stay in Yi Xian's stomach.
Unless a strange beast knows in advance that there is something in Yi Xian's stomach and takes out the dog talisman without killing Yi Xian, otherwise, Yi Xian will be immortal. Yi Xian's ability is the Sky Tyrant body. The degree of development of his ability exceeds 10%.
He can transform into Kuanping and his physical fitness is quite exaggerated.
Having a dog talisman in his stomach did not have much negative impact on him and he could totally bear it. However, after swallowing the dog talisman, Yi Xian inexplicably recalled how he died in his previous life. He always felt that there were many coincidences between his current life and his previous life. In the previous life, Su Mingli died together with the amazing Kuanping. In this life, the first incarnation of his sky-dominant body was the divine form of Kuanping. In his previous life, he was killed when the tentacles of a mutated octopus reached into his mouth and crushed his internal organs. In this life, he swallowed the dog talisman into his stomach. If he encountered a tentacle monster similar to an awakened octopus that was strong enough, and its tentacles stretched into its stomach from its mouth, and then took out the dog talisman, then it would indeed be possible to kill Yi Xian. Therefore, if Yi Xian were to die in battle in this life, his death would be exactly the same as in his previous life, and no other method would be able to kill him. Then, Yi Xian shook his head in self-mockery and put aside this rather absurd idea. At this moment, Yi Xian was very grateful to Long Hanjie. This dog talisman was the best reward Yi Xian had ever received in a lottery. Although there is no way to improve Yi Xian's combat power, he is immortal, so it's really a big win. With the dog talisman, Yi Xian can go ahead and die without any worries. His ability to save his life is definitely not worse than Lin Su's, and may even be better. Coupled with the heavenly tyrant body, although Yi Xian's strength is weak, his configuration in all aspects is perfect. The next day was the day for the first month of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Su Mingli secured the top spot, Yi Xian ranked second, and Long Hanjie ranked third. Yi Xian and Su Mingli both received an exchange list, which listed various treasures from the Qianlong treasury, which could be exchanged using points. At the same time, the official would also arrange for the ranking rewards to be delivered within 3 days. In the dean's office, Lin Su looked at Yi Xian and Su Mingli and said, "You have seen the list of the Qianlong treasure house. What do you think now?" Yi Xian said calmly, "There aren't many things in the treasure house. Most of them seem quite ordinary. Yi Xian owns the system, and various rewards appear one after another. He doesn't like most of the things in the Qianlong treasury." Lin Su said helplessly, "You kid, in fact, the truly precious thing this time is the number 1 reward, the evolved Tai Sui. It not only assists in spiritual practice, but also makes you grow bigger when you eat one. Therefore, you are actually not lacking in cultivation resources. I suggest you exchange some treasures. These treasures are related to the ruins and possess various magical effects. They will play a significant role in the upcoming National Awakener Academy exchange competition." Yi Xian had actually seen these treasures, but their effects were average to him. After all, he was the man who had just drawn the dog talisman, and, to the Empress's pride, this mission had been completed, and when he returned, he would be able to receive Thor's hammer. For defense, there is the immortal body of the dog talisman, and for attack, there is the indestructible Thor's hammer. Yi Xian really doesn't like these things. Thinking about it, Yi Xian said, "Mingli, I'll give you all my points. You can exchange them for anything you want. We have money." Chapter 130 Empress Phoenix Crown. Yi Xian also wanted to help Su Mingli improve her strength, but these two props were not suitable for Su Mingli. Thor's hammer requires extremely strong power to be effective, which conflicts with Su Mingli's ability. The immortality of the dog talisman is beyond doubt. However, if one possesses immortality but does not try his best to seek death and risk his life fighting strange beasts, how can the effect of the dog talisman be justified? But Yi Xian also hoped that Mingli could have an easier life in this life and not carry such a heavy burden. Besides, the dog talisman could not make one immune to pain. Yi Xian didn't want his woman to suffer in the cycle of life and death every day in the future, wandering between life and death, and experiencing the pain of death. Therefore, Yi Xian wore the dog talisman himself. There was no need to differentiate between Su Mingli and Yi Xian anymore. Naturally, she did not refuse Yi Xian's points and started choosing directly on her mobile phone. Using points to redeem treasures in the Qianlong treasury is just like ordering takeout on your mobile phone. Points are money. Just choose the one you want, add it to the shopping cart and pay. Su Mingli also quickly began to choose. The treasures in the Qianlong treasury were of great value, but for Su Mingli, who had 2 or 3 million points, they were nothing. She clicked on the items as if she was shopping in a supermarket. However, Su Mingli was not very interested in these so-called treasures, such as the red flame water repellent armor, the extreme cold fire repellent armor, the universal wind fixing coat, the chainmail soft hedgehog armor, etc. These armors can restrain the effects of certain special powers, but they are extremely ugly and far inferior to the wide-sleeved fairy skirt. Besides, the wide-sleeved fairy skirt also has defensive capabilities and can withstand ordinary sword and gun attacks.
Most importantly, it is beautiful.
Su Mingly looked for a long time and finally scrolled to the bottom, where she saw a reward worth 3 million points, the Empress Phoenix Crown. The introduction of this treasure is very detailed. The Empress Phoenix Crown, with a mysterious origin, can only be worn by women. After wearing it, the wearer can obtain multiple abilities such as levitation, teleportation, and suppression. On the mobile phone, you can see the photo of the Empress Phoenix Crown. It is shaped like a golden semicircle, and there are 9 lifelike phoenixes on the crown. At the end of the phoenix's wings, there is a bead curtain hanging down, a total of 18 bead curtains, which can cover half of the face above the nose, making it look extremely beautiful.
Su Mingly pointed at the Empress Phoenix Crown and said, "Dean, can I choose this?" When Lin Su saw the Empress Phoenix Crown, he was stunned. How could it appear here? It shouldn't be here. Su Mingly was stunned for a moment. Is there any problem? Lin Su thought for a moment and said, "It's okay. Since it's here, it must have been prepared specifically for you. It suits you very well, so just choose it."
Yi Xian was also quite surprised, because this Empress Phoenix Crown was exactly the headdress that Su Mingly would wear after she became the Red Lotus Empress in the future. However, she would not truly wear the Empress Phoenix Crown until at least 5 years later.
But now, it is so early. Is it because she and Mingly performed so outstandingly in this hidden dragon list, so they got it in advance? Afterwards, Su Mingly clicked directly and exchanged for the Empress Phoenix Crown.
3 million points were directly deducted, and both her and Yi Xian's points were almost depleted at once. In the capital, at the hidden dragon treasury, an old man looked at the screen displayed on his computer and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, Su Mingly exchanged for the Empress Phoenix Crown and spent the 3 million points.
Otherwise, this would have been a huge embarrassment.
A middle-aged man nearby said, "Yes, our hidden dragon ranking is only in its first year.
If points can't be exchanged for resources, what prestige will it have in the future?"
The Qianlong project is Daxia's key project, which aims to provide more resources for geniuses. Yi Xian and Su Mingly, 2 cheating players, look down on these resources, but others have their own ideas. This time, no one expected that in the hidden dragon list, in addition to Long Hanjia, a player who relied on his father-in-law's group, there was an even more extraordinary existence who directly killed Jiuying and eliminated a great harm for mankind. Because of their talent coefficient, Yi Xian and Su Mingly obtained a full 3 million points in the 9 Infants mission. This amount of points was completely unexpected. The total points of all the other people on the potential dragon list were not as high as theirs. At this time, a problem arose.
With so many points, there were too many rewards that could be exchanged, almost enough to clear out the entire Qianlong treasury.
If Su Mingly really changes, it will be bad if the Qianlong project cannot offer so many rewards. Either he breaks his promise to the super geniuses Su Mingly and Yi Xian, or he makes things difficult for the other ordinary geniuses, who have points but cannot exchange them for rewards. No matter which option he chooses, the negative impact will be too great. There was no other way, they could only find a temporary solution and finally took out the Empress Phoenix Crown. This Empress Phoenix Crown came from the ruins and is extremely valuable, especially since it has abilities such as levitation, suppression, and teleportation. Researchers are very curious about the elements contained in it and have been trying to crack it, but have not made any progress so far. Now, in order to ensure that there are sufficient resources in the Qianlong treasury and everyone can have something to exchange, they can only take out the Empress Phoenix Crown and clear the points of Su Mingly and Yi Xian. Now that their goal has been achieved, they also breathed a sigh of relief. The Empress Phoenix Crown will be delivered to Su Mingly within 3 days. At the same time, 3 days later, Su Mingly, Yi Xian, Qin Hong and 5 others will go to the capital to participate in the National Awakener Exchange Competition. In this exchange competition, Yi Xian was able to make friends through martial arts and get to know many geniuses, plus he had previously killed Jiuying and showed his divine power in a live broadcast. Most people already have a certain degree of goodwill towards Yi Xian, and this exchange competition will be a season of harvest for Yi Xian. However, on the first day of the college exchange competition, something happened to the awakened people of the Zhenghu faction. During a mission, they were ambushed by a group of organized and planned strange beasts.
A small number of them died on the spot.
The rest relied on their tenacious will to survive and hid in a cave that was easy to defend and difficult to attack, struggling to survive. Although the herd of strange beasts was unable to break in for the time being, they were trapped in the cave with no water or food. If they starved for a few days, they would be wiped out. The situation this time is quite critical. There are a large number of Jianghu Awakeners trapped, and they are all very powerful.
They can be said to be the backbone of the Jianghu Awakeners in the Magic City.
Many of them were once old comrades in arms of Dean Lin Su. For the sake of these old friends, Lin Su gave an order and led all the members of the Awakener Academy to rescue these Awakeners.